Prince Shao was forced to take a male partner and ignored him all his life. When everyone turns against him and decides to kill him, his husband is the only one standing by his side, willing to die for him. On the verge of death, Shao's only wish is to be reborn and pamper his husband. He doesn't expect that his prayers will be heard and he will get the chance that he so desperately wanted. The scene opens in the 13th year of the Hongzheng era when people are celebrating the return of their prince, Jin Shao. The prince has defeated their longtime enemy, the Huns, in just a few months. The public's excitement grows as the third prince's banners come into view. It is widely known that the third prince is favored by the emperor, and his latest win will increase his chances of inheriting the throne. But his journey will not be an easy one. As soon as the prince enters the city, a messenger of the emperor is waiting for him and asks him to kneel before the imperial decree. The messenger starts reading the order, telling Jin that the imperial court is happy with his victory, and from here on he will be known as Jin Shao, the Ardent. Jin says that he accepts this, but the person interrupts him by saying that the decree is not finished. He continues that, to reward his services to the empire, the emperor has decided to bestow him with a life partner. Jin is surprised to hear the unexpected statement, and his surprise only increases when the person tells him that he will be marrying the son of Marquis Beiwei's concubine. The decree ends with the message that he has to relieve himself from leading the army and start preparing for his marriage. This news stirs confusion in the audience, as being offered a male partner would mean that Jin's political career is over. It seems like we are the only ones happy to hear about this marriage. The people gathered around started to whisper among themselves about how, if Jin accepted this decree, he would not be able to inherit the throne. Another person comments that the prince has no choice unless he is willing to defy the emperor, and in this case, he will be killed. Jin is dejectedly listening to all the whisperings and comes out of his thoughts when the messenger asks about his answer. He slowly raises his head and announces in a cold voice that he accepts the decree. 5 days later, in Beiwei's manor, the Marquis, Mu Jin, and his official wife, Marchioness, are sitting on their designated chairs, talking to their son, Mu Hun. Mu Jin asks his son not to blame him for his marriage because it is for the good of their house. Mu Hun doesn't object to their decision, replying that he lives to serve the Mu house. Listening to his reply, Marchioness says that it is a good decision since becoming a prince's husband is a great honor, and many people wish to get this chance. Hun angrily clenches his fist, but doesn't say anything in reply. Before the conversation can continue, a servant comes in and tells them that Jin Shao has requested to meet with Mu Hun alone. Marchioness smiles mischievously as she comments on how Jin Shao is eager to meet Mu Hun. Her cheerfulness doesn't affect Mu Hun, who is still very calm, and she tells the servant to prepare for his departure. He covers his head with his red, traditional cape and bids goodbye to his house. After traveling for a while, Mu Hun reaches Jin Shao's manor and comes out of his carriage with the help of a maid. She seems rather happy with his presence and rushes to inform Jin Shao that his bride has arrived. Jin Shao doesn't share her enthusiasm and coldly reprimands her for calling Mu Hun his bride. He then strides toward Mu Hun and snatches the robe from his head. Jin Shao doesn't show any emotions, looking at his newly husband, and just coldly reminds him that he means nothing to him. The prince is not breaking the allegations of the male lead being cold at first appearance. He then starts dragging Mu Hun towards his room and throws him on the bed after reaching there. Jin Shao harshly grabs his husband's chin, saying that his life is ruined because of Mu Hun, but he can't refuse the emperor's order in any case. Jin Shao doesn't stop there, as he takes advantage of Mu Hun's vulnerable state and forces himself on his husband. The following year, Prince Shao left the country to conquer the neighboring states, considering it another chance from the emperor. When he came back after winning all of his battles, he treated Mu Hun like he had never existed. Jin Shao continued to spend his time with other women and never once thought about Mu Hun. Instead of protesting against the prince's behavior, Mu Hun silently accepted his fate. They both considered it the end of their forceful relationship, but soon after that, Jin Shao was accused of treason by the imperial court. All the girls from Jin Shao's harem hurriedly escaped from the palace, not wanting to be executed for treason. Serves him right to treat Mu Hun like that. Jin Shao watched the girls run away, leaving him with the first sign of difficulty. As they run out of the palace, he angrily punches the tree, murmuring that he is the ardent prince and that they will regret their actions one day. He turns around, hearing some rustling, and is shocked to see Mu Hun approaching him. He is confused to see Mu Hun there and says that he must be here and mock him, so he will not stop him from saying anything. Mu Hun calmly replies that there is no reason for him to do such a thing, thinking about how there is no other place for him in this world. Before they can talk any further, They are all surrounded by the royal guards, who tell Jin Shao that the king ordered them to place him in the dungeon for treason. Mu Hun silently listens as Jin Shao angrily shouts at guards that he is a prince and deserves a fair trial before conviction. Instead of listening to him, one of the guards whispers to others to kill Mu Hun and suddenly raises his sword to attack. Before the sword can stab Mu Hun, Jin Shao grabs it with his bare hands and shoves it back, causing the guard to stumble back. He shouts at the guards about how they can try to kill the prince and then tries to leave from there with Mu Hun. As soon as their backs are toward the guards, one of the guards raises his sword to stab Jin Shao with it. Mu Hun sees the guard trying to attack his husband and quickly steps behind Jin Shao. Hun is so selfless, sacrificing himself like this for a husband who never even looked at him. In his attempts to save the prince, Mu Hun gets stabbed by the sword. Jin Shao is baffled at the sudden turn of events and quickly picks up an injured Mu Hun in his arms. He swiftly shifts Mu Hun onto his back and then runs away from there on his horse. As the night falls, they pass through the jungle with a barely conscious Mu Hun hanging on Jin Shao's shoulder. Mu Hun whispers that Jin Shao should leave him here since he doesn't want to drag down the prince. Jin Shao quickly refuses to do so, but Mu Hun doesn't give up and argues that he doesn't want Jin Shao to die with him. Jin Shao assures his husband that nothing will happen to him, but just then arrows come flying toward them, stabbing Jin Shao in the shin and killing their horse. They don't stop as Jin Shao picks up Mu Hun and starts walking again. They have to stop when they come upon a dead end and don't get the chance to find another way, as the guards have finally caught up to them. On Mu Hun's request, Jin Shao slowly puts him down on the ground and dejectedly apologizes for his mistakes. A little too late for that, my prince. Mu Hun is still not angry with his husband and murmurs that he is just glad that Jin Shao is with him when he is taking his last breaths. Jin Shao holds Mu Hun in his arms, trying to assure him that he will not let anything happen to him and that they will get through this together. Jin Shao's regrets grow as he apologizes for ignoring Mu Hun all this time. His sorrow only increases when Mu Hun calls him his prince and wants to say something about the afterlife, but he passes out before he can complete his sentence. Jin Shao tightly hugs Mu Hun's lifeless body, thinking about how if there was an afterlife, he would spend it apologizing for his mistakes and making up Mu Hun. He looks up, hears several footsteps, and sees the guards emerging out of the woods. Jin Shao picks Mu Hun up in his arms and slowly walks toward the edge of the cliff. He continues to walk while thinking that they won't die here and that he will take Hun to a place that belongs only to both of them. He jumps off the cliff with Mu Hun in his arms, while promising to look after Mu Hun in whatever place they meet again. The scene changes to Jin Shao suddenly waking up in his room. He is confused about his situation momentarily, as he remembers jumping off that cliff with Hun. He looks around carefully and finds that he is in his own room, but his confusion only increases when he sees his shirtless Mu Hun lying beside him. The transition was so sudden, but I am excited to find out what the prince will do now. Jin Shao softly caresses Mu Hun's hair, thinking about how he is still alive and has only small injuries. He remembers how he was attacked and jumped off the cliff with Mu Hun. Confused, he looks at his chest, only to find that he has no injuries. Thinking about different possibilities, he quickly picks up his diary and finds that, currently, it is the year in which he defeated the Huns and was given the title of Ardent. He recalls that it was the time when he got Mu Hun as his bestow, and the war was just about to start. Looking at the exact date, he figures that it is the day after his marriage, which must mean that he is reborn. Jin Shao is happy with the fact that his prayers for being reborn were answered. He slowly looks toward the side where Mu Hun is sleeping peacefully, which makes Jin Shao wish that he would have reborn 2 hours earlier so he wouldn't have hurt his newlywed husband. He softly says Mu Hun's name, who instantly wakes up and jerks away from Jin Shao's touch. Mu Hun quickly covers his chest with the duet as he stares warily at Jin Shao. His actions hurt Jin Shao, but he is aware of his mistakes and quickly assures Mu Hun that he will not touch him now. Hopefully, the prince will not repeat his mistakes from his past life. The events of last night happened just because he was drunk. He wants to say something else, but just then, a maid announces from the side that the bath is ready. Jin Shao moves to go out but stops when he remembers that Mu Hun can use the bath and offers to help him, but Mu Hun politely refuses, saying that he can do it alone. Jin Shao doesn't listen to his objection and suddenly picks up Mu Hun in bridal style, softly asking Mu Hun to let him do this since he is not well. Mu Hun doesn't say anything in reply, allowing his husband to carry him. Hun is so cute, blushing at his husband's advancements. Jin Shao remembers his promise to never let Mu Hun down if he gets a chance again, and he is determined to fulfill his promise. Later, Mu-hun is sitting in the bathtub while Jin Shao stands beside him, holding a towel in his hand. Embarrassed, Mu-hun asks Jin Shao to hand over the towel, saying that he can do it himself, but the prince moves the towel away from his hand, telling him not to be shy about it. Jin Shao then softly taps the towel on the cut on Mu-hun's injured shoulder, causing the other to hiss in pain. Jin Shao instantly retreats his hand as he softly asks Mu-hun to hold his hand if he is hurting. Instead of taking his hand, Mu-hun just keeps staring ahead blankly, which only increases Jin Shao's guilt, who figures that Mu-hun is still under the effects of last night's events. It is given, as he can't forget those harsh and cruel things so fast. As they finish the bath, Jin Shao puts his husband in bed, carefully covering him with a duet, and goes to fetch some ointment. Mu-hun is surprised by the sudden change in his husband's behavior, thinking about how he is the complete opposite of last night. Jin Shao turns around with a small bottle of medicine in his hand and says to Mu-hun that he needs to apply it to his wounds. Mu-hun snatches the medicine from his hand and quickly turns around, saying that he can do it himself. He looks embarrassed while thinking about how he can't let Jin Shao see his body. Jin Shao doesn't back down, as he assures Mu-hun that he will be careful and that it will be comfortable for him. Mu-hun thinks about his offer, but he still feels embarrassed and hides under the covers instead, saying that the medicine will be wasted if it is applied to him since it was a gift from the king. Jin Shao is not happy with his comment and slowly pulls the cover back from Mu-hun, who instantly sits up. Jin Shao replies that this kind of precious medicine is for precious people, but Mu-hun is still not convinced and argues that it is a minor rash that will heal in a few days. Prince Shao slowly leans forward toward his husband, telling him how he is responsible for him now. Mu-hun blushes furiously as he stares at Jin Shao, who continues that he brought the medicine from western regions and that it can heal all injuries in a day. He then softly puts the medicine on Mu-hun's lip injury and quickly holds his hand when Mu-hun tries to touch it. Mu-hun is confused by his behavior, not knowing which side of his husband is real. Jin Shao is happy with himself as he leans back and thinks to himself that he must have gotten some points back. He doesn't notice that he is still holding Mu-hun's hand, but when the other coughs, he quickly realizes his mistake and lets it go. He then tells Mu-hun that they are going to meet the king tomorrow. Mu-hun acknowledges his statement and then turns away from him, wondering if Jin Shao will still act like this tomorrow. Jin Shao silently stares at his sleeping form, thinking about how everyone is sure that he will not inherit the throne. But luckily he got a second chance, and the future is still to be determined. Prince is lucky as not everyone gets a chance to write their own future. He falls asleep sometime during the night and doesn't wake up even when there is a knock on their door in the morning. Mu-hun is the first to wake up as he hears the maid telling Jin Shao that there is someone who wants to meet him. Mu-hun softly shakes Jin Shao, who wakes up instantly looking confused. He asks Mu-hun to fetch his robe, and his husband instantly follows his order. But Mu-hun starts to feel embarrassed when Jin Shao just stands there, holding his robe and staring at him. He can't help but wonder if Jin Shao wants to help him get dressed. Mu-hun's suspicions are proved wrong when Jin Shao just hands over his robe, but he is still fidgety due to Jin Shao staring at him. He just sits there confused, while Jin Shao is thinking about how his husband looks cute when he's shy. Prince doesn't take long to notice his husband's beauty. After getting dressed, they permit to let the guest in and watch as the chief eunuch, Duo Fu, walks in, followed by two maids. Duo Fu bows slightly, paying his respect to Mu-hun, who politely tells him to not be so formal and passes him a small bag. Duo Fu is impressed by his kindness as Jin Shao also stares at his husband, thinking about how he is kind and respectful toward the servants. Jin Shao turns toward Duo and orders him to assign one servant and two guards to protect Mu-hun. Duo quickly acknowledged the orders while silently admiring Prince's thoughtfulness toward his husband. Mu-hun is also impressed by the kind gesture and thanks Jin Shao by respectfully folding his arms. Jin Shao holds his arms softly, saying that Mu-hun deserves the best. Their small moment is interrupted as a maid steps forward and asks Mu-hun's permission to dress him. Before Mu-hun can reply, Jin Shao takes the clothes from the maid's hands, wanting to do the task himself. Prince is already doing his husband's duties very well. Jin Shao tries to protest, but Mu-hun gently leads him toward the dressing table, saying that he would love to do this. He makes Mu-hun sit on the chair and tells him that from now on it is his responsibility. Soon he finishes dressing up his husband, and after final touches, he whispers in Mu-hun's ears, asking him if he likes his look. Mu-hun tightly holds his robe as he just murmurs a thank you to Jin Shao, who is still messing with his headpiece. The maids comment on how they both look good together, which makes Shao happy, but he can't help thinking about how he has never paid any attention to Mu Hun for the last 10 years when he is the person he should cherish the most. Thinking about this, he puts both his hands on Mu Hun's shoulder and compliments him on his looks. Embarrassed, Mu Hun quickly stands up, saying that they should head to the royal palace. Shao obediently follows his husband, smiling in his embarrassment as he tells everyone to get ready for their visit. Soon the couple is sitting in the carriage as Shao keeps staring at Mu Hun, thinking about how it looks like his wounds are still not healed. He suddenly wraps his arms around Mu Hun's waist and asks him to hold him as he softly rubs his sides. Mu Hun is startled by his actions and leans back slightly, but Shao grabs his wrist, saying that he just wants to give him a massage. When Mu Hun doesn't say anything, Shao changes the topic as he advises Mu Hun to silently listen to whatever the Empress says and accept if she offers him anything. Mu Hun is happy that his husband is trying to help him, and he quietly agrees to follow his advice. Seeing his hesitant attitude, Shao says that Mu Hun should be more open and private and suggests that they call each other by first names. Mu Hun argues that it is not appropriate, and as a prince, Shao should be more careful about these kinds of things. It is so good to see Prince Shao getting scolded by Hun. Shao replies that he is aware that Mu Hun cares about him and doesn't take his eyes away from his husband's face. Mu Hun's face became red from all the staring as he quickly said that it was just a suggestion. Shao chuckles at his embarrassment and assures him that he will remember his suggestion. Mu Hun tries to turn away from his heated gaze, but just then the carriage jolts, causing him to almost fall into Shao's lap. This scene is very cliché, but what can I say? We love clichés. Mu Hun's mortification only increases and he quickly defends himself, saying that he didn't do it intentionally. Taking advantage of the situation, Shao wraps an arm around Mu Hun's waist, telling him not to move or else everyone will hear them and might get the wrong idea. Mu Hun glares at Shao for his suggestive comments, but his husband softly chuckles in return, saying that he was just joking. Mu Hun finally leans into his husband's touch, thinking about how he is really considerate despite being very lighthearted. The carriage driver overhears their conversation and is surprised by Shao's nonchalant attitude when he knows that he can no longer inherit the throne. They finally reach the royal palace, and Mu Hun pays his respects to the emperor and the empress. Why does this couple look like some typical in-laws from soap operas? Meanwhile, Shao just stares at them, thinking about how, in his previous life, the royal couple tried hard to kill him and didn't give him a chance to defend himself against all the accusations. He never imagined that he would be standing in front of them, but he is determined to not involve Mu Hun in this mess. Finally coming out of his thoughts, he also pays his respects to the royal couple. The emperor doesn't seem happy with him and reminds him to be more careful since he is married now. The empress stops the emperor from scolding Shao, as today is the first time they are meeting his partner. Just then, a maid comes forward and puts a cushion on the floor. After she moves back, Mu Hun sits on the cushion and presents tea to the emperor. His actions seem to satisfy the emperor, who comments that Mu Hun is very personable and respectful. The empress tells her husband that Mu Hun was awarded the erudite at the age of 17, and many nobles want him to be their mentor. The emperor just hums in response while thinking to himself how it was a waste to marry Mu Hun to Shao, and that he should have given him a position to serve the kingdom instead. Shao is also surprised to hear this information and notices how Mu Hun looks different today. Mu Hun politely replies that he reads just to pass the time but is interrupted by the empress, who mentions how he looks very pale. The empress wants to see if Shao really cares about his husband. Prince Shao is well aware of her intentions but doesn't show any concern since he doesn't want the royal couple to find out that his feelings toward Mu Hun have changed. It looks like Shao is determined to chance everything as he is cautioned at his every step. When Shao doesn't say anything and Mu Hun simply replies that he is fine, the empress seems happy with the possibility that Shao is still very careless. She then gives a pair of suit jade as a gift to Mu Hun, which he accepts politely and stands up to leave with his husband. Mu Hun hands over the gift to his maid, who looks unusually pale, which alarms Shao, but he can't hold his husband in front of the king. Soon they bid formal goodbye to the royal couple, and Shao quickly walks out of the court, with Mu Hun silently following him. Once they leave, the empress says to her husband that Shao doesn't seem happy with his marriage. The emperor replies that he is still too young to understand anyone's ill intentions while thinking to himself how Shao must be holding a grudge against them since he can't inherit the throne now. Meanwhile, Mu Hun is worried about the sudden change in Shao's behavior and is wondering if his sweet behavior from last night was just a facade. As soon as the gates are closed and they are left alone, Jin Shao turns toward his husband. But Mu Han quickly takes a step back. He tells Jin Shao that he doesn't have to pretend to care about him and that he doesn't need any help walking. Before Jin Shao can say anything else in the reply, Mu Han starts to wobble on his legs and passes out in Jin Shao's arm, who is baffled to notice that Mu Han has a high fever. Jin Shao quickly picks up Mu Han in his arms and orders his servant Chun Sti to call Dr. Jiang to his manor as he rushes to go back home. When they reach the manor, Jin Shao tells the maids to prepare a wet towel as he carefully lies Mu Han on their bed. The maid soon gives him the wet towel, which he gently places on Mu Han's forehead, asking him if he is feeling all right. Mu Han slowly opens his eyes as he tells Jin Shao to not worry about him and asks if he doesn't have to visit the second prince. Jin Shao replies that he has sent a message to his brother and is sure that he will understand the situation. Before they can talk further, the maids inform them that Dr. Jiang has arrived. Jin Shao tells the doctor that Mu Han has a sudden fever and requests that he examine his husband. The doctor checks Mu Han's pulse all the while Jin Shao keeps looking at them worriedly and asks the doctor if there is some serious issue. Dr. Jiang calmly replies that it looks like Mu Han has been suffering from depression and injuries. He is confused by the situation, as he rarely spoke to Jin Shao, but now he specifically asked for him. Deciding not to show his surprise, Jiang focuses on his medical advice and tells Jin Shao that he needs to be more gentle toward Mu Han since men are more vulnerable when it comes to lovemaking. Mu Han quickly hides his face in a do-it, while Jin Shao is also supporting a small blush at the doctor's comments. It is cute how Prince Shao can also blush while he is so eager to be close to Mu Han. The doctor quickly apologizes for being so blunt, but Jin Shao says that it is fine and then gives him a string of coral beads as a thank you. Dr. Jiang tries to refuse, but Jin Shao remembers how the doctor has always taken a neutral position during the conflicts in his past, and it would be great if Jiang started working for him. Thinking about all this, Jin Shao dismisses Jiang's refusal, saying that the coral has been blessed and will be most suitable for his son. Dr. Jiang seems happy with the fact that the prince has seen potential in him. Jin Shao continues to say that he still wants Dr. Jiang to look after Mu Han. Hearing his name, Mu Han takes a peek at his husband but quickly hides his face again when he accidentally makes eye contact with Jin Shao. Dr. Jiang is oblivious to their small interaction and says that he will accept the coral bead. He takes his leave while thinking about the rumors about Jin Shao despising his husband, which don't seem true. Once the doctor leaves, Jin Shao turns toward his husband again and politely informs him that he will change his towel. Mu Han replies that he should let the maids do this, as he is still sad about Jin Shao's opposite behavior in the palace and is sure that his husband doesn't care about him. Jin Shao notices his sullen mood and quickly figures that it must be because of his behavior at the palace. He apologizes for his behavior, but Mu Han is still suspicious and replies that he is not sensitive as a woman, so there's nothing for Jin Shao to worry about. Seeing that he is still upset, Jin Shao decides to explain himself and tells Mu Han how everyone laughed at him, saying that his sacrifices for the empire were useless. Mu Han figures that Jin Shao wasn't drunk that night if he remembers everything, and he just treated him harshly because of the injustice that happened to him. He sits up straight and replies to Jin Shao that he understands his situation and just hopes that when the time is right, they can get a divorce. Can't say who is more shocked at this, Prince Shao or me. Jin Shao is shocked to hear that and is wondering whether this is what Mu Han truly desires. He doesn't ask Mu Han why he wants to do this and instead mentions how the divorce will not be good for him since he will not be allowed to work after that. Mu Han angrily asks Jin Shao what he wants, thinking that Jin Shao just wants to keep him here for his own desires. He is surprised when Jin Shao says that they are both the same, as he can't inherit the throne while Mu Han can't work. He is startled when Jin Shao leans closer to him, but before anything can happen, a maid interrupts them as she brings medicine for Mu Han. Jin Shao takes the medicine from her hand and carefully stirs it as he says to Mu Han that people are saying he can't inherit the throne because he has a male partner, but he knows that will be cast away either way. Jin Shao gives medicine to Mu Han, and as he takes a sip, he continues that he can expertly lead a military, but he doesn't know how to run a country. He softly wipes the corner of Mu Han's mouth with a handkerchief, while telling him how he was trying to win over the doctor just now. After hearing Jin Shao's point of view, Mu Han realizes that he is just an ordinary person and not as supreme as everyone made him to be. Jin Shao continues that there are some things he can only share with his husband, and if he had shown any kind of concern toward him in the palace, the emperor would have thought that he was acting, and he would guard against him. Mu-hun is thinking about how royal life is not easy but quickly comes out of his thoughts when Shao softly touches his chin. This reminds me of the saying, "Heavy is the head that wears the crown." Mu-hun figures that Shao is sincere, and there is no reason for Shao to lie to him, so he can trust him. He decides to advise his husband and says that if he wants to win over the doctor, he can hire his son for work and then persuade him to make a mistake, so the doctor will be forced to intervene. Shao is extremely happy with the sincere advice from his husband and quickly hugs him, thinking that Mu-hun must have forgiven him if he is giving sincere advice like this. He keeps holding Mu-hun tightly against him until the latter starts feeling suffocated and slightly pushes him away. Quickly realizing his mistake, Shao leans back and tells Mu-hun to lie down as he softly tucks him inside the covers. Their chibis are so adorable. He still doesn't pull back and hug his husband while carefully removing his head. He keeps caressing Mu-hun and suggests that they don't hide anything from each other, as he doesn't want any misunderstandings. Mu-hun blushes at their proximity and agrees to not hide anything. Shao pulls his head closer to his chest and continues that he was very disappointed on their wedding night and felt like everyone was against him, but when he saw Mu-hun the next day, he changed his mind. Mu-hun stares at his husband in wonder as Shao pulls back a little and says that he is lucky that he can spend his lifetime with someone like Mu-hun. He assures Mu-hun that he doesn't care about what other people think and will always take good care of him. Mu-hun smiles at his husband as they both slowly drift to sleep. Shao's new chance at life is going to be full of hardships, during which Mu-hun is his only lifeline, and he is determined to never let him go. The next morning, Shao serves tea to Mu-hun and asks him about his health. Mu-hun is reading his book and replies to his husband that he is feeling much better. Their chit-chatting is interrupted when a servant comes there and tells Shao that the second prince and his wife are here to meet him. Prince Shao seems happy to hear that his brother has come to meet him, and he tells the servant that he will be there soon. Before he can leave, Mu-hun tugs at his arm and asks if he is going out in this outfit. Shao smiles at how he forgot to change and tells Mu-hun that he is going to do that now. Mu-hun just wants to make sure that his husband is looking absolutely dashing when he goes out. Soon they are leaving to meet the second prince, as Shao thinks to himself how he needs to change his attitude toward his brother and has a lot of things to say to him. They take just a few steps when Mu-hun stops and asks Shao if he really has to go. Seeing Shao's confusion, Mu-hun explains that earlier they ignored the second prince because of his illness, and he doesn't want to create any misunderstanding between the brothers. Shao understands that Mu-hun doesn't want to join him because his brother might think he is not actually ill and they were just lying to him. He pulls Mu-hun closer to him and thanks him for stopping him from doing anything wrong. Mu-hun doesn't pull back from his touch and instead gently puts a hand on his chest while saying that, as a prince, Shao should be cautious at every step. Shao replies that he never looked at things like that, but now he will remember Mu-hun's words. Slightly pulling back, Mu-hun tells him to leave as his brother must be waiting for him, but Shao just keeps staring at him, thinking about how beautiful Han is. Mu-hun softly calls his name to get his attention and is startled when Shao suddenly kisses him on the cheek. Shao quickly leaves, ignoring Mu-hun's blushing face as he is also blushing, not understanding his nervousness even though it is not the first time he has done this. Shao soon reaches the other manor, where the second prince is waiting for him. He is very eager to meet his brother and is not disheartened when his brother comments on how he is still very reckless. Shao respectfully greets his brother, mentioning how they are meeting after a while. He remembers how he used to hate his brother for scolding him in his past life, but now he knows that was all for his betterment. His sister-in-law asks him about Mu-hun since they heard he was not feeling well, but Shao is still deep in his thoughts. He now understands that his brother cares about him, but he is not good at expressing it. In Shao's previous life, he thought his brother hated him until he found that his brother secretly did a lot for him and was even searching for him when he was on the run. With all these thoughts, his fondness for his brother has increased, which he shows in the way he calls the second prince, surprising the other with his sudden change of behavior. Prince Shao has such a typical younger brother look in his eyes. Second prince's reaction is totally understandable. Shao's sister-in-law continues the conversation, saying that she wants to take a look at Mu-hun. Shao replies that Mu-hun is still relaxing, but he will bring him here. Before he can leave, his brother, who is still thinking about his changed behavior, stops him, saying that they will go and see Mu-hun in their house. The three of them reach their bedroom, and Shao knocks on the door, alerting his husband to the guests. Mu-hun is reading a book and quickly gets attentive when he notices the second prince come inside. The second prince greets Mu-hun and asks him how he has gotten sick directly after his marriage. He suddenly turns toward Shao, who is standing there with a sheepish smile on his face. Mu-hun saves his husband from being scolded, as he quickly says that it is just a cold. Shao adds that it happened because he was too careless. Both of them are trying to hide the truth, but the second prince still seems suspicious and says that he wants to talk to Shao in private. He walks away, and Shao turns toward Mu-hun, whispering how he is going to get scolded. Mu-hun laughs at that, making Shao stop in his tracks as he is mesmerized by his husband's beautiful smile. I could tell Prince Shao is going to be completely whipped with his husband in a few days. Mu-hun signals him to go, and he quickly walks away when his brother calls him again. In the evening, Mu-hun reads a book and sits in his bed as his maid Lan Ting serves him tea. She tells him how she heard that Lady Song and the second prince's wife are having tea in the flower hall. Mu-hun asks her who told her this, to which Lan recites that she heard it from Monk Si. Mu-hun thanks her for telling him and then turns toward his book, thinking about how it is understandable that, as Shao's concubine, Song is entertaining his sister-in-law on his behalf as he is a man and can't participate in such things. Despite understanding the situation, Mu-hun can't help but wonder if Shao has asked his concubine to do so. He comes out of his thoughts when Lan tries to tell him something else, but he interrupts her, saying that Meng Si must have said that Song is trying to take his place and that it will be hard for him to build his position here. Lan is shocked to hear the correct interpretation from him, but Mu-hun just smiles, thinking about how it is typical family politics. Just then another maid, Si, comes there, holding a food tray, and tells Mu-hun that Shao asked them to prepare his food since he will be having dinner with his brother. Mu-hun looks at the tray filled with different food items and notices how it is more detailed than what he used to have in his old home, which makes him confused about whether his marriage was a bad or good thing. Taking a sip of his tea, he asks Si if there is a map of this place, and she says that it is in the study and she will bring it for him immediately. After the maid leaves, Mu-hun figures that Shao must have permitted her to go there, which means that Shao really trusts him, or that there is nothing to hide in the study. Later, Mu-hun is looking at the map of the manor when Si comes there again to inform him that two concubines from the west courtyard have come to meet him. Mu-hun is confused about why Lady Song is not here, but he tells Ji to let the two women in. Soon, Lady Liu and Lady Li come inside the room and respectfully bow in front of him, congratulating him on the marriage. I can already tell these ladies are going to give trouble to our sweet Mu-hun. Mu-hun coldly asks them to not be so formal and tells Lan to present them with greeting gifts. They thank Mu-hun for the gifts, but he doesn't seem happy with their presents. Mu-hun says that the only thing he wants is for them to follow the rules in the house and then ask them to leave. Lady Li asks if they can wait outside and then go back together with Lady Song. In reality, they don't want to miss the interaction between Song and Mu-hun, but he seems aware of their motives and coldly tells them to wait in the side hall. Suddenly, someone from the side comments about how they never saw Mu-hun like this. He turns around and is surprised to see Shao and Lady Song walking in together. Lady Song apologizes to Mu-hun for coming late, and seeing her attitude, Shao realizes why she wants to come with him. Lady Song says to Mu-hun that it is great to finally meet him. Mu-hun notices how she didn't call him by any honorifics, but before he can say anything, Shao tells Lady Song to call Mu-hun His Highness, irritated by her attitude. Lady Song begrudgingly addresses Mu-hun with respect while thinking about why she has to call him like that when her status is higher than that of other concubines. The other concubines now look harmless in front of Song. Shao silently walks toward his bed and then dismisses his concubines, telling them to leave. Mu-hun is relieved when the girl finally leaves and asks Lan about the book he was reading yesterday. Lan tells him that she puts the book in the storeroom, so he tells her to bring any book for him. As she leaves, Shao looks up and says that Mu-hun can read the book he is reading. When Mu-hun moves forward to take the book from his hand, Shao grabs his wrists and yanks him down. Startled, Mu-hun tries to push him, but Shao gently turns him around, pulling Mu-hun into his lap, and says that they can read the book together. Lan comes back into the room but quickly leaves after seeing them sitting like this. Shao is softly hugging Mu-hun as they read the book together. Reading together like this is the best idea for a date. He is the first to break the silence as he inquires about Mu-hun's health. He then tells Mu-hun to not pay any attention to his concubines, explaining how his parents arranged Lady Li when he was young and his brother gave him Lady Liu last year, but he never touched her. Shao is hoping that Mu-hun will not be mad at him if he knows everything. Mu-hun is just confused about why his husband is telling him this, wondering if Jin Shao wants him to manage the harem. Continuing the conversation, Mu-hun says that it is good that Lady Song was there to entertain the second prince's wife since he completely forgot about her. Jin Shao replies that he also forgot about it, which makes Mu-hun realize that Jin Shao didn't ask Lady Song to accompany his sister-in-law. Jin Shao is not happy when Mu-hun praises Lady Song and says that he only married her because he wanted her father's help in the war. The discussion about Lady Song reminds Jin Shao of how she was so cruel in his previous life and left him so her name wouldn't get stained. His worried face makes Mu-hun pity him, as he realizes how difficult being a prince is. Mu-hun softly caresses Jin's face, surprising his husband, whose mood is quickly uplifted as he leans into Mu-hun's touch and presses a soft kiss to his palm. Mu-hun is flustered by such a show of affection and quickly leaves the bed. After taking a few steps, he turns toward Jin Shao and reminds him to go to bed early since they are visiting his parents tomorrow. Jin Shao stands up, wanting to say something to his husband, but Mu-hun quickly leaves the room without listening to him. The next day, the young couple is sitting in a carriage as they travel to visit Mu-hun's family. Mu-hun calls Jin Shao, but then goes silent, hesitating to tell him something. Jin Shao waits for a few minutes, but seeing that Mu-hun is nervous, he gently holds his hand, reminding him that he can tell him everything. Everyone deserves an understanding husband like Prince Shao. Mu-hun finally gathers the courage and asks Jin Shao not to entertain his father if he asks for help with the salt business in Jiangnan. The mention of the salt business reminds Jin Shao how there are a lot of people who want his help in this business, and in his last life, this was one of the charges against him. Jin Shao is surprised by how Mu-hun always puts him first and asks if he really wants him to do that against his father. When Mu-hun doesn't say anything in reply, Jin Shao thanks him for reminding him about it, mentioning how he forgets things easily. Taking advantage of the situation, Jin Shao wraps his arms around Mu-hun's waist, asking him to share more information about his family. Feeling shy, Mu-hun pushes him away, but Jin Shao doesn't give up and lays in his lap instead. Mu-hun stares at his husband fondly and says that he has a big family, but most of the concubines have no one. Jin Shao asks if it is because his father is very loyal to the Marchioness. Mu-hun doesn't say anything clear in reply and instead tells Jin Shao to be careful since there are a lot of people in his house. Jin Shao is amused to hear this, as he is sure that they can do nothing to him, but he assures Mu-hun that he will be careful. When they reach Beiwei Manor, Mu-hun's father, Mu-jin, along with everyone else from the manor, are standing there to welcome them by bowing to Jin Shao. Mu-hun is nervous to face his family like that again, and noticing his mood, Jin Shao gently holds his hand, assuring him that he is with him. Finally feeling relieved, Mu-hun smiles softly while thinking about how he waited for the moment when he could get respect from his family, and it is happening now. Jin Shao takes a step forward as he tells the Beiwei people to spare the formalities, and they all stand back up after thanking him. Mu-hun's eldest brother, Mu-lin, is the first one to speak, as he asks Hun how he feels about being a male partner. Mu-hun is not that timid anymore and sharply asks if Lin is trying to know about Prince Shao's private life. Mu-jin scolds his eldest son for asking a stupid question and then turns toward Jin Shao, inviting him for tea in the front hall. He says that Mu-hun will also join them after meeting his mother. Jin Shao tells his husband that he will meet him in the front hall, and Mu-lan leaves from there with his maids. When Jin Shao turns around, Mu-jin asks him to follow him while thinking about how he seems to adore Mu-hun. Meanwhile, Mu-hun reaches the main hall, where three women are sitting together, and greets him. He just stands there silently as one of them comments on how he has changed after being a male partner. Ji comes to protect Mu-hun, as she says that everyone needs to respect the husband of Prince Shao. They all seem frustrated at that, but they stand up either way and properly greet Mu-hun, giving him a slight bow. Mu-hun greets them back while silently noticing how his mother is not there. Lan takes a step forward as she presents the women with some gifts, and Mu-hun explains that Jin Shao has advised him to bring some ginseng for them. Mu-hun finally leaves there when one of the ladies tells him that his mother is in her room. They try to comment on his attitude but stop when one of them advises against it. In the meantime, Jin Shao is in the main hall, staring at the weapons displayed on the wall. He comments that all the weapons are very rare. The sword is the axis of the world and has absolute power. Mu-jin comments that he must be a weapon lover in reply, to which Jin Shao comments that a good weapon is like a human with a soul. Mu-jin agrees with his statement and mentions that Mu-hun was never interested in weapons. Jin Shao quickly comes to defend his husband, saying how he has other advantages, like a golden heart. His statement makes Mu Jin nervous, who realizes that Jin Shao is not very careless and that it will be difficult to talk to him about the salt business. Prince Shao is the only person in the world who is this confident in front of his father-in-law. Mu Han goes to his mother's room and is worried to see her on the bed like that. He asks her if she's gotten sick, but his mother quickly assures him that she is fine. She seems more worried about him and inquires about his new life. Mu Han tells her that Jin Shao is very considerate toward him and never torments him. His mother still seems worried, so he assures her that he is happy as Jin Shao is different from what everyone made him to be. Despite his assurance, his mother starts to cry, saying how it is hard to be a male partner, and that it all happened because of her. Mu Han quickly hugs her and again says that marrying Jin Shao is not a bad thing. She finally lets go of the topic, hoping that he is telling the truth. She then gives him some money, saying that he will need it since life in the royal palace is very difficult and Jin Shao may not always remain the same. Only a mother can take care of their child like this. Mu Han accepts the money, but even on his way back, he keeps wondering if Jin Shao is going to change in the future. Jin Shao breaks the silence in the carriage as he tells Mu Han that he rejected his father's request about the salt business. Mu Han doesn't say anything, still deep in his thoughts. Jin Shao calls him again, and he comes out of his thoughts, quickly apologizing for zoning out, slightly irritated. Jin Shao says that he is going to sleep and closes his eyes, leaning on the wall of the carriage. He keeps thinking about how he wanted to tell Mu Han about other things, but now he will have to wait for some other day. Mu Han notices the change in his mood and offers that Jin Shao leans on him but gets ignored. He calls Jin Shao again, who keeps his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. The carriage suddenly jolts, causing Mu Han to fall back, and he pulls Jin Shao with him. But before he can hit his head, Jin Shao quickly puts a hand under his head. They should take more carriage rides together, as it always brings them closer, even if they want it or not. The accident causes them to be in an awkward position, as Jin Shao is almost lying on top of Mu Han. They both stare into each other's eyes, blushing at their unexpected closeness. Mu Han quickly apologizes to Jin Shao, but instead of replying to his apology, Jin Shao says that if he also addresses him as His Highness, there is no difference between him and others. Mu Han says that it is against etiquette, but Jin Shao insists that he call him by his name. When he calls him His Highness again, Jin Shao stares at him deeply, repeating his request. Mu Han knows that calling Prince Shao by his name is against the rules, but he can also see that his husband cares about him, so he decides to call him by his name. Jin Shao is extremely happy at finally getting what he wants and rubs his cheek against Mu Han, wishing to freeze the time. Prince Shao needs to stop wishing to mess with time like this before it can cause him more trouble. After they reach their home, Mu Han carefully tucks Jin Shao into bed, thinking about how he must have drunk a lot today. He steps away from his husband and goes out, where unique Duo is waiting for him with 3 other people. Duo tells him that they are his guards and servants, surprising Mu Han with the fact that Prince Shao has arranged these people for him. One of them introduces himself as Yoon Zhu, and Duo tells Mu Han that Zhu is the nephew of Butler Yoon, and he can be replaced if Mu Han doesn't like it. Mu Han quickly says that it is fine, and unique Duo leaves after saying that Mu Han can contact him if he needs anything else. Later, when Mu Han is reading in his study, Zhu comes there to serve him tea. Mu Han asks him how long it has been since he has been working here, and whether he can read or not. Zhu replies that he first came here after his uncle when he was only 8 years old, so he is very familiar with the things around the manor. He says that his uncle taught him how to read, and today he arranged books in Mu Han's study. Mu Han is surprised to hear that, so Zhu explains that Shao has told him to arrange the study and asks Mu Han if he wants to take a look. Accepting his offer, Mu Han visits the study and is mesmerized to see the place well organized. Zhou tells him that Jin Shao bought this new bookshelf himself and said that it was to arrange the books that Mu Han brought from Beiwei Manor. Mu Han hears attentively as Zhou continues that Prince Shao also put together these stylish decorations, saying that Mu Han will like them. Mu Han is amazed to hear this and picks up all the decorations, hugging them close to his chest. Until then, only his mother has done something like this for him, and Jin Shao's actions have touched his heart. I feel like he is already falling in love with his Prince Charming. At night, when Jin Shao finally wakes up, Mu Han is sitting beside him and quickly starts fussing over him, asking him if he had a good sleep. Mu Han tells him that he made porridge and serves it to Jin Shao, who is confused by his obvious change in behavior. He doesn't have to think about it for long as Mu Han thanks him for arranging the study, commenting on how he liked it. Jin Shao is more happy without the fact that Mu Han has called him by his name. He then asks Mu-hun how he wants to thank him since he's probably the only male partner in the world who has a study. Shao says that he wants something special and points toward his cheek, trying to give a hint to his husband. Seeing Mu-hun's confused and flustered face, Shao pulls him closer and suggests that he wants a kiss. Mu-hun is surprised by his bluntness, but instead of fulfilling his request, he stands up, saying that it is time for them to eat. How long will he be able to run away from his husband? He quickly walks away from there after that, while Shao just sits there, thinking about Mu-hun's cuteness when he is shy. Later that night, Mu-hun is reading in his study when Shao comes there, seemingly happy to find his husband there. He thinks it is time for them to go to bed, but Mu-hun refuses, saying that he is not sleepy while secretly shy about joining his husband in bed. Shao moves closer, saying that he is not sleepy either. He holds Mu-hun's hand and asks him to join him, as he wants to show him something. He starts dragging Mu-hun without waiting for his reply, but Mu-hun silently follows him, happy that he doesn't want something else from him. Shao brings them to the courtyard, where he takes out a wooden box from behind a tree and tells Mu-hun to hold him. Mu-hun follows his instructions, confused by what's happening. Shao suddenly wraps his arms around Mu-hun's waist and jumps high in the air, landing on the roof. Still holding Mu-hun, he explains that this is his secret place and pulls Mu-hun to sit with him. Seeing Mu-hun's scared form, Shao assures him that he is safe and tightens his hold around his waist. They both stare at the stars as Shao reveals that whenever he is going through difficult times, he comes here for stargazing. I think we need to thank this couple for giving us different date ideas. Mu-hun comments on how the view is astonishing and asks Shao if he climbed trees a lot when he was young. Shao replies that he used to climb the trees to steal the eggs from bird nests and got scolded a lot by his mother, but he never stopped doing that. Mu-hun smiles to hear this, saying how Shao was a naughty kid, but his mood suddenly dampens as he remembers his childhood. He shares with his husband that, except for his mother, no one really cared about him when he was a kid, and even she was scolded for teaching him. When he turned 4 years old, he was sent to school, and they forbade his mother from talking with him. Shao replies that no wonder Mu-hun acts like an old man when he is still young since he went to school at such a young age. Mu-hun says that he is older than Shao, which makes the other realize he was thinking he was still 30 since he lived that long in his previous life. Changing the topic, Shao asks Mu-hun if he would like some alcohol and then pours some in a cup for him. Mu-hun accepts the cup and takes a sip nonchalantly, but is surprised at the delicious taste. Shao pours him some more and then questions him about why he never learned martial arts. Mu-hun replies that when he was young, his legs were frozen, so the doctor forbade him from practicing martial arts. Mu-hun takes another sip of his alcohol as Shao asks him how that happened. He explains that he fell into a pond in the winter, and since then, his father has never mentioned that again. He's about to drink again when Shao takes the cup from his hand, saying that he shouldn't drink so fast. Prince Shao has robbed us of seeing a drunk Hun. Shao then says that it is late, but before he can complete his sentence, Mu-hun falls into his lap while attempting to stand up. Shao gently wraps his arms around his husband and questions him about how he fell into the water. Shao's questions remind Mu-hun of the incident as he recalls someone snatching the mantle from him, saying that he doesn't deserve it, and then pushing him into the water. Instead of telling the truth, Mu-hun says that he slipped, but Shao doesn't believe his excuse. He starts thinking about how the pond must have been filled with stones and wonders where Mu-hun's servants were. Shao figures that someone must have pushed him into the pool, but he can't believe that someone would want to hurt a timid person like Mu-hun. He presses a soft kiss on his husband's forehead and can't stop worrying about how Mu-hun must have felt so scared and hurt at that time. Mu-hun is confused when Shao pulls him closer, but he grows silent when Shao says that he will take his revenge. Mu-hun hugs his husband tightly, grateful for his help and everything he does for him, even if it will not last for long. The next morning, Mu-hun is helping his husband dress up as Shao tells him that he is going out for a day and will not be back for lunch. Shao says to Mu-hun that if he feels bored, he can go out for a walk somewhere. He is confused about why Mu-hun is not curious about where he is going, but he doesn't say anything about it. Instead, he suggests that Mu-hun go to the South Garden, where some male partners will get together. Mu-hun replies that he will find some entertainment for himself, while thinking that Shao cares about him a lot. Shao is happy to see him smiling like that and leaves after telling Mu-hun to at least take a look at what he suggested. In the courtyard, the butler Yoon brings the horse for Shao and greets his prince politely. Jin Shao asks Yun to find out about how Mu Hun fell into the pond in his childhood. After the butler leaves, Jin Shao turns toward his horse, Yao He, and softly caresses him. He is thinking about how his horse is smarter than others, and if he had been with him when he got attacked in his previous life, he wouldn't have had to jump off the cliff. He is slightly relieved that it didn't happen because then he wouldn't have been reborn. He jumps on his horse and is about to leave when Yun tells him that Lord Lian came to meet him yesterday, but Jin Shao has already left. He remembers a note about charging Li, and he figures that he must have come here for this. He tells Yun that if Li comes here again, he should inform him about meeting Jin Shao at Juxian restaurant tomorrow. Jin Shao then leaves the manor and is passing through the street when he hears a mother scaring her kid by his name. This reminds him of the events of his last life. He was accused of killing 100,000 war prisoners, and there were rumors that he killed disobedient children. Jin Shao finds all these rumors ridiculous since the prisoners were only about 500, and if he hadn't killed them, it would have caused the Empire much trouble. In his previous life, he never paid any attention to the rumors circulating about him and was very careless about them. In the meantime, Mu Hun is sitting in his study, thinking about how his dowry is worth 30,000 taels, but is all wastelands, estates, and fields in the suburbs of the east. He is worried about having no money, but before he can figure out some solution, Shu comes in and tells him that Song has arrived at the east courtyard. Mu Hun is confused by her visit, and Zhu seems to share his sentiments as he tells Mu Hun not to accept any ridiculous requests from Song. I love how Mu Hun is very supporting and protective people around him. Mu Hun doesn't comment on his suggestion and just asks him to send her in. Lady Song comes inside the study, instantly apologizing for disturbing him like that. Mu Hun doesn't fall for her fake sweetness and just coldly asks for her reason to visit. Lady Song replies that she should have handed over everything to him, but since payday is coming, it would have been complicated for him if she gave him accounts now, so she came here to ask for his advice. Mu Hun replies that she can keep managing finances for now, and they will decide on other things once Jin Shao is back. Lady Song seems happy with his decision and changes the topic as she puts a diary on the table. Mu Hun asks what it is, so she tells him that it's the sleeping arrangement with Prince Shao, and she makes it after discussing it with others so he can also take a look. Mu Hun says that he will take a look, and then dismisses her. Lady Song leaves after that, and Mu Hun picks up the diary while getting a flashback of his first night with Jin Shao. On the other side, two people are practicing fighting when Jin Shao comes there. One of them quickly comes toward him and bows in front of him. Jin Shao chuckles to see that as he pats the boy's head, asking him what he is doing. The young boy named Run Feng replies that Mr. Yun scolded him for being ill-mannered, so he learned to be respectful. Jin Shao wraps an arm around his shoulders and leads him away, saying that they should practice. Run Feng protests, saying that he has been practicing for the last 4 hours, but Jin Shao ignores him and picks up a weapon, urging Run to join him. Mu Hun is still in his study as he looks at the different books and is curious about their content. He picks one of them, wanting to take a look, as Jin Shao has already permitted him to read anything he wants. He looks at the long notices written in the books and figures that Jin Shao must have written these as a child. He smiles fondly, realizing how hard Jin Shao worked, and this was the reason he won against the Huns as a teenager. He comes out of his thoughts when he hears Zhu complaining about how the official wife should sleep with her husband for at least 18 days every month. He explains that Lady Song arranged 15 days for Mu Hun, while she gave 3 days to the other 2 concubines and kept 9 days for herself. Zhu says that before Mu Hun came here, Lady Song kept 20 days for herself, but Jin Shao was never home at that time and went around for wars all year. Zhu encourages Mu Hun to arrange 25 days for himself while giving 1 day to everyone else. Mu Hun doesn't want to do this since it will turn concubines against him, and since he is still scared after what happened on the wedding night, he thinks that this arrangement will be good for Jin Shao. He is still working on that when Jin Shao comes back, and without giving him much time to think, he drags Mu Hun out of the study so they can have dinner together. Zhu stares at their retreating backs, smiling to himself and thinking about how Jin Shao will not stick to the sleeping arrangement. After eating dinner, the royal couple goes to their room, and Jin Shao instantly goes to lie down, mentioning how he is very tired. Before he can fully lie down, Mu Hun pulls him back, saying that he shouldn't lie down immediately after eating dinner. Jin Shao says that he is tired, but Mu Hun ignores him and instead drags him to sit on the couch with him. Jin Shao obediently follows him, content to sit there if Mu Hun is with him. As they sit together, Jin Shao suddenly lies on Mu Hun's lap, demanding a massage. As soon as Mu Hun presses on his back, he jolts in pain. startling his husband. Mu-hun asks if he is hurt, but Jin Shao is still confused if he has a bruise on his back and pulls down his robe, asking Mu-hun to take a look. After looking at his back, Mu-hun informs him that he has a lot of bruises and stands up to bring the oil. He softly rubs the oil on Jin Shao's bruised back and asks if he practiced martial arts today. Jin Shao absent-mindedly hums in response, as he is more focused on how soft Han's skin it is and how beautiful his hands are. He grabs one of Mu-hun's hands and presses a gentle kiss on them. Mu-hun is flustered by his actions and quickly pulls his hands back, but Jin Shao turns around and comments on how he likes his hands. Mu-hun quickly changes the topic as he tells Jin Shao about Song's visits and how he decides to let her handle the accounts for a few more days. Jin Shao is not happy to hear this, as he knows Song doesn't want to hand over the power, and if it continues, Hun's position will be affected. He is irritated by Mu-hun's carelessness about it and says that it is his responsibility, but if he doesn't want to take care of it, he should hand it over to Duo. Jin Shao says that he will tell Song to hand over the account book and then stands up to go to bed. He is disheartened by the fact that there are already rumors about him in the city, and now Mu-hun is also testing his patience, which makes him wonder if no one in this world believes him. Mu-hun calls him, but Jin Shao ignores him and lies in bed. I don't think it should be legal for a prince to look this cute while sulking. Mu-hun approaches him and says that he can check the previous account book first, as he is afraid to mess things up if he takes over everything immediately. When Jin Shao doesn't say anything, Mu-hun tries to grab his arm, but is pushed away. He slowly sits down and calls Jin Shao by his name this time, asking if he is even listening to him. Jin Shao hides his face in the pillow, refusing to listen to him. Mu-hun repeats that he will take a look at the previous account books and will take over everything from the next month. Jin Shao finally looks up as he pulls Mu-hun to lie beside him and presses a kiss to his lips. Mu-hun should have just kissed him from start instead of explaining everything, as it would have made Shao more happy. Pulling back a little, he says that if Mu-hun doesn't tell him the truth next time, he will kiss him again as a punishment. Mu-hun looks away, blushing hard, which allures Jin Shao and pulls his face back, kissing him deeply this time. Jin Shao keeps kissing Mu-hun and requests that Mu-hun call him by his name. Mu-hun protests weakly, trembling and asking Jin Shao to stop. Prince Shao finally notices his condition and pulls back. He lies beside his husband, thinking about how Mu-hun is still afraid of him. Mu-hun is sad about the fact that he can't forget what happened on his wedding night, and his body is still resisting because of that. He comes out of his thoughts when Jin Shao pulls him closer to his chest. Mu-hun apologizes for pushing him, but Jin Shao just presses a soft kiss into his eyes, saying that it is fine. Prince Shao was forced to take a male partner and ignored him all his life. When everyone turns against him and decides to kill him, his husband is the only one standing by his side, willing to die for him. On the verge of death, Shao's only wish is to be reborn and pamper his husband. He doesn't expect that his prayers will be heard, and that he will get the chance that he so desperately wanted. Mu-hun is the first one to wake up the next morning and finds himself still wrapped in Jin Shao's arms. Slowly turning to the side, he looks at his husband's peaceful sleeping form and is about to poke his nose, but is startled by Jin Shao calling his name. The prince doesn't want to miss a chance to get closer to his husband, even in his sleep. He is embarrassed at getting caught like this and quickly says that it is time for them to get up. He doesn't get a chance to escape as Jin Shao pulls him closer, saying that they can sleep for a while longer since he is not busy today. Mu-hun still doesn't stay in bed for long, as he remembers that concubines are coming to meet Jin Shao, so he has to get ready before that. He slowly gets out of bed, reminding Jin Shao about his meeting with Lord Li. Han is already taking the responsibilities of a dutiful hubby. Jin Shao finally wakes up and is reminded of how, in his past life, he has fought many wars and never slept peacefully. In his new life, he is more attracted to warm and clean things, and his husband fulfills these requirements perfectly. Just then, a maid tells them that concubines are waiting for them outside. Jin Shao replies that they will be out soon, and he goes to get ready. After getting ready for the day, the couple goes outside, where 3 concubines of Jin Shao respectfully greet them. When the concubines arrive, Lady Liu stumbles on her steps and almost falls on Mu-hun. Just the sight of these ladies make me angry. Jin Shao quickly grabs her arm and pulls her away from Mu-hun. Liu apologizes for her mistake, saying that she is feeling dizzy. Jin Shao doesn't say anything in reply, as he remembers how she disappeared mysteriously when he was impeached in his last life. Since she was sent by the first prince, he is sure that she must have worked as a spy to collect evidence against him. Lady Song is also not a big fan of Liu, thinking that she intentionally seduced Jin Shao. Starting the conversation, Lady Song tries to talk about the event of last day, but Mu-han interrupts her, saying that he has handed the accounts over to Unique Duo. He explains that she will continue to handle the accounts, and next month she has to hand over all the account books to him. Lady Song tries to involve Shao, but he ignores her and turns toward Mu-han, saying how he will be busy for the next month. Song quickly says that she also thinks Mu-han will not be able to handle the account work. Mu-han is calm as he replies that he will handle all this, ignoring all the concubines. Shao leans closer to him, saying that they should go out somewhere for a few days since Mu-han is free this month. Song is furious to see them close like this, but doesn't say anything and walks away, saying that she respects their decision. Later, while having tea with other concubines, Song angrily slams her cup on the table, saying that men should stick to reading and work, but Mu-han wants to meddle in the accounts. Liu adds that he is being favored by Shao for now, but is not going to last for long. Lady Li also participates in the conversation and tells them how she heard about the couple not being intimate with each other, and they even mentioned divorce while arguing one day. Concubines seem happy to hear that, as Liu guesses that Shao might be waiting for the right time to divorce Mu-han. Lady Song says that if Mu-han takes over the accounts, it would be easy to find a chance to ruin their relationship. She seems determined, as she says that she is going to get the accounts done this month so Mu-han can easily start his work next month. Mu-han is sitting in his study, working on something, when Shao comes there and curiously asks what he is doing. Mu-han replies that he is preparing a gift for his father, whose birthday is coming up. Hearing about his father-in-law, Shao remembers something and tells Mu-han that he sent his father to the northwest to sell horses after refusing his salt business suggestion. Mu-han is confused to hear about selling a horse, and seeing his confusion, Shao says that he is going to thank him in the future for this. He then looks at the painting Mu-han is drawing and asks him not to make something so complex. He suggests that he will help him and then pick up the brush to start painting. He quickly does some strokes and then picks up the paper, showing Mu-han the turtle he painted. I am really impressed by the amazing drawing skills of our prince. Mu-han is confused by the strange drawing, so Shao quickly explains that the turtles are a symbol of a long life, and it will be a sign of his father's long life. Mu-han snorts at his husband's explanation and pokes his forehead with his paintbrush, saying that if he gives this to his father, they will make fun of it. Shao is happy to see Mu-han smile like this and suggests that they give this painting to Marchioness on her birthday instead of his father-in-law. Mu-han smiles at his suggestion, thinking to himself about how Shao is playful. Just then, a servant comes there and tells Shao that Lord Li is waiting for him at the Ju Xi'an restaurant. Hearing this, Mu-han tells his husband to not keep Lord Li waiting. Instead of leaving, Shao asks Mu-han to join him, saying that he wants to show him a place in the afternoon, and after that, they will go see the peach blossoms. Mu-han agrees to join him, and together they go to see Lord Li. When they reach there, Lord Li seems wary of Mu-han's presence, but Shao tells him not to worry about it as Mu-han is his guest. After they sit at a table, Shao says that he came here to tell him that the salt business has to stop. Lord Li is curious about the sudden decision and asks if something happened that forced him to make this decision. Shao replies that nothing happened, but he just wants to be more cautious about it. He then tells Lord Li to talk with Run Feng, as he already told him the plan. Lord Li quickly stands up, saying that he will talk to Run Feng, and then leaves from there. Once they are left alone, Mu-han asks Shao if something happened at the royal court. Shao replies that nothing happened at the royal court and asks Mu-han if he heard the rumors circulating around the city. Mu-han seems to know this, as he asks if Shao is talking about the rumor of him eliminating the disobedient children. Shao smiles warmly to hear that, relieved that Han is so smart and understands his situation well. Mu-han continues the conversation, saying that this situation can be rectified in two ways, by finding the symptoms and the root. Shao perks up to hear a possible solution and asks Mu-han to explain it further. Mu-han replies that the symptoms are the rumors and the root is the person who is spreading them around. He continues that the rumors will eventually come true if they are spread more, and maybe the emperor doesn't care about it now. But it can change in the future, so they need to reverse those rumors. Shao is impressed by Mu-han's intelligence and is thinking about whether his husband is also reborn because he is so predictable. He dismisses this thought quickly, instead settling on the fact that Mu-han is wise and insightful. Mu-han is flustered by the excited reaction from his husband and blushes when Shao says that he is happy that Mu-han is willing to help him. Mu-han shyly replies that he is his male partner, so it is a given that he will help him. Shao suddenly pulls him into a hug. feeling guilty about treating Mu-hun badly in his past life when he was so incredible, but he is determined to change that now. He tightens his hold on Mu-hun, promising to never let him down. After their conversation, they are both walking toward a cafe when some girls comment on how cute they look together. I think Yoi fangirls exist in every era. Mu-hun asks his husband what this place is, to which Shao replies that he is a regular customer of this place. Shao leads him inside. And after taking a look around, Mu-hun comments on how this place looks nice. They are still looking around when a woman comes outside and greets Shao, saying how it has been a long time since he came here. Shao greets the woman named Miss May and asks her for a bottle of green plum wine and 2 cups. Mu-hun is silently observing the situation and is confused by Shao, calling the woman a miss because she looks married. Shao doesn't fail to notice his tense demeanor and is wondering if he did something wrong. He is trained already to be a perfect husband as he is instantly thinking about his possible mistakes. Just then, May comes back outside and serves them their order. She turns toward Mu-hun, asking him if he has come here for the first time. Before he can answer, Shao pulls him closer and tells May that Mu-hun is his male partner, so he's off the limits. He then picks up the wine and starts walking away when May tells him to bring single men for her next time. Shao brings them to a garden next, and as they are taking a walk, Mu-hun asks him about May. Shao explains that she is an orphan and has always been dependent on her neighbor, who was also an orphan. The two brew and sell wine for a living, but eventually the man joined the army at the age of 16. The man saved all the money and promised to marry May when he returned from the war. That day never came, as the man lost his life during the war. But even then, May never married someone else and continued running the tavern on her own. When Shao finishes the story, they have reached their destination. Mu-hun is impressed by the beauty of this place, but he is still thinking about how May has lived a hard life and wishes that she could find a good man. Shao tells him that May's neighbor was a good man and helped him a lot when he first entered the barracks. He recalls how that man didn't know that he was a prince but still fed him roasted chickens and other food. Shao wraps an arm around Mu-hun's shoulder while telling the story. Mu-hun realizes that this is the reason Shao is helping May and mentions how he is very kind. Shao doesn't say anything in reply, thinking to himself that he wanted to repay that man, but he is hoping that Mu-hun has a better impression of him now. Shao leads Mu-hun toward the hut in front of them. Need to add this to the list of date ideas we got from these two. They sit at the benches, and as Shao pours the wine, Mu-hun takes a look around the place. He is curious about why this place is so empty and asks Shao about it, who replies that this is his brother's private, guarded garden. Mu-hun picks up his cup and says to Shao that he wants to tell him something about rumors, hoping that it will be safe to say here. Shao replies that he is listening. So Mu-hun continues that if he doesn't want to inherit the throne, the best way is to fight head-on. Shao seems confused, so Mu-hun explains that the person who is spreading those rumors must be jealous of his achievement. He suggests that they should find someone who Shao hates and spread rumors about that person. He explains that people like spreading the secrets of the royal family, and if they did this, the rumors about Shao would die naturally. Shao is amazed to hear this suggestion and thinks that Mu-hun must have figured that one of his brothers, or possibly the Empress, is spreading those rumors. He smiles as he leans closer to Mu-hun, saying that he is worse than him. Mu-hun is calm as he replies that an idea that works is not a bad idea. Before they can talk further, Mu-hun accidentally scrapes his finger against the wooden texture of the cup. Quickly putting the cup down, he looks at his bruised finger, but before he can do anything about it, Shao holds his hand and puts the finger in his mouth. Mu-hun is shocked at his actions and tries to say something. He doesn't get a chance to complete his sentence as Shao takes a look at his face and suddenly leans up to kiss him deeply on the lips. Shao wraps an arm around his waist as he continues to kiss him, and eventually Mu-hun gives in too. When Shao pulls back, Mu-hun is still startled and accidentally pushes him, causing him to fall to the ground. They are back at their house in the evening and are reading together in the study. Their reading session is interrupted when a maid informs them that the bath is ready. Shao is the first one to stand up and pull Mu-hun closer to him, reminding him that his backside is still in pain because Mu-hun pushed him earlier. Mu-hun murmurs that he already apologizes, but Shao ignores that and starts pulling his husband with him, saying that he needs to help him bathe. They reach the hot tub soon, and Mu-hun just stands there idly, not knowing what to do. He is suspicious of how Shao can't take a bath just because he is hurt. Jing Shao seems happy with the situation as he takes off his clothes and steps into the bathtub, saying that they can bathe together. When Mu Han just stands there, Jing Shao asks him to join, or else he will have to help him apply the medicine. Mu Han is flustered to hear this but finds it better to apply the medicine to Jing Shao's backsides, since that way he can keep his clothes on. He replies to Jing Shao that he will help him with the medicine and quickly leaves the room, while Prince Shao is just enjoying his husband's cuteness. The first plan of the prince has failed. Let's see how he compensates for that. Mu Han couldn't escape for a long time because as soon as Jing Shao finished his bath, he came out with only a towel wrapped around his waist and a bottle of medicine in his hand. He passes the bottle to Mu Han, saying that it is time for medicine, and then lies on the bed with his face buried in the pillow. The situation flusters Mu Han, but he reluctantly goes to apply the medicine to his husband. He slowly moves his hands and can't stop his thoughts from drifting toward Jing Shao's amazing figure. He is embarrassed by his own thoughts when he realizes what he is focusing on. Jing Shao was planning to punish Mu Han, but the situation seems to be reversed, as he is having a hard time with Mu Han's soft touch on his back. Mu Han soon finishes his task, but Jing Shao stays there with his face buried in the pillow. He doesn't know how to control himself when Mu Han still hasn't forgotten the fears of their wedding night. Mu Han is confused by why he is not moving and asks him if he is all right. Jing Shao still doesn't lift his head and just says that he is going to sleep like this today. The next day, Mu Han is studying when Zhu brings him the accounts books. She was worried about how Mu Han will handle the work since these are accounts from the past 3 years and suggests that he let the account check them instead. Mu Han replies that these account books hold everyone's living expenses, and it is easy to see how a family is developing from these books. Zhu seems to understand what he said and tells Mu Han that he heard about Lady Song doing an inventory of the warehouse yesterday. Mu Han is surprised to hear this and is sure that there must be some inconsistency with the accounts if Song did the inventory. Mu Han thanks Zhu for the information, and after thanking him in reply, Zhu says that Mu Han was not given money for March, so he couldn't even collect it from the steward yesterday. He continues that it is good that Mu Han and Prince Shao live in the East Courtyard together, and all the expenses are paid by the prince. Zhu's words make Mu Han realize that he doesn't have any money with him. It would be a hassle if there was an emergency situation. Just then, Jing Shao enters the room, and Mu Han quickly stands up to welcome him. Mu Han is surprised by his presence and asks him why he came back so soon since he was visiting the second prince. Jing Shao just stares at him for a moment and then starts dragging him away with his hand. Mu Han tries to call him, but Jing Shao ignores him, making the servants wonder if Mu Han did something wrong. They both sit on the back of a horse as Jing Shao focuses on the road ahead, with Mu Han clinging to him. Jing Shao is thinking about how this reminds him of the day they escaped together in his last life, and he almost forgets his oath during these happy days. Mu Han notices how Jing Shao doesn't look fine and presses his face against his husband's shoulder. Han is trying his best to comfort his husband, even though he's not a fan of touching. His actions show Prince Shao how lucky he is to have him by his side, and he holds both of his hands, pulling them tight around himself. They reach the hall where Run Feng is practicing with some other recruits. Run Feng is surprised to see them there, and his confusion increases when Jing Shao jumps off the horse. Without giving him time to understand the situation, Jing Shao grabs a dagger and attacks him, but luckily Run Feng manages to stop it with his own dagger. Jing Shao continues to swing his dagger, making Run Feng fall to the ground. Seeing the situation, Mu Han tells Run Feng to leave, saying that he will stay here. Jing Shao continues to swing his dagger, practicing his moves, not focusing on the sky that is slowly getting dark or the rain that has suddenly started to pour. Mu Han watches him silently and gently reminds Jing Shao that it is getting dark. When Jing Shao ignores his statement, he picks up a knife and throws it toward Prince Shao. The knife stabs into the ground as Mu Han almost shouts at Jing Shao, asking him to stop. Jing Shao continues to swing around his dagger and stops when it breaks after he is stabbed into a wooden block. Mu Han is disheartened to see his husband like this, and he slowly approaches him as he wraps a handkerchief around Jing Shao's bleeding hand. Jing Shao is finally exhausted as he flops down on the ground, but Mu Han quickly holds him, stopping him from falling down. Mu Han is worried about Jing Shao and softly asks him what happened. Jing Shao slowly leans his head on Mu Han's shoulder and tells him that the second prince revealed that his mother didn't die a natural death. Instead, she was murdered. Mu Han is shocked to hear this and wraps his arms around Prince Shao, assuring him that he is here for him. As the night falls, the couple is back in their home, and Mu Han presents soup to his husband, mentioning how he made it since Jing Shao has been drenched in rain. He asks Jin Shao to give him his hand, and he bandages it while Jin Shao drinks the soup, thinking about how his husband is very caring. Mu-hun sniffles while bandaging Jin Shao's hand, and Prince Shao quickly offers him soup, saying he needs to drink some too. Jin Shao then dries his hair with a towel, thinking about how he almost forgot that Mu-hun's body is weak since he fell into the icy water in his childhood. He looks at Mu-hun's face, realizing how he must be freezing, which makes him think that he doesn't want to worry him more. Mu-hun figures that Jin Shao is worried about him and assures him that he is fine, as he used to kneel in the rain for 3 hours but never got sick. Han seems to have a difficult childhood. I hope that the prince chases all of his worries away. Jin Shao is shocked to hear this and asks why he did that, but Mu-hun quickly changes the topic, telling him to lie down and rest. Mu-hun is wondering if he should tell Jin Shao about it, and when Shao asks him again, he decides to share it with him. Mu-hun tells him that his nanny's son was caught stealing stuff, and the Marchionists wanted to ban them from entering the manor. Since he was raised by his nanny, he protested against punishing them, but in return, the Marchionists punished him with them. After he finishes his story, Jin Shao tells him how he used to kneel in front of the study for a whole day. Mu-hun is surprised by the fact that Prince Shao is the son of the former empress, but he still used to get punished like this. Jin Shao explains that at the time he insisted that he wanted to join the barracks, so his father said if he managed to kneel for 12 hours, he would agree to his request. After his mother, the former empress, died, he and his brother led a hard life, unlike other princes. Mu-hun softly caresses his hair as Jin Shao continues that he wanted to seize military power at that time so he could take revenge against those who bullied him. Jin Shao turns toward Mu-hun and wraps an arm around his waist. He shares with his husband how, when he was a child, his mother would make clothes and pastries for him and never let him suffer. Losing your mother is one of the worst things in the world. Our prince also had to suffer a lot in his childhood. Mu-hun understands how losing his mother would have been difficult for Jin Shao, but he is still strong, and seeing him cry like this is heartbreaking. He presses a kiss on Jin Shao's forehead, assuring him that he is not alone anymore, and keeps patting him softly as they both slowly drift to sleep. That night, Jin Shao dreams about his past, when his mother used to call him Little Dragon. He sees his mother telling him that he is going to have a sibling soon, but she will not love him any less. He vividly remembers maids yelling about how the empress was bleeding heavily during labor. Seeing the scenes from his past, he is extremely restless, but it goes away when he sees Mu-hun in his dreams, telling him not to be afraid as it was all in the past. He is shocked to see Mu-hun there and slowly raises his hand, overlapping his fingers with his husband's. He finally wakes up and is relieved to see Mu-hun sleeping peacefully next to him. Prince Shao sits in bed as he remembers how Mu-hun kissed him yesterday before they fell asleep. Deciding to return the kiss, he slowly leans down and gives his husband a sweet kiss. Mu-hun wakes up in the process and is surprised to receive a sudden morning kiss from Jin Shao. Prince Shao is not happy when Mu-hun calls him his highness and reminds him to call him by his name. Mu-hun doesn't want to call his name as he finds it weird, and asks Jin Shao if he has any nicknames. Mention of pet names reminds Jin Shao about his mother, and he tells Mu-hun that she used to call him Little Dragon. Mu-hun murmurs that Little Dragonfly sounds cute, and ignoring Jin Shao's attempt to correct him, he announces that he is going to call him Little Dragonfly. He gets up after patting Jin Shao's hair, thinking that it may look silly, but is their thing. Later that day, Unique Duo comes to meet Jin Shao and tells him that he found the truth about Mu-hun falling in the water. Jin Shao is already angry at the mention of it, and he asks Duo who was the culprit behind that incident. Unique Duo explains that Mu-hun and his brother Mu-lin receive a mantle each from their grandmother. Mu-lin found Mu-hun's mantle more beautiful and tried to snatch it from him. He pushed Mu-hun into the pond in the process and ran away with the mantle. It was Mu-hun's nanny who found him in the pool and saved him from drowning. After listening to the truth about the incident, Jin Shao slams his hand angrily on the table, cursing Mu-lin. Unique Duo further explains that the Marchionist expelled everyone who knew about the incident as she wanted to cover Mu-lin's crime. Jin Shao tells Duo that he has to complete 2 tasks. The first is to investigate Mu-lin, and the second is to spread the rumor that the 4th prince, Jin Yu, loves to eat raw meat. Unique Duo is confused by the second task. So Jin Shao says that Jin Yu likes to eat raw fish, so they will just change one word and tell Duo to get it done. Unique Duo leaves to follow through with the task while Jin Shao talks to himself about how his brothers spread the rumors about him killing 100,000 war prisoners, and he is looking forward to how rumors will spread about another prince. Since then, Jin Shao has spent a lot of time at home with Mu Hun. During this time, Mu Hun reviewed the 3 years of accounts books, and the couple enjoyed a wonderful time together. One of these days, they are hanging out in the courtyard as Mu Hun reads his book and Jin Shao is practicing sword fighting. Just then, Lan Ting comes there and tells Mu Hun that his nanny's son broke his leg yesterday and can't afford to get treatment. She explains that the boy can't work now and their landlord is kicking them out, so she wants to borrow some money from Mu Hun. After hearing about his nanny's son, Mu Hun is worried, but since he has no money with him, he just tells Ting that he will take care of the situation. After she leaves, Jin Shao approaches him and asks him what happened. Mu Hun doesn't say anything in reply and just stares at the ground sadly. Jin Shao softly cups his face, forces him to look up, and encourages him to share what happened. Instead of telling him the whole story, Mu Hun asks if he can borrow 100 taels of money from him. Hearing this, Jin Shao realizes that he must have some urgent matters and asks him to follow him. He brings them inside the study and gives a wooden box to Mu Hun. He says that these are 5,000 taels, and Mu Hun can tell him if he needs more. Mu Hun murmurs that he will repay him soon, but it seems to annoy Jin Shao as he holds Mu Hun's chin in his hand, asking him to repeat what he said. Mu Hun remembers how Jin Shao doesn't like him being too polite, so he holds his hand and adds that he doesn't have any money, so it will be decades before he can pay him back fully. Hun is learning slowly, and it is the best thing to see him getting playful with Shao. Jin Shao smiles brightly to hear that and leans closer to Mu Hun, saying that he is his responsibility. Prince Shao softly rubs their noses together and leaves from there to go back to training. Mu Hun is also happy to receive the money and is thinking about how he can help the nanny with 100 taels. Not wanting to waste the rest of the money, he is already thinking of starting some business that will help him in the future. Later that night, Mu Hun is leaning against his husband as they both are immersed in reading. He suddenly remembers that according to the sleep arrangement, it is Lady Song's turn to sleep with Jin Shao. He knows that they will lose control soon if they keep sleeping together. Softly clearing his throat, he says to Jin Shao that he should sleep with Lady Song today. Jin Shao asks if it is a sleeping arrangement, to which Mu Hun replies that he is staying here for a long time and should spend time with his other concubines. Jin Shao says that he is very tired today and gets up to get ready for the night. Mu Hun doesn't insist anymore, thinking that Jin Shao must be tired from training, and that it doesn't matter if they stay together for one more night. Soon after that, Mu Hun finds Prince Shao lying in bed with his eyes closed. He is wondering if Jin Shao is already asleep and raises his hand to check it, but is startled when Jin Shao suddenly grabs his wrist and yanks him to the bed. Jin Shao leans over Mu Hun as he takes off his robe and starts prepping kisses on Mu Hun's neck. With his husband's permission, Jin Shao wanders a little lower, and even though he tries, Mu Hun can't bear the closeness. Jin Shao respects his decision, and after placing a kiss on his forehead, he lies beside Mu Hun, pulling him closer to his chest. The prince is giving us the lesson about how the consent is not only important, it should be a must. Even the other person is your spouse, and you have every right to touch them. Mu Hun is relieved at that, as he is scared of the situation, and he slowly closes his eyes, feeling peaceful in his husband's embrace. The next morning, when Mu Hun wakes up, he's surprised to see that Jin Shao is still embracing him. He slowly sits up, holding Jin Shao's hand, but doesn't get a chance to leave as Jin Shao hugs him, requesting that they sleep a little longer. The prince is like all the working adults who just want 5 more minutes of sleep. Mu Hun gently pats him on the back and reminds him that he needs to see Commander Run today. Jin Shao still doesn't open his eyes and murmurs that the meeting will be later. Mu Hun finally gives up as he pulls his husband closer, saying that he can sleep for 2 more minutes. They finally get up after a while and are getting ready for the day when Mu Hun asks how Run became a commander, as his accent gives it away that he is not a local. Jin Shao replies that Run's family faced misfortune and helped him during that time. Mu Hun further asks if Run pledged loyalty to him after that. Jin Shao replies that he is right and currently Run is recruiting, so he will take him to see those martial arts masters sometime. Jin Shao remembers that the war with neighboring countries will start next year, and he wants to be fully prepared for that. He comes out his thoughts as he looks at Mu Hun standing there, looking confused. He hugs his husband gently and says that he can go out for a walk if he is bored, suggesting that he go to Hue restaurant on the main street. Mu Hun accepts his suggestion, and later in the day, he goes to visit that restaurant with Zhu. He is calmly sipping at the tea when Zhu leans closer to him and points at a man standing behind a counter, saying that he owns this restaurant. Zhu tells him that the man is the male partner of Vice Minister of Revenue, Xiyao Yuan, and his name is Zhou Jin. Mu Hun is happy to hear this, as he realizes that it means he can also open a few shops. He wants to talk to Zhou but doesn't approach him, as he doesn't know if Jin Shao has good relations with Yao and decides to find out about that first. He comes out of his thoughts as he hears some people gossiping about the fourth prince's habit of eating raw meat. They discuss how they heard him eating human flesh, especially babies, and how he likes human hearts for dessert. Muhan is surprised at how rumors can be so absurd and is thinking about how the royal court is going to have a crazy day. Meanwhile, in the royal court, all the princes are standing in front of the emperor. Jin Shao stands there thinking about how whenever he is standing in the royal court, it reminds him of the time when these people accused him in his past life. He remembers different people saying how he illegally resolved salt, killed 100,000 prisoners, and caused panic among people. Looking at the vice minister of revenue, Yao, Jin Shao remembers how he was the one person beside his brother who stood up for him. And it is sad that his talent is ignored by the king. He is thinking about winning over Yao and doesn't hear when the emperor calls him to ask his opinion on the rumors. The second prince elbows him in the side, and he finally comes out of his thoughts and replies that he doesn't believe that the rumors are true. The emperor then asks the second prince, Jin Chun, who replies that the rumors are spread due to some weakness and they should clarify them as soon as possible so the reputation of the fourth prince is not stained. Hearing the answers from both brothers, the emperor figures that they didn't discuss this matter among themselves since they have opposite opinions. The fourth prince bows in front of the king as he explains that he received some fresh sashimi as a gift and doesn't expect this kind of rumor to spread about him. The emperor replies that people judge every move of the royal family. The first prince, Jin Rong, turns toward his brother and jokes about how he is jealous as he has never tried fresh sashimi. Ignoring his brother, the fourth prince, Jin Yu clarifies that he just had sashimi twice and had no idea that the situation would be like this. After thinking about it for a moment, the emperor says that the fourth prince will be grounded for a month as a punishment, and then dismisses the court. He then leaves from there as everyone respectfully bows in front of him. After the session, Jin Shao and Jin Chun walk out of the court together. Jin Chun was surprised at the fact that the rumors made the emperor disgusted toward Jin Yu. He walks away without saying anything to Jin Shao, who is thinking about how his brother is more suitable for the throne, as he already expected this kind of result when they discussed this matter. He is standing there when unique duo comes there and asks if they are returning to Arden Hall. Jin Shao tells him to head to Huey restaurant instead of the manor. Jin Shao reaches the Huey restaurant and finds Lord Yao feeding his male partner. This couple is so adorable. He greets the couple, who seems surprised to see him there, but he ignores it and casually sits beside Yao, commenting on how the food smells delicious. Zhou Jin thanks him for the compliments and leaves to bring him some more dishes. Once they are left alone, Jin Shao says to Yao that he's a very lucky person. Yao doesn't seem to be happy with his presence and coldly asks him what he wants. Jin Shao says that he heard about Yao's good relationship with his husband and wants to know what their secret is. Yao chuckles to hear that, saying that Jin Shao came to the right person, and then explains that the first thing he needs to do is be respectful and kind toward his husband. When Zhou comes back, he is happy to see his husband chatting pleasantly with the prince. Yao stands beside his partner as Jin Shao requests that he ask Zhou to take Mu Han out for a walk, as he is worried about his husband being bored. Yao replies that he will do that and tells Jin Shao to remember the tips he gave him. Jin Shao bids them goodbye, telling them to wish him luck. When they are left alone, Zhou softly cups Yao's face and asks what he said to Jin Shao, slightly blushing at the question. Yao quickly changes the topic, instead asking if he knows Prince Shao since he asked him to accompany his husband. Zhou pulls him closer and says that he will tell him if Yao kisses him. Yao replies that if Zhou doesn't tell him, he will force him to wear a pink dress for work tomorrow. I think Han is the one who needs to be trained by Yao. Zhou says that he is the owner of Huey restaurant, and it will be embarrassing. Yao murmurs that it is a punishment and is startled when Zhou suddenly picks him up. He hits his husband on the back, asking him to let him go, but Zhou ignores his protests and takes him into the bedroom. Meanwhile, Jin Shao has returned to his manor, and standing outside the study wall, he is wondering if the tricks Yao taught him will work. He opens the door happily, but it vanishes immediately when he hears Lady Song saying to Mu Han that it is a rule that he can't break. Mu Han replies to her that he just needs a room in the side courtyard, and the expense can be charged under his name. Lady Song is angry as she replies that he didn't receive any money this month, so how can he pay for that? Jin Shao finally decides to interfere, as he quickly joins Mu Han and scolds Lady Song for her bad attitude. Lady Song says to him that it is her duty to look after Manor's safety. Jing Shao sharply tells her to stay quiet and turns toward Mu Hun, asking him what happened. Mu Hun tells him that he wants to invite his nanny and her son to live in the manor for a while until her son's leg injury is healed. Lady Song interrupts the conversation as she says they don't allow strangers in the manor, and if Mu Hun breaks the rule, everyone will take advantage of it. She is sure that Jing Shao will favor her this time, as it is considered taboo to let strangers live in royal manors. She continues that it is her responsibility to look after the manor, and what will she do if something happens after they move in? Mu Hun is silently listening to her, but Jing Shao is not that calm and slaps Song when she tries to say something else. He angrily tells Lady Song to hand over all her responsibilities to Hun today. She doesn't give in easily and asks him what she did wrong. She continues that Jing Shao was supposed to sleep in her room for 9 days, but he didn't follow the arrangement, which means that Mu Hun can't manage this family. Jing Shao asks her if she is done, and when she stays silent, he tells her that she has been grounded for a month. He doesn't give her time to reply as he tells guards to take her away, saying that Song is not allowed to step a foot out of her manor without his permission. Lady Song calls Jing Shao as the guards drag her away, but he ignores her, just murmuring how he is having a headache because of her. Does anyone else feel inner peace seeing Song being dragged away like this? Mu Hun apologizes to him, saying that he should have been more careful. Jing Shao comes near him, wraps an arm around Mu Hun's waist, and says that he can do whatever he wants as he is in charge of the manor's affairs. He says that Song is just frustrated because he didn't go to see her this month. Mu Hun is still reluctant and says that he can let the nanny live in another place. Jing Shao quickly says that they can live here, and if Mu Hun wants them to live here, he should just give notice to his father, saying that Jing Shao gave him permission for that. Mu Hun is happy to get support from his husband, and he leans closer to his chest as he thanks his little dragonfly. He is ecstatic that Jing Shao supports him, as it is important to his status and management in the manor. Jing Shao brushes a hair from his face, saying that he doesn't need to thank him, but if he still wants to do this, he should kiss him. Mu Hun pushes him away, stating that he just said he didn't need a thank you and walks away while Jing Shao just stares at his husband in admiration. Later, Jing Shao goes to visit the Ministry of War, where Lady Song's father and Vice Minister of War, Lord Song, welcome him. Jing Shao tells him not to worry about him, as he just came here to take a look. Prince Shao goes inside, where he picks up a small memorial and starts reading it, as he still has to deal with official duties even though the king has taken back his military power. After reading the memorial, he says that there is a barbarian invasion in the southwest, so they requested troops to surprise them. Lord Song, who is standing beside him, says that this is the latest memorial, and from his point of view, these barbarians are just rogues and the local government is incompetent. Lord Song suggests that it is a good opportunity to contribute if Jing Shao offers to clear the siege. Jing Shao recalls how, in his past life, he left Hun for the mission because Lord Song persuaded him to do so. He knows that Lord Song did that as an insult to Mu Hun and to preserve Song's management position. Jing Shao told Lord Song that there wouldn't be an easy military feat in this world, remembering how he almost died in this mission that took 3 years, and even then he got scolded by his father, but he would not repeat the same mistake. Jing Shao asks Lord Song if he has something else to discuss, to which the old man replies that he heard about Lady Song making a mistake yesterday, but he hopes Shao doesn't blame her since she's just spoiled. Jing Shao angrily slams the memorial on the table, saying that it is not appropriate to discuss his family matter here. He is surprised at how quickly Lady Song has sent a message to her father. Lord Song apologizes for his boldness, but Jing Shao just ignores him, thinking about how the father and daughter conspire all this together. His thoughts are diverted toward the barbarian mission, and he wants the other princes to handle it as he wants to stay at home with Mu Hun. That night, he comes back home holding a wine and excitedly calls Mu Hun, but gets no reply. He asks Ji Shi about Mu Hun, and she tells him that he is in the study as Lan Ting has sent him there. Just then, Mu Hun comes there and calls Jing Shao his highness. Jing Shao instantly approaches him and leans closer to him, asking him to repeat what he said. Mu Hun is embarrassed as the maid is still here, but Ji Shi quickly takes her leave. After she leaves, Mu Hun sits around the table, and Jing Shao stands behind him, keeping both hands on his shoulder. He asks Mu Hun what he is doing and joins him at the table. Mu Hun replies that he has a lot of things to arrange as he just took over the family matters. Mu Hun then says that Jing Shao should see other concubines today, and if he stays here all the time, there will be several complaints. Jing Shao doesn't reply. Instead, he slams his cups on the table and suddenly picks up Mu Hun. He lays his husband on the bed and then lies on top of him, placing his head on his chest. He closes his eyes and murmurs, saying that he is drunk. Mu Hun is aware that Jing Shao is trying to fool him, but he lets it go and says that if they are going to bed, they need to take off their clothes. Jing Shao perks up to hear this as he quickly leans back and says that he will help Mu Hun remove his clothes. Mu Hun murmurs that he can do it himself, and Jing Shao accepts his request, but he keeps staring at Mu Hun as he unties his robe. After taking off his robe, Mu Hun passes it to Jing Shao and quickly dives under the covers. Jing Shao smiles at his cuteness but soon joins him after removing his robe. He wraps his arms around Mu Hun, who is flustered, as he keeps staring at his husband. Jing Shao pulls him closer and presses a gentle kiss on his forehead, recalling how Xiao told him to start from the forehead. Following the instructions, he kisses Mu Hun on the nose next and then moves to his lips, surprised when the other doesn't resist him. Mu Hun is surprised at how Jing Shao is being gentle with him and doesn't have the heart to ignore him anymore, so he decides to indulge in the act a little more. Despite his willingness, he jerks away as soon as Jing Shao grabs his waist a little hard as he gets a flashback of their wedding night. He sits up, and Jing Shao follows him. Guilty that he ruined it again by being anxious, he lies back down, facing away from Mu Hun, angry at himself for messing things up. Mu Hun is worried about his actions and raises his hand a little to touch his husband. He can't bring himself to do that and instead lies on his side, worried that he must have disappointed Jing Shao. This is why communication is very necessary in a relationship. The next morning, Jing Shao wakes up first and looking at the dark circles under Mu Hun's eyes. He figures that his husband had a restless sleep last night. Deciding to let him sleep a little longer, he presses a kiss on Mu Hun's cheek and then leaves the bed. After getting ready, he goes out to the courtyard, where his older brother Jin Chun is waiting for him. He is surprised to see his brother there and asks him why he is here since they are supposed to meet later at the royal court. Jin Chun replies that he has to discuss something with him and asks if he saw the memorial to the barbarian invasion. Jin Shao replies that he saw the memorial and didn't approve it. He is shocked when his brother tells him that the Lord has presented the memorial in the royal court and suggests that Jin Shao should lead the troops on this mission. Jin Shao is furious to hear that, as his brother adds that he thinks the memorial is already on the emperor's table. Jin Shao suddenly looks excited as he tells his brother that he will make their father think that he planned this with Lord Song on purpose. In this case, his father will not assign the mission to him because he hates the officials for scheming something. Jin Chun agrees with his plan and tells him to reveal his thoughts on competing for merit in front of the Ministry of War, and he will pass the news on to the first and fourth princes. Jing Shao says that it is great, as he is thinking about who will get the mission since other princes will surely compete for it after they get the news. Later, he goes to meet Xiao and happily tells him how the tricks he taught him have worked. Xiao laughs happily as he says that he knew this would work. Zhou spots them laughing and chatting together and is curious about what they are talking about. Judging by Zhou's dress, he is not in any position to ask more questions from his husband. He decides not to ask anything as he is already wearing a pink dress, which is very embarrassing. He is also aware of his situation. Jing Shao says to Xiao that they should go out for a drink, but before they can leave, Run Feng comes there. He says that he has something to report and tells Jin Shao that there is a famous recruit among the art masters he has recruited, and Prince might want to see him. Meanwhile, Mu Hun is working on his studies, but his thoughts keep drifting toward his husband, who was already gone when he woke up and didn't come back for lunch. He comes out of his thoughts when Zhu comes there and tells him that his nanny has moved into the palace with her son, and she is waiting for him outside. Mu Hun tells Zhu to bring the guests inside. When they come inside, the nanny bows respectfully to him, thanking him for letting them stay there. Mu Hun quickly holds her arms as he tells her to stand up. He is surprised when Nanny suddenly asks him if he didn't sleep well last night. She is worried that Prince Shao might be torturing him, but Mu Hun quickly clarifies that this is not the case. He says that it is his fault and shares how he always resists when Jin Shao tries to get closer to him, which disappoints the prince. After hearing this, Nanny says that Prince Shao is a young man, and even if he likes Mu Hun, he can't bear getting rejected repeatedly. She says that there are a lot of people who want to get closer to Jin Shao, and if Mu Hun keeps resisting him, he will fall for someone else sooner or later. I respect Han's nanny, but she is making him more anxious without fully understanding the dynamics of their relationship. Mu Hun is worried about hearing this and keeps thinking about whether Jin Shao is going to find someone else. He's having dinner in his room when Jin Shao comes there and greets him with a kiss. Mu Hun is surprised and asks what it is for. But Jin Shao instead asks what he is thinking about. Without waiting for his reply, Jin Shao asks him if he wants to learn hidden weapons. Jin Shao explains that there is a martial arts master who is good at using hidden weapons called ghost knives, and he came today to find some recruits. Mu-Han takes a sip of his soup, thinking about how it tastes weird, and asks Jin Shao if he can even learn hidden weapons since they are taught at a young age. Jin Shao wraps an arm around his shoulder, saying that he will ask the master to teach him some simple hidden weapons that he can use for self-defense. Mu-Han suddenly clutches his chest as his face becomes extremely red, and before Jin Shao can understand what is happening, Han closes his eyes. Mu-Han is feeling dizzy as he sits on a stool and is confused about what is happening. Jin Shao quickly pulls him into a hug as he shouts at Unique Duo to call the doctor and assures Mu-Han that it will be fine. Jin Shao is shocked when Mu-Han murmurs that it is filter. Unique Duo enters the room and Jin Shao tells him to immediately check the food as he carefully picks up Mu-Han and lies him carefully on the bed. Mu-Han says that he is fine and requests that Jin Shao step out for a moment. Jin Shao softly says that he can help him, but Mu-Han is still worried about what he will do. He closes his eyes as Jin Shao leans closer to him, and seeing his scared face, Prince Shao assures him that he will not do anything against his will. Even though he's still feeling sick, Mu-Han is thinking about how Jin Shao went through a lot because of him, and he doesn't want his husband to like anyone else. He decides to gather some courage and takes a full look at his husband, noticing how he has beautiful eyes. He finally lets go of his worries and permits his husband to touch him. After that, Jin Shao presses a soft kiss on his forehead, wondering if Mu-Han is feeling better now. Jin Shao slowly gets up, but before he can leave, Mu-Han grabs his arm, stopping him from moving away. Jin Shao says that he is just going to the bathroom, but Mu-Han requests that he not go, and this time he takes the initiative. You're free to use your imagination. 1 hour later, they are lying in bed together, and Jin Shao sits up after some moments. He tells Mu-Han to rest while he investigates the matter, but Mu-Han refuses, saying that he will come with him because this is his responsibility. They are in the study together, where all the maids and concubines are bowing respectfully in front of them. Unique Duo tells them that it is Lady Li's turn according to the sleeping arrangement. He says that the only people who can get any contact with the soup are the maids from the East Courtyard, and they are all present here. Mu-Han is considering how they cannot underestimate the maids' problems. Jin Shao is shocked by how far these concubines can go to achieve their goals, because if he were with Lady Li in her room, he would be the one to drink that soup instead of Han. Mu-Han is the first one to speak, as he asks what the punishment is according to the rules of the palace. One of the maids replies that the concubines who use drugs should be beaten to death. Lady Li desperately says that she didn't do it, but Jin Shao ignores her and asks the guards to take her away. Mu-Han stops him from doing that and turns toward Lady Li, asking her if she must have good relations with the maids since she has been in the manor for a long time, so she certainly has something to do with it. Lady Li bows deeply and apologizes, saying that it was Lady Song's idea and she shouldn't have listened to her. Jin Shao's anger rises, and he smashes his glass on the floor, ordering the maids to bring Lady Song there instantly. The maid quickly leaves, while Mu-Han says to Lady Li that even if it was Song who suggested that, she is the one who drugged him. He is determined to take this matter seriously because he might get poisoned next time, and he wants to keep the palace safe. He says that if Lady Li confessed everything, they might reduce her punishment. Lady Li tries to say something but fails to do so, ignoring her. Mu-Han instead turns toward Jin Shao and asks about his opinion, to which Jin Shao replies that he can do whatever he wants. Lady Li finally speaks as she reveals that Meng Shi helped her. Meng Shi quickly defends herself, saying that it is not her and that Ji Shi is the one responsible for preparing the food. Ji Shi is calm as she says that she went to invite the princes after the meal was ready, and Meng Shi was the one taking care of the meal. Hearing this, Meng Shi quickly apologizes, but Mu-Han is angry at her, as he already knows about her being an informant to other concubines. Mu-Han picks up his cup to sip on the tea as he tells the guards to take Meng Shi away and beat her to death. Meng Shi continues to beg for mercy as they drag her away, saying that she will not do it again, but Mu-Han ignores her. Lady Song is entering the hall when she sees Meng Shi being dragged away and starts to get nervous. Inside the hall, Jin Shao stares at his husband, thinking about how Mu-Han is so decisive. Contrary to that, Mu-Han is worried that Jin Shao might think that he is cold-blooded, but when he sees Prince Shao staring at him with adoration, he realizes that he is overthinking because his husband understands him. After putting his cup on the table, Mu-Han stands up and says to the maid that they should abide by their duties and not abuse the kindness shown to them. He then orders them to watch Meng Shi's punishment, saying that if any more problems arise, it will be their turn to receive the punishment. He then tells Unique Duo to send Lady Li to a nunnery tomorrow. Lady Song is watching the process silently and is sure that she won't be punished because they don't have any proof against her. Mu-hun is also thinking about what to do with her. Jin Shao wants her to get punished since she and her father caused him so much trouble. Mu-hun finally speaks as he says that she sent news to the outside without his permission, and he will report this to the emperor so she can be demoted from her position. Lady Song, who was hoping to go unpunished, is shocked to hear Mu-hun's words. Lady Song kneels in front of Jin Shao, saying that she had no part in all this. Jin Shao is surprised at how vicious these women are and knows that he wants to stay away from them if he wants to avoid the same fate again. All this made him realize that Mu-hun is the most incredible person in the world. He holds Mu-hun's hand in his own and tells Unique Duo to take these ladies to observe the punishment. He then leaves Mu-hun away from there as all the servants bow respectfully to him. After the incidents of that day, Mu-hun established a strong position in the manor, and over the next few months, he started fully managing the manor. The manor that tortured Jin Shao in his previous life finally became a home where he could sleep in peace. The emperor has called all the princes in the manor one morning as he asks their opinion on the barbarian invasion. Lord Song is the first to speak, as he tells the emperor that the terrain in the southwest is complex and people are also ignorant in that area. He says that in this situation, his suggestion is to send a prince to lead the army to suppress the rebellion, which can also please the locals there. The emperor is satisfied with the suggestions and asks his children who would like to lead the mission. The first prince comes forward, immediately saying that he would like to go. The emperor asks Jin Shao why he doesn't want to go, confused about his decision as he mentioned that it is a good opportunity to make merit. Jin Shao steps forward and tells the emperor that a fortune teller said that he should not go on any mission in these 3 months. He adds that he can't risk his life for the sake of military exploits. The emperor is furious as he stands up in anger and tells Jin Shao to copy the art of war 10 times as a punishment. Jin Shao accepts the punishment and bows in front of the emperors as the other whispers how he is superstitious. The emperor announces that the first prince, Jin Rong, will lead the troops in the mission against barbarians, and he will leave in 3 days. Mu-hun is reading in the east courtyard when Jin Shao comes there. Returning from the royal court, Jin Shao sighs heavily as he instantly lies on Mu-hun's lap. Seeing this, Mu-hun asks him what is wrong, and Jin Shao tells him that he got punished by his father and will not be able to go to the royal court for a while. He leans back suddenly and suggests that they should go to a villa in the suburbs, saying that there are hot springs there. Mu-hun is wondering if his husband is punished or on vacation. Honestly, I am wondering the same thing, like whether a man is ready to go on his honeymoon. Mu-hun softly taps Jin Shao with the roll of paper he is holding and says that he can't go on a vacation, since there is a lot of work for him to handle here. He then asks Jin Shao what will happen if they go on vacation, and the emperor finds out about that. Jin Shao looks sad as he replies that the emperor asked him to copy the art of war 10 times, which is so boring as it will almost take a month. Mu-hun changed the topic, saying that he wanted to discuss something else and saying that one person stood out from the list of people who were involved in the drumming incident. He shows the list to Jin Shao, who is surprised to see Lady Li Yu's name on it. Jin Shao tells Mu-hun that she is a gift from the first prince, and since he is going on a mission, they cannot deal with her right now. Mu-hun says that he has an idea, but before that, he wants to make sure that Jin Shao never touched her. Jin Shao quickly promises that he never touch anyone else besides him. Quickly hiding his blushes, Mu-hun says that since the fourth prince's punishment is ending next month, it would be understandable if Jin Shao sent him a gift. Jin Shao perks up to hear this and asks Mu-hun if he means that they should send Lady Li Yu to the fourth prince. Mu-hun says that this is what he wants since concubines can be given away. He adds that the first and fourth princes are competing against each other, and it would be good if Lady Li Yu could get some information. Jin Shao is impressed by his husband's amazing suggestion and kisses him on the cheek. Mu-hun slightly pushes him away. Flustered at receiving too many kisses from his husband, Jin Shao gently holds his hand and says that they will do what Mu-hun suggests. He adds that they will not punish Lady Li Yu for now, and once the fourth prince is free from his punishment, he will send her to him. After they agree on that, Mu-hun says that it is time to copy the book, making Jin Shao immediately sad. The prince is me when someone asks me to complete my homework. Later, they sit together in the study, and Jin Shao is barely dragging the pen on the paper. He gives up as he slumps his head on the table, saying that it will take him a year to complete this. Mu-hun softly caresses his hair, saying that he should take a break. Jin Shao perks up to hear this and cheerfully says that he will practice sword fighting. He leaves there instantly, while Mu Hun stares at his husband fondly, thinking about how the emperor knew that making Shao sit still for a long time would be the best punishment for him. While Jin Shao is still outside, Mu Hun carefully looks at the pages he wrote and starts writing the book. When Jin Shao comes back, he sees the pages and is surprised to see how Mu Hun's writing is very similar to his. Mu Hun tells him that he used to do homework for his brother, so he learned to copy other people's writing. Jin Shao sits beside him, asking if he can copy any writing, thinking about how it will be useful on the battlefield as they can forge letters in this way. Mu Hun replies that he can copy any writing if it is not very weird. Jin Shao comments that Mu Hun is a real gem, to which Han says that he wasted so much time and didn't focus on his studies. He shares how his teacher advised him to take the government exam in 3 years, but thinking about that, he realizes how he never got the chance to do that. Jin Shao notices the change in his mood and realizes how Mu Hun gets sad. Thinking about old memories, he quickly stands up and holds Mu Hun's shoulders, suggesting that they should check the market as it is open today. They go to the market together, and Mu Hun is surprised to see how lively it is. Their first stop is at a meatball stall, and Jin Shao offers to feed one to his husband. Mu Hun finds it inappropriate, but he doesn't want to refuse his husband and reluctantly swallows a meatball. Jin Shao softly wipes the corner of his mouth, saying how he is so adorable. Suddenly, Jin Shao notices a woman in his peripheral vision, and recognizing her, he starts running toward her. Mu Hun is left standing alone in the crowd, baffled at the sudden turn of events. Mu Hun is confused about who the woman is and why Jin Shao ran after her like that. He doesn't get a chance to think about it for long as a group of 3 men approaches him, recognizing him as Prince Shao's male partner. Meanwhile, Prince Shao fails to catch the woman, even after trying his best to stop her. He waves his hand, and a guard quickly comes there. He tells the guard to search for a woman in pink clothes nearby, telling him that her name is Ji Ruo. When the guard leaves, Jin Shao remembers Mu Hun and quickly starts running toward him, worried about his safety as there are a lot of people in the market. When he reaches back, he finds a guy smiling standing in front of Mu Hun, who looks very irritated. Figuring that this man must have said something to anger Mu Hun, Jin Shao punches the man, causing him to fall to the ground. He angrily asks them who they are, but before he can get an answer or attack them again, Mu Hun stops him. Mu Hun tries to tell him about the men when Jin Shao looks back and recognizes one of the men as Mu Hun's brother, Mu Lin. Soon they are going back home, as Mu Hun sits in front of Jin Shao on the horse. Jin Shao has observed Mu Lin's attitude earlier and figures that Mu Hun must have a hard time living at Beiwei Manor. His dislike toward Mu Lin grows, and he is determined to throw him in the lake this winter. Seeing him deep in thought, Mu Hun is wondering if he is still thinking about that woman. He wants to question his husband about that, but he can't bring himself to do that. So he instead changes the topic by asking Jin Shao how much money they can make from this forest. Jin Shao replies that this place is full of stones and hunting is prohibited here. He suddenly stops the horse as he comes to the realization that this place is 300 acres and it is impossible to see the inside, which makes it a perfect place to station troops. He asks Mu Hun if he knows who owns this forest and is stunned when Mu Hun tells him that it is his. Jin Shao is happy to hear this and tells Mu Hun how he is his lucky star. He then asks Mu Hun if he can trade this forest for 100 acres of fertile land. Mu Hun replies that he can have it since it is useless for him. But Jin Shao insists that he take the land in return for the forest. Later that day, Jin Shao is sitting in his study when the guard comes there and tells him that they haven't found the woman. Jin Shao tells him to leave this, as she might not be the person he was looking for. He is still confused since the woman really looks like Ji Ruo, and he wants to find her since she is the key to conquering the neighboring countries. In his previous life, he first met her at the banquet at the 4th Prince's Manor. She had deeply hated the Southeast King, but somehow she became his favorite concubine. The Southeast King was great at fighting battles, and Ji Ruo was his death. He really wants to find her before Jin Yu gets his hand on her. Mu Hun watches him lost in his thoughts and can't help but notice how he has been absent-minded ever since he saw the woman at the market that day. It makes him worry if that woman is someone special to his husband. Jin Shao and Mu Hun are traveling somewhere in the carriage. The environment seems a little tense as Mu Hun keeps thinking about his father's inconsiderate behavior when they met a few hours ago. Don't worry, our little Hun. Your prince knows that you don't have any ill intentions toward him. Jin Shao presented a birthday gift to his father, but Mu Jin was more attentive toward the 4th prince when he arrived. Mu-Han is worried about how his father shouldn't have been more enthusiastic to see the fourth prince instead of Jin Shao. Prince Shao doesn't seem much worried about the matter and is instead happy that, besides his brother and mother, Mu-Han is the only one who can't bear injustice against him. Sensing Mu-Han's worry, Jin Shao gently pulls him closer, assuring him that it is fine. Mu-Han explains that his father was so attentive toward the fourth prince because he is at the age of marriage and his stepsister is also not married yet. Mu-Han is confused by his feelings, as he knows his father's intentions but can't stop himself from feeling disappointed. Jin Shao comforts him by saying that it is normal for people in the royal family to always consider their interests. Just then, the carriage jolts violently and comes to a sudden stop, causing Mu-Han to almost fall, but Jin Shao quickly holds him. The driver removes the curtain and apologizes to Jin Shao. Prince Shao is confused by the situation and asks what is happening, to which the driver tells him that the fourth prince suddenly showed up, peeking outside the carriage. Jin Shao notices Ji Ruo kneeling in front of the fourth prince, presenting him with some memorial. He rushes out of the carriage and goes to Ji Ruo, happy to see her there. Ji Ruo is confused as she doesn't recognize him. The fourth prince asks Jin Shao if he knows her and tells him that Ji Ruo wants to plead justice. Jin Shao whispers to his brother that he is a danger from the western region and that she is mentally unstable. He further says that he will introduce him to a better woman, and he asks his guards to take Ji Ruo away. Later that day, Mu-Han is working on his studies, and his thoughts keep straying toward how Jin Shao seems to care for that woman a lot. Someone is jealous of his husband's attention being dragged to someone else. He's feeling sad, but he keeps working on his tasks. A while later, Unique Duo comes there and tells him that Jin Shao is waiting for him at the dinner table. Mu-Han refuses, saying that he is not hungry and will meet with Prince Shao later. In the evening, Mu-Han is enjoying himself leisurely in the pond, playing with the petals of cherry blossoms. Han is so ethereal, standing in front of those pretty pink flowers. He is startled when there is a sudden splashing, and Jin Shao wraps his arms around his waist from behind, asking him what is on his mind. Instead of replying to him, Mu-Han says that he thought Jin Shao was having dinner. Prince Shao says that he is worried about his husband, to which Mu-Han replies that he is fine, even though his face says otherwise. Suddenly grabbing his wrists, Jin Shao turns him around and cups his cheek. He gently says that Mu-Han is upset and asks him what is wrong. Mu-Han is worried that Jin Shao will stay this gentle only toward him in the future. Finally deciding to voice his worries, he asks Jin Shao if he intends to take Ji Ruo as his concubine. Jin Shao finally realizes that Mu-Han is jealous, but instead of verbally answering him, he suddenly kisses Mu-Han. When he finally pulls back, Mu-Han is blushing a deep red and rests his face against Jin Shao's shoulder, who asks him if he got his answer. Mu-Han is flustered by the attention he is getting from his husband, as Jin Shao assures him that he doesn't want to look at anyone else. He then explains about Ji Ruo, telling Mu-Han that she is from a merchant family in the southeast. The king of southeast wanted to take her elder brother as his male partner, so he slaughtered her whole family. At that, her elder brother took his own life, and she is the only survivor of her family. Listening to the story, Mu-Han asks if she came here for help, to which Jin Shao replies that she can help him in the future, so he doesn't want the fourth prince to have her. Once again cupping Mu-Han's cheeks, Jin Shao tells him that he will not take any more concubines. Han is so sweet, as he doesn't want Shao to look at anyone else, but he is still worried about him. Mu-Han is still not relieved, as he mentions that Jin Shao doesn't have any kids. Jin Shao assures him that it is not important since he hasn't fallen in love with anyone else since he saw Mu-Han. The sweet confession makes Mu-Han tear up as he hugs Jin Shao, telling him that he feels the same. Jin Shao is ecstatic to hear this and suddenly picks up Mu-Han. He puts him against the edge of the pond and shows his love through his actions. Sometime later, Mu-Han goes to Mo Garden, Mao Guo Manor, and is impressed to see such a beautiful place. The male partner of Lord Mao's second son is accompanying him and tells him that Mo Garden holds the monthly meeting of male partners. He assures Mu-Han that he doesn't have to be restrained at this place since the people who come here are all nobles. They stop as Zhou Jin comes there and respectfully greets Mu-Han, who returns his greeting. Zhou Jin continues the conversation as he says that he heard about Mu-Han being awarded the title of erudite, and says that when they first met, he thought Mu-Han was a genius. After sitting around the table for tea, Mu-Han replies that it is not a big deal since it happened many years ago. I am happy that Han is finding some friends at this place. One of the male partners mentions the relegation of Lady Song that happened last month and asks Mu-Han how he did that. Mu-Han replies that Prince Shao was the one who did that. Before the man can ask him something else, he is scolded by Mu Hun's companion, who tells him not to ask questions about private matters as Mu Hun is Zhou Jin's guest. Mu Hun notices how Zhou Jin is respected among noble male partners, and he is impressed with the fact that Xiao has been married to Zhou for 8 years and has not taken any concubines since then. He comes out of his thoughts when he hears someone mention his name. Looking to the side, he spots the male partner of Lord Mao's third son and the nephew of the Marchioness, Du Yin. Mu Hun says to him that they are meeting after 2 years, and he had thought that Du Yin was going to be an official, but instead, he is now the husband of Lord Mao's son. Du Yin replies that Mu Hun is also a male partner. He continues that he saw yesterday how Prince Shao saved a beautiful woman from the fourth prince and kept her in the villa in the suburbs. Mu Hun grows silent to hear this as Du Yin says that it looks like the girl is Shao's secret lover, which is strange because he was under the impression that Shao likes him. Mu Hun excuses himself and tries to leave, but Du Yin stops him by grabbing his arm and innocently asking if he put him on the spot. Mu tries and fails to free his arm, but suddenly a hand comes, slapping Du Yin's hand from his arm. They look back and find Jin Shao standing there, who instantly pulls Mu Hun towards him, while others bow to him respectfully. Shao is a Prince Charming, who always came to save his husband. Mu Hun is surprised by the situation and asks Jin Shao what he is doing. His husband calmly replies that he is taking him home, to which Mu Hun says that he can go back himself while thinking about how Jin Shao treats him like a kid. Jin Shao finally tells the male partners to rise and then turns toward Mu Hun, who suggests that they get some green plum wine before going home. Jin Shao softly taps his nose as he agrees to offer, addressing him as a little alcoholic. It is so endearing how Shao adores his husband. Still being a good husband, Mu Hun says that they can go back. Jin Shao wants to go home, but Jin Shao refuses, enthusiastically saying that he will even buy the wine cellar. Mu Hun smiles adoringly at Prince Shao, reminding him that Mei will hit him again with a bamboo stick. They bid goodbye to others and leave holding each other's hands. Du Yin is not happy seeing them this close, as he comments that the rumors are not true since Jin Shao seems to love his husband very much. He mentions how they can't trust rumors, while others just smile, enjoying his miserable state. Later, Jin Shao goes to meet the emperor, who says to him that he read his memorial and asks his opinion about it. Jin Shao replies that the Southeast king slaughtered the Ji family and Ji Ruo came here to seek justice for herself. The emperor coldly says that he doesn't want to interfere in the fief's affairs. Jin Shao argues that even if the Southeast is a separate area, it also comes under their country, and the locals there recognize his father as their emperor. The emperor stares at him for a moment and then suddenly chuckles, saying that Jin Shao made a valid point. Mu Hun's presence already starts to make positive changes in Shao's life. He then says that he is always concerned for the neighboring countries, but now is not the right time for him to do something. Jin Shao doesn't argue further, thinking about how it looks like his father is already planning to take back the rights of neighboring countries. After he meets with the emperor, Jin Shao goes to meet his brother Jin Chun and tells him about their conversation. Jin Chun asks him if the emperor doesn't find it the right time to pacify the surrounding countries. Jin Shao replies that it is right, but after this, if they know what their father is planning to do, it will benefit them. Prince Shao remembers that in his last life, the emperor wanted to fight with neighboring countries because the Southwest king didn't listen to his instructions. Changing the topic, Jin Chun offers that his wife can look over Ji for Jin Shao, but he refuses, saying that he has other plans for her and that he will discuss them with his husband. Jin Chun is relieved to hear this, as he knows Mu Hun is intelligent and reasonable and can cover for Prince Shao's weak points. Their conversation stops when they hear the noise from outside. When they go out to check it, they find Lord Mao's eldest son, holding Mu Lin by his collar as his servant tries to calm him down. Jin Shao recognizes Mu Lin and asks Jin Yu about the other man. Jin Chun tells him about Lord Mao's second son and explains that the empress is trying to find a concubine for the fourth prince, and there are young, unmarried ladies in both Mao and Mu's families. Listening to his brother's explanation, Jin Shao remembers how the empress chose Mao's family's lady at the end, and he was wrongfully imprisoned because of Lord Mao. Jin Chun advises him to stay away from Mu's family and not mention them in front of Mu Hun. Jin Shao is not intending to follow his orders, as he replies that Mu Hun deserves his trust more than anyone else. Our prince is a loyal husband. Jin Chun smiles to hear that, mentioning how his brother is whipped for his husband. Prince Shao blushes slightly at that, but then continues the conversation. saying that the Marchioness has spoiled Mulin's sister just like she did with Mulin. He tells his brother that the Marquis's military power is in the northwest, which is more beneficial for him than Lord Mao. Jin Yu assures him that he will not let the Empress choose Mulin's sister for the fourth prince. Jin Shao is happy to hear this, as he knows that if Mulin's sister is chosen for the fourth prince, it will be hard for Mu Hun when he fights against the fourth prince in the future. Jin Shao finally returns home at night, and all of his worries melt away as soon as he sees Mu Hun. Not wasting any time, he rushes to hug his husband, thinking about how, in these difficult times, he feels only when he is with Mu Hun. Seeing Prince Shao like this, Mu Hun asks him if something is wrong, but Jin Shao quickly replies that he is just a little tired. He slightly lifts his head and asks Mu Hun the meaning of his name. Answering his question, Mu Hun explains that their father named them after three swords, Lin, Hun, and Su. Jin Shao asks if Lord Mu's daughter is named Musu, which Han confirms and wants to know why Jin Shao is saying that. Prince Shao quickly replies that he is just curious, and then comments that no one would like to marry her if she looks like her brother, Mu Lin. The statement reminds Mu Han about Musu, and he slightly hits Jin Shao with the rolled paper he is holding, saying that she is not that bad. Jin Shao leans closer to him again, putting his face in the crook of Mu Hun's neck as he says that their father is good at giving names, and he likes his name. Hun just smiles in return as he gently pats his husband on the cheek. Hun's affection toward Prince Shao is slowly growing. It looks like the prince's hard work is finally paying off. The next morning, Jin Shao goes to meet Ji Ruo and tells her that the Southeast King killing people in his territory, so the emperor has no right to meddle in the situation, and he can't help her in this situation. Ji Ruo seems dejected to hear this and quickly says that she is aware that they can't help her get revenge right away, but as long as they help him, she will repay their kindness. Seeing her desperation, Jin Shao says that he will give her two options. Number one is that she waits for a while, as the Southeast Territory will be taken back with time. The second option is that he will get someone to teach her hidden weapons, and she can take revenge for herself. Without hesitation, Ji Ruo shouts that she will choose the second option. Jin Shao looks at her for a moment and then says that she can learn hidden weapons with ghost knives tomorrow. Ji Ruo bows to thank him, while Jin Shao is impressed by how brave she is. He's coming back from meeting her when he spots Mu Hun plucking the flowers. Shao is attracted to Hun like a moth to the flame. Quickly moving closer to his husband, Jin Shao asks him how he knows that Ji will choose revenge. Mu Hun replies that Ji Ruo has no one left, and since she has nothing else to lose, revenge is her only way out. His statement makes Jin Shao realize that if he doesn't have Hun or Jin Yu by his side, he will also be as lonely as Ji Ruo, feeling overwhelmed. He suddenly kisses Mu Hun, thinking that Hun is the help sent to him by God. In late April, the fourth prince's punishment finally ended, and Jin Shao sent him Lady Liu as a gift. By the end of April, Jin Shao finally returned to the royal court after he finished copying The Art of War. He gained the appreciation of the king after helping him handle political affairs. The royal court looked peaceful at the moment, but bad times were ahead as the partnership of the princes began. Mu Liu Ji Hun visits Beiwei Manor and presents the women with the peers that were bestowed by the emperor, telling them that Prince Shao told him to give the pearls to them. Is Shao trying to please his in-laws by giving them gifts? The women are astonished to receive the beautiful gift and comment on how it is said that pearl powder can be used for beauty. They are envious of the fact that Mu Hun is loved by his husband. Mu Hun is not focused on their compliments, as he remembers when Jin Shao gave him the pearls. Prince Shao told him that these were all rewarded by his father, and Mu Hun could use the brocade to make clothes, while the remaining pearls were for his family. Mu Hun smiles at the sweet memory, thinking about how Jin Shao does everything for him. He comes out of his thoughts when the Marchioness says that he needs to be virtuous as a male partner. She scolds him for making Prince Shao give a concubine to the fourth prince and asks if he is planning to get rid of all of Shao's concubines. Mu Hun is aware that she is unhappy that Shao gave a concubine to the fourth prince because she thinks that her daughter will have more competitors when she marries the fourth prince. Mu Hun is confused by why she is sure that the fourth prince will marry her daughter, but doesn't comment on that. He then tells her that she has nothing to worry about, as he already feels sorry for Lady Liu Ruo, but it was Shao's idea to give her away. The Marchioness is still angry and says that he should have stopped Prince Shao, because if the fourth prince marries her daughter, he can protect their family in the future. Mu Hun calmly says that he hopes her wishes come true, but deciding on a bride for the fourth prince is up to the Empress. This incident reminds Mu Hun of how Shao was telling the truth when he mentioned that everyone in the royal family only cares about their interests. Shao has spent his whole life in the royal family, and it is given that he will be aware of all the flaws this lifestyle has. He suddenly stands up and leaves from there, ignoring the Marquis angrily calling his name. In the royal court, all the princes are standing in front of the emperor, who tells them that the Southwest king made a report that the tribute center was robbed. Their people are suffering, so they requested the emperor reduce the tribute this year, and he wants to know the prince's opinion about that. The fourth prince, Jin Yu, is the first to speak and says that he heard about people in the Southwest suffering because of a spring drought, so reducing the tribute will show their kindness. The emperor calls out Jin Chun, who replies that they make other countries pay tribute so they can intimidate them with power, and it is not their fault that the tribute was robbed, so he advises against reducing the tribute. Jin Shao is the next one to speak and says that the route of tribute from the southwest area to here is through other areas, and most of the tribute consists of marble, so it is strange that someone will rob such a heavy thing. After hearing all the suggestions, the emperor says that he will investigate the robbery, and they will discuss the reduction later. He then tells Jin Chun to come to study and dismisses the court. As everyone starts to scatter, Lord Mu tries to get the fourth prince's attention but is completely ignored by him. Mu is standing there feeling rejected when Prince Shao approaches him and says that he is planning to go home with Lord Mu to pick up Hun. Lord Mu accepts it, offering him to stay for lunch, to which Shao confidentially says that he is already planning to do that. At Beiwei Manor, Mu Hun is walking with Zhu when they are stopped by Mu Lin. He instantly starts mocking Mu Hun, asking if he came back home because Prince Shao bullied him. Mu Hun doesn't cower away this time as he slaps Mu Lin twice in the face. Yes, I am rooting for Hun. It is so good to see him standing up for himself like this. Mu Hun says that Mu Lin is no different from the devil, as he is so rude to him when they are cousins. Mu Lin is furious and raises his hand to punch Mu Hun, but has to stop when Jin Shao comes there in time. Prince Shao rushes to her husband, worried about his well-being, but Mu Hun is calm, thinking about how she is just trying to teach Mu Lin a lesson. I don't think Jin Shao has to worry about his husband now. Jin Shao has his arms wrapped around Mu Hun's waist as he confronts Lord Mu, asking if this is how his male partner is treated by his relative. Lord Mu quickly apologizes, saying it is his fault, and then tells Mu Lin and his brother to copy the family rules 50 times. He continues that they won't be allowed to have dinner before they finish, and he shuts them up when they try to protest. Before they can leave to fulfill the punishment, Jin Shao stops them, saying that taking family punishment is not enough. They'd figure that the rumors about Jin Shao detesting Mu Hun are not true and quickly bow in front of Shao to apologize for their mistakes. Mu Hun interjects into the situation and softly asks Jin Shao not to be angry at the situation. Jin Shao accepts his request and decides to spare them for Hun, with the warning that he won't be this merciful next time. Mu Lin and his brother are embarrassed by the situation, while Mu Hun is just hoping that they learn their lesson. After coming back from Beiwei Manor, Mu Hun goes to the tea hall, where Zhou Jin is waiting for him. He quickly apologizes for being late, but Zhou assures him that he didn't wait for long. Zhou questions him about Prince Shao, to which Mu Hun replies that he went to visit Jin Chun and then asks Zhou why he came here. They both take a seat around the table, as Zhou explains that Mu Hun mentioned last time that he wants to open a shop here, but if he wants to start a new business, he needs to have something rare. Mu Hun is confused by this, so Zhou explains that he has an idea about something and sees people selling it in Jiangnan, but nobody is in that business here. Revealing the item, he tells Mu Hun that it is grease, and few people in the north use grease, and they can only use odorless oil. Zhou continues that the grease produced in Jiangnan is of many kinds and is mixed with seasonal flowers. He whispers the usage of grease to Mu Hun, saying that it can be carried around and is melted when heated, so is very useful. Mu Hun blushes deep red to find out that grease is used for lubrication. Zhou Jin and his husband are giving some very useful information to the royal couple. Zhou then gives him a small box, saying that he has a new one, so Mu Hun can try it out and tell him his decision. Mu Hun thanks him, and Zhou takes his leave so he can go back to QA restaurant. Later, Mu Hun is sitting in his room with the grease box in his hand as he thinks about how this kind of thing is hard to find in the north, and if it is easy to use, it can be a good business. He is planning to try it out, but before he can do so, the box is snatched from his hand. Jin Shao is the one who takes the box from him and asks him what is in it. Jin Shao has some pretty impressive timing. Blushing, Mu Hun says that is the sample Zhou gave him, but Jin Shao senses that it is something else as he leans closer to Mu Hun, asking him why he is blushing. Mu Hun is not happy with Jin Shao's jokes and walks away after snatching the box from his hand. Shao just smiles at his retreating figure, thinking about how this is the first time Han got angry with him. Han needs to be more strict toward his husband now. Shao needs some grooming. He walks towards the bed where Mu Han is lying, facing away from him, gently stroking Mu Han's face. Jin Shao apologizes for anything that made Mu Han angry and says that he can help him with business. He says that he is on good terms with the chief of Jiangnan, so he will ask him to bring some every time he comes to deliver a letter. Mu Han finally turns around and asks Shao what will happen if the chief doesn't take his money, as he doesn't want Shao to be seen as someone who takes brides. Prince Shao joins him in bed, assuring him that it is not a concern since Chief is very mean and will never ask for any money. He suggests that the chief may even ask for compensation for travel expenses. A smile finally graces Mu Han's face as he says that he will ask Zhou to find an empty shop for him and make a batch of unique wooden or silver boxes as containers. Shao is surprised by the fact that these boxes are more expensive than the actual product. Mu Han explains that currently, grease is sold in bamboo or iron containers, which look cheap. So if they can create delicate packages, they will attract nobles. Shao is happy to see that his husband knows a lot about business and moves to kiss him, saying that he's going to be a breadwinner in the future. Mu Han quickly covers his mouth, stopping him from kissing, and asks him not to shift the responsibility. Jin Shao manages to plant a kiss on Han's cheek, saying that he is depending on him. Changing the topic, Mu Han asks him about his brother, to which Shao tells him that the emperor wanted to send the second prince to investigate the robbery of the tribute. He is upset as he tells Mu Han that he wants to send more guards for his brother's protection, but the second prince rejects the offer. Mu Han gently caresses his forehead, saying that he is sure everything will be fine. It is good to see that they are not strict on the roles, as Jin Shao also needs to be comforted by his husband. Mu Han opened his shop after some work with the name of Ink Lotus, and it was particularly vibrant on the first day. In May, urgent news came from the southwest. The emperor reads the memorial that says that soon after entering the southwest, the first prince was eager to attack the barbarians and completely disregarded the soldiers who fell ill from miasma. The fourth prince bows in front of him as he suggests that they immediately send troops to rescue Prince Jin Rong, who is facing a crisis. The emperor is furious at the first prince and throws the memorial on the ground. Jin Shao politely says that he has an idea, and after getting the emperor's permission to speak, he continues that the army of the southwest is strong, so it is better if they let the southwest king send reinforcements. He is sure that the southwest king will not be happy to help, as he is very cunning. The emperor is suspicious of tribute and is thinking of letting him send troops so he can test his loyalty. Finally coming to a decision, he gives orders to send a decree, stating that the southwest king will send reinforcements to pacify the barbarians. He adds that if the first prince is rescued, they will waive the remaining tribute for the year. After the meeting at the royal court, Jin Shao comes back home and is jealous to see Mu Han smiling at the accounts book. Blushing slightly, Mu Han replies that seeing Shao makes him happy. His forward statement surprises Jin Shao, who is wondering what made Mu Han so brave today. Mu Han suddenly grabs the accounts books from Shao's hand, saying that these are more important. Jin Shao slumps forward, lying his head on Mu Han's chest as his playful mode disappears, and he tells Han about how the first prince is struggling in the southwest. He further explains how the emperor ordered the southwest king to send reinforcements to test his loyalty, and if he refused, a war would start between the neighboring countries. Mu Han asks Shao if he will go to fight in the war, to which Shao replies that he has to go as he is the only one who can pacify them. Mu Han is impressed by his husband's bravery, but finds it unfortunate that he was born in bad times. Feeling sad, Mu Han murmurs that Shao is a hero, and it is he who holds him back. Jin Shao is shocked to hear the statement, as he remembers how Mu Han said the same thing in his last life when he was on the verge of dying. Even though he got another chance at life, Shao still doesn't seem to get rid of the ghosts of his past. Shao harshly grabs Han's shoulder and only comes out of his trance when Han calls him by his nickname. Mu Han is confused by what happened but promises never to say such things again when Shao suddenly hugs him and requests that he do so. When he is finally calm, Jin Shao asks Mu Han if he hurt him. Han tries to deny it, but Shao removes the robe from his shoulder, finding the bruises caused by his harsh grip. Jin Shao quickly fetches the medicine and gently applies it to the bruises on Han's shoulder. Feeling flustered at the touch, Han slowly takes off his robe. Seeing his naked chest makes Jin Shao nervous. He asks if they can lie down together. Remembering the harsh situation from his last life, Jin Shao is feeling very sad and just wants to be with his husband. Mu Hun is nervous at the suggestion because they have never been intimate with each other after the first night. He notices fear in Jin Shao's eyes along with kindness and pity, which helps him make a decision. Han is sure that he can endure the intimacy again as long as Jin Shao is not this sad anymore. Finally gathering some courage, he agrees to go to bed, and Jin Shao quickly picks him up after pressing a kiss on his cheek. After carefully laying Han on the bed, Shao takes out a box of grease, saying that it is a gift from a friend and they will try it today. Only one look at Han's chest, and Shao already seems to have forgotten about any sad memories. Mu Han is feeling very nervous, but Jin Shao handles him gently, making sure not to hurt him in the process. He holds Mu Han in his arms after they are done and presses a soft kiss on his hand. He is not sure if he is treating Mu Han gently only due to the guilt of his past life, but he wants to keep holding him as Han is the last straw that makes him feel warm. Jin Shao takes him to the pond so they can clean up, while thinking about how Han's emotions touch his heart, and how a lifetime together is worth a century apart. I hope their promises of staying together last a long time and that there are no hurdles in their path. The next morning, Mu Han is the first one to wake up and immediately feels how sore his back is. Still, in dreamland, Jin Shao tightens his arms around Mu Han, who says that it is time for them to get up. Jin Shao just grumbles with closed eyes that he doesn't want to visit the royal court today. Gently shaking his husband, Mu Han tells him to not be moody. Jin Shao finally opens his eyes, and as they both stare at each other, they are reminded of the events of last night. Mu Han quickly looks away from Jin Shao, who gives him a soft kiss, and then leaves the bed after telling him to rest. Later in the morning, Jin Shao goes to meet Lord Xiao, who instantly comments on Shao's sparkling face. Jin Shao seems ecstatic as he thanks Xiao for the tips he gave him and offers to treat him to a drink tomorrow. I think Xiao deserves more than just a drink for how much benefit he got from Xiao's advice. When Xiao asks him if he got what he wanted, Jin Shao replies that it all happened because of him. Xiao replies to his compliments that he is happy for him, but Xiao needs to be careful about showing these cheerful expressions in front of the emperor. Prince Shao thanks his friend for reminding him since he knows that it would be a disaster to show a happy face in the royal court when the first prince is still in danger. He quickly tries to conceal his face, while Lord Xiao is envious of how obedient Mu Han it is and wishes that Zhou could also be like him. Holding his sore back, he is already planning to make Zhou wear a pink dress again. The emperor calls Jin Shao in the royal study and inquires about sending 2 bodyguards to protect Jin Chun. Prince Shu replies that he did that because he thought there should be more people to protect the second prince. Shao is not only a good husband, he is also a very caring brother. The emperor says that he will reward them when they come back, as their kung fu is very good. Jin Shao is alarmed to hear this and quickly asks if something happened to his brother. The emperor casually replies that Jin Chun got attacked on the southwestern frontier. Prince Shao worriedly asks if his brother is all right, and the emperor passes him the memorial, telling him to see for himself. He reads the memorial in which Jin Chun writes that he was attacked at the southwest border, but thanks to the guards sent by Prince Shao, he is safe and will be back soon. Prince Shao is worried to see this, as he knows his brother is trying to act nonchalantly, but the attack must have been very dangerous. Wanting to help his brother, Jin Shao requests the emperor let him bring a team of troops to welcome Jin Chun, as he has come a long way back. The emperor replies that Jin Chun says he is fine, and when Shao tries to protest, he dismisses him, saying that he has already sent troops. Shao is not happy with the decision, but he leaves from there, respecting his father's decision. After he leaves, the great eunuch, An Xian, presents tea to the emperor. Thinking about something, the emperor says Shao is only an expert at leading troops in a fight, but he lacks strategy. An Xian asks if this is not what the emperor likes about Jin Shao. Without replying to him, the emperor continues that Shao is very affectionate since those assassins committed suicide. If Shao induced him to speculate about the Southwest King, that he must have something to do with it. The emperor is satisfied that Shao didn't disappoint him, and he is now sure that Shao has no intentions of hurting his brother. The emperor has a very great character. I am not sure if he is positive or negative. When Jin Shao is coming back, Unique Duo approaches him, looking very tired. Jin Shao inquires about it, to which Duo replies that Mu Han stayed in bed all morning and got a headache after looking at the accounts for 2 hours. Jin Shao tells him to get some rest, as he will check on Mu Han. He comes back to his room and finds Mu Han sleeping with his chest exposed. Worried that his husband will catch a cold, Jin Shao quickly covers him. His actions wake up Mu Han, who stares at him with half-open eyes as Shao presses a kiss to his cheek, asking him how he is feeling. He helps Mu-hun sit up and inquires about his back. Mu-hun leans his head against Shao's shoulder and replies that he is still sore. Shao is worried that he must have been too rough with Mu-hun and offers to give him a massage. They are still sitting there when Shao tells Mu-hun about his brother getting attacked in the southwest and asks if he thinks it has anything to do with the king of the southwest. Mu-hun replies that he believes this is not the case since the southwest king only wants to get relaxation in the tribute and doesn't want to participate in the war, so he has no reason to do such a thing. This makes Shao wonder if there was a prince who participated in the attack, but he suddenly realizes that it was a test from his father. Shao is thinking about how clever his father is when Mu-hun tells him not to worry, as he is sure the king will not be suspicious of him. Shao presses a kiss on Mu-hun's cheek as they both stare at each other lovingly. Prince Shao is thinking about how, after being born into a royal family, he should know that trust is a very valuable thing, and after the events of his past life, he has already witnessed it. Mu-hun breaks the silence as he asks Shao if he wants to try the melons the Marchioness sent him yesterday. Shao asks why she sent the melons, in reply to which Mu-hun tells him that the Empress wanted to choose a concubine for the fourth prince, and a few days ago the Marchioness and Mrs. Mao visited the palace with their daughters for this reason. Upon their visit, the Empress gifted Musu a pair of jade bracelets but only gave a pouch to Lady Mao, which made the Marchioness happy as she was sure that her daughter would be selected. Shao pulls Mu-hun closer to him, asking how he knows about these details. Mu-hun tells his husband that he has an aunt who is fond of gossiping, and at this point, the whole city might know about this, as he even heard about people congratulating the Marchioness. Shao chuckles to hear this, commenting that if he wants to spread rumors next time, he will just let Mu-hun's aunt know about that. I am sure we all know someone good at spreading rumors. Mu-hun gives a soft smile at that, but he is concerned about how the Marchioness will be embarrassed if this doesn't work out like she is expecting. He comes out of his thoughts when Shao suddenly picks him up, telling him to not think about her and instead have some melons with him. Feeling nervous, Mu-hun asks Shao to put him down as he is worried about people laughing at them, but Shao dismisses his concern, saying that he is not well and the people don't matter. The Marchioness' worries started to grow when, a few days later, Lady Mao entered the palace again. She is very furious at Lord Mu's sister, who spread the rumors, but the lady replies that there was no way for her to know that the pouch contained a note with the decision. The Marchioness shouts that she told her not to talk about it much, but she spreads the rumors everywhere, and now everyone is making fun of her. The lady coldly replies that it is not her fault if Musu is not as good as Lady Mao's daughter. The Marchioness wants to yell at her but stops herself while thinking about how Mu-hun must be laughing at her, as she even sent him melons. Gradually, Mu-hun handed over the house to the management of Duoyu, while he spent most of his time with his husband. Their closeness makes Duoyu uncomfortable, as he can't find a time when he can talk to Mu-hun alone. And with that, he has to deal with a lot of work. One of these mornings, Shao is ready to welcome his brother, who is returning home. Mu-hun asks him to go after breakfast, as Chun will not be back so early. Shao easily agrees to his husband's request. Mu-hun then tells him that his father asked to meet with him, so he is going to Beiwei Manor today. He continues to say that he was supposed to go yesterday, but it didn't happen. Shao playfully asks him why that is, but Mu-hun just glares at him, blaming him for stopping him from going home. Sensing his glares, Shao quickly apologizes and then pulls Mu-hun closer, asking him how he wants to punish him. Shao is getting braver with each passing day. Taking advantage of Mu-hun's nervousness, Shao starts to touch him intimately. Mu-hun squirms at his place and asks Shao to let him go. But when the prince doesn't listen to him, he says that tonight they can do that. Shao quickly retreats hand after hand and pulls Hun closer to him, asking how many times he wants to do that. Mu-hun is surprised at his boldness and replies that they will not do it even once. Shao is shocked at his sudden change of statement and calls him, but Mu-hun walks out, ignoring his calls. Mu-hun goes to his house later and meets with his father, asking him if he is in any kind of trouble. Lord Mu asks if he heard about anything, to which Mu-hun calmly replies that it must be hard for his father to call him here. Lord Mu says that Mu-hun is a smart kid, and this time he calls him because of his benefits. Sitting at the table opposite his father, Mu-hun says that he thought that Lord Mu had already made up his mind when he married him to Shao, and he couldn't choose both sides in a battle. Lord Mu agrees to his opinion without protesting while thinking about how he now understands this, as he knows that the queen chose Lord Mao's daughter as the fourth prince's concubine because she wants Mao on the fourth prince's side. He figures that the queen had already given up on him when she asked Mu Han to marry Prince Shao. Coming out of his thoughts, Lord Mu tells Han that he is planning to promote his mother's position next month, as Lady Song's father is a vice minister of war, and Han should have a higher origin. Mu Han is surprised to hear that his father is willing to consider this for him, even though it is a means of expressing his position, and he thanks him sincerely. Meanwhile, Jin Shao is sitting against a tree with his horse nearby as he waits for his brother to return. After a long wait, he finally spots a carriage coming toward the area and quickly goes there on his horse. The guards are suspicious of him at first, but when they recognize him as the prince, they quickly pay him their respect. Jin Shao is anxious as he asks them why they came back so late. One of the guards replies that Jin Chun got hurt and they couldn't move any faster. Jin Shao rushes toward his brother, who scolds him for coming here when he tells him not to do that. Jin Shao worriedly asks his brother what happened to him as he looks at his body covered in bandages. With a soft smile, Jin Chun messes his hair as he tells him that the wound is long but not very deep. Jin Shao is surprised by his brother's actions, as it is the first time Jin Chun has been this close to him. He remembers how he was a very naughty child, while Jin Chun spent most of his time studying and always thought that what Shao was doing was not good. Jin Chun is an ideal brother, but he seems to like that he has taken a lot of burden on his shoulders since young age. When her mother died, Jin Chun just silently knelt beside her coffin while Jin Shao cried violently. Seeing little Shao crying like this is so heartbreaking. He still remembers Jin Chun telling him that crying would not change anything. When he got imprisoned in his last life, Chun was the only one who came to save him and said that Shao was his only brother, so he would not let him down in any situation. Jin Shao never knew how much his brother cared for him without mentioning anything. Remembering all this, Shao's affection toward his brother grows, and he shows him the medicine he brought for him. Jin Chun tries to refuse, saying that this is a life-saving medicine that Shao got from the emperor and he doesn't need it as his wounds are not deep. Shao forces him to take the medicine, saying that he needs it just in case and that it is not a big deal since he still has some more. Jin Chun smiles fondly at his brother, thinking about how Jin Shao has matured. In the east court of the manor, Mu Han is sitting around the dining table, waiting for his husband to return. Just then, Jin Shao comes there and greets him with a kiss, asking if he is thinking about him. Mu Han quickly turns around, telling Jin Shao to clean up first. His statement makes Shao laugh, who realizes how Mu Han is becoming more and more like a wife. Following his husband's order, Jin Shao cleans up first and then comes back to the dining table. Mu Han asks him if he has seen the second prince, and Shao tells him about Jin Shao's injuries, adding that they are nothing serious. While talking, Jin Shao silently places some food on Mu Han's plate. His actions make Mu Han admire how he always looked after him, and he can't imagine what he would be like if Shao was like every other man. Looking at Jin Shao, he realizes how fast he is eating today. Jin Shao asks him to eat with him, but Mu Han instead tells him to slow down, saying that it is easy to overeat with the speed he is eating. Jin Shao makes the face of a kick puppy to hear this, and Mu Han instantly gives in, passing another bowl of rice to Jin Shao. After dinner, Jin Shao complains that he ate too much and suggests that they take a walk. Mu Han walks a few steps ahead of him and tells him about his father talking about raising his mother's status. Jin Shao catches up to him, saying that it is great news and that he is happy for Mu Han. Jin Shao stops suddenly and plucks a flower from a nearby tree. Mu Han asks him why he did that, to which Jin Shao replies that he picked it up for Mu Han. Surprisingly, Han doesn't seem happy with the act and asks Jin Shao if he knows the meaning behind this flower. Jin Shao is embarrassed as he remembers that the acacia flower means that the husband will leave his wife. "It's okay, Shao. You will learn these things with time." He pulls the flower back and starts separating its leaves, which surprises Mu Han, who asks him if he is going to give him leaves. Jin Shao leans closer to him and says that the leaves of these flowers open day and night, and he is giving them to Han to represent his never-ending love for his husband. Mu Han blushes at his confession as Jin Shao asks what he thinks about that. Mu Han pretends to think about it for a moment, but when Jin Shao calls him again, he only smiles at him. Jin Shao understands his answer and pulls him closer to himself as he gives Mu Han a sweet kiss. Mu Han is happy with his life and likes the possibility of loving Jin Shao for a lifetime. I am so happy to see that they both have fully accepted each other. At the royal court, the first prince came back after his investigation and told the emperor that he found out that the tributes in the southwest region were not robbed by any bandits. He explains that it was the southwest king who did the robbery himself, and all the tributes are at the border of the southwest area. Lord Song adds that the southwest king sent a message this morning saying that they couldn't harvest crops in many places due to the spring drought. This is the reason they can't send military support to rescue the first prince, and the king begs them for some food. The emperor is furious to hear that as the Lord Song continues. The southwest king knows that the first prince is weak at combat, so the king betrays them and threatens to reduce the tribute. Looking at Shao, Lord Shao suggests that they should send a prince who is known for their skills in this department. It is confusing. What is Lord Song going to get after sending Shao to the war? Shao is worried as he realizes that Lord Song is implying that the emperor sent him there. Jin joins the conversation as he says that there are not many people in the southwest and that it is not worth it to send their army. He adds that the first prince is having a hard time just because he is in an unfamiliar territory, and instead of sending someone else there, they just need to save the first prince. Shao remembers how Hun talked about his mother's status being elevated, and he realizes how the Marquis is determined to support him. After hearing the suggestions from everyone, the emperor asks them to pass the decree, ordering the southwest king to instantly send his army to rescue the first prince. He tells them to send another team of soldiers to rescue the first prince from another road. At the Beiwei Manor, Lin comes running to the hall where his mother is sitting and says that he heard about Jin elevating Mrs. Chiyu. The Marchioness is already holding her head as she replies to him that his father made the decision when Su didn't get selected as the fourth prince's concubine, and sadly, they are going to depend on Hun from now on. Lin angrily throws the plate of apples away, asking his mother if Hun's status is also elevated and if he will be replaced now. The Marchioness quickly says that no one can take his place and then adds that Hun is married to Prince Shao, so he will not inherit any royal titles. Lin grumpily sits down and says that if Prince Shao divorces Hun after becoming the emperor, Hun can come back and claim his title. The Marchioness is still calm, as she says that if Prince Shao inherited the throne, Hun would not live to ascend the throne, as Shao would likely get rid of his male partner. Lin springs happily at that, saying how he didn't think of that, to which the Marchioness just tells him to use his brain. Hun's mother, Mrs. Chiyu, is secretly listening to their conversation and is worried about listening to it. She is worried about her son and wants to tell him quickly about it. At Prince Shao's manor, he is reading some letters with a worried look on his face. Seeing his husband like this, Hun inquires about his bad mood. Shao tells him that this is a message from Jin Chun, and he says that some people suspected that Shao was the one to assassinate his brother, so he told him to be careful. Shao is angry as he says that the culprits tried to kill two birds with one stone, and even if they didn't succeed in killing his brother, they could try to turn them against each other. Hun says to him that if Shao continues to pursue the assassin, it will only harm him. If someone criticizes him, he should talk with them on the grounds of brotherhood instead of arguing with them. Shao replies that he knows Jin Yu must be involved in this, but can he let him off the hook like that? Hun says that Jin Yu is fully prepared, and Jin Chun must have convinced the emperor to focus on other things, so he shouldn't be this impulsive. Shao suddenly hugs Hun, saying that he doesn't want to visit the royal court today. Shao is like a kid who throws a tantrum every day he has to go to school. Hun softly caresses his husband's face, saying that dodging things will not work. Shao lifts his head from Hun's shoulder and says that he still has some time left, so they should do something that will motivate him to go to the royal court. Hun presses a kiss on Shao's cheek and then moves to walk away, considering it enough. Shao is dazed for a moment at the fact that Hun kisses him first, but he quickly pulls Hun back and kisses him hard on the lips. When he tries to take things further, Hun stops him, saying that they did it yesterday. Shao is sad at the rejection, and seeing his mode, Hun quickly offers to pick him up later so they can have lunch together at Huey restaurant. Shao is happy with the suggestion and leaves, saying how he can't wait for lunch, while Hun is just thinking about how his husband is like a child. Later, Hun is at his shop, Ink Lotus, and tells Zhu to send the wrapped grease to Dingnan Manor. Zhu is confused about why these male partners can shop for these things personally. Hun replies that male partners face many restrictions, so if they are providing the delivery service, it will be easy for those male partners, and it will also be beneficial for their business. Zhu is impressed by how business-minded his boss is. Hun then says to him that he is going to have lunch with Prince Shao and will leave Zhu to handle the rest of things here. Shu is in deep thought after Mu Han leaves, but when his coworker asks him about it, he doesn't say anything in return. He is secretly envious of Mu Han and Prince Shao's love and is hoping that one day he will find the right person. At the royal court, Lord Song says to the emperor that it is ridiculous that the second prince got attacked when only his guards knew about his location. He adds that Prince Shao has sent 2 of the guards, and it is possible that he did that. Jin Shao is not surprised by the accusation, as Mu Han has already said that these people will try to put the blame on him. He shouts at Lord Song that he's trying to turn the brothers against each other by suggesting that Jin Shao did that. The emperor interjects, saying that it was Jin Shao's guards who tried their best to protect the second prince, and without them, it's hard to imagine what would have happened. He adds that Jin Chun also messaged him to not pursue this matter, and since Lord Song can't give him any results, he is uselessly speculating. Lord Song quickly apologizes for his mistakes, as the emperor continues that the second prince has a good heart and showed amazing abilities in handling the tribute issue in the southwest, so he names him the Sagacious. He says that the ceremony will be performed after Jin Chun's recovery, and everyone respectfully accepts his orders. After the court is dismissed, a minister tries to approach Prince Shao, but when he spots Mu Han standing there, he coldly tells the minister that he has to deal with other things. He then quickly goes to Mu Han, saying that he is ready for lunch. Mu Han doesn't reciprocate his excitement and instead scolds him for being rude toward the minister. Han is not afraid anymore of correcting his husband at any moment. Ignoring Jin Shao, Mu Han apologizes to the minister on Jin Shao's behalf and requests that he not mind it. He bows politely in front of the minister, saying that he can send the message to their manor later and he will deal with it. Jin Shao complains that Mu Han is giving him extra work, but Han assures him that they will handle it together. Jin Shao wants to pick up Mu Han and take him back, but he opts for just walking beside him. The minister is confused by the situation, as he has never seen a ruthless prince like Jin Shao smile like this. Prince Shao and Mu Han reach the Huai Manor, where Zhou is wearing a pink dress and present them with prawns. At this point, Zhou should just replace his whole wardrobe with pink dresses. Jin Shao smiles as he comments on Zhou's beautiful outfit, and Zhou accepts the compliment with a smile, while Xiao glares at him from inside. Jin Shao asks for some alcohol, but Zhou replies that they can't drink alcohol with prawns, and he will instead bring them some tea. Jin Shao is not happy with the rejection, and Mu Han comes to the rescue. He suggests that they can ask someone to bring some plum wine from Miss May, as it is not too strong and will sell here. Zhou is happy with the idea and says that he will go there later. Mu Han is sure that introducing May to this will boost her business, and it is good since Shao cares about her a lot. Seeing him deep in thought, Jin Shao asks him what he is thinking about, playfully addressing him as a businessman. Mu Han replies that when he was a child, he heard that being an official was very difficult, so he secretly learned some business skills. Listening to this, Jin Shao thinks about how it is normal for the sons of lords to learn martial arts, but Han can't practice it because he is the son of a concubine, and he must have a hard time growing up. He wishes that the winters come quickly so he can drown Mu Lin in cold water. Mu Han puts a prawn on Shao's plate and then says that they will visit Jin Chun after lunch. As some people are talking about Shao attacking his brother, he should meet with him more often. Jin Chun says that he was already planning to meet his brother and tell him the news about the emperor naming him the Sagacious. Mu Han adds that he has also prepared some presents for the second prince, and he will ask Zhu to fetch them. His statement makes Jin Chun realize that he almost went to meet his brother without anything, and he is worried about what he will do without his husband. Mu Han is confused by his expression and asks if something is wrong with the food. Jin Chun replies that prawns are delicious, and Mu Han also looks delicious. Mu Han smacks his husband on the head and then calmly goes back to eating his food. After their lunch, they go to meet the second prince and enter the hall holding each other's hands. The second prince is in a meeting, but he quickly dismisses it, saying that his brothers have come, so they will end this here. Hearing this, Mu Han tries to leave, but Jin Shao stops him while thinking about how he can trust these people. Jin Chun tells them to take a seat as he mentions how Prince Shao was good in the royal court. When they are sitting together around the table, Jin Chun says that the emperor is already angry with the Southwest king, and a war will definitely start, but they can't say anything about it yet. He shows them some pages, saying that he will find someone to mention it and will also write an article for the emperor as well. The second prince says that this is a plan to break through neighboring countries without military force and asks Shao to take a look at it. Jin Shao asks if this is going to work as he passes the page toward Mu Han. After looking through the article, Mu-hun says that this is going to work if the neighboring country has a weak force. The second prince asks Jin Shao if he is going to fight if the war starts. Jin Shao enthusiastically replies that he is going to go because it is a good chance to get military power back. The second prince agrees with his statement, saying that the military is the most important thing. Mu-hun is sadly hearing the conversation, as he is thinking about how he will not be able to see Shao for many years if the war starts. The next day, they receive news about the first prince being rescued and temporarily in the southwest to recover. Jin Shun proposed to fight against the neighboring countries, and the emperor thought that it was feasible, and the ministers also agreed with him. Lord Mu promoted Mrs. Chiyu's position, and Mu-hun is invited to the ceremony with his husband. When Mu-hun reaches Beiwei's manor, he rushes to meet his mother, who is happy to see him and mentions how she never thought this day would come. He wipes the tears from his mother's eyes and asks why she called him here after writing a letter a few days ago. She leads him to sit together and says that there is something she wants to tell him. Mrs. Chiyu continues that although everyone thinks that Prince Shao will not inherit the throne, the future can be different, and she is worried about how he will treat Mu-hun after that. I understand that Chiyu is just trying to warn her son, but her concerns might create problems in Hun's life. Mu-hun replies that she doesn't have to worry since Prince Shao doesn't want that position. Mrs. Chiyu says that no one doesn't want that position, and Jin Shao also needs heirs to inherit the title. She mentions how Jin Shao may go to war one day. Mu-hun starts to get worried about her concerns, as he knows that Prince Shao wants to regain military power and that it will take at least 5 years for the war to end. Mrs. Chiyu says that she knows Mu-hun has his own opinion, but she wants him to plan for herself. Mu-hun is not fully in agreement with her, but he assures her that he will think about it. In June, the emperor sent the envoy, Fan Jia, to the southwest area and announced that the area would be under the jurisdiction of the emperor, but the southwest king refused to accept that. In July, the southwest king eliminated Fan Jia and made himself the emperor, and Jin Shao's father decided to send the military to conquer the southwest country. Jin Shao is working hard, preparing for the war, when Mu-hun tells him and asks him to take a break. He offers Shao a melon, saying that he must be thirsty. Jin Shao happily eats the melon presented to him by his husband and keeps praising him. Mu-hun stops him from complimenting him. So Jin Shao changes the topic and says that he thinks his father sent Fan Jia to the southwest on purpose. Mu-hun is confused about why this happened, to which Jin Shao replies that Fan Jia was too straightforward and the emperor was tired of him, so he took the chance to get rid of him. Listening to that, Mu-hun says that it also gave Fan Jia a good reputation for sacrificing his life for the country. Jin Shao lies in Mu-hun's lap as he says that Fan Jia was a loyal martyr. Mu-hun softly caresses Jin Shao's face as he asks him why the emperor kept him after the meeting today. This causes Jin Shao's mood to dampen as he says that the emperor found him another concubine, and it is also the empress's idea because she wants him to marry Yang Chang's daughter. Mu-hun is surprised as he asks Jin Shao what he answered. The prince replies that he told the emperor that he was only attracted to men. Mu-hun is worried that Jin Shao has angered the emperor, but Shao just complains that he doesn't want other women. Mu-hun is worried that Shao will be sent to fight after that, but it is difficult for him to not worry about his husband. He is wondering if he is the only one who doesn't want to get separated from the prince. Just then, Unique Duo comes there and tells them that someone sent from the royal palace has come to meet them. Jin Shao quickly sits up as he asks Duo who is the one who came. Unique Duo tells them that it is Duo Lu from the Empress's palace, and Her Majesty wants to see Mr. Mu. Jin Shao is worried to hear this, as he is sure that when the Empress comes, it can't be good news. Even though confused by the sudden message from the Empress, Mu-hun guesses that she must have called him because Jin Shao refused to add another woman to his harem. Since the Empress couldn't punish Shao for his choice, she wanted to convict Mu-hun instead. After thinking about it, Mu-hun agrees to meet the Empress. Jin Shao is worried for him and offers to join, but Hun refuses, reminding him that he is not allowed to enter the harem at this time. He assures Shao that he will be fine, but his husband is still worried and tells him to take Yi with him. Jin Shao tells him that he will stay at the South Study, and if something bad happens, Hun should ask Shi to inform him immediately. Mu-hun replies that he understands the instructions and leaves from there. He reaches the mansion and bows respectfully in front of the Empress. She tells him to take a seat, and as soon as he sits down, she asks if he knows about Prince Shao rejecting a concubine offered by the Emperor. Mu-hun calmly replies that it was Jin Shao's decision, and he doesn't know about that. The Empress says that since Mu-hun is older than his husband, he should help Prince Shao make the right decision. She continues that Shao never had an heir, and now that he is going to war, it would be unfortunate if there was no one to inherit his title in the future. Mu Han is angry at her words, as he knows that talking about having no heir is the most taboo thing to talk about before the war. He doesn't voice his anger, and instead says that even if Jin Shao has an heir from a concubine, he can only inherit the title of general. We all need Mu Han's wisdom in life. The Empress angrily slams her cup on the table as she asks if he is trying to put the blame on her and the Emperor. Mu Han quickly kneels on the ground and requests that the Empress not be angry, as he is not blaming them. The Empress doesn't accept his apology and instead says that she has every right to be angry, as Mu Han is excluding concubines because of his jealousy and is not letting Shao have children. Mu Han bows apologetically as the Empress continues that, since he is Shao's husband, he has to think about him. She tells him to kneel outside, reflect on his words, and not leave until he thinks it through. Mu Han accepts her order without any complaints and walks outside, even though he doesn't understand what he is supposed to reflect on. He kneels in front of the hall, aware that the Empress just wanted to find an excuse to punish him. Inside, the Empress is thinking about Prince Shao, who declares his preferences toward the men and is eager to see how strong their relationship is. Meanwhile, Mu Han is kneeling on the ground and has started to sweat because of the hot weather. She is worried to see him bearing this and wants to inform Prince Shao as soon as possible. She gets a chance as soon as she hears the maids talking about serving the tea to the Empress. She decides to follow the maid, hoping that she will not get caught. The other maids inform the Empress about her disappearance, but she doesn't seem worried and instead just wants to see what Prince Shao will do. Serving his punishment outside, Mu Han is hoping that Prince Shao will not come to the Empress's quarters. We are hoping against it, our little Hun. The prince needs to save you as fast as possible and punish the culprit behind this. Jin Shao is in a meeting with the Emperor, who agrees to accept his proposal and asks if he thought about what they talked about in the last meeting. Prince Shao replies that he wants to dedicate himself to the country, and there are two of his royal brothers who can provide an heir instead. He mentions that the fourth prince is also getting married soon, so the Emperor has nothing to worry about. Jin Shao looks sheepish, as he continues that he has been married to Mu Han for less than 4 months and they are still in their honeymoon phase, so he doesn't want to take another concubine. The Emperor is amused by his son's reply, commenting on how a fool who only knows how to find love in a war has finally fallen in love. The love indeed finds you in strange ways, but it will always be at the right time with right person. Just then, Jishi comes running there and quickly bows in front of the Emperor, asking him to spare Mu Han, who has been kneeling for 2 hours in front of Fengyi Palace in this extremely hot weather. Jin Shao is shocked to hear about the condition of his husband. At Fengyi's palace, the Empress is still sitting in her room when she hears the maid greeting the Emperor outside her room. Without wasting any time, the Emperor and Jin Shao have come there, and Prince Shao rushes to help his husband. Mu Han is still kneeling on the ground, and seeing the Emperor come there, he decides to take advantage of the situation. Han is not that oblivious. I am so proud that he is learning to live in a royal family. It will be a great help to Prince Shao. He weakly says Jin Shao's name and suddenly collapses in his husband's arm, who is there before he can hit the ground. The Emperor tells the servants to call the doctor and asks Prince Shao to take Mu Han to bed. Jin Shao follows the orders and carefully lays Mu Han on the bed inside the room. He turns around to say something to his father but stops when Mu Han suddenly grabs his hand. Jin Shao is happy that Mu Han is awake, but to the Emperor, they both look distressed. I am not a big fan of the Emperor, but he looks so cute here. The Emperor turns around and asks his wife to explain the situation. She explains that she wanted to talk to Mu Han, that's why she called him to the palace, but he was rude to her and refused to admit his fault, so she punished him. She looks embarrassed as she adds that she didn't expect Mu Han to be this weak. The Emperor is angry at her answer since Jin Shao is about to go to war and she's mistreating Mu Han and creating problems at this time. Meanwhile, Jin Shao is just worried about his husband and asks him if he is fine, but Mu Han signals him not to say anything. Prince Shao is a little naive in other matters, but he is so quick to understand his husband's signals. The doctor finally comes there, and the Emperor tells him to quickly take a look at Mu Han. The doctor follows the order, and after examining Mu Han, he tells the Emperor that Han fainted due to heat exhaustion and poor blood circulation. He continues that Han should be fine as he is awake now, but it looks like his veins are weaker than average and his body is also very weak. Jin Shao is worried about hearing his husband say that the doctor will prescribe some medicine that Mu Han needs to take at night, or he might feel lightheaded. When the doctor finishes his advice, the emperor tells the couple to go back home first since they will be uncomfortable if they have to wash up and change their clothes there. Shao tries to protest, but Mu-hun cuts him off as he slowly sits up and thanks the emperor for his concern. Before they can leave, the emperor says to Shao that he will accept his proposal and will also give a good explanation about this incident. Shao thanks his father and finally leaves from there with Mu-hun in his arms. After Shao leaves with his husband, the emperor turns to the empress and says that she should have handled today's situation in a better way. He is worried that it will be hard for Shao to leave Mu-hun here after seeing what she did with him. The emperor is doing what we all wish to do, but he is still so polite toward her for my liking. The empress still doesn't seem guilty and argues that if a husband goes to war, their partner should stay at home. It's the rule. The emperor shouts at her that she can't talk about rules because he clearly tells her to be careful about Shao's temper, as they can't force him to take a concubine. But she ignores his instructions. The queen quickly bows to him apologetically, but he just tells her to go to the late empress's worship hall for 3 days and reflect on her mistakes. Finally, inner peace. He tells her to remember what she said when she was given the title of empress and compares it to her behavior with Shao and Chun now. The empress tries to protest, but he just walks away, thinking about how it would have been good if his late wife was still alive. At night, Mu-hun and Shao are back at their house, and Shao is trying to give his husband medicine. Mu-hun says that he is fine, so there's no need for Shao to worry. But his words don't have any effect as Shao reminds him that the doctor said that he would be lightheaded if he missed the medicine. Mu-hun eventually listens to his husband and drinks the medicine, finally making Shao happy, who quickly gives him water to ease the bitter taste of the medicine. Mu-hun realizes how Shao has been staying by his side since they came back and always treats him with the utmost care, even though he is very careless. He comes out of his thoughts when Shao asks to see his knees, and after seeing the bruises on them, he quickly makes a move to fetch the ointment. Mu-hun stops him from leaving by grabbing his arms and telling him not to waste that ointment on his wounds, saying that it is just a small scratch. Shao is so guilty that he couldn't help his husband and presses a kiss on Mu-hun's bruised knees. Prince Shao proved at every point how he is a prince in every sense of the word. He leans forward to hug Mu-hun, who quickly wraps his arms around him, saying that he is not that weak. Mu-hun then asks Shao about what he proposed to the emperor, curious to know what the request was that the emperor accepted. Shao replies that since he is going to war next month, he requested to go to the barracks so he could get familiar with all the generals there. Mu-hun is surprised to hear this and asks Prince Shao if he is going to leave the next day. Leaning back from the hug, Shao replies that it is necessary to know the generals before going to the war. He shares that he is surprised that the emperor has accepted his request because the barracks are 50 miles away from the capital. Mu-hun looks worried as he says that it is difficult to know exactly when Shao will be able to come back from the war. He wants to say something else but stops himself and instead keeps thinking about whether Shao has even realized that they will be separated. According to him, Shao might not even feel the pain of separation since he is so carefree. Meanwhile, Prince Shao is confused by Hun's sudden sadness, as he is not planning to leave his husband behind. I think you forgot to mention this small detail to your husband, Prince Shao. He is sure that if he couldn't see Mu-hun for even a day, he wouldn't be able to focus on the war. Looking at Mu-hun's sad face, he realizes that it must be because he forgot to tell him about his visit. Shao gently holds Mu-hun's hands and pulls him into a hug, saying that since he is leaving tomorrow, they might not get another chance, so they should have some fun tonight. In the past, Mu-hun was too weak to handle Shao's enthusiasm in the bedroom and never allowed him to be intimate with him multiple times in a day. However, today he is willing to endure everything Shao wants since they are going to be separated soon. As soon as Mu-hun gives his consent, Shao pushes him onto the bed, assuring him that he will be careful of his knee injury. Mu-hun hugs his husband tightly, determined to store this feeling in his heart so he can remember it to soothe himself whenever he misses his husband. Shao takes full advantage of his willingness and pleases himself multiple times that night. You are free to use your imagination here. When Mu-hun wakes up the next morning, he tries to recall the events of last night but can't remember everything as he faints from exhaustion. He is shocked when he realizes that he is in a moving carriage. Just then, Shao decides to make an entry as he wishes Mu-hun an enthusiastic good morning. Prince Shao's excitement quickly dies down when Mu-hun angrily glares at him. Shao is embarrassed at the situation, but he quickly changes the topic, telling Mu-hun to lie down as he must be exhausted from last night, so he needs to rest. It is not a very smart thing to say in the given situation, my prince. Mu-hun is still suspicious as he asks Jin Shao where he is taking him. Prince Shao replies that his battalion needs a military advisor, and since Mu-hun is not very busy in the imperial city, he should come with him to the southwest. He is a little too late to ask that question. Mu-hun is confused by his suggestion, as he knows about the rule of a soldier's family staying in the imperial city while he goes to war. Jin Shao explains that he has left a concubine behind, and since he planned to take Mu-hun with him secretly, the emperor also agreed on the condition that no one would know about Hun's real identity. Mu-hun is annoyed to know that Jin Shao has planned all of that from the start, and without giving his husband any chance to explain, he pushes him out of the carriage. We love a fierce Mu-hun. What is a beauty with a little bit of attitude? Jin Shao stands there, looking like a kicked puppy, as the carriage drives away. His annoyance grows when he feels his horse laughing at him and argues with the horse that he can't laugh at him as he doesn't have a wife to start with, so Shao is still very lucky. When they finally reach their destination, Jin Shao requests that Mu-hun come out of the carriage. Mu-hun follows his request but completely ignores Shao while stepping out of the carriage. Jin Shao is feeling guilty for being so excessive with his husband last night as he has to face his anger now. They take a few steps forward and the generals waiting for them quickly bow to Prince Shao. General Zhao, Shao's underling, is the first one to speak and asks about Mu-hun. Jin Shao introduces Mu-hun as his military advisor, which surprises everyone, as they know that Jin Shao has never taken his military advisor to the battlefield. They are confused because there has not been a sudden change of plans, and Mu-hun looks very weak, so it is hard to understand what he can do. Zhao continues the conversation as he tells Jin Shao that since he didn't inform them about Mu-hun's arrival, there is no spare billet left, and he might have to share the billet with other soldiers tonight. Jin Shao's resolve instantly breaks at that, as he shouts that this can't happen. The only way Prince Shao will blow his cover is going to be because of how possessive he is of his husband. He quickly composes himself and casually says that the military advisor can stay with him. Zhou replies that it will be against the rules if someone shares a tent with Jin Shao. Mu-hun joins in the conversation as he says that he can stay anywhere, so they have nothing to worry about. One of the generals comes closer to Mu-hun, saying that the normal tents stink and someone as delicate as Mu-hun can't stay in them, so he should stay with him instead. Jin Shao punches the general at his suggestion, telling him not to even consider that Mu-hun will stay with him. He then turns toward Hun, softly telling him that he will take him back to their tent so they can rest for a while. Zhou stares at them suspiciously, mumbling that it's Mu-hun's first day here and he is already causing trouble, which will make it difficult for Mu-hun to earn soldiers' respect. After they leave, Guard Yu turns to his companion, Guard Zuo, and asks him why Zhao is causing trouble for someone as beautiful as the military advisor. He turns around, asking Zhu if he thinks that Prince and Mu-hun seem very close to each other. He goes to continue the conversation, but notices Zuo walking away. He shouts at Zuo about how he can leave him alone there, but the other guard just walks away without paying him any attention. When the night falls, Mu-hun is lying face down on the bed when Jin Shao comes there and softly caresses his back, asking if he is still in pain. Shao needs appreciation for his bravery. Mu-hun sharply replies that Jin Shao should try it himself so he can know how this feels. Jin Shao is feeling embarrassed by the remarks from his husband, but he still doesn't stop his hand from wandering on Mu-hun's body. He suddenly stops when Mu-hun tells him to prepare another tent for him tomorrow. Jin Shao quickly denies his request, asking Mu-hun if he will stay as long as Shao doesn't touch him. Yawning, Mu-hun replies that it is not good if a military advisor is staying with a prince. Jin Shao is not happy with his argument and replies that from ancient times, it was a must for the military advisor to stay with a marshal so they could discuss military strategies at any time. Mu-hun is aware that there are no rules like that, and Jin Shao is just lying to him. He doesn't mention that and instead confronts Jin Shao about lying to him last night. Jin Shao stutters slightly as he replies that he didn't lie to Mu-hun. He replies that he is speaking the truth since he is going to war soon and needs to save his energy for the upcoming battles. They will rarely get a chance to be intimate with each other. His explanation just makes Mu-hun angry, and he turns around, telling Jin Shao that he should stay with General Zhou tonight. Jin Shao wants to say something else, but just then General Zhou calls him from outside the tent, inviting Shao to have a drink with him. Jin Shao begrudgingly comes out of the tent and says that he is not going to drink tonight since he is very sleepy. Before he can go back inside, Zhou stops him by grabbing his arm and saying that he wants to talk about something. After getting permission to speak from Jin Shao, Zhou says to him that he doesn't know where Jin Shao found the military advisor, but their journey toward the southwest is very difficult, and he doesn't think the advisor will be able to endure it with his fragile body. I am sure Mu-hun handles excessive physical activities very well. He continues that a scholar like Mu-hun has no real war experience, so he might ruin their plan. Shao firmly replies that he has reasons to hire the military advisor, so Zhou should make a quick judgment. He continues that he is not forcing them to accept the military advisor instantly, and they can discuss it further later. Suddenly moving closer to Zhou, he taps him on the chest with a finger, saying that it was very hard for him to convince Mu-hun to come here, so even if they don't want to accept him, they are not allowed to disrespect or endanger Mu-hun. Shao threatens him, saying that if something like that happens to the advisor, he will never forgive him. Zhou's not happy with this, but he promises to not bother the advisor as long as he doesn't try to boss him around. Shao tells him to leave, saying that he is going to bed early. Zhou again asks him about drinking, but when Shao glares at him, he quickly runs away from there. Prince Shao just stands there, worried about what he is going to do now since Mu-hun will be very angry at him this time. Shao is sitting beside his horse, thinking about how he has a lot of things to do since this Southwest War is happening 3 years earlier than in his past life. But he is confused about where to start. He turns toward his horse, is nonchalantly chewing on his meal. The horse jerks away when Shao tries to pat him, and it only increases the prince's irritation as he pulls the horse back by its ear, saying how he can eat so leisurely when Shao has no place to sleep. We can agree that at one point in life, our pets are our only best listeners. Shao is sad when the horse seems angry with him, thinking about how pathetic he is since he was kicked out of his tent by Mu-hun, and now his horse also despises him. He eventually sits down beside his horse, Xiao He, and promises to find him a wife after this war is over. He asks the horse if he prefers a mare or a stallion, but the horse just turns away from him. After having very intellectual communication with the horse, Shao finally loses his patience and decides to go back to his tent. When he reaches there, he is relieved to see that Mu-hun has already fallen asleep. He carefully gets into the bed and pulls Mu-hun closer to him, careful not to wake him up in the process. After settling down in bed with his husband, Shao drifts to a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Mu-hun is the first one to wake up, and seeing Shao sleeping beside him, he is reminded of the plan he made if they were apart for a long time. He was planning to start a small business near the battlefield if Shao wouldn't come back in a few years, in the hopes of getting a glimpse of his husband. But he didn't expect that Shao had already planned this. I know this didn't happen, but just the thought of Mu-hun waiting for Shao to return from the war is making me teared up. He gently pokes Shao's nose, thinking about how he is not angry with Shao's secret plans. He can let go of his bad habit. Shao finally wakes up after feeling his nose itchy, and he smiles to see his husband there, softly kissing Mu-hun's hand. Shao pulls him closer and peppers his face with tiny kisses. He gets up soon after that, telling Mu-hun that he is going for the training, and if he gets bored, he can walk around the camp. He promises to return for breakfast after morning training is over and leaves from there, surprising Mu-hun with how quick he is to leave. Mu-hun decides to follow his advice and takes a walk around the camp. He finds a worker asking his fellow, Wang, about why the porridge is getting very thin. Wang replies that they are lucky to still have buns and some soup for meals. Mu-hun decides to jump into the conversation and asks them if everyday breakfast is the same and why there are no other dishes. The soldiers are startled to see him there and realize that he is the handsome advisor who came with Prince Shao and also slept in his tent. Sharing a glance between themselves, they both wonder if Mu-hun is actually Shao's lover, as the rumors are saying about him. The soldiers don't show their curiosity and instead reply to Mu-hun that the food is enough to feed all of them, as the soldiers are not very picky about their food. They soon leave after saying that they need to bring out the food and telling him to take a walk around. After taking a walk around, Mu-hun returns to his tent, where Shao is already waiting for him with the food on the table. Prince Shao is happy to see him and asks Mu-hun to join him for dinner, but Hun just stands there, looking deep in thought. Shao is worried that Mu-hun is not used to this kind of food and quickly explains that life in the army barracks is difficult, but if he wants to eat something else, he can invite the palace chef here. Mu-hun smiles at his husband's concerns and sits down, saying that he is one of them now, so he will eat like a soldier. He continues that he is just thinking about how the money from the ministry's revenue is not lacking, but the army still doesn't have many facilities. Shao sighed at his words, replying that with so many people in the army, no amount of money is enough for them. Concerned about the accounts, Mu-hun is already planning to go through all of the army's accounts. To him, it is not a big issue if soldiers are not well fed, but if someone is messing with military provisions, when the Ministry of Revenue sends a team to check the accounts, it can cause trouble if something is wrong. Before they can talk further, a soldier comes running in there and informs Shao that his horse, Xiaohe, is sick. Shao and Mu Han quickly follow him as they all go to take a look at the horse. The generals are already standing there, as Shao worriedly asks how the horse could fall sick overnight because he was completely healthy last night. Taking a few steps forward, Shao looks at his horse and is confused about how, instead of looking sick, it looks more energetic. Without wasting any time, he gets on the back of Xiaohe and tries his best to calm him down. Mu Han is worried about his husband, but Shao quickly warns him not to come forward, as Xiaohe might lose control and hurt him. Zhou seems to enjoy it, as he adds that Mu Han is so fragile, and it would be terrible if he got kicked by the horse. I understand why Zhou is wary of Mu Han, but at this point, it's just being annoying. He quickly goes silent as Shao glares at him and asks him not to pass such comments. After the horse is finally calm, Shao joins them again and asks the soldiers to explain what really happened. One of the soldiers quickly explained that he woke up late that morning, so instead of cutting the fresh grass, he fed the horse dry forage instead. He looks terrified as he adds that he didn't expect Xiaohe to spit out the forage after one bit and go crazy. Listening to his explanation, Zhou comments on how an animal can be so picky about eating food, and it shouldn't be like this. He tries to provoke Mu Han again, asking if he is brave enough to get closer to the horse, as he can't act cowardly when they are on the battlefield. Mu Han doesn't reply to him and instead leans down to take a look at the forage. Ignore the haters in your life like Mu Han has ignored Zhou. He picks up a leaf in his hand, asking the worker if all the horses in the stable eat this type of forage. The worker quickly replies that all the horses eat the same forage, but only Xiao is fed with another type of fresh grass. He adds that he was scared about Xiao not being able to use dry grass, so he fed it the new batch of forage instead. Shao asks his husband if there is any issue, to which Mu Han replies that this forage has aconite in it. He continues that not only did someone poison this grass to harm the horses, but he also remembers seeing this type of aconite grass in the Shu Nation. Although its shape is different, Shao takes the leaf from his hand, saying that it is definitely aconite. He adds that the ones that grow in Shu Nation are a cononym, while this is a long-leaf aconite, which grows on the grasslands. Shao looks angry as he orders the generals to investigate the matter and bring everyone who might be related to this matter. 2 hours later, everyone is gathered in Shao's tent, and guard Zhu informs him that after investigating, he found out that a small amount of aconite is mixed in with the new forage shipment. He then turns toward the soldiers who are gathered there and asks if they want to say something in their defense because poisoning a war horse can be punished by execution, and they can lose their lives if they don't confess to their crimes. His statement causes panic among the soldiers, and they rush to defend themselves, saying that they aren't involved in his matter. One of them explains that they never let outsiders approach such an important place as a warehouse, and the carriers were only responsible for transporting the forage, so there was no mix-up during the process. Since none of them confess anything, General Zhou ordered that they be executed. Mu Han disagrees with his suggestion, saying that the matter hasn't been investigated thoroughly, so they can't be punished yet. General Zhou replies that he is just following the law and suggestively asks Mu Han if he is trying to protect someone, not happy with how a nerd like Han is wasting time. Mu Han doesn't get intimated and instead asks Zhou if he is trying to hide something, as he seems in a hurry to punish the soldiers. Our handsome Han is so quick-witted, and as a fan, it is a little embarrassing that I remember my comeback 2 business days after the fight. Zhou angrily starts to say something but gets interrupted by Mu Han, who says that if someone pulls this under the strict security of the army, it means that someone from the higher-ups is involved in it. Zhou angrily shouts that Mu Han is trying to defame him and is interrupted by Yu, who says that Han didn't mention his name, so why is he so irritated? During the whole ordeal, Shao is focused on his husband and is impressed by his ability to leave others speechless. Just then, Mu Han turns to him and requests to keep these people locked up and wait for the investigation to conclude before deciding their punishment. Zhou again interrupts them, saying that if Mu Han is so intelligent, he should investigate the case himself. To his annoyance, Mu Han accepts the challenge without any hesitation. Still not satisfied, Zhou suggests that he needs to set a time limit, and Mu Han agrees to set a time limit of 3 days. Zhou finally seems satisfied and says that if Mu Han doesn't come up with anything in the given time, he will be punished along with the soldiers. Mu Han accepts that on the condition that Zhou will not bother him during the investigation. Zhou replies that he will not do that, and if Mu-hun is still concerned, he can lock him up in the cell, but they have to issue a military order for their agreement. Mu-hun agrees to his condition and starts writing his statement while thinking about how Zhou is not completely evil. Mu-hun signs the order, which states that he will get punished along with the soldiers if he doesn't find anything in 3 days. Shao is happy with how Mu-hun is showing his abilities. Mu-hun hands over the order to Zhou, who leaves, saying that he will wait for the results of the investigation in 3 days. The guards also follow him, and as soon as everyone leaves the tent, Shao pulls Mu-hun into his lap, happy to be finally alone with his husband. Worried, he asks Mu-hun if he is sure about finding the details about this matter. I love how in the whole ordeal, Prince Shao is only focused on his husband. Blushing slightly, Mu-hun replies that he hasn't grasped the whole thing yet and that everything is based on theory for now. Shao tells him that he doesn't have to deal with a stupid person like Zhou. He is worried about what will happen if there are no results on the given date, as military orders can't be taken lightly. Thinking this, he pulls Mu-hun closer to his chest, while Hun is calm as he explains to him that he only wrote Hun on the paper instead of writing his full name. And as Chen's law says, if the signature on the military order is not a full name, then it won't be effective. His planning gives chills to Shao, who is already planning to never anger his husband. At night, Mu-hun is checking some records about military supplies when Shao comes there and asks him why he is checking the accounts instead of investigating the issue of poisoned forage. Mu-hun replies that he was already planning to check military account books, and now that he has this opportunity, he brought all of them to take a look. Shao snatches the book from his hand, saying that this matter is not that urgent, so he can take a look at these at some other time. Mu-hun doesn't get a chance to complain as Shao picks him up, saying that he can continue reading these tomorrow. Mu-hun softly asks Prince Shao to let him read, but Shao refuses, saying he is very sleepy. As they are lying in bed together, with Shao sprawled on Mu-hun's stomach, they hear some noise from outside. Mu-hun says that there is someone outside, but Shao ignores that and instead starts touching his husband intimately. Mu-hun is worried that someone from the outside might see them as the light is still on, so he gets up, slightly pushing Shao away, and blows off the candle. Shao blushes at his husband's actions, not understanding what made Mu-hun so brave today. Taking Mu-hun's actions as permission, Shao happily leans down, but soon Mu-hun pushes him away again, still worried that someone might see them with the candles still illuminating the room. Shao takes quick action as he blows out all the candles scattered over the room. He returns to Mu-hun, asking if the issue is solved now. Instead of going back to being intimate with him, Mu-hun reminds him how he said he needed to recharge his batteries and asks him to sleep as he has to get up early tomorrow. Shao is worried that Mu-hun is still mad at him, but he soon follows suit when Mu-hun closes his eyes and asks him to sleep. The next morning, Mu-hun goes to meet the soldiers and asks them questions about the matter. Once he leaves, guards Yu and Zhu approach the soldiers and ask about what Mu-hun wants to know. One of the soldiers replies that Mu-hun wanted to know why he received this uniform and how often he gets to eat meat. The other one replies that Mu-hun also questioned how often he writes letters to his family and who helps him write those letters. Since Mu-hun was satisfied with his answers, he also promised to help him write the letters later. Guard Yu is confused to hear that Mu-hun was just asking the basics and is curious if the culprit can be found like that. He comes out of his thoughts when Zhu asks him for lunch. Still curious, Guard Yu asks Zhu if he knows what Mu-hun is planning to find out through his investigation. Instead of replying to him, Zhu walks away, saying he is going for lunch, and Yu quickly follows him, not wanting to miss out on eating. Food comes before anything else. 3 days later, everyone is again gathered in Shao's tent, and Yu curiously asks if they think that Mu-hun can find out who the culprit is. Another guard replies that it is hard to say, as even though Mu-hun has been questioning the soldiers, he didn't ask anything special, so it is hard to know what he is planning. The guard asks Yu if he knows something since he came to the military advisor for some news yesterday. Guard Yu seems irritated to hear this as he tells them that he was hoping to bribe Mu-hun with a feather fan, but it doesn't go as he planned. He recalls how Mu-hun took the fan from him with a thank you and told him to be impatient about the matter of forage, as it will be revealed soon. Guard Yu is disheartened by the fact that he was with Mu-hun for the whole day, but didn't find anything and just lost his fan in the process. Before they can talk further, everyone's attention turns toward Prince Shao and Mu-hun, who just arrived there. Once they are seated, Zhou is the first one to speak and says to Mu-hun that he is here to listen to his advice as the 3 days are over. Mu-hun is still holding the fan in his hand as he smiles at Zhou, saying that he is very impatient. Zhou angrily tells Mu Hun to be quick and tell them about the culprit as they sign a military order. Mu Hun replies that both soldiers are culprits, but at the same time they are not involved in this matter. Seeing their confused faces, Mu Hun explains that the soldiers aren't the culprits because they didn't put in the poisonous hay, and this batch had been mixed with aconite before the carriers received it. The soldiers are delighted to hear his judgment on the case. Mu Hun continues that the poisonous hay was escorted all the way here, stored in the warehouse, and then fed to horses, but none of the soldiers noticed it, so they needed to get punished for that. Verge questions if all that happened because the hay dealers mistakenly put the poison in the hay. Zhou quickly says that it can't be mistaken since non-leaf aconites are grown in the northwestern grassland. Mu Hun adds that it wasn't accidental, but someone wanted to poison the war horses on purpose. Zhou adds that the army hasn't been sent out yet, so they can still bring more horses, which will not affect the battlefield at all. But he is still curious about how they did such an immoral thing. Mu Hun looks determined as he says that he needs to question the clerks in the camp to get to the depths of this matter. Shao is confused about why he wants to question clerks, so Mu Hun explains that he checked the accounts for rations and forage allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. He found out that nearly 1/3 of expenditures are missing in the accounts, and they are far different from the actual expenses of the army. Everyone is shocked to hear that, and Yu is the first to speak, as he asks if what Mu Hun is saying is true, and what the clerk's false accounting has to do with the matter of poisonous hay. Mu Hun replies that before the army sets out, someone from the Ministry of Revenue will be here to check the accounts, and even though there is no issue with everything else, the 1/3 difference is not a small number to ignore. He continues that when animals are poisoned by aconite, they show symptoms that are very similar to those of horse plague. Once the issue caused by aconite is diagnosed as the horse plague, the corpses of their horses will be burned and buried, and there won't be any further investigation into this matter. Mu Hun adds that now that their horse died in great numbers, they need to replace them soon, and once the Arden report the incident to the court, they will get a large amount of money as compensation. Mu Hun is a true definition of beauty with brains. Everyone is listening to him silently as he explains that no one will pay close attention to how many horses died, so when the time comes, they can use some false reports to write off the 1/3 of the accounts that don't match. Zuo praises Mu Hun's plan, while Yu adds that those clerks were hired by the Ministry of Revenue, which means that they might be planning to steal from the army. Mu Hun replies that there might be conflicts among the Ministry of Revenue, and he is curious about who will be sent to check the accounts this time, but it is good that they are from the same group as the embezzler before, which led the ministry to make such a despicable move. Listening to all this, Shao remembers how all of his money vanished even though he got a great amount from the Ministry of Revenue, and this must be the reason he was accused of stealing the money from the military provisions. He is determined to fix his mistakes and arrest those clerks. Zhou has also realized his mistakes and apologized to Mu Hun, requesting that he look into this matter thoroughly. Later, they call the clerks for interrogation, and when they try to deny the accusations, Zhuo kicks them, saying that they pocketed all the money and he suffered because of that every day. Shao is the next one to speak, as he angrily says that they are just mere clerks, and if he sentences them to dissection, no one from the court will be able to find his fault. Verge adds that since they are in the army, everything will be processed according to military law and asks if they are going to plead guilty. The clerks raise their heads from the ground, as one of them says that they are just following orders, and the only thing they know is that their superior is a counselor from the Ministry of Revenue. Shao is furious at their deception and asks soldiers to take the clerks back and follow him to the capital city so they can report this to the emperor. Mu Hun says to Shao that it is an important matter, so they can't take it lightly. His statement finally calms down Shao a little bit, and he orders the guard to lock these 4 soldiers first. He then asks everyone to leave the tent, saying that he will make a final decision after having a private discussion with the military advisor. After everyone leaves, Shao asks his husband what he wants to say about the matter. Mu Hun replies that if Shao sends those soldiers to the palace now, his enemy will be alerted, and knowing that Shao soon has to go to war, the emperor will deal with the matter in a hurry. Shao swipes everything off the table angrily, asking Mu Hun if he is supposed to suppress his anger. His ragging expression worries Mu Hun, who knows that Shao is not angry with him. But this ordeal still reminds him of their wedding night, and it scared him. It is not easy to forget a traumatic experience even if the person's behavior is changed. Shao also realizes the effect his words had on his husband. It is a relief to see how Prince realizes his mistake instantly. Turning his face away, Mu Hun says that he doesn't have to swallow his anger and goes to say something about the current situation. But before he can complete his sentence, Shao grabs him by his shoulders and makes him sit on a chair. He then kneels in front of Mu Han and gently grabs his knee as he apologizes for his mistake, saying that he wasn't angry at him. Prince Shao's resentment toward his actions makes Mu Han believe that his husband is not the same as before. Softly kissing Shao's cheek, Mu Han says that he will punish Shao now that he has realized his mistake. Shao is just happy that Mu Han is not angry with him and lies his head on Han's lap, saying that he will accept anything he wants. Prince Shao is the first person who is this excited at the prospect of receiving punishment. Seeing his husband's excitement, Mu Han murmurs about what punishment he should choose for his husband now. As Shao pulls back a little, Mu Han suggests making him sleep in the study for 3 days as a punishment. Shao quickly lays his head back down and innocently asks Mu Han if he will really go through this punishment. Slightly pulling back, Prince Shao asks Mu Han if he knows why there is a saying that all arguments between couples can be solved in bed. I love how Prince Shao is mostly focused on only one thing. When Mu Han asks him why, Shao cups his cheek and says that it is because the couple will make up soon after being intimate with each other. At his cheeky remarks, Prince Shao gets scolded by Mu Han, who says that he shouldn't say such things when he didn't handle today's incidents in a very effective way. Besides that, it is almost time for him to go to war, and he can't handle the issue at that time, so he should leave it to the sagacious. Recognizing his brother's title, Shao figures that this will be a good solution since his brother is a social butterfly in the royal court, and this matter is related to the Ministry of Revenue. He will be able to find more things about this easily. Mu Han continues that they still have a strong grip on this matter, so they need to take advantage of the situation at all costs. Shao wraps his arms around his husband again, telling him that he is right and that he will soon discuss this matter with his brother. Mu Han advises him to take the account books and the documents he copied with him. He tells Prince Shao to quickly report if someone is harassing him at the royal court and also sends his brother's assistant back. Shao, who is silently listening to this, asks why he needs to send the assistant back, as they are his old acquaintances and they also assisted his brother in many situations. Mu Han replies that if Jin Chun is going to inherit the throne, they have to get rid of these people, otherwise, their existence will be a threat to him. Shao recalls how in his last life, these people kept showing their hostility toward him in Jin Chun's manner, and they might be the ones who made his brother more guarded toward him. Where can I get my own Hun? I need someone's guidance like that in my life. For giving him such good advice, Shao thanks Mu Han and promises to always listen to his advice. He remembers that he also made this promise to Mu Han in his previous life, and he is determined to fulfill it. Mu Han reminds him that it is time for him to leave, and once Shao walks out of the tent, Mu Han stands there thinking about how he should have more trust in Shao in return for his absolute confidence in him. Outside, the guards are standing closer as he is happily talking about how they will get their full meal now that those corrupt clerks are arrested. Their discussion is interrupted when Mu Han suddenly shows up there. Joe asks Han why he came here, in reply to which Mu Han shows him the military order they wrote, asking if he remembers it. Joe recognizes the paper, and Mu Han reminds him how they agree that the loser would face whatever punishment is given to those soldiers. Even though they are not going to face the death penalty after the truth is revealed, they are still going to receive 20 lashes as a punishment for neglecting their duties. He asks Joe if he is going to keep his word, which provokes the general, who determinedly announces that he will fulfill his word. Guardu asks Mu Han to be easy on Joe, as he is a very impulsive guy. He is worried that Joe will still try to ride the horse after getting lashes on the march that is nearing, and he might not be able to fight in the war. After listening to Yu's request, Mu Han asks Joe if the situation is reversed and if he will consider the military order as a moment of impulsiveness. Yu is amused by the situation, as he knows how persistent Joe is. Everyone is looking toward Joe, who announces that he will never go back on his words. Mu Han also seems amused as he says how Joe is a hero and asks him if he is going to do everything written in the military order. Joe snatches the paper from his hand, saying he will do anything. But when he takes a look at the order, he is shocked to see that Han will have to suffer the same punishment as the offenders, but Joe will have to run 1 lap around the quarter without clothes. Guardu, who is reading the letter over Joe's shoulder, is shocked to see how the punishment for Han is written clearly, but what Joe has to face seems like a joke. Joe suddenly kneels in front of Mu Han, saying how he is a real gentleman. Mu Han is surprised at his sudden actions and asks him to stand, saying that he is just a military advisor, so it is not appropriate for him to accept worship from a general. He adds that he just hopes they can get along well with each other and try their best for the sake of Shao. Joe stands up with his hands, still respectfully joined, and says that Mu Han deserves to be a head military advisor. Without wasting another moment, Joe takes off his robe to fulfill his punishment. Seeing his naked shoulder, Yu comments on how good his body is, but suddenly his vision becomes dark and Zuo covers his eyes. If you are a true yaoi lover, you will spot the ghost ship. I am sure I don't need to mention it. He starts complaining to Zuo, while Mu-hun just smiles at their banter adoringly. Meanwhile, Shao goes to meet his brother, and after telling him everything in detail, he asks for his opinion on the matter. Shana asks him if he knows who is going to audit the accounts this time, and after finding that Shao doesn't know about it, he tells him that it will be the Vice Minister of Revenue, Xiao Yuan. Chun continues that everyone in the royal court knows that Shao is friends with Shao, and knowing that he's auditing the accounts has scared many people. Shao comments that it is a good thing and asks if they should take advantage of this situation to completely overthrow the Minister of Revenue. Chun replies that the Minister of Revenue has been with their father for a very long time, and it is not easy to defame him in the royal court, but he is sure that the minister is involved in the fraud. He just needs more time to look into it. Shao tells his brother to work at his pace and then stands up, saying that he can't stay here for a long time since spies are everywhere in the imperial city. He stops at the doorsteps and turns around, saying to his brother that it looks like his assistants don't want to see him here. Chun replies that they are always guarded around everyone, while thinking to himself about how his little brother got so witted to see through these conspiracies. But he is sure that Mu-hun must have told him that. Love how confident Chun is that Mu-hun is behind his brother's wisdom. Peak elder sibling's behavior. Smiling softly at his brother, Chun tells him that he has his own ways, so Shao should just ignore them. After departing from his brother, Shao comes back to the military base and is surprised to see the dark billet. He asks the guard about Mu-hun and finds out that he went to have a drink with other generals. Shao is shocked to hear this, not finding the situation ideal in his mind, and rushes to find his husband. He goes to a tent, where he finds most of the generals drunk, while he is telling Zuo about some fights from his childhood. At the other table, Joe is telling Mu-hun about the time when Shao fell off the horse and the doom in his trousers got torn due to a stone. He laughs, explaining how if the cut had been a little bigger, Shao might have damaged his precious goods. When the emperor forces him to take a male bride, they all wonder if it is because his goods are no longer working after the accident. While telling the story, Joe wraps an arm around Mu-hun's shoulders, and Shao finally loses his patience and punches Joe for touching his husband. Joe just lies on the ground, extremely drunk, and invites Prince Shao to join them for a drink. Shao helps Mu-hun stand up, who tells him not to make a big deal because Joe is drunk. Still angry, Shao says that he can't let this matter go as Joe harasses his husband. Mu-hun is embarrassed by his behavior and says that it is just normal men hugging each other. He then tells Shao that they should leave as everyone else is extremely drunk. Shao is amused at the fact that the generals wanted to make Mu-hun drunk, but instead, they are the ones who got wasted. Mu-hun stumbles on Joe's legs and slumps on Shao's chest. Shao worriedly asks if he is drunk, to which Mu-hun replies that he only drank a couple of glasses, but the wine is too strong. Shao carries his husband and leaves after giving a final kick to Joe. Our dream of seeing a drunk Mu-hun is coming true. The only other sober person, Zuo, is looking at them suspiciously, but his attention gets diverted when you keeps mumbling about some accident. He throws you on his shoulder and walks away, while you keep saying how he is flying. Once they are back in the tent, Shao asks Mu-hun if he should carry him to the bathroom, but Mu-hun refuses, saying he can take a bath on his own. Mu-hun tries to take off his robe, but accidentally tightens it more. Shao realizes that Mu-hun is very drunk and comes forward to help him, taking the chance to kiss his husband on the cheek. As Shao goes to take off his robe, Mu-hun warns him not to wander around. They finally manage to go into the bath, and Shao is amused by how obedient Mu-hun is when he is drunk, when normally he is very shy. Shao is impressed by his husband's muscles and takes this chance to be intimate with Mu-hun, ignoring all of his protests. Mu-hun doesn't want Shao to get his way, since he was planning to ignore him for the next few days. Pulling him closer, Shao says that he is not allowed to drink with those people again. He smiles amusedly when Mu-hun curses, and continues his exploration. When Mu-hun wakes up later, Shao has already left the tent, and he regrets forgiving him after the events of last night. During the next few days, Shao, who has offended the military advisor for taking advantage of him, has returned to the days when he had to stop at only kissing and some touches, The only way for the unsated prince to find peace is by training the soldiers daily and making their cries resound throughout the barracks. These times were very uneventful in the royal court, and the emperor sent the vice minister of revenue to check the army's account books next week. After the audit of the account books, the minister of revenue and his subordinates were hit by sudden impeachment. The emperor was furious at the accident and ordered a thorough investigation that revealed many frightening things during the process. With Prince Shao's army, the other armies near the city were also affected, and their funds were extracted by quite an amount. Emperor Hongzheng gave the order to arrest all the officials related to the investigation. When Xiao arrived at the military base, he received a warm welcome from Jin Shao. Xiao is Jin Shao's mentor, and we all know the reason why. Once they sit around the dining table, Jin Shao excitedly pulls Xiao closer to him, saying that it was thanks to his reputation that those people made a blender. After recovering from the sudden act of affection, Xiao replies that it was just discovered because Prince Shao has a great way of handling his subordinates. Jin Shao is curious about how the officials in the Ministry of Revenue let him come here for the inspection, as they must have disliked him. Chuckling slightly, Xiao tells him that he had his own plan to see them off before they went to war. He then whispers in Jin Shao's ear, asking him if the issue related to his married life has been solved. Jin Shao excitedly replies that his problem has been solved as Mu Han no longer resists him in bed. Xiao congratulates him on getting his wish, and as they both celebrate together, Mu Han wonders what wish they are talking about. The Ministry of Revenue took its time to send the new clerks, so Mu Han decided to promote some literate soldiers and teach them how to handle account books. Currently, Mu Han is in a meeting with those soldiers and asks if they understand all the accounts assigned to them. One of the clerks replies that the way Mu Han taught them, the literate people would also be able to understand it. Mu Han tells them that they need to submit their account books to him every 10 days for checking. If there is no emergency, they don't have to seek his opinion and are permitted to make their own decision. He continues that if they tried to steal a military provision or hide anything important from him, he would punish them by military law without any mercy. Everyone bows to him with respect, surprised at how Han is not just a show-off and can convince people with his talent. They leave after that, and Mu Han is worriedly thinking about how he still has to deal with a lot of things when they are supposed to head out for war in a few days. One of the servants is still there and asks Mu Han if he is tired. Mu Han replies that he is fine and gives him a paper, telling him to go back to the prince's residence and bring all the items here. Mu Han then asks him to leave, saying that he still has to work on some things. The servant Yu Song comes out of the tent and bumps into Prince Shao, who asks him to take a trip to the villa tomorrow and informs Run Feng to bring all the people he wants here. Yu Song tells him how Mu Han asked him to visit the palace. Listening to this, Jin Shao tells him to visit the palace first, and he can go to the villa the next day. Yu Song tells him how Mu Han is still working even after the clerks have left, and Jin Shao rushes to look for his husband without caring for himself. He grabs Mu Han's shoulders, asking him why he is still working. Mu Han requests that he let him finish first. Jin Shao seems worried as he asks Mu Han why he is still so busy when he has already handed over the accounts to the clerks. Mu Han replies that soldiers will send letters out every month, and they can be used to leak some private information if it's unintentional. He shows one of the letters to Jin Shao, who says the writer was living in barracks in the city's suburbs and his meal was getting better lately, giving them a chance to eat beef. He says that if the enemy found this, they would know the location of their army and the source of special ingredients, which can be dangerous for the soldiers. Han further tells him that he made some rules to be followed when writing a letter and made a list of things that shouldn't be in the letter. He asks Jin Shao to take a look at the list so he can add anything he wants, and then he tells people to make some copies to give to the clerks. Hearing the detailed plan from his husband, Jin Shao just stares at him in admiration, thinking about how there are always people assigned to check the letters, but the mistakes are hard to avoid, like in the beef situation. These people will not notice such things. His stare starts making Mu Han nervous, who asks him why he is looking at him like that. Prince Shao pulls Mu Han into a hug, saying that he is thinking about what good deeds he did in his past life to be blessed with Han in return. Standing up from the chair, Mu Han replies that he is the lucky one to have a husband like Prince Shao. They are so adorable. He leans forward to kiss his husband but stops when someone from outside calls him. Worried that someone will see them, Mu Han quickly pushes Jin Shao away, just as Zhou enters the tent and is surprised to see that Prince is also there. Mu Han has sat back on the chair, while Jin Shao is standing beside him with his hand tightly clenched, furious at being interrupted like that by the general. Just then, he comes into the tent, followed by Zhuo, and starts complaining to Zhou for leaving them behind. Mu Han asks them why they came here, And on Zhu's signal, Yu starts explaining how they are planning to buy some new stuff as the army is doing better financially now. Zhu slightly tugged at his arm to make him stop talking, but he just got dismissed by Yu. Zhou is annoyed at them for dragging this out and deciding to take matters into his own hands. He says that it is not good that Mu Han keeps staying with Prince, so with a new budget, they could buy him a separate tent. Jin Shao's anger grows at their suggestion, as he rarely gets a chance even to kiss Mu Han when they are living together, and now the others want them to stay apart. He doesn't show his anger and instead says that it is better if Han continues to live with him so he can protect him if he gets attacked by assassins, as Mu Han doesn't know how to fight. Garyu argues that there is hardly any chance of assassins in the military camp, and even if someone gets attacked, it would be Prince Shao and not their military advisor. He goes to say something else, but Zhu pinches him again, and his attention gets diverted. Mu Han finally takes part in the conversation and says that he needs a separate tent because he can't keep living in the camp. However, since they are about to leave this place in a few days, if they set up his tent, they will have to move others, so they can delay this matter until the march. Jin Shao smiles widely at his suggestions, agreeing to them immediately, and he tells everyone to leave, saying that they will discuss this matter later. Once they are left alone, Jin Shao hugs his husband and asks if he is really going to live in another tent. Prince looks so innocent like that, but we all know he's far from being this innocent. Mu Han gently caresses his cheek and replies that he is Jin Shao's military advisor here, so they have to hide the truth if they don't want public criticism. Jin Shao is dejected at the fact that they will have to live apart. His mood brightens quickly when Mu Han suggests that he can come to his tent late at night to discuss some important military affairs. Without wasting any time, Jin Shao grabs Mu Han's hand and starts pulling him toward their tent, saying that they need to have a discussion immediately. The next day, Mu Han is sitting in his tent, playing the flute in his hand, when Jin Shao comes there to tell him something. Seeing the flute in Mu Han's hand, he grows curious about it and inquires about it. Mu Han tells him that it will be an arduous march, so he asks Yun Song to fetch something from the mansion that can be needed in emergencies. Taking the flute in his hand, Jin Shao asks Han if he knows how to play it, to which Mu Han replies that he learned the flute in his childhood. Since Guqin is so heavy and he can't carry it properly, he is planning to use a flute instead. Mu Han suggests that they can even pawn it if they are short of money on the way. His statement surprises Jin Shao, as he knows the literati usually cherish their instruments, but Mu Han is very different. Remembering something, Mu Han asks his husband what he wanted to say when he came here. Jin Shao replies that Yun Song is going to the mansion once the army leaves, and since Mu Han needs a servant, he is called a maid. Mu Han is surprised to hear this, and when Jin Shao removes the curtain, his surprise only increases when he sees Ji Ruo standing there. Hey everyone, welcome back. It's been a while since we last explored this story, and I know you've been curious about what happened with Jin Shao and Mu Han. Let's jump right back in and see where their journey takes them next. Surrounded by military tents, Prince Shao introduces Mu Han to Ro Yi, his new maid. Mu Han does not seem convinced that Ro Yi is up for the task. He notices that the woman appears to have come from far away. Ro Yi assures him that she is skilled in self-defense and that she will gladly become his maid. Eager to repay the prince's kindness, finally, Mu Han relents and accepts her as his maid, making her promise not to reveal his true identity as she bows to him respectfully. In a matter of days, Jin Shao starts to lead the troops, with soldiers atop mighty steeds following him to war. Other troops from various directions plan to convene near the border. One day, Jin Shao orders his troops to stop. A soldier approaches him, reporting that their path is blocked by the mountainous terrain and they must take a detour. Getting off his course, Prince Jin Shao instructs the soldiers to rest, declaring that they will resume their journey the next day. Jin Shao then goes to the carriage, where the maid, Ro Yi, greets him respectfully. He tells her to rest and to resume her duties the next day. He will accompany the military advisor, and she thanks him. Sneakily, Jin Shao looks around as he enters the carriage. After confirming that no one is watching, he calls out for Mu Han's name and dives inside, unaware that Zhu has been watching. Meanwhile, Jia approaches Ro Yi, asking if she has served the military advisor since childhood. She ignores him, however, the soldier is persistent. Finally, giving up, the soldier complains to his friend, who has been reading the tassels attached to his words. His friend comforts him but offhandedly chides him for having loose lips, remarking that the maid is better at keeping secrets, which leaves Jia looking dejected. Zhu sits on the ground and tells his friend that they should start a camp soon, and Jia agrees he does not want to sleep in a cramped room with Zhu. Soon, Zhu and Jia set up camp. Zhu splits a twig in two with a snap, and then, opening the flap of the completed tent, announces that his tent is broken and asks his friend if he can share it. Zhu unabashedly lies down on the bed, though Jia objects, not wanting to sleep on the same bed as Zhu. In the end, Jia has no choice but to lie down on the cot beside his friend. Deciding to let him off one last time, night finally comes. A hand, adorned with a silver vambrace, pokes at one of the flags on their war board that shows the terrain of the land. General Zhao argues that his formation is weak, while Jia heatedly disagrees, insisting that marching without a single line is unwise. Soon, they hear a voice asking what the argument is about. The military advisor enters the tent, with Prince Jing Shao close behind. Zhu bows, informing them that General Zhao and Jia are planning the best way to cross the mountain. Jia then asks the military advisor for an alternative formation to navigate the steep mountains, and Mu Han considers before stepping forward. General Zhou insists on his point, warning that a single-line formation leaves them vulnerable. Jing Shao clenches his fist, worried that Mu Han, being a scholar, knows little of warfare. Stepping forward to field questions, Jing Shao stops mid-sentence as Mu Han takes out a long stick from his sleeve. Mu Han uses the stick to rearrange the flags on the board. The flags are no longer in a single line. For now, 4 flags surround one central flag, protecting it from all sides. The others look on, not understanding what it means. General Zhao is the first to ask what's going on, and it is Jing Shao who calls it a yoke. Mu Han explains what the formation is called and describes how it would work, earning praise from both Jia and General Zhao. Jing Shao then places a hand on Mu Han's shoulder, meeting his surprised gaze. Turning to the others, he excuses himself and the military advisor, telling them to proceed and that they will catch up in a few days. When the couple arrives in Mu Han's tent, Mu Han turns to Jing Shao, wondering why he followed him to his tent. Jing Shao hugs his husband from behind. Mu Han shyly wonders why such a hug is necessary when all Jing Shao really needs is advice. Leaning in, Jing Shao asks how Mu Han knows about the rushing yoke. He teasingly warns that Mu Han won't leave the tent tonight without an answer. Jing Shao hugs Mu Han from behind. Mu Han admits that he used to read war books in his youth to impress his father. Mu Han looks up sadly and explains that, as a concubine's son, he could never inherit a title, rendering his efforts pointless. Jing Shao pities his husband and comforts him by hugging him tighter. Mu Han then turns to face Jing Shao and confesses that he once saw Jing Shao when he was just a kid. He recalls that the emperor once visited his home dressed like a commoner to play chess with his father, with Jing Shao trailing behind the emperor at that time. Curious as a child, Mu Han wanted to see what the prince looked like, but he wasn't allowed to get close. He could only sneak a peek behind a rock to watch the prince and his brother play. Jing Shao, putting his hand to his head in embarrassment over not remembering, asks his husband what he did back then. Mu Han covers his mouth to stifle his laughter as he recalls how Jing Shao once asked his elder brother to pretend to be a horse. When his brother refused, Jing Shao beat him up. While Mu Han's brother was crying, Jing Shao teased him further by placing flowers on his head. Meanwhile, Mu Han sneaks closer, and the young prince mockingly laughs at Mu Han's elder brother. He tells him that the flowers would help him get married. In the present, Jing Shao teases Mu Han by playing with his bangs, thinking that even back then, Mu Han wanted to marry him. Mu Han pushes Jing Shao away, insisting that he could have married a wife instead. Blushing, he adds that if he had known he would one day marry the prince, he would have kept the flowers just for him. After pulling away, Jing Shao asks why, and Mu Han explains that he should return to the barracks before his men grow suspicious. In response, Jing Shao playfully clings to his husband, complaining that he cannot sleep alone and that he would feel sad and cold. To ease his worries, Mu Han promises that he could sneak into Jing Shao's tent after lights out. Jing Shao then leans in and flirtatiously whispers that he will come back to discuss military affairs with Mu Han after taking a bath. He follows this by kissing his husband on the cheek, and soon, they share a warm hug, content in each other's arms. The next day brings a sunny scene in a mountain village at the foot of the Da Hang Mountains. In a bustling market, Jing Shao leads Mu Han by holding his hand. When Mu Han asks why they are there, Jing Shao replies that they are after a rare treasure. Their attention is caught by the sound of a hunter selling tiger furs. The crowd admires the hunter, who boasts that he caught the tiger himself, while they pass by a woman who sadly murmurs that the female tiger must have hunted to bring food to her cubs. Feeling pity for the cubs, Muhan watches as Jing Shao pulls something from inside his robes. Jing Shao reveals a handful of silver coins and approaches the hunter, asking him to bring the tiger cubs, with the coins serving as a down payment. He promises the hunter 10 times the silver if he can get it done in 2 days, an offer that excites the hunter. Jing Shao then looks at his wifey, making sure that Muhan is satisfied with the arrangement, and Muhan is indeed happy. Suddenly, a man speaks up from the crowd, and Muhan turns his head towards the speaker. It turns out to be the butcher, who believes that one need not sympathize with wild animals. Muhan explains that the cubs will starve and die without help. At that moment, Jing Shao realizes he has finally found who he was looking for. The butcher, it turns out, is a descendant of a previous general in Jing Shao's former life. This very butcher was one of his loyal men. His name is Hao Dao. Jing Shao clasps his hands in front of him to respectfully address the butcher, pretending not to know him as he asks for his name. The butcher points to his sign with his cleaver and flippantly scolds them for not reading. The stall is called Haoju Butcher's Shop. Jing Shao looks stunned, and Muhan raises his hand to his mouth to cover his snickers. A woman carrying a wooden basin full of meat scolds the butcher for dallying and dumps the heavy meat on the table. She bosses him to cut up the meat quickly as customers wait, and the butcher merely turns to her with a smile. Muhan realizes that this butcher might be the secret treasure Jing Shao came here for, and Jing Shao admits that he came to this town specifically to recruit him. Jing Shao then politely approaches the butcher to discuss something, but the butcher tells him to bring it up later since he is busy chopping meat, and he begins chopping viciously, leaving Jing Shao no choice but to agree. Turning to Muhan, Jing Shao urges him to return to the inn, worried that the heat is too much for his fragile body, promising to return after speaking with the butcher. Muhan returns to the inn and sits at a table laden with food. It has been 2 hours since he parted ways with Jing Shao. Finally, Jing Shao returns looking downtrodden. He sits in front of Muhan, clutching his forehead. When Muhan asks if he wasn't able to persuade the butcher, Jing Shao explains that he waited for 2 hours, clutching his cup tightly and adding that, since the man is a descendant of a former general, he must be frustrated with his life as a butcher. What Jing Shao did not realize was that Hao Dao is satisfied with his life, making good money butchering pigs, and has no intention of risking his life for battle. Jing Shao gulps his drink in frustration as Muhan urges patience, reminding him that they have time to convince Hao Dao before the army circles the mountain. Jing Shao grows worried that he may not persuade Hao Dao in time, and Muhan explains that taking in a general follows the same rituals as taking in a wife. One must be patient, though there is a more pressing matter at hand. Jing Shao asks what that is, and Muhan confides that he is worried the inn's beds are infested with fleas. Muhan then adds more vegetables to Jing Shao's food and reveals his plan to buy new beddings and blankets after eating, so that they can simply change the covers and bear with it for the night. Jing Shao wonders why they couldn't just ask the servants to do it for them, fearing that bedbugs might mar his wife's porcelain-like skin. Muhan warns that they must stay low-key, especially after Jing Shao gave the hunters so much silver, while Jing Shao reassures him by noting that many merchants buy in bulk, so they won't stand out. A small Jing Shao complains that he is still hungry, and Muhan, placing more food in his bowl, explains it will be cheaper to buy beddings from the market than to rely on the inn staff. Jing Shao coughs when he realizes that his wife was just being stingy, and he confronts Muhan, insisting that he has plenty of money and need not be a money pincher. In response, Muhan taps Jing Shao's forehead with a stick, scolding him that as the palace budget manager he must avoid frivolous spending, or people will talk. Jing Shao is exasperated. He feels lucky to have a thrifty wife, but is frustrated that he cannot spoil him. In the end, the two cannot stand the room they were given at the inn and decide to camp out on the roof. Jing Shao lays the bedding on the roof, pats the makeshift bed, and invites Muhan to join him, while Muhan feels his head overheat. Tucking his wife in for the night, Jing Shao explains that he asked the waiter for new blankets. Without them, they freeze in the cold mountain night. Muhan laments the loss of money spent on the blankets, but Jing Shao insists there was no choice, since this was the only inn in town. Snuggling closer, Jing Shao listens as Muhan shares his plans to open up more business after the war. Though Jing Shao wholeheartedly supports the idea, suggesting they could move to Jiangnan for better opportunities, Muhan hesitates. Jing Shao then puts a little distance between them and lifts Muhan's face so they can meet eyes, asking why he worries so much about money. Muhan explains he's heard rumors that the treasury might soon be emptied due to corruption. Under the starry sky, he warns that the embezzlement of military funds, likely the work of the Count of Yongcheng and the fourth prince, will soon be exposed, putting them at risk if the fourth prince is indeed stealing the money. Still, Jing Shao hugs his husband close, reassuring him that they can worry about such matters later. Right now, their priority is to convince Hao Dao to join the army, and Jing Shao wants Mu Han's help with this. Lifting his head from the pillow as Jing Shao supports his cheek with a fist, Mu Han asks for more information about Hao Dao. Jing Shao explains that the Hao family refused to support the new imperial family, ending up in the Dahang Mountains where they took to butchering. Realizing the challenge ahead, Mu Han decides he will accompany Jing Shao the next day to see what can be done. Sitting up, Jing Shao coyly asks Mu Han if he'd resent him for asking to do more work. In playful response, Mu Han flicks Jing Shao's nose, and when Jing Shao grabs his husband's fist and calls him spoiled, their fingers intertwine in quiet affection. Later that night, Jing Shao mentions that the inn is very old and warns that the roof could be infested with mice, a comment that earns a look of contempt from Mu Han. Still, Jing Shao hugs his husband to encourage him to sleep, reminding him they need to wake early tomorrow. Soon, Mu Han closes his eyes and drifts off. The next day, as the couple walks through town, they hear someone calling their names. It turns out to be the hunter, carrying a large basket. He managed to catch a tiger cub and quickly brought it to them to collect the silver he was promised. Peering into the basket, they see the cute tiger cub roaring, and Jing Shao passes it over to Mu Han. In an instant, the cub takes a liking to Mu Han. It's love at first sight, a sentiment clearly mutual. Jing Shao pays the hunter, who happily accepts the payment. Nearby, the woman at the butcher's place excitedly looks up at the sight of the tiger cub. Mu Han asks if she has some warm water to bathe it in, and she invites them in to wash the cub. Turning to Jing Shao, Mu Han asks him to wait outside. Bossily, the woman tells the man to man the front stall while she washes the cub. Hao Dao turns to his wife as he sharpens his cleaver. Soon, Mu Han returns with the tiger cub, and Hao Dao agrees to the arrangement. Inside, water is transferred from a bucket to a basin. The woman dips her hand in to check that it's the proper temperature. Mu Han places the basket on a ledge while the woman teases the tiger by playing with it, prompting him to ask if she's always loved animals. While bathing the cub, she replies that she's adored animals since childhood, and the cub seems to relish her attention. As Mu Han plays with the cub's playful murder mittens, he asks about the Hao family ancestors, once rulers of the Dahang Mountains. The woman denies any such royal past, explaining that the Hao family's wealth declined long ago. Meanwhile, the cub sneezes adorably. Mu Han then remarks that the butcher's physique seems suited for martial arts, thinking his potential is wasted. As they finish drying the cub, it seems eager to come closer to Mu Han. With a note of sadness, the woman explains that she has long advised her husband to take the martial exams, but he has been very stubborn. Mu Han concludes that the woman is already aware of their reasons for coming that morning, a thought he shares tenderly while petting the adorable, plump tiger cub. The woman agrees as the tiger cub gazes at Mu Han with adoration, and Mu Han sees that she is a sensible woman. He takes a cloth and teases the tiger, prompting the cub to pounce on it happily. He then tells her that her husband could achieve greater things with his abilities. Holding the tiger cub as it playfully claws at his clothes, Mu Han remarks that although the Hao family could become rich as butchers, he wonders if she really wants their children to follow that same path. The woman sighs. Conflicted, she dreams of a better future and wants her husband to aim higher. She explains that while a son might manage as a butcher, marriage prospects for daughters would be difficult. Mu Han spoils the cub by scratching its chin and lets it slip that his husband is the third prince, one who would not force his husband, yet it would be a waste to disregard Hao Dao's talents. He explains that time is short, as the army is already on the move and they must leave the next day. With that, Mu Han places a gold tail on the table for her troubles. She bids her farewell, taking the adorable tiger cub with her. Though it seems she still wishes to talk more, she then grabs her husband by the ear and manhandles him inside the house for a chat. Inside, she asks if he heard her conversation with Mu Han. Hao Dao hesitates. Wary of the third prince's tyrannical and moody reputation, getting involved in the battle for the crown appears risky. However, his wife disagrees. She notes that the prince respects his advisor and assures him that a leader who values his subordinates is better than a cunning scholar. She urges him not to miss the chance, and Hao Dao, looking conflicted, promises to think about it. That night, Mu Han lies with his husband on the roof while the cub watches over them. They have already given an offer, and now it is up to Hao Da Dao to decide. Meanwhile, the tiger cub plays with Jing Xiao's hair. Annoyed, Jing Xiao grabs the cub and threatens to throw it down the building. The cub, upset at being picked up by the neck, roars at Jing Xiao to complain, and Jing Xiao notices that the cub is a boy. Soon after, the cub bites Jing Xiao's finger. Jing Xiao sits up as Mu Han grabs the cub with both hands. Still, the cub continues to roar, leading Jing Xiao to realize that bringing the cub along to war would not be wise. With a playful tone, Jing Xiao coyly tells Mu Han that he would let him raise the cub if he gets a kiss. Mu Han excitedly asks if he could really raise the tiger, and Jing Xiao, equally excited by the thought of a kiss, urges him on. Closing his eyes, Jing Xiao awaits the kiss until he feels something wet and hair brushing against his lips. When he opens his eyes, he realizes that he has gotten what he calls first base with the tiger. Holding the tiger cub with both hands, Mu Han reminds him that since he got a kiss, he should keep his promise. In response, Jing Xiao cries tears of regret. He insists that the tiger kiss should not count and that Mu Han was clearly cheating, for he really wants a kiss from his husband. Meanwhile, the tiger cub yawns as it stretches. At the butcher's shop, the woman mans the stall with a chestnut horse standing beside it. Soon, the royal couple approaches the shop. The woman wipes her hands with a cloth as she tells them that she will call her husband. Mu Han looks at Jing Xiao, certain that they have convinced Hao Da Dao to agree. The woman then mentions her husband, and Hao Da Dao comes out wielding a large cleaver. Jing Xiao puts his hand on the man's shoulder, smiling to encourage him to join the army. Hao Da Dao, however, doubts that he is up for the task. Yet, he can tell that the prince is very young while his stature shows a wealth of experience, so he decides to test the waters by following the prince for a while. Hao Da Dao mounts his chestnut horse, his few belongings slung over his shoulder. His wife vows to follow him with her 2 cleavers, and Mu Han, seated in front of Jing Xiao, bids her farewell. They leave, and the woman waves at them from the butcher shop. As they depart the town, Hao Da Dao finds it strange that the military advisor does not have his own horse. Meanwhile, Jing Xiao rubs his cheek with his fingers, hesitatingly wondering if he should tell the truth. Jing Xiao remarked that Mu Han was not good at riding and that he usually stayed in the carriage during marches. Mu Han nudged him with his elbow in response, and he gave a side-eye even though Mu Han was skilled at riding. Jing Xiao, ever overprotective, wouldn't let him ride alone. Nearby, the tiger cub snored and blew a small snot bubble. Hao Da Dao observed the scene and thought it improper for the prince to be so close to another man when he was already married, though he soon decided it was none of his business as long as the prince's wife remained unaware of any cheating tendencies. Later, Jing Xiao asked Mu Han what he wanted to call the tiger cub. He suggested the name Shao Huang as he lifted his fingers to stroke the cub's fur, but the cub disliked the touch and bit his fingers. Jing Xiao looked at his sore fingers and the defiant cub, while Mu Han stroked the cub's fur to calm it. Jing Xiao explained that all the palace animals had names beginning with Shao, even his black horse, Shao He, which raised its head at the mention of its name. He then playfully scolded the horse. Mu Han realized that his husband's name also contained Shao. When Jing Xiao asked what he meant, Mu Han simply confirmed that Shao Wang was a good name for the cub, though Jing Xiao pestered him for further explanation, insisting he wouldn't sleep until he understood. Meanwhile, in the army camp in the suburbs, tents were set up and 2 guards tended a fire as General Zhou spotted Jing Xiao and Mu Han approaching. Jing Xiao helped Mu Han dismount while Mu Han clutched the tiger cub, and General Zhou asked about the newcomer. Jing Xiao introduced Hao Da Dao as their new recruit. Noticing Hao Da Dao's cleaver, General Zhou invited him to show his skills. Hao Da Dao agreed, and the 2 faced off while the soldiers cheered. Mu Han admitted that he had worried the 2 might not get along because both were impatient, and Jing Xiao chuckled, remarking that big men were simple, they just competed and drank. Not long after, Jia noticed a bundle in Mu Han's hands and inquired about it. The tiger cub yawned and stretched, and Jia lifted it up excitedly. The cub scratched his cheeks, causing Jia to drop it, and Mu Han quickly reached out to catch it. To everyone's surprise, it was Ro Yi who caught the cub. Jia became excited at her display of skill, realizing that the maid was no ordinary girl but a master of martial arts, a skill passed down through her family. Interested in learning, Jia asked her to teach him her tricks, though the cub pawed at him in an attempt to shoo him off. The cub's small body showed a big temper as it continued to roar, and Ro Yi seemed to notice something about it. Jia then excitedly declared his wish to volunteer, but before he could finish, A hand slapped him from behind. He turned around to see a large bump forming on his head. When he asked Zhu why he had hit him, Zhu replied nonchalantly that his face was bleeding. Although Jia did not mind the wound since it would heal, the pain was clear on his face. Zhu then dragged him away to get his face treated, and Jia complained, mentioning that scars were symbols of manliness that could even earn rewards. Zhu stopped him to ask if he planned to make a heroic story out of the scar, and Jia, with tears in his eyes, realized he could not. In truth, he only wanted to avoid General Zhou laughing at him for appearing weak. Finally, Mu Han decided to trim the cub's claws while Jing Shao grew noticeably jealous of how clingy the tiger cub had become. Mu Han sinks into a plush pillow with his eyes closed in contentment, savoring the comfort of a real bed after 2 cold nights on a rooftop. The tiger cub crawls toward him and nestles close to his face as he relaxes. Soon after, Rouyi enters the massive tent carrying a tray of food. Mu Han, still playing with the cub on his lap, asks if she prepared the meal. She sets the plate down and explains that the third prince wanted him to eat well. The tiger, meanwhile, licks his paws. Mu Han appreciates the gesture, but thinks he should have the same food as the soldiers. He orders Rouyi to get some meat for the tiger. Rouyi advises that Mu Han should feed the cub himself so it will recognize him as its master. Mu Han looks up, curious about how she knows so much. With a touch of sadness, Rouyi explains that her father once brought home a lion cub. That lion had shielded her from attackers from the Southeast Kingdom, and she had hidden beneath it, remaining silent. Although she escaped, she had to leave the injured lion behind. She shows Mu Han a purse containing the lion's fur, explaining that one day, after her revenge, she will let the fur go, allowing the lion to rest in peace. Mu Han tells her that the Southeast King will soon make his move and that he cannot sit idly by knowing that once the Southwest King is defeated, he might be next. Rouyi, unable to rely on the army, is driven by her own hatred to act independently. Mu Han looks at her with concern. After 2 weeks, they move their camp to the border of Shu. The sky is bright, yet rain pours on the tents as soldiers busy themselves setting up camp. Jing Shao instructs Mu Han to remain in the carriage until the camp is ready. As Mu Han brushes his hands against Jing Shao's cheek and invites him to come rest in the carriage too, Jing Shao insists he must oversee the soldiers. Soon, Rouyi approaches them, wearing a bamboo hat and coat to fend off the rain, and indicates that she wishes to leave first. Mu Han is surprised by her haste, aware that the Southeast King seeks beauties as concubines, so she must hurry to the selection venue. Jing Shao grants her permission to leave and assures her that someone will accompany her along the way. He provides her with documents and cautions her to act carefully and wait for their further instructions. Rouyi is taken aback before kneeling in thanks and promising that, if she survives, she will return to repay their kindness. She then steps onto the saddle, and with a kick to the horse's side, she gallops away in pursuit of her revenge. Jing Shao remarks on how fearsome Rouyi is, confident that she will soon exact her revenge. Mu Han and Jing Shao watch her leave until a soldier approaches to inform them that the camp is set up. Jing Shao tells everyone to rest and to resume work only after the rain stops. He then warns Mu Han to be careful, as he might fall or get wet, and Mu Han teases him that Jing Shao wouldn't mind being his coachman. Jing Shao pulls the reins and looks serious, contemplating that all the chess pieces are falling into place. It is still raining when Jing Shao insists on helping Mu Han off the carriage. Mu Han is still carrying the tiger cub, Shao Wan, and he carefully hands the cub to Jing Shao, worry he might drop it. Jing Shao pouts as he holds the cub by the scruff of its neck, and the cub roars at him. Jing Shao reminds the cub, in his own way, that he's only holding it because Mu Han asked, which causes Mu Han to look at him in exasperation. Later, Mu Han is seen playing with the tiger cub in his bed. Jing Shao then makes his move on Mu Han, but Mu Han pushes him away since it is still daylight. The tiger cub jumps onto Mu Han, coming between him and Jing Shao. Finally, Jing Shao holds the cub by the scruff of its neck and tells it to go away, thereby staking his claim on Mu Han. Mu Han set the tiger cub down and told it to go away and play by itself, but the cub clung to his arm. Mu Han laughed at his husband, and Jing Shao slapped his forehead in exasperation. The mood was ruined. Mu Han then suggested they lie in bed to rest, so Jing Shao had no choice but to accept and rested his head on Mu Han's chest. Even as Jing Shao looked at the cub in annoyance, the cub watched them cuddle. In September, with the weather cleared, 100,000 troops assembled at the southwest border. A soldier knelt in salute while Jing Shao, atop his horse, looked down at him. Jing Shao decided to camp 100 miles away from the city, and soldiers roamed the barracks in perfect formation. Later, while examining a diorama of the land, General Shao advised that they should go through Shengjing to enter the Southwest Kingdom. Jing Shao discussed strategies with his advisor and remembered the ambush attacks and casualties of his previous life. He clenched his fist as he decided on the best course of action, and how Da Dao pointed out that there was only one path to take. The terrain was steep and strange, so they could only pass in a single file. All the while the tiger cubs sat happily on Muhan's lap. Muhan noted that they would be susceptible to attacks, and although General Zhou got frustrated, he agreed with the military advisor. Jing Shao had a plan that was clever, but needed to be executed exactly as instructed. Aware that his methods might not be well received, he called a stop to the meeting, and the generals agreed to meet again the next day. Jing Shao grew frustrated, knowing what they should do but unable to express it. Muhan, worried that he had received bad news, asked about it, and Jing Shao hugged him. Muhan then joked that he could read minds, but Jing Shao explained that there were things he wasn't sure about yet and did not want to hide his thoughts. Muhan offered to listen and help. Jing Shao explained his risky plan, which required precise execution based on valuable intel from their spies in the southwest. The generals might not trust the plan, but they had to make a move soon, and Jing Shao believed he could capture the Southwest King if all orders were followed. When Muhan asked why he thought the plan was best, Jing Shao said it was because they had Hao Da Dao. Muhan looked at him cheerfully, intending to persuade Hao Da Dao that night. Suspiciously, Jing Shao grabbed Muhan's shoulders to ask how he could persuade the man, and Muhan assured him he had his own techniques. Jing Shao told him not to go, staring meaningfully at him. Dropping all seriousness, Jing Shao hugged Muhan, worried that Hao Da Dao might take advantage of him and that Muhan would be helpless against a big man. He then begged Muhan not to go and clung to him as Muhan walked away, until Muhan finally turned back to comfort his husband, thinking he was as clingy as their pets. Later that night, in the dark, Jing Shao sneaked toward Hao Da Dao's tent to make sure Hao Da Dao would not make a move on his wife. Muhan explained that, though Hao Da Dao acted as a general, he lacked an official seal and needed to earn merit first. Hao Da Dao interrupted, urging Muhan to get to the point. Before Jing Shao could hear the rest of the conversation, a hand tapped his shoulder. He turned to find Jia asking what he was doing there. Jia asked if Jing Shao had come to discuss swordsmanship with Hao Da Dao. Jing Shao was annoyed by the question, and Muhan finally exited the tent, noticing his husband and soldier Jia outside. Jing Shao walked around, carefully inspecting his wife. Meanwhile, Jia explained that he had come to talk to Hao Da Dao about swordsmanship and had not expected the prince or the military advisor to be present. Muhan then informed Jia that Hao Da Dao would lead his troops the next day and that Jia would be joining him. Zhuo might be willing to discuss swordsmanship with Jia since he did not need to go on the battlefield for a while. Jia agreed happily and left to find Zhuo. Muhan walked away, with Jing Shao following him and asking whether Hao Da Dao had agreed. Muhan confirmed that he had. Jing Shao was surprised at how quickly Muhan had convinced him. Muhan answers that Hao Da Dao was an ingenious man. Jing Shao followed him to ask for more details but was stopped by a hand as Muhan said it was late and he should come back later. Jing Shao rubbed his forehead, disappointed that he could not sleep with his wife. The next day, Jing Shao announced his decision and asked his trusted leaders who would take 3,000 men to Hoyaguan. Hao Da Dao volunteered. He had already received instructions from the military advisor and needed this chance to prove himself. Jing Shao approved the order, and although General Zhou looked at Hao Da Dao suspiciously, the recruit set out as ordered. As Hao Da Dao left the tent, General Zhou asked Jing Shao if Shengjinguan would continue its attacks. Muhan, holding a black fan, explained that he had found a path for them while gazing at the stars the previous night. General Zhao was to lead the troops to Shengjinguan despite the dangerous path. When he asked for more details, Muhan explained his plans, offering insights into the weak points of their troops and the terrain without giving all the details. General Zhao asked if Muhan was sure of his plan, and Jing Shao assured him that the military advisor was never wrong. Jing Shao then ordered General Zhao to leave 50,000 troops to attack Shengjinguan. General Zhao accepted the order, and Muhan handed him a small pouch containing 3 pieces of instruction to be opened only during specific instances, instructing him not to open the pouch in advance. General Zhao accepted the pouch and agreed to the plan. Shao then addressed a third general, instructing him to lead 30,000 soldiers to support Hao Dao by joining the Shu army. The third general agreed and left the tent. Later, Shao laughed at his wife's antics, remarking silently that no one else could pull off the role of an astrologer as well as she did. Mu Han commended him for playing along, noting that without his support the generals would not have been convinced. Shao worried that this might affect Mu Han's reputation in the army, but Mu Han replied that he did not plan to continue as military advisor in the long run, since he still had the prince to rely on. In a teasing moment, Shao lifted his chin and asked if Mu Han had changed his mind about getting a divorce, to which Mu Han replied that they could divorce, and that he would marry Shao and take him as a wife instead. Shao held Mu Han and playfully showed him his kissy face, but Mu Han walked away, remarking that there was no way he would marry a lazy glutton like Shao. Finally, Shao picked up the feather fan that Mu Han had used as a prop and smiled as he watched him leave, thinking that one day he would teach Mu Han to submit and be a proper wife. The gate to Shenjingguan Fortress stood intimidating. A soldier advised General Zhou that the gates were suspiciously open. General Zhou pulled out the paper from Mu Han's pouch. The message had foreseen the open gates and warned them not to enter. He then ordered his troops to retreat. For the next 2 days, the Southwest Army coaxed them to engage, with the enemy forces coming out to fight and then running back to the gates. This cycle repeated until General Zhou grew frustrated and finally snapped, ordering his small troop to enter the gates. He drew his sword, ready to attack, and led his men inside while the rest were left outside. As soon as they stepped in, the gates slammed shut with a resounding bang, and by then, they realized they were trapped. Sweat beaded on General Zhou's forehead as enemy troops attacked them from all directions. At the main base of operations, Shao sat beside Mu Han as he received a report. A soldier informed them that General Zhou had disobeyed orders and was now trapped inside, leaving the remaining army leaderless and bombarded with arrows. A cup smashed on the ground. Shao had thrown it in anger. He then ordered a soldier gather 200 men, declaring that he would join the small troop. Shao donned his armor, and Mu Han called out to him, warning him to be careful. Shao replied that Mu Han should stay put and wait for his return. They hugged, and Mu Han agreed, praying for their safety as he watched his husband leave for war. The troops soon saw the third prince arrive, mounted on his horse. Shao asked for a report on the current situation. A soldier reported that General Zhou had been inside the gate for half a day. After a period of noise, all was quiet. Shao then ordered his troops to use a giant tree trunk to force the gates open. Enemy troops attacked with a barrage of arrows, but using their shields. Shao's men fended off the assault with a clever formation. Finally, the gates gave way as the tree trunk forced them open, throwing many enemy soldiers back. Shao ordered his men to enter the gates. Meanwhile, Mu Han waited in the barracks with Jia and Zhu, with Zhu playing with Shao Huang. Mu Han worried for his husband since they had yet to receive any news, and he dropped the scroll he had been reading. Then a messenger reported that thousands of enemy soldiers were on their way to attack their camp, and that they needed to act fast. Mu Han could not believe that this was happening. There were fewer than 20,000 people in the camp, and only about 4,000 of them were not soldiers. Mu Han began to think of a plan to survive the coming attack. He set the tiger cub, Shao Wang, down on the ground. Jia told him that he should remain within the barracks, with Zhu for protection, but Mu Han insisted that he stay put. Mu Han then ordered Jia to send out soldiers to tie tripping ropes to the stakes they had already installed outside the camp, and Jia agreed before leaving the tent. Mu Han turned to Zhu and asked about the difference between infantry and cavalry and their chances of winning. Zhu replied that infantry's odds against cavalry were 3-1, so Mu Han calculated that with their numbers they could prevail. Although caution was needed, the right guard army was acting rashly, so Mu Han ordered Zhu to position his troops near the tripping ropes, and Zhu accepted the order. Not long after, a soldier was found lying on the ground in a pool of blood, and another soldier lay nearby. General Zhu sat atop his horse in desperation, aware that booby traps had been set at every step. A soldier informed him that enemy soldiers were hunting them down, and the general rummaged through his armor for something. He passed a pouch to the soldier and ordered him to read its contents. The message was cryptic and not immediately understood, but it reminded General Zhu that he needed to turn back in time. They could not afford any more casualties. Consequently, he ordered his remaining troops to return to Shenjingguan. Meanwhile, Shao fought at the gates. He heard someone call out and looked back to see General Zhou galloping toward him. Relieved to see him, Jing Shao ordered General Zhou to return to the main camp. General Zhou bowed an apology for his recklessness and asked for another chance to redeem himself. Soon after, another messenger joined in to report. Jing Shao turned his head toward the speaker, his face looking worried but composed as the soldier reported that their camp was being raided. A look of dread crossed Jing Shao's face. Most of their troops had left the camp, and his wife was in the barracks. General Zhou then asked Jing Shao to return to camp and leave the fight at the gates to him, and Jing Shao agreed, ordering his troop to return. Inside the camp, Mu Han's face looked very worried yet determined as he waited for the enemy troops to attack. An enemy soldier rushed into their camp, unaware of the trap that had been set. The soldier's horse tripped on one of the ropes that Mu Han had ordered Jia to set up, causing the horses to stumble and fall. Seeing this, the enemy soldiers began to shoot arrows. Mu Han managed to dodge one arrow directed his way. He quickly realized that the attackers were archers, an indication that the Southwest King had planned this carefully, willing to sacrifice elite troops, as horseback archers were among the best warriors. Mu Han then noticed that the arrows were now targeting his tent. A soldier came to the tent to protect him. It was Jia, who handed a knife to Mu Han for self-defense and told him to stay close. Mu Han brandished the knife, deflecting an arrow headed in his direction, and Jia stabbed an enemy soldier who had managed to enter the tent. Jia then bragged about his skill while he and Mu Han stood back to back. Mu Han turned his head when he heard the sound of horses galloping. He went outside to check and found his husband, Jing Shao, charging toward them at full speed. Jing Shao was happy to see Mu Han, but before anyone could notice, an enemy soldier sneaked up from behind Mu Han and Jia, ready to strike. Jing Shao's heart sank as he rushed to his wife's side to save him. Mu Han turned in shock at his attacker as blood splattered on the ground. He was stabbed on the shoulder, and blood seeped into his clothes. Jia quickly turned to him, calling his name, while Jing Shao rushed toward the attacker and used his horse to kick the man. Stepping off his horse, Jing Shao caught Mu Han before he could fall. Jing Shao continued calling Mu Han's name as Mu Han assured him that the injury was small. Jing Shao then called for a physician to attend to him and lifted him up in a bridal style. Jia kept attacking the remaining enemies while Jing Shao got Mu Han to safety, assuring him that a doctor would arrive soon. In a sudden flash, Jing Shao remembered his previous life when Mu Han had died, and he berated himself for failing to save the one person who mattered most. Mu Han reassured him that everything would be fine. Soon after, Jia barged in, dragging the doctor along. Jing Shao instructed the doctor to attend to Mu Han immediately, and the doctor agreed. He began to strip Mu Han's clothes, prompting Jing Shao to ask what he was doing. The doctor explained that he needed to open the collar to examine the wound better, and Jing Shao agreed. With Mu Han's shirt open, his wounded chest was exposed. The wound did not appear deep. The doctor explained that Mu Han had dodged in time, so the injury could be bandaged and would heal soon. Jing Shao then told everyone to leave and volunteered to take care of Mu Han's wound himself. Jia remarked to Zhu that the prince and the military advisor were acting strangely, hinting at something more in their relationship. Zhu grabbed Jia's arm and dragged him along as Jia complained. Mu Han told Jing Shao that he did not need medicine, and then said he would use wonder medicine so he could heal quickly and remain at camp, insisting that Jing Shao lead the front lines instead of acting as a nurse. Jing Shao refused, explaining that the wonder medicine would make the pain 10 times harder to bear. He put a drop of the medicine on his 2 fingers and spread it on Mu Han's wound. Mu Han flinched and bit his lips in pain. Jing Shao told him not to bite his lips and that he should bite his finger instead. Mu Han then said that he was feeling better and told Jing Shao to finish applying the medicine. After bandaging Mu Han, Jing Shao dressed him and laid him in bed to rest, offering to fetch water to freshen him up, though Mu Han insisted he was fine. Watching Mu Han sleep, Jing Shao reflected on the Southwest King's strategy. He noted that the archers were from the Southeast King, who must have lent their forces, and he realized that he had become cocky. Despite the echoes of his past life, things had changed. Jing Shao pressed Mu Han's hand to his cheek, conveying that he cared nothing for power or wealth, only a life with Mu Han. Without him, there was no point in living. Mu Han opened his eyes and thought that Jing Shao must be blaming himself. Then, Mu Han asked his husband to fetch the tiger cub, which had gone missing, as a way to distract him. Jing Shao told him to rest as he set off to find Shao Huang. Roaming the barracks, Jing Shao eventually found the tiger cub hiding among boxes. That makes sense. Even wild cats can't resist the joy of boxes. He lifted the tiger by the scruff of its neck, realizing that it had deliberately hidden there, and ordered a soldier to wash the tiger. Shortly after, a soldier reported that most of the fallen soldiers had been buried. Shao surveyed the fallen enemies. Their uniforms and weapons belonged to the Southeast Army. A raid had been expected, but it was clear they had specifically targeted Mu Han. Shao asked Jia if any enemy soldiers had survived. Jia explained that the elite archers were too ruthless to capture alive, and that the one who attacked Mu Han had acted out of desperation. Shao then ordered his men to repair the damages and fortify their defense as he headed back. Shao Wang stooped onto Shao's shoulders as they both watched over their important person. Mu Han slowly opened his eyes and attempted to get up, but Shao stopped him, and Shao Wang landed on the bed. A servant entered the tent carrying a bowl of noodles. Shao accepted the tray and dismissed the servant. He then asked Mu Han why he had ordered noodles that day when Mu Han usually preferred rice. Mu Han, while rubbing Shao Wang's head, explained that he had suddenly had a craving for noodles. Shao picked up some noodles with his chopsticks, although Mu Han insisted he could feed himself. Still, Shao continued to feed him, which made Mu Han blush. After they both ate from the same bowl, Shao declared these the best noodles he had ever had, and Mu Han invited him for a walk by the river. At the same time, the tiger cub tried to snatch some noodles. Later, sitting face to face, Shao urged Mu Han to finish his noodles. As night fell under a full moon in a sky full of stars, with fireflies lighting up the forest, Shao and Mu Han walked together by the river. During their walk, Mu Han touched his chest, which alarmed Shao, and he urged his husband to sit down. Mu Han sat on a rock while Shao knelt beside him, and Mu Han asked if Shao remembered what that day was. Shao admitted that he did not know and looked at Mu Han in confusion. Mu Han then took out a flute from his robes and offered to play it to remind him. Shao sat down, eager to listen, having always wanted to hear Mu Han play. Mu Han played the flute, and Shao listened as the sound filled the quiet night. He imagined a phoenix dancing and rising to the heavens. When Mu Han stopped playing, his face was lit by the moon. Shao asked why he had stopped, and Mu Han asked him what the song reminded him of. Shao replied that the melody reminded him of a rising phoenix. Mu Han then asked if it reminded him of anything else. Shao quoted a popular proverb and explained that he did not remember the song but remembered who played it. Mu Han asked if he knew the title. Shao sat down and called it Phoenix, Seeking the Phoenix. Mu Han called his bluff heatedly, and Shao grabbed Mu Han's head and kissed him. After they parted, Shao asked what the song was called, and Mu Han answered that its title was Shao Shao. He added that there used to be 9 chapters of the story, but only 3 were left. Shao remarked that the song was ancient. No wonder he did not remember it, and Mu Han gently reminded him it was September 19th. Finally, Shao realized that September 19th was his birthday. For Shao, who had spent most of his life in battle and rarely celebrated his birthday, that day finally made sense when he understood why Mu Han had chosen noodles. He hugged Mu Han warmly. Now 20 years old, while Mu Han silently felt regret that Shao could not be crowned on his birthday to secure his succession. Shao, however, thought it did not matter because he already had everything he wanted. Mu Han looked up at him with gentle eyes as Shao declared he should have an adult name and asked Mu Han to grant him one. Mu Han suggested the name Ju Shao, and Shao tried saying it, enjoying how the syllables rolled off his tongue. He recalled the name his parents had given him, Shao, meant to attract blessings from gods and phoenixes. At last, he understood that his destiny was not to fight for the throne as a crowned prince, but to secure Dakshin's peace. In a flashback, he remembered his mother asking the emperor about the chosen name after his birth, and the emperor had liked it. Shao realized that his fate had been sealed from the moment he was born, and he felt betrayed that his father had never reminded him of this intended destiny. Mu Han grew alarmed by Shao's sudden silence, wondering if the name had saddened him. Shao realized his mother had also foreseen that he would never be king. He looked up at the sky, imagining his queen mother watching and pleased to see him content. Turning back to his wife, Shao felt that Mu Han had made him so happy that day that he deserved a reward. He whispered that he could make Mu Han feel good too. And although Mu Han hesitated, thinking his husband might be bluffing, Shao seductively whispered into his ears. Mu Han felt the excitement and a warmth spread through him as Shao placed a hand on the small of his back. Even as Mu Han threw his head back, begging Shao to stop, Jing Shao gloated, asking if what he had done could compare to a king's song. Muhan held his husband's shoulders while looking into his eyes, and although Jing Shao worried that Muhan might not be able to tell good from bad, he sat back and urged his husband to finish what he had started, promising to give his verdict once it was done. Blushing, Muhan directed Jing Shao to where he wanted to be touched, leaning back until he was half lying on the ground. Muhan covered half his face in embarrassment, and from that position he saw two shooting stars chasing each other in the sky. Muhan called Jing Shao, Shao Shao. Wiping his mouth, Jing Shao looked at him quizzically, while Muhan then called his husband by the name of a hero from ancient times in a flirtatious tone. Jing Shao thought that must be Muhan's way of seducing him. Leaning toward his husband, Jing Shao, who had only intended to have a bit of fun, found himself aroused as Muhan seduced him. Jing Shao took out a jar of scented lube, and Muhan noted shyly that his husband always carried such a thing. Their clothes soon ended up scattered on the ground. Under the full moon, the couple enjoyed each other's company in the dark, while Muhan reminded Jing Shao to be gentle because his wound was not fully healed. Jing Shao pinned Muhan's wrist on the ground as sweat covered their skin. Even though Muhan's wound still hurt a little, Jing Shao's hand wrapped around Muhan's fingers, and Muhan felt the grass beneath him. Even in that uncomfortable moment, Muhan had never been happier. Their fingers clasped and intertwined while fireflies danced around them. In the dark forest, Jing Shao sat on the ground with Muhan on his lap, both now fully dressed. He opened Muhan's collar to inspect him and asked how he was feeling. Muhan leaned on Jing Shao's chest and assured him that he was all right, but Jing Shao soon noticed that Muhan's wound was bleeding again. Muhan suggested using the wonder medicine for faster healing, warning that movement and strain would only reopen the wound. But Jing Shao refused, feeling that the pain would be too much if they treated it now. He decided to check the wound again tomorrow. Muhan then told him to return to the military advisor's tent, so that no one would discover them the next morning. Jing Shao kissed Muhan's forehead and agreed to take him back to camp, lifting him in a bridal carry and deciding that it was best to sleep in Muhan's tent, away from the pesky tiger, so they could finally get proper rest. Meanwhile, an assassin sneaked into the camp and headed for Jing Shao's tent. The assassin lifted the tent flap and crawled under, then suddenly screamed. The scream alarmed the guards, who entered the tent and found the assassin clutching a knife in one hand and his bitten arm in the other. Soon, a tiger cub crawled out from under the blanket, licking its paws, and the guards sounded the alarm to alert everyone. Jing Shao emerged from the military advisor's tent, wondering what the commotion was about. Soldiers Jia and Zhu rushed toward him, checking if he was all right. They stopped when they saw both the prince and the military advisor coming out of the same tent. Jia was confused by what was happening, while Zhu simply stared. Jia then praised the military advisor for predicting the assassin's move and for wisely hiding the prince. Muhan coughed to mask his embarrassment as Jing Shao asked if the assassin had been caught. A soldier reported that the assassin, along with the dagger he carried, had been captured and was now being escorted with his hands tied behind his back. Jing Shao inspected the dagger and noted that it was similar to those found with the archers who had attacked his camp. He asked the assassin whether the Southeast King was so desperate as to send assassins, and the assassin, surprised that Jing Shao knew his origin, hesitantly explained that they did not know the third prince's face, only a rough idea of his height and build, and had mistaken Muhan for him. Enraged by what he heard, Jing Shao slammed his fist on the table. Jia then suggested, heatedly, sending the assassin back to the Southeast King as a warning. Before any decision could be made, the voice announced that the assassin could not leave, and the three militants looked toward the tent's entrance. Muhan entered the tent, and Jing Shao quickly sat up to assist him, asking why he was not resting, but Muhan assured him he was fine. Muhan sat down and immediately felt soreness on his bum. He bit his lip and endured the pain. Jia was once again confused by how differently the prince and the military advisor acted and by the advisor's reluctance to let the assassin leave. He also noticed red marks on the military advisor's neck and wondered what had caused them. Later that day, a soldier reported to Jing Shao that the assassin had been an archer who had hidden during the chaos, and that the Southeast King had ordered them to kill the third prince or never return. Jing Shao looked down at the captured assassin in confusion and asked why the attack had also targeted the military advisor. The assassin, now kneeling, explained hesitantly that they had mistaken Muhan for the third prince. Jing Shao grew angry at this revelation and slammed his fist on the table once more. Jia continued to stare at the military advisor in confusion while Mu-Han explained that the Southeast King feared his vassal estate would be targeted once the Southwest King fell. So to prevent that, he aided the Southwest King. Mu-Han added that sending the assassin back to the Southeast King would reveal that they already knew of his plans, forcing him to fully support the Southwest King. Shao explained that they must prevent the two kings from joining forces and suggested escorting the assassin back to the capital, but Mu-Han disagreed. He argued that they needed to force the Southeast King to recall his troops since the assassin could easily be denied as evidence, and suggested that a warning letter would be enough. At the same time, Shao watched the way Mu-Han sat and knew his husband was not feeling well. Shao then ordered his men to take the prisoner away and ensure that nothing of their conversation got out. The two men grabbed the prisoner's arms and left. Later, as two hands wrapped around Mu-Han's waist, Shao asked if his husband was still sore. Mu-Han leaned away, embarrassed, and assured him that his wounds were not serious. Shao pulled Mu-Han onto his lap, teasing that he was welcome to sit there any time. But Mu-Han scolded him, reminding him to be careful after last night's incident. Shao hugged Mu-Han from behind, certain that their subordinates already knew, and traced his husband's throat to point out the uncovered hickeys. Mu-Han froze, then pushed Shao back while holding his neck in shock. He had not realized the hickeys were there, which explained the odd looks from Jia. Mu-Han then walked out of the tent in a huff, and Shao scrambled after him, knowing that the hickeys above his collar would be visible. When Mu-Han opened the tent, he heard someone about to make a report and stood frozen. A horse galloped toward him, its reins barely under control by a soldier. Shao rushed to Mu-Han, but his husband remained frozen, his aching hips preventing him from moving, while neither noticed a man sneaking up behind in search of a chance for promotion. Shao kicked the horse to prevent it from trampling Mu-Han. Although Mu-Han was safe, the man aiming for promotion tackled him, and an alarmed Shao turned around. Shao kicked the man, who accidentally hit Mu-Han on the chest, reopening his wound and causing it to bleed. Shao continued to kick the man until he begged for forgiveness. The man's name was Wang Er. Mu-Han sat on the ground in pain, and Shao asked if he was all right. Shao lifted his husband in a bridal carry, and while he took Mu-Han away for treatment, Jia beat up Wang Er for drawing unwanted attention and causing more harm. Shao then brought Mu-Han back to his tent, opened his collar to check the bleeding bandages, and sat down gritting his teeth, angry at Wang Er for worsening Mu-Han's wounds, even as Mu-Han protested. Soon, Zhu entered to report that General Hao had succeeded in his tasks and had opened the gates to allow General Zhao's army into the fortress. Without turning his head from Mu-Han, Shao ordered Zhu to send word to the generals to merge forces and attack Cloud City relentlessly. Jia heeded the command and asked when the army would set off. Shao hesitated, holding a piece of cloth in his hand, knowing that with Mu-Han injured it would be dangerous to travel since his wounds would take longer to heal. He told Zhu to wait a few more days, but Mu-Han squeezed his hand while shaking his head. Shao sighed and instructed Zhu to deliver the message and then return. He wiped Mu-Han's forehead, and despite Mu-Han's protest, Shao insisted that the general's troops had 3 days' worth of food and that Mu-Han needed to rest before departing. Mu-Han sat up and scolded Shao for putting his own needs before those of the whole army, and Shao looked back at him in anger. Shao urged Mu-Han to lie back down, assuring him not to worry and that he would take care of him before they discuss anything else. Mu-Han looked him in the eye and announced that he would use the wonder medicine so he could heal faster, but Shao disagreed. Mu-Han sighed and removed Shao's hands from his shoulder, not wanting to cause any delay. Shao then assured him that he would not be blamed, but Mu-Han fought back by reminding Shao that he was responsible for thousands of lives and couldn't put his own feelings before the safety of his men. Those words finally made an impact on Shao, and he smirked as he kissed Mu-Han on the cheeks, praising him and showing how lucky he was to have such a sensible wife. Mu-Han pushed him off, astounded by how quickly Shao had agreed, and let out an exasperated sigh. Mu-Han then removed his clothes, teasing Shao to stop looking at him as if he were a delicate maiden. Shao rummaged through his drawers and finally found a white bottle of wonder medicine, which he showed to Mu-Han as Mu-Han removed his bandage in preparation. Shao warned that the medicine would intensify the pain and told Mu-Han not to bite his lips when it got unbearable, taking a drop of the cream on his fingertip. Chibi Shao hesitated to apply the medicine on Mu-Han's chest, but Mu-Han told him to hold him if he was too worried, Jing Shao positioned himself behind Mu Han and offered his arms for Mu Han to bite, then finally applied the medicine. Mu Han flinched from the pain and squeezed Jing Shao's arm. So Jing Shao offered his fist for Mu Han to bite into for relief. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Han slumped forward and fainted from the pain, and Jing Shao quickly carried him to bed. Soon, Jia and Zhou entered the tent, and without looking back, Jing Shao asked what was going on. A third person reported finding something in Wanger's belongings, and Zhu announced a letter from Prince Ru's mansion while Jia had nothing to add. Jing Shao gently covered Mu Han with a blanket, then accepted the scroll with both hands. He unfurled the scroll and grew angry at what he saw, a black and white painting of Mu Han. Suspecting that Wanger harbored lustful thoughts about Mu Han, Jing Shao ordered the man to investigate and uncover any other crimes committed by Wanger. When the third guard turned to leave, Jing Shao asked his name, and the guard introduced himself as Jiang Lang, the son of Imperial Physician Jiang. Jing Shao then realized that Mu Han had found him another talented soldier. Jing Shao addressed Jia and Zhu, and although Jia began to speak, Zhu interrupted by handing over the letters to Jing Shao and announcing that they would set out tomorrow after some preparations. Jia then asked if Zhu had purposely interrupted him when he was about to inquire about the prince's relationship with a military advisor, and Zhu told him to shut up. Jing Shao opened the letter, which revealed that the emperor was fine but had uncovered rampant military corruption. With war raging, the emperor was biding his time, and the fourth prince was in trouble. Mu Han then called for Jing Shao, who turned around to check if his wife was truly awake. Jing Shao asked if his chest still hurt, and Mu Han replied that the medicine had worked wonders, also asking how long he had been asleep. Jing Shao explained that he had arranged for the camp to start moving tomorrow so that Mu Han could rest another day. Mu Han then inquired about the letter Jing Shao had received from his brother. Jing Shao picked up the letter lying on top of Mu Han's blanket and asked how Mu Han knew about it, starting to think that his husband might indeed be a fortune teller. Mu Han told him to stop joking and took the letters to read. As he read, he understood that there were people within the court acting as spies for the Southeast King. Jing Shao agreed that the Southeast King knew the treasury was depleted and couldn't support the war, and that pinpointing the mastermind might extend the conflict another year and a half. Mu Han realized that the Southwest King was so confident because he was aware of the treasury's state. At that moment, Jing Shao held Mu Han's hands, distracted by how smooth they felt, and then kissed his hand. Mu Han looked at him, upset that he wasn't listening. So, changing the subject, Jing Shao asked about the second tip he had given General Zhao. As they talked, Shao Wang entered the tent. Mu Han explained that the tip was only a precaution. He had expected General Zhao to charge in impulsively, but the tip was meant to ensure Zhao Meng returned to the main gate rather than wander into enemy territory. Meanwhile, Shao Wang leaped up to Mu Han. Jing Shao thought his plan was ingenious as he rubbed the tiger cub's fur until Shao Wang bit his finger. Inspecting the cub's teeth, Jing Shao realized they were getting long, and Mu Han warned him not to let the cub bite him, lest he contract a disease. Mu Han then held his hands lovingly, and Jing Shao felt touched that Mu Han still loved him more than the tiger cub. Jing Shao wondered what they would have done if Zhou Meng had not broken through and seen the kit, but Mu Han explained that Zhao Meng could only have grasped the kit if he had been trapped in an enemy camp, and that Mu Han must simply invent an alternative meaning for his words. He noted that ancient counselors and advisors often withheld information not out of secrecy, but from uncertainty. Jing Shao hugged Mu Han affectionately, though Shao Wang got squeezed as collateral damage. Mu Han slept with the tiger cub on his head until Jia called for him and entered the tent. Mu Han woke with his tiger cap on as the cub yawned, and Jia laughed at how comical he looked. Jia reported that the prince's investigation had led to Wanger's arrest. Wanger, who was in charge of the grain account, meant to track all grain consumption. Mu Han then provided further instructions on whom Jia should bring to court to testify against Wanger. Unable to hold his questions, Jia asked what was going on between Mu Han and the third prince. The question caught Mu Han off guard, and he told Jia not to concern himself with matters outside his duties. This made Jia suspect that the third prince might be forcing the military advisor into a strange relationship. Jia urged the military advisor not to fear or be bullied by the third prince, though he believed the third prince wasn't entirely lost. Calmly, Mu Han explained that there must be a misunderstanding, as his relationship with the crown prince was similar to the friendship between Jia and Zhu. Jia reflected on that similarity while Zhu wiped his sweat in a manner reminiscent of how the crown prince had treated the military advisor, and then Zhu tucked him into bed. Finally, Zhu realized the truth, and Jia quickly turned around, excusing himself. Muhan played with Shao Wang while gathering his thoughts. If the oblivious Jia could decipher them, the others likely already knew. There was also the matter of Wang Er's arrest. Realizing what had triggered Wang Er's investigation, Muhan moved quickly so that even Shao Wang wouldn't see him leave the bed. He then went to the third prince's tent, where he saw Jiang Lang handing a stack of papers to the third prince. Jing Shao turned to Muhan, holding the pile in one hand. Muhan finally realized that the paperwork accounted for their food budget, and he asked where it had been found. Jing Shao replied that they had been found in Wang Er's baggage. Muhan glared at the papers in shock, surprised that Wang Er had transcribed the food budget by hand. A note on the document revealed that Wang Er had also corresponded with someone outside the camp. Without a word, he handed the stack over to Jing Shao. Both of them silently understood that only the Southeast King would need such detailed ledgers of an army's provisions. Jing Shao then ordered Jiang Lang to have Zhu interrogate Wang Er further, so they could learn who he had been corresponding with and how. When Muhan asked what made Jing Shao so suspicious of Wang Er, Jing Shao could only scratch his cheek. He hugged Muhan and said that he had seen the greedy glint in Wang Er's eyes, though he could not tell Muhan that he already knew all this from a previous life. While still hugging Muhan, Jing Shao savored the smell of the medicine on his husband's skin. Muhan touched his cheeks and praised Jing Shao for being so attentive. Soon, Muhan asked if they should report the matter to the emperor, and Jing Shao insisted that the emperor must know. They both agreed that, along with the report, they must also praise how Da Dao and the Shu army's valor. Jing Shao did not understand at first why the Shu army's merit should be recognized, but Muhan reminded him that the Shu army had been part of the first prince's army, which had failed in the previous attempt against the Namen. With that, Jing Shao finally understood. Praising the Shu army would show the emperor that although they had failed under the first prince, they had excelled under another, thereby exposing the former's incompetence. Grateful that Muhan had remained faithful, Jing Shao held his husband's hands tightly. Muhan replied that if he had been married to someone else, he would not have helped so selflessly, for there was no one who could love Jing Shao as he did. Jing Shao then bragged that there was no one more handsome than he, to which Muhan countered that there was no one more shameless. At that moment, Zhu entered the tent with a report that Wang Er had confessed to contacting a small-time official in Beijing. Jing Shao and Muhan quickly parted, feigning no recent affection, as they learned that Wang Er had been in contact with the official since crossing Shu's border. Under the table, Jing Shao's hand grew restless, and he reached for Muhan's finger. He gripped his other hand tightly as they both realized that the Southeast King used a ledger to count soldiers. A drop in rations was a sign of an ambush. Muhan suspected that the small-time official was a spy planted by the Southeast King, while Jing Shao, looking dreamy rather than troubled, did not seem bothered. Muhan then grabbed Jing Shao's knees, and Zhu continued with his report. Jing Shao grew excited at Muhan's boldness, but Muhan squeezed his thigh to make him stop. Jing Shao could not keep his expression straight as he endured the feeling, and even Zhu noticed the change. Jing Shao urged him to continue with the report. Zhu mentioned that he had not found any letters in his room but had discovered something else, a paper containing Wang Er's new note that he had been unable to pass on to the spy, which listed the current number of soldiers in their army. Muhan then took out a brush and decided to mislead the spy. He imitated Wang Er's brush strokes perfectly, altering the number of soldiers so that the enemy would hesitate to attack. Zhu then asked whether they should execute Wang Er, noting that they had kept him alive only to write letters to the spy. Since the military advisor could replicate his handwriting, he was no longer needed. Jing Shao ordered the traitor's execution. Later, in a mountainous region under a clear sky, Jing Shao and Muhan traveled in a carriage, with Shao Wan watching the scenes through the window. Jing Shao suspected that their misleading letter had worked. During the ride, Shao Wan, the tiger cub, annoyed Shao Hen, the black horse, and Shao Heng retaliated by blowing hot air toward the cub. As a result, Shao Wan toppled over and landed on the carriage floor, letting out a cute meow. Jing Shao found the cub amusing and rubbed its head, while Muhan pinched Jing Shao's ears, urging him to ride outside instead of staying inside the carriage. Jing Shao made an excuse that he needed to take care of the strategist's health, but Muhan reminded him that the soldiers would think ill of him. Unconcerned with others' opinions, Jing Shao settled himself on his wife's lap and mused that Muhan's rising popularity had sparked secret crushes, so much so that their relationship should be public before things spiraled out of control. Mu Han let him sleep, knowing it would be hard for Jing Shao to catch up on sleep once they reached Yunqing. Later, Jing Shao hugged him tighter, wanting them to sleep together, even though he had taken Shao Huang's favorite spot, a move that meant trouble for the little tiger cub. They finally arrived at the Yunqing camp, where General Zhou greeted them enthusiastically while Hao Dao kept a respectful distance. General Zhao praised Mu Han for the 3 kits he had provided, his tone full of approval for the military advisor. Shortly after, the third prince stepped out and asked about the noise. General Zhao teased that he had wondered where the prince was, only to find him lazing in the carriage. Mu Han then came out of the carriage holding Shao Wan, and he was surprised by this sight. Jing Shao carried Mu Han in a bridal style, prompting Mu Han to give him a side-eye for his action. The generals and soldiers were taken aback by the sight of the two being so affectionate. Jing Shao told Mu Han that he was injured and should not move around too much. Although Mu Han knew it was done on purpose, General Zhao approached them to ask about Mu Han's injuries, and Mu Han assured him that he was all right. General Zhao remarked that scars were a man's trophy and was about to playfully smack Mu Han's shoulder when a hand stalked him. Jing Shao explained that Mu Han's injuries had not healed fully, so General Shao needed to be careful with him. General Shao laughed it off, while Hao Dao, observing from behind, thought that the prince and military advisor were being inappropriate. Still, he chose not to voice his concerns and instead bowed respectfully to the third prince. Jing Shao then praised Hao Dao for his contributions and officially bestowed on him the title of general, which Hao Dao accepted. General Zhou joined in the praise, and the two were like brothers. Jing Shao then stopped General Zhou's cheer by pointing out that Zhou's impulsive gate breach had caused many casualties, and Zhou bowed, accepting any punishment he deserved. Jing Shao dismissed the soldiers, explaining that he and Mu Han still had much to discuss. He checked to see if anyone was watching as Mu Han wondered what he was up to, then lifted Mu Han in his arms, insisting that his husband should avoid further injury by letting him carry him to the tent. Mu Han suggested that Jing Shao simply sleep in his own tent each night, but Jing Shao argued that sleeping alone made one susceptible to assassination. Mu Han pointed out that his husband was just being incredibly shameless, and Jing Shao agreed. Meanwhile, the soldiers gossiped among themselves, noticing that the third prince had not slept in his tent since the assassination. Zhao approached them from behind and scolded them for their gossip, ordering them to get back to work. The soldiers scrambled off running. Later, General Zhao asked Zhao about the prince's relationship with the military advisor, admitting that he had never known the prince like men, especially after the prince had protested a male marriage, but Zhao was unsure. Hao Dao grew incensed, saying he did not know that the prince's wife was male. General Zhou then explained that the princess was the son of the northern minister, known for his talents. Hao Dao thought what the prince was doing was inappropriate and decided that he must clarify things with the military advisor, though General Zhou tried to stop him. The military advisor sat on a stone by the lake, and at his foot, Shao Wan attempted to catch a butterfly. Soon, he heard a booming voice calling out, and Hao Dao approached him for counsel. Mu Han asked Hao Dao to sit down, and the military advisor, usually so accommodating, suddenly hesitated. Mu Han inquired about what was wrong, and Hao Dao replied that he did not care if the military advisor and the prince were having an affair. When he learned that the prince's wife was male, Hao Dao decided to step in, and Mu Han asked him to explain further. Hao Dao pointed out that under Daxan law, male concubines were not allowed, meaning that what was happening between the prince and the military advisor was taboo. He noted that the military advisor's overt flirting with the third prince disrespected the princess, even as he remained unaware of the prince standing behind him, while Shao Wang chewed on his pouch. Hao Dao continued to preach to Mu Han about the sanctity of marriage. Mu Han noticed the prince, and he motioned for the prince not to interfere. Hao Dao then advised Mu Han that he should not allow himself to become someone's side piece, for he was far too talented. Jing Shao let out a sigh and smiled, while Hao Dao admired the military advisor and refused to let him tarnish his reputation, unaware that Shao Wang had already devoured his snacks. Mu Han admired Hao Dao for his righteousness and kindness, although there was something that troubled him. Hao Dao leaned forward in worry, and at that moment Jing Shao thought it was the best time to step in. Hao Dao finally noticed Jing Shao, and he also saw that his pouch had been chewed through by Shao Huang. Jing Shao then held both of Mu Han's hands and introduced him as his wife. He frowned at his men for approaching, and with his hands wrapped around Mu Han's waist from behind, they faced Hao Dao. Mu Han removed Jing Shao's hands, uncomfortable with public displays of affection, and explained that they had kept their relationship secret because wives of the royal family were not allowed to join the war. He feared that the soldiers would not look past his princess status. At last, Hao Dao understood that Muhan was the princess. The third prince looked smugly at Hao Dao while touching Muhan's side, and Hao Dao felt ashamed for confronting the military advisor. He scratched his head in embarrassment as Muhan asked him to keep it a secret. Hao Dao then warned them about rumors circulating in the army. Shao ordered him to tell the other generals but to omit the information from the other soldiers, a command Hao Dao agreed to. Muhan smacked Shao's chest, knowing his husband had gotten exactly what he wanted, and Shao pretended not to understand. Muhan pointed out that Shao had been too obvious about their relationship, and he lifted up Xiao Huang. It was noted that the emperor might have allowed for the male wife to join the war, though no one else knew about it. Muhan expressed worry that having the princess join the war could stir up trouble in the capital, and Shao hugged him, assuring him that nothing bad would happen. Later, Hao Dao entered the tent where the other generals and officials were gathered, and he was greeted casually. He sat down and ate the snacks on the table, upset that the tiger cub had eaten all his food, while Jia told him he could hoard the jerky since he had his own rations. The three then asked if he had seen the military advisor. General Zhao disagreed with confronting the military advisor, and Jia shared the same sentiment. Hao Dao grew angry and blurted out that they knew nothing, and that the military advisor was the prince's male wife from the capital. The rest of the group fell silent, and their minds seemed to short-circuit for a moment. General Zhao was the first to panic, realizing that he had made many mistakes around the princess. Jia comforted the general, saying that everything should be water under the bridge by now. Jia then remembered what the military advisor had said about their relationship being similar. He wondered, if the military advisor and the prince were lovers, did that mean he and Zhu were the same? Jia looked at Zhu, who had been collecting his rations, and when their eyes met, Jia turned away in embarrassment. General Zhao and the rest of the group avoided the military advisor for several days after knowing the truth. They pored over a diorama of Cloud City, noting that the city was hard to attack because the terrain was steep and the fortress was hard to penetrate. There were only 2 doors leading to the city, and the walls were too high and thick. Muhan pointed out that the city was built when the country was founded. He explained that the wall was built with rice soup and mud, which made it sturdy. General Zhao realized that the walls were really going to be a problem. Hao Dao and General Zhao praised the military advisor for being knowledgeable. General Zhao was about to smack his shoulder but managed to stop himself in time. The 2 generals nervously stood as they realized that this brilliant man was actually a princess. Muhan then revealed that there was 1 inch of the wall that was not made from rice soup and mud. They wondered how the princess would know that it was not made with rice soup and mud. Before Muhan could answer, the third prince ordered them to split their troops, 1 at the front and 1 at the back. Shao approached Muhan from behind. He held Muhan's arm and asked him why he wanted to know how Shao knew about the west side of the city gate. Muhan wondered why he should ask, and Shao replied that if he asked, then he would surely tell him. Muhan reasoned that it was not unusual for a royal family member to know about the secrets of previously built fortresses. Shao admitted that he had actually learned about the fortress's weakness during his past life when it was accidentally discovered during an attack. Muhan praised him, confident that even without royal secrets, the third prince was smart enough to figure things out on his own, thus boosting the prince's ego. Shao then ordered an attack on Cloud City Fortress. Taking advantage of the weakness in the fortress, the door finally broke. He ordered everyone to rush in and invade and instructed the guards to leave the civilians alone and only attack the Southwest King's mansion. A child, no older than 10, knelt on the ground with his eyes downcast in fear, suppressing his tears. Muhan pitied the child and reassured him that they meant no harm. He asked where the adults had gone, and the child replied that his grandpa and uncles had left days ago. Shao realized that the Southwest King must have escaped, and Hao Dao asked him what to do next. The prince then ordered troops to track the Southwest King and to escort the children and concubines back to the capital, while Muhan continued comforting the child as the prince watched. Shao invited Muhan to tour the mansion, and Muhan took his hand while smiling. They headed straight to the king's study, where all the valuables seemed to have been taken. Shao noted that there were some treasures left. He commented that the servants in the palace must have taken all the valuable goods, and the place looked like it had been ransacked. Shao compared his past life with the Southwest King. He led Mu Han to a wall that had once been hidden behind a tapestry, and, pondering his luck over the Southwest King for having Mu Han, he ordered him to step back before kicking the wall. He kicked the wall, and they peered inside the hole. The wall was hollow, and a secret room appeared. Inside the walls were treasures. The Southwest King had almost emptied the room. A sitting Buddha was displayed with boxes of precious items laid in front of it as offerings. Shao roamed the place, hoping that everything he remembered as valuable was still in place. He opened a box and found a dagger. Luckily for him, the Southwest King was not good at praising valuable items. Holding the dagger in his hand, Shao called for Mu Han to come over, but Mu Han was busy appraising the paintings and literary works in the room. Since the Southwest King had hurriedly fled, the books and paintings were not convenient to take with him. Mu Han admired the dagger and unsheathed it. Shao then instructed him to see if the dagger could cut a strand of hair by blowing on it, and Mu Han thought that his husband was joking. Shao said they could bet on it, and if the dagger could do as he said, that he wanted a prize. Mu Han wondered if he'd made the right decision to bet with his husband as Shao placed a strand of hair against the knife. Mu Han went ahead and started blowing on the hair strand while Shao was not ready. The hair strand snapped in two, and Shao became upset that he hadn't been able to lay out the bet's terms before it was completed. While Mu Han enthusiastically admired the treasure, Shao then bragged that the knife could even cut iron, prompting Mu Han to pull at his cheek. Shao excitedly stabbed an iron Buddha statue on the side, and the knife created a dent on the iron. When they looked closely, they found gold inside the iron. Mu Han suspected that the Southwest King had painted the Buddha black to make it appear as if it were made of iron. Shao ordered the soldiers to move the treasures and send them all to the capital, then whispered that they wouldn't be able to take the gold but could keep the paintings and the dagger for themselves. Mu Han laughed, and Shao gave the knife to Mu Han to protect himself. Mu Han thought the dagger was wasted on him until Shao asked if he knew the knife's name. It was called Hanzhong, which fit well since Mu Han's full name was Mu Hanzhong. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, surprising the two, and a soldier reported that there was a secret passageway under the Buddha statue. Shao was surprised, as this was the first time he heard of the passageway, and he ordered the soldier to inform General Zhao Meng to lead the troops and follow the Southwest King. They then headed to the study for General Zhou's report. The report stated that the secret road led to a dry well 10 miles from the city, while Shao Wang teased them. At one point, the Southwest King was carrying his treasures, and the tiger cub even climbed up to General Zhou's butt. Mu Han turned to Shao and advised that the carriage must be full of treasures that the Southwest King had escaped with to the southeast. Shao then ordered a stop to the chase of the Southwest King. However, General Zhao Meng disagreed, insisting that the Southwest King needed to be annihilated now to avoid future trouble, a sentiment shared by Hao Dao. Shao assured them that he had his own plans, while Shao Wang reached General Zhou's pouch and began chewing on his rations. Shao told everyone to take a rest at any pavilion of their choosing. Zhao was especially interested in the little bamboo houses. Shao Wang jumped into Mu Han's lap and chewed on the pouch he'd gotten from General Zhao. Zhu then followed Zhao, wanting to join him in testing out the little bamboo huts. The two generals watched as two guards bickered, and Zhao insisted that they should not go together. Shao placed his hand on the table, planning their next move, and must capture Yangcheng and report that the Southwest King was fleeing to the southeast. Mu Han watched as his husband wrote the report, knowing that branding the Southwest King a traitor would implicate the Southeast King as an accomplice if he helped him. Mu Han grew suspicious of Shao while stroking the sleeping Shao Huang's fur, wondering if the servants were aware of their secret. He then asked Shao why he was so eager to attack the southeast, and Shao replied that he wanted to return home for the new year. For him, war was inevitable. The sooner it ended, the better, since he kept pressing matters at the capital. Shao brushed something in mid-air when Mu Han asked how he knew about the secret room. Shao admitted he had lied about finding a secret zither with ancient writings, realizing later that he'd been careless while trying to show off to his wife. Mu Han stood up with Shao Wang in his arms, seemingly accepting the explanation, though Shao knew his husband would remain suspicious without a more convincing story. Shao then wondered how one could explain time travel without sounding crazy, and he hugged his husband from behind. Later, Shao picked up Shao Wang from Mu Han's arms, but the cub was not happy with being dangled like a purse. Shao dropped Shao Wang on a mat, calling him fat, and Mu Han laughed at his antics. Jing Shao then held Mu Han close, reassuring him that some things eluded even his understanding, though Mu Han still remained dissatisfied. Finally, Jing Shao placed his head on Mu Han's chest and asked if he believed in ghosts and gods, and whether he had dreams of the past and present. Jing Shao told Mu Han that he had a dream that gave him many hints about the future. He settled Mu Han on his lap and held one of his hands, then placed his hand on Mu Han's knees, telling him not to overthink things because the best explanation was that he had a premonitory dream. Mu Han replied that the dream might be a message from a god. Jing Shao perked up and asked if Mu Han believed him, and Mu Han smiled and said he did. Jing Shao then placed a hand behind Mu Han's head, making him blush, and Mu Han assured him he would always believe in him. The two kissed, but soon Mu Han broke the kiss, remembering he had another thing he needed to ask. He was surprised when Jing Shao lifted him up and placed him on top of the desk. Mu Han understood what Jing Shao wanted, but he told him that they should not do it because someone might come in and see them. Jing Shao replied that if he made enough noise, then people would not come in. He took out some scented balm and used it to lubricate his finger, and Mu Han, now slumping face down on the desk and blushing, shuddered at the sensation. Jing Shao then clasped Mu Han's hand and said that he thought Mu Han looked cute. He assured Mu Han that Jing Lang was guarding the door so no one would come in, leaning in close with his front pressed against Mu Han's back. Outside, Jing Lang could hear the noises the couple was making. He had heard many things about the royal family, but he never expected to encounter something like this. Soon, a man approached for the stack of books, but Jing Lang prevented him from coming in. Jing Lang then thought about how his father would be proud of him. Although he felt bad being his father's heir and even mused that he would be glad to marry a male wife, just like the third prince did. That night, Jing Shao thought Mu Han was as cute as a baby and kissed him on the cheek. He hoped that Mu Han would forget his earlier question, and Mu Han soon fell asleep soundly. If Mu Han later asked about the dream after their wedding night, he would think that Jing Shao was only nice to him because a god had told him to be. Jing Shao watched his husband sleep, and meanwhile, Shao Wang passed by his leg. Jing Shao looked at the little tiger cub in irritation, then used his toes to pinch Shao Huang's ear, which made the cub angry. The cub started to attack Jing Shao's leg, and Jing Shao, in his wishful thinking, wanted to throw the cub into the stable. After 2 months on the battlefield, the soldiers finally had some free time, and the officials celebrated by drinking. Jing Shao claimed a bamboo building and had it cleaned, using it as a love nest for him and his princess, while Jing Lang remained their guard. Jing Shao was always amorous toward Mu Han, and his princess' neck was always full of hickeys, so much so that Mu Han couldn't even go out during the day. Mu Han refused to stay locked up in the bamboo house, especially when he saw Jia eyeing him, and the two moved back to the serious hall. After 10 days, an imperial decree praised Jing Shao and ordered him to quell a rebellion in the southeast, which he accepted, as the governor-general would manage the southwest government. The governor then arrived in the southwest and had a lot to deal with, being impressed that the third prince had brought peace to the southwest in just 2 months. In the carriage, Shao Wang sat by the window, enjoying the fresh air, while Mu Han and Jing Shao rode beside it. Shao Wang had grown too big and heavy for the horses, and the tiger cub cried, feeling fat-shamed. The couple rode on the horse while being lovey-dovey, and Jia couldn't help but watch them from behind. Jia felt tired, and Zhu quickly offered that they could ride together. Jia was then alarmed by the attention Zhu was showering on him. Jia looked affronted and shouted that he wasn't tired at all, and galloped away, leaving Zhu behind looking annoyed. It took the army 2 weeks to reach Lianyi Mountain in the southeast. Mu Han warned Hao Da Dao that the terrain was prone to ambushes and to stay alert, but Hao Da Dao reassured him that the fiefdom was still 100 miles away, so there was no need to worry. Mu Han settled down to read a book in the carriage with Shao Wang on his lap, and he talked with Jing Shao about his dreams. Jing Shao, who hadn't taken this road before, wasn't sure what would happen, while Shao Wang touched the book. Finding the book annoying, Shao Wang started viscously scratching it, and Mu Han flicked his head at the naughty cub. Shao Wang then looked at him pitifully, showing off his belly, as the tiger cub had gotten fat and its claws had grown a lot. Soon, Mu Han heard a call to stop the horses. He looked out the window and asked Jing Shao what had happened. Jing Shao, looking alert, explained that the southeast king had sent an army to ambush them. Jing Shao ordered the infantry to move forward and set up the spears to protect them, with the archers ready behind the shields to attack. The fight started as thousands of arrows murdered the blue skies, while shields did their best to protect the soldiers. The Southeast commander was surprised by how quickly Jing Xiao's army countered the ambush, even as his own soldiers' numbers dwindled. Jing Xiao then ordered General Zhao to lead the cavalry in an attack. He told his wife to stay in the carriage to keep safe, and left Zhao and Zhao to guard her. The Southeast commander attacked with his spear, a crazy look in his eyes, and Jing Xiao faced him calmly with a spear of his own. They exchanged blows in a fierce battle. Jing Xiao maneuvered his spears unpredictably, overwhelming the Southeast commander. Although the commander managed to dodge in time and even grabbed the spear, he thought victory was his. But Jing Xiao let go of the spear, surprising him, and swiftly drew his sword. In a blink of an eye, Jing Xiao swung his sword at the Southeast commander, ensuring victory. Hao Dao praised Jing Xiao for his skills, calling him a genius, while the divine arrow general pulled the string of his bow, ready to shoot 3 arrows at once. Jing Xiao heard Hao Dao's warning and spotted the famous archer, remembering that this archer was hard to deal with, yet Jing Xiao stayed calm as the arrows came his way. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Mu Hen panicked and threw himself halfway out the window, screaming Jing Xiao's name. One arrow grazed Jing Xiao's cheek, and the second slid against his shoulder guard. Then a third arrow hit his right arm, making Jing Xiao wince in pain. He pulled the arrow from his arm and, with determination, drew his bow to prepare to shoot. The divine arrow general readied his own shot, knowing that Jing Xiao could dodge and fight back quickly, and soon their arrows collided midair. The divine arrow general was shocked and decided it was time to retreat, pulling back his troops, while Hao Dao ordered his men to chase the enemies. Jing Xiao cautioned against chasing, explaining that the path ahead was narrow and might hold traps. Noticing Jing Xiao's injury, Zhu suggested that he join the military advisor in the carriage for treatment. Jing Xiao walked toward the carriage, ordering his men to continue their journey as they bowed respectfully. Inside, bloody bandages and jars of medicine were scattered on a seat. Jing Xiao assured Mu Han that the arrow hadn't hit a bone and that he was fine, though Mu Han stayed quiet. Mu Han then applied the wonder medicine to the wound, and Jing Xiao screamed in pain, covering his face. He asked Mu Han to be more gentle, while the bandages were wrapped around his arm. Jing Xiao felt lucky the arrow hadn't wounded him critically, as it had in his past life. Sensing that Mu Han might be upset, Jing Xiao called out for him, and Mu Han responded with a tight hug, grateful that Jing Xiao was still alive. After asking if Jing Xiao was tired and offering to hold him, Mu Han let Jing Xiao happily lay on his lap to sleep, then kissed him on the cheek. The army soon passed the mountainous terrain and reached the plains, where there was no danger in sight. Jing Xiao stayed in Mu Han's carriage to recover while Mu Han pampered him, and Jing Xiao kept Shao Wang from interrupting their tender moments with his foot. When Shao Wang finally bit, Jing Xiao cradled his bitten foot and glared at the mischievous cub, as Mu Han gently told him to stop. Jing Xiao then joked that Mu Han should try stepping on the cub since its fur was soft. At the thought of Mu Han playing with him, the tiger cub showed off its white belly, and when Mu Han's foot made contact, the cub hugged it in adoration. Jing Xiao realized then that the tiger cub clearly had a favorite parent, and it wasn't him. The army reached the southeastern border, where the hill-like terrain made maneuvering difficult and left them at a stalemate with the enemy. With travel taking longer and winter almost upon them, Jing Xiao pored over a map planning his next moves. Mu Han advised him to take it easy, and Jing Xiao held his hand as Mu Han asked why he was so eager to return to Beijing quickly. Jing Xiao's eyes grew shifty as he lifted a cup to his mouth, leaving Mu Han to wonder about his husband's true motives. Jing Xiao brushed off Mu Han's question, casually assuring him that it wasn't a big deal, that someone in Beijing would handle the matter. Jing Xiao's tone and proud smile didn't quite convince Mu Han, who eyed him suspiciously. Not long after, Mu Han excused himself, but Jing Xiao quickly followed, eager to see where he was headed. They soon came upon Shao Wang standing at the edge of a river, watching the little fish swim by. Mu Han couldn't help but wonder what Shao Wang was doing there. It wasn't long before the tiger seemed determined to act. Its cub leaped into the river, causing a commotion among the fish. Shao Wang, disappointed by the lack of a catch, climbed out of the water dejectedly. At that moment, the tiger, now in a happier mood, raced towards Mu Han. Mu Han silently cursed the fact that he had bathed the tiger the previous day, leaving it dirty once again. While the cub rolled on the grass, proudly showing off its belly, Jing Xiao remarked to the cub that it didn't deserve any belly rubs since it hadn't caught any fish, a comment that brought a laugh from Mu Han. Later, as the couple strolled hand in hand, Muhan asked Jing Shao if he had heard any news about Ro Yi. Jing Shao admitted he hadn't. Muhan then pressed on, asking why the Southeast Army had retreated. Jing Shao suggested there might be internal issues at play, and Muhan suspected that Ro Yi might be involved. Their conversation was interrupted by a soldier asking if they should pursue the Southeast Army. Jing Shao replied that they should give chase, but Muhan countered that they ought to return and listen to Hao Dao's report instead. When Muhan glanced behind him, he noticed Jing Shao lagging, and with a hurt expression. Jing Shao explained that his arm was aching. Blushing, Muhan tenderly promised to hold him, and soon enough, their hands were entwined once more. Before long, Jing Shao made a promise that after the war, they would go on dates. Muhan happily agreed, saying he followed Jing Shao anywhere, even as Shao Wang trailed them from behind. Meanwhile, rumors spread quickly. Word had it that the Southeast King had died suddenly, and the secret white banners of his sons unwittingly broadcast the loss. In the Southeast Palace, the news of the king's death plunged everyone into mourning, and soon the news reached the army as well. Determined, Muhan entered the Southeast Palace in search of Ro Yi. Inside, a woman cloaked in a white veil clung to him, proclaiming her innocence and confessing that the Southeast King had forced her into a union she never wanted. She begged him to take her away, but her plea was abruptly cut short when a foot kicked her aside. Turning around, Muhan found Jing Shao clinging tightly to him. Jing Shao reassured him that Ro Yi was not in the palace, that she would come to them directly. Clearly protective, Jing Shao made it known that he would not allow the woman to seduce his Muhan. Soon after, Jing Lang reported that they had found a house carved from stone. Smiling, Jing Shao instructed Jing Lang to lead them there. At the stone house, they noticed the door adorned with intricate patterns. Jing Lang explained that it could only be opened from the inside. Muhan wondered aloud if there might be another way to enter the cave when, suddenly, the door creaked open. Out stepped a woman in simple orange garments. It was Ro Yi. She greeted them politely, and a wave of relief washed over Muhan as he rushed to her side. With tears in her eyes, Ro Yi explained that she had kept herself alive in the hope of repaying the kindness once shown to her by the prince and princess. Jing Shao gently told her to rest, acknowledging the hardships she must have endured. Not long after, Jing Shao excitedly invited Muhan to join him inside the cave. There, the two were stunned by the sight. Treasures upon treasures filled the space, glimmering in the subdued light. Overwhelmed by the discovery, Muhan tugged at Jing Shao's clothes, calling out his name, and in that moment, as they looked at each other with astonishment and joy, they realized they had truly hit the jackpot. After the war, the rule was clear. All loot should be turned over to the estate treasury. However, Jing Shao, the greedy bastard as always, declared finders keepers and told Muhan to grab a big box for hiding the loot. Soon, he cautioned that a big box couldn't be hidden without drawing criticism. People would notice them lugging such a large container, so they needed to be careful. Muhan suggested that a smaller box would do, and although Jing Shao was a bit saddened by the compromise, he agreed that they should at least try not to appear too corrupt. The two rummaged through the treasury, being selective about what they picked. Muhan's eyes lit up when he found a bowl carved from jade, and he couldn't help but blush at its beauty. Not to be outdone, Jing Shao discovered a jade hairpin and, with a mischievous smile, attached it to Muhan's hair. Muhan blushed even more, but then he smiled happily at Jing Shao, who remarked that the hairpin suited him perfectly before rubbing his face affectionately against Muhan's. Jing Shao then asked why Muhan wanted the bowl, and Muhan replied that it must be valuable and rare. Jing Shao sighed and noted that the bowl was actually common and cheap in the southeast, even suggesting that Muhan sell all the palace cups in Jiangnan instead. When Muhan asked if they were heading to Jiangnan, Jing Shao pressed his finger between his eyes and stated that they must pass by Jiangnan before returning to Beijing, adding that he had someone to meet there. With that, Jing Shao returned the bowl to Muhan. Once they had selected the treasures they liked, they planned to order the guards to take an inventory of the rest of the loot, not minding if the officials got a glimpse. Muhan already foresaw that General Hao, with his self-righteous attitude, and General Zhao, with his loose lips, would be problematic. They both realized that involving the generals would only land them in more trouble. So Jing Shao made sure to allocate the remaining funds to the army as a reward for their services, and soon enough, everyone set off to return home. In the carriage on the way back, Jing Shao couldn't keep his hands off Muhan, even though the tiger cub, perched on his wife's head, did little to distract him. Muhan gently told him to stop, pointing out that Ro Yi, outside the carriage, would surely hear them. Jing Shao replied that, after all, they were married, so it was only natural to be intimate. Mu Han blushed at the comment, especially as Shao Huang's tail brushed against his face, and he opened his eyes to see the tail dangling in front of him. Jing Shao grew annoyed by the persistent tail while Shao Wang found the jade hairpin far too interesting. Finally, Jing Shao threw the tiger off them, urging Mu Han to continue. Before long, they reached Jiangnan City, a flourishing place with white walls. After a few days, the army arrived, camping outside the city. Jing Shao and Mu Han then visited the Jiangnan military mansion. Jing Shao burst in, calling for Bray's bird, with a worried servant trailing behind. Their entrance was halted when they heard someone reprimanding them. It turned out that the speaker was the general of Jiangnan, Lu Zhanpeng. Mu Han noted that the general, likely a martial arts master, looked surprisingly young, contrary to his expectations of someone older. Jing Shao, in a playful tone, accused the general of being lazy when he should be ready to greet them, but General Lu retorted that the prince shouldn't break protocol by calling officials nicknames. The two friends even playfully butted heads, which Mu Han found amusing, thinking their friendship was interesting. Eventually, General Lu noticed Mu Han and respectfully greeted him. Mu Han expressed his gratitude, especially noting the help the general had provided with his scented balm business. General Lu then mentioned that he accepted the business deal because he was friends with the third prince, who had the gall to keep calling him Bray's bird. The conversation lightened further as the two began to play fight once more, while Mu Han pretended to placate them. In the back garden, General Lu poured tea and began telling Mu Han stories about Jing Shao's younger days. He cheerfully recalled how the third prince, not being good at writing, once had his only name scribbled on a piece of paper by General Lu. Embarrassed at the thought of appearing illiterate, the prince had fabricated a name, Lu Neo, meaning Bray's bird. General Lu went on to describe how proud Jing Shao had been when he announced the name, prompting Mu Han to laugh along with him. Meanwhile, Jing Shao watched General Lu with a quiet, familiar affection. He remembered that when his own fortunes had faltered, this very man was implicated as well, and by the time he was exiled, the stress had turned his hair white, a memory that now seemed like ages ago. In a light-hearted exchange, Jing Shao told General Lu that in exchange for being called Bray's bird, he would give him a rare sword. He tossed the sheathed sword over, and as General Lu unsheathed it, his impressed reaction was met not with thanks, but with a teasing remark that he would happily die on that sword, a comment that sent chills down Jing Shao's spine. Mu Han mused that perhaps this was why Jing Shao had matured early, with General Lu as his reading companion. They must have spent more time playing than studying. Before long, Jing Shao got down to business. He wanted General Lu to help him find a house to purchase in Pingjiang. Surprised, General Lu asked if Jing Shao planned to settle down there. Jing Shao cut the question short by handing over 50,000 tolls in banknotes, and when General Lu inquired whether it was acceptable to buy property under the king of Huainan's jurisdiction, it was clear Jing Shao had other plans. Mu Han noted how perceptive and wise General Lu was, while Jing Shao remarked that the king of Huainan was indeed a threat to the emperor. General Lu then recalled meeting the king himself, confirming that he was difficult to deal with. Jing Shao, acknowledging that handling the king wasn't easy but not entirely undesirable, looked at Mu Han and suggested they still had time to sightsee, promising to return for dinner. As the couple continued their way, General Lu complained like an innkeeper and demanded payment, to which Jing Shao retorted that he expected vinegar fish when they returned. The day continued pleasantly, with a woman playing the pipa in the background at a high-end restaurant nestled in a beautiful garden. Soon, a waiter announced that two guests had arrived at the restaurant, renowned for serving sumptuous dishes like curry, intricately carved desserts, and dim sum. Mu Han fretted over the expense. 2 bowls of wontons cost a tael of silver, while Jing Shao reassured him that the ambience justified the price. Mu Han then remarked on Jing Shao's odd friendship with General Lu, and Jing Shao replied that they couldn't stay too long. Bray's bird would nag and added that if they had met as children, he would have taken Mu Han in, even making him sit on his lap just to hear his cute voice. Mu Han noted that being a concubine's child might disqualify him from the prince's company, believing young Jing Shao wouldn't appreciate his quiet demeanor, but Jing Shao quickly denied that, insisting he would have liked Mu Han regardless. Later, Jing Shao passed a bowl of dim sum to Mu Han to try, picking up a spoon and raising it to Mu Han's lips. Mu Han exclaimed at how delicious it was, and Jing Shao urged him to eat more, saying they should indulge so he could order even more. Mu Han blushed as he enjoyed his meal until suddenly, a handsome man with wild, flowing hair dressed in white and gold robes approached from behind, interrupting his meal. The stranger asked Muhan about the dagger at his waist, recognizing it as a legendary sword. Muhan explained that the dagger was a gift and that he knew little about it. As the man came closer, requesting a closer look, Muhan grew uncomfortable. Then, a hand clutched the stranger's collar, forcing him to step away from Muhan. Shao raised his fist threateningly at the stranger's face, but the man blocked the punch, holding Shao's fist determinedly, leaving Shao surprised at the unexpected resistance. Taking advantage of Shao's surprise, the stranger prepares to attack and seize his chance. Realizing that the situation is getting out of control, Shao quickly gets into a defensive stance. Just as the stranger is about to strike, he suddenly stops before his blow connects with Shao. Confused, Shao asks him why he halted his attack. The man replies that sneaky attacks are not befitting the actions of a noble man, and at that moment, servants rush behind him in a clear panic. Shao watches the man warily before turning to his husband to ask if he's all right. The stranger, however, seems to think that their display of intimacy in public is inappropriate. Muhan clings even closer to Shao, assuring him that he's okay while throwing a dirty look at the stranger. Shao notes that Muhan never gets clingy in public, so his behavior must signal that he feels very uncomfortable. Fueled by anger, Shao turns to the other man. He doesn't care if this man is the Huainan king. You must teach him a lesson. The strange man then instructs his own attendants not to draw their swords. With determined eyes, the stranger begins his attack. In a surprising turn, they both adopt a chibi form and start fighting like children, calling out their finishing moves in a playful manner. Shao announces that he will punch, but the stranger deftly dodges. Not to be outdone, the stranger declares that he will kick, and Shao manages to catch his leg. Meanwhile, Muhan stands by, not fully understanding what is happening, but realizing that these two are not being entirely serious. The commotion draws the attention of the restaurant owner, who tells them to stop, insisting that all this fighting is bad for business. In an effort to appease him, Muhan hands over a South Sea pearl for his troubles. The owner accepts the compensation and kindly prepares a pot of tea to help everyone calm down. Despite the interruption, the two continue their playful bout, persistently pushing each other's faces away from each other. The playful fight ended in a childish huff. The strange man lay on the ground, calling a stop to their bout, while Shao sat, still visibly mad at him. Soon, the stranger sat up and admitted that he was wrong for hitting on another man's wife, casually telling Shao that if he was still angry, he could hit him again. In a final childish gesture, Shao kicked his leg one more time, prompting Muhan to pull him back and scold him for reigniting the fight. The man looked at them, amused, thinking that although their encounter had started on the wrong foot, they could eventually become friends. Shao recalled that he had fought this man in a past life, not as an enemy, but more as a rival. He had come here expecting an amicable deal, yet they ended up fighting instead. Still, Shao did not care. Regardless of who the man was, he should not have touched Muhan, even as the stranger found Shao's stubbornness rather funny. Unexpectedly, the stranger declared that he and Shao were kindred spirits and proposed becoming sworn brothers right there and then. Shao felt it wasn't right to casually make such a vow out of the blue, but the stranger persisted, lifting a cup of tea and insisting on the oath. He handed the tea to Shao and urged that they make the vow that very day. The stranger solemnly raised his cup to the sky and began his pledge, but halfway through his speech, he stopped, realizing that he did not even know the name of the person he was swearing allegiance to. In a cute manner, he asked Shao for his name, prompting Shao to look at him as if he were crazy. Guess even sworn oaths have a name to be filled in later clause. In response, Shao knelt beside him and announced his name. At that moment, the king of Huainan connected the dots, surprised to learn that the man he had just fought was the third prince. Shao asked if the man still wanted to be sworn brothers, and the king of Huainan agreed that they should continue their vows. The king finished his vows, promising to become sworn brothers with Shao, and together they made a pledge to the heavens. Muhan thought that they were perfect for each other, and soon the two began calling each other brothers. He tells the couple where he's staying and invites them to drop by whenever they have time, and Shao readily agrees. Soon after, Shao suggests that they should meet again. As the couple leaves the restaurant, the king of Huainan watches them intently, assessing their talents. In his eyes, they pose no problem when dealt with separately. One possesses an academic mind, while the other is brave with military might, but together, they could be a significant threat. On their way back, the couple takes the long road, and Shao complains that he had not realized how lengthy the journey to the restaurant would be. Now tired, every step seems even longer. In a like-hearted moment, Shao kneels down and offers to let Mu-Han ride on his back. Mu-Han, however, refuses, feeling embarrassed at the thought of being seen in public. Shao then urges him to hurry, teasing that if Mu-Han doesn't, he will carry him bridal style. Mu-Han looks touched as he rides on Shao's back. He blushes when Shao assures him that he won't fall, holding him securely at his rear. Shao tells him that people seldom take this road, so no one will see them. Mu-Han then asks Shao what a friendship with the king of Huainan would mean for them. Shao simply remarks that the king is interesting. Mu-Han believes the king of Huainan is both intelligent and powerful, charming and capable of swaying people to his side. Shao observes that although peace holds, with the southwest and southeast subdued, the emperor's intent to seize Huainan poses a looming threat. Mu-Han asks Shao if he would ally with the king of Huainan. Shao thinks it will be a good idea. He could fake a war to keep his military power, to profit, and to finance his brother's bid for crown prince. Mu-Han pinches his cheeks and warns Shao to be careful when playing with tigers. Shao insists he will be careful, adding that tigers like Xiao Huang do not hurt people. Mu-Han answers that their Xiao Huang is stupid compared to other tigers. Shao turns to Mu-Han and tells him to hold on tight as he speeds up. He suggests that Mu-Han should eat more because he is too light. He jokes that they could eat all the food from General Lu's kitchen. Mu-Han reminds him that General Lu will throw him out. One day, the couple visits a remote location. They were led by his servant, who announced their arrival to his master. Shao greets the king of Huainan, who tells them that he has been waiting for their visit. The king extends his hand toward the little tiger cub. He laughs at the ferocious tiger and shares that he keeps a lion in the warm pavilion. The king leads them to a clearing surrounded by fences. Mu-Han notices that the lion is the same size as Xiao Huang. Mu-Han is worried that the pets might fight and convinced that Xiao Huang is doomed. Shao reassures him that the lion will not harm Xiao Huang. Excited to meet his playmate, Xiao Huang eagerly climbs the fence. Curious about how the cubs would react to each other, Shao lifts the tiger cub by its scruff and then drops Xiao Huang inside the lion's cage. The lion opens its eyes. The king invites them to move to another area for a conversation, saying he wants the cubs to play together. Shao agrees, but Mu-Han looks back at the cubs, worried. They sit around a table and the couple tells the king that they will leave for Beijing the next day. The king reminds them to be cautious. The couple exchange a knowing smile. Shao decides to be frank and asks the king what his plans are. The king pours Shao a cup of tea and tells them that the Empress of Dachen is now in control, which has made the fourth prince arrogant. He then levels a challenging look at Shao and asks what the second prince is planning. Shao remarks the king is smart. The king leans back, reflecting on the ancestors who built the Huainan kingdom. Their strength endures, shaping its path. He jokes that the capital is chaotic and suggests that Shao join him instead. Annoyed, Shao shouts, asking if he wants another fight. The king laughs, saying he is just joking. Mu-Han smiles and invites the king to the capital. Shao smirks with pride, knowing that Mu-Han has his back as they are family. The king admits that he chose Shao as his sword brother because Shao is rich. He adds that if he becomes homeless, he will freeload at Shao's place. The couple realizes that the king is indeed shameless. The king's expression turns serious as he asks about the second prince's plan for the future. He pours tea for Shao, noting that military power alone will not make him emperor. Shao smiles and admits that he is unlikely to inherit power and that he is only paving the way for his brother. These words surprises the Huainan king. King Shao confirms that the brother he's referring to is Jing Chen, the second prince. He picks up an orange with a smile and playfully offers it to Mu-Han, admitting that he stole it from the garden. Mu-Han smiles in return. The king of Huainan looks at Shao, realizing that this person has no desire for power or wealth. Meanwhile, Mu-Han smiles while chewing on a wedge of orange and cleans Shao's hand with a cloth. Shao smiles back. The king of Huainan reflects that few truly understand their desires. Royals who always crave for more would one day face regret after losing what is most precious. He sighs in relief and smiles as he watches the two, thinking that they are like the ancestors of Huainan. He raises his cup of tea, admiring Shao's resolve. Shao chuckles, brushing it off as flattery. Acknowledging Shao's honesty, the king speaks openly and pulls a letter from his sleeve. He hands the letter to Shao, saying it arrived from the capital days ago. Jing Shao examines the letter, recognizing the handwriting of the emperor. However, he hesitates mid-sentence. Rubbing his face, he hands the letter to Mu Han, calling it too convoluted. Mu Han studies the letter and notes a line about fearing the regime's downfall. Mu Han hesitates as he senses a deeper meaning to these words. Jing Shao thinks the letter is meant to remind the king of Huainan to keep his fief in check. The three exchange concerned glances while the king's expression grows serious. Jing Shao quotes the proverb written in the letter. He realizes that the emperor's words are a warning, urging the king not to follow the doomed path of the southwest and southeast kings. The king remarks that Huainan always paid its tribute in full, even when the country was devastated by flood. He wonders if the emperor expects him to voluntarily surrender his fief as tribute. Jing Shao nods, suggesting that the king should employ delaying tactics and feign ignorance to make the emperor hesitate. He promises to reassess the situation after he returns to court. The king sighs in concern, saying that this is all they can discuss for now. Back where the lion is kept, the little lion looks annoyed while the tiger happily licks its paw, wiping a red smudge from its face. Mu Han panics and asks the aide about the blood on Xiao Huang's face. The aide, bowing his head, assures him that the cubs are not hurt. The little lion caught a rabbit that afternoon and shared it with the tiger. Jing Shao remarks that the tiger was meant to learn hunting from the lion, but instead of learning, the tiger simply waits to be fed, becoming a useless bum. Meanwhile, the tiger plays with the lion, licking its fur. Jing Shao picks up the tiger. After exchanging annoyed, angry looks with the little tiger, he carries it away. He tells the tiger to not embarrass itself any further. The little tiger glances at the little lion, its eyes teary and pleading for help, but the lion simply stares back unconcerned. Mu Han takes the tiger. Jing Shao tells the king of Huainan that they will return to the capital in 2 days and will update him later. The king agrees and bids them farewell. After half a month of travel, the army reaches the capital on the 13th day of January. Officials greet them at the gates as villagers cheer for Jing Shao's victory. The palace is adorned with decorations, and servants line up outside to respectfully welcome Jing Shao and Mu Han back. Consort Song approaches the carriage to welcome Jing Shao, but is suddenly attacked by the little tiger. Yu grabs Xiao Huang, gently scolding it, while the little tiger continues to struggle aggressively. Jing Shao exits the carriage, his expression annoyed as he asks what the commotion is about. He moves to assist Mu Han in getting down from the carriage. The servants admire Mu Han's looks and eagerly welcome his return, their faces glowing with excitement. Mu Han realizes that after being away for so long, he has almost forgotten about the concubines in the mansion. Now that he is back, he fears what awaits him. Meanwhile, the concubines recoil in fear of a hissing little tiger. Mu Han gives his husband a side-eye, and Jing Shao backs away in alarm as his wife looks unhappy. Jing Shao gets furious at Consort Song for leaving the east courtyard without permission. Consort Song did not expect that she would be scolded. Mu Han tells his husband to come inside the mansion because the wind is getting strong and he does not want to attract General He's attention. An aide bows to Consort Song, urging her to return to the east courtyard quickly to avoid causing trouble. Consort Song, her face filled with anger, glares at Mu Han. After settling down, Mu Han lies back in the bath with his eyes closed. He shivers at the sound of his name, and from behind, Jing Shao kisses his earlobe. Mu Han tells him that he's too tired for any amorous activity, but Jing Shao assures him that he can relax. A blushing Mu Han holds Jing Shao's hand and looks up at him. Jing Shao smiles playfully as he asks if Mu Han is jealous of Consort Song. Mu Han denies it. A prince having multiple wives and concubines is common. Jing Shao bites Mu Han's ear, making him flinch. Still angry, Jing Shao moves to touch Mu Han and tells him to stop uttering foolish words. Mu Han's face turns red at Jing Shao's touch. Jing Shao remarks that he is glad to see Mu Han get jealous. He even promises to divorce Consort Song if Mu Han satisfies him that night. Mu Han leans on Jing Shao's chest, unable to suppress his blush. Turning his face away from his husband, he tells Jing Shao to go see his concubines if he is unsatisfied. Suddenly, water splashes as Mu Han screams in surprise. Jing Shao lifts the blushing Mu Han, winking at him. Jing Shao unties the curtain of their canopied bed and positions himself on top of Mu Han. Mu Han complains in being manhandled. Jing Shao smiles at the blushing Mu Han, noticing that he is learning things he shouldn't. Mu Han blushes beneath him. Jing Shao touches his lip and kisses him. The next morning, Mu Han wakes up alone in bed and sees Jing Shao approaching with a tray of food. Mu Han turns away, blushing and refusing to eat, while Jing Shao places the tray on the side table. Jing Shao lifts him to a sitting position, urging him to eat even a little. He blows on the soup to cool it, about to feed Mu Han. Mu-Han reminds him not to be impulsive if mocked in court tomorrow. As Mu-Han chews on the food, Shao tells him that he needs to visit the second prince and tell him about the Huanan king. Mu-Han suggests that he should visit the imperial mother first. At the same time, Mu-Han will visit the North Marquis' residence since he has not heard anything from his biological mother. Shao agrees. Shao smiles as he feeds Mu-Han another bite, looking all lovey-dovey. At court, the emperor proudly acknowledges Shao's achievement in quelling the rebellion in the southwest and southeast. His heroic deeds bring peace to the nation and the emperor's heart. Shao bows, saying that the honor is all due to the emperor's foresight. The others watch Shao, comparing him to the first prince. The first prince looks incompetent when compared to Shao. Meanwhile, the fourth prince and the Count of Yongcheng exchange glances. The two were up to no good. The Count of Yongcheng tells the emperor that Shao's victory is indeed worth celebrating. However, crime should also be punished. He bows to the emperor, suggesting that the assistant minister of war would know best about what happened. Lord Song reveals that Shao brought his wife to the battlefield, and that Mu-Han deserves to be punished. The Count of Yongcheng agrees that Mu-Han deserves punishment for ignoring etiquette, warning that soldiers might think it acceptable to bring their wives and families to war. Shao's face darkens as they are using Mu-Han to attack him. Shao defends Mu-Han, stating that he did not go to war out of selfishness, but instead acted as a military advisor. The Count of Yongcheng mocks him and questions why Shao chose his pretty wife as the military advisor when others are more experienced. Surely the third prince brought him for pleasure. Shao slaps the Count of Yongcheng hard across the face and tells him to not insult Mu-Han. Meanwhile, the second prince, Jing Chen, tries to calm Shao down. The emperor raises his palm to his face, frowns, and orders everyone to be quiet. Everyone bows and kneels, appeasing him. The emperor scolds the group for the ruckus. He tells Jing Chen to control Shao and orders everyone to stand. Everyone thanks the emperor. Jing Chen suspects that the emperor will protect Shao, because the emperor did not scold him for slapping the Count of Yongcheng in his presence. Jing Chen nudges Shao, whispering for him to pretend to be pitiful, while Shao looks petulant. Shao kneels cutely, asking the emperor not to punish his wife Mu-Han. In exchange, he will not ask for a reward for subduing the enemies. Jing Chen smiles as he watches him. Soon, Shao's face turns sad as he explains that his wife was wounded while protecting the soldiers and is too weak to endure any punishment. The ministers pity a husband who wants to protect his fated wife, and Jing Chen tells the court that Mu-Han's actions will not harm the imperial family's reputation. A minister steps forward with reports of Mu-Han's impressive role in the military, and another praises his skill in managing the military's budget. The emperor reveals that he allowed Mu-Han to join the third prince in battle. The fourth prince realizes that the emperor will protect Shao no matter what. The emperor then announces that it was he who ordered Mu-Han to assist the third prince. Mu-Han's contributions to the war are worthy of recognition, and he will grant Mu-Han the title of Marquis. Everyone is shocked, unable to believe that someone who married into the royal family can earn a noble title. Shao bowed, thanking the emperor. Later at the North Marquis' house, a servant leads Mu-Han to his mother. When he asks if his father skipped court, the servant replies that he is ill and has notified the palace of his absence. Mu-Han believes Shao will be rewarded for winning the war, but his father is faking illness, and he wonders if the fourth prince is involved. They arrive at the secondary mistress's room, where a servant informs him that his mother is slightly ill, though not seriously. Mu-Han opens the door, worried, but finds his mother excitedly looking up from her embroidery. He holds her hand, and she reassures him that it's nothing serious and that she's seen a doctor. Mu-Han demands to know what really happened and insists on calling a doctor, but his mother stops him, jesting that he must have learned such presumptuousness from the third prince. Smiling, she holds her belly and explains that she hasn't seen a doctor yet but might know the cause. After a moment, Mu-Han realizes he will be a big brother and smiles in delight. His mother asks him to keep it secret, and Mu-Han wonders why she hasn't seen an imperial doctor. She explains that Mu Ling, the Mu family heir, fell into the river last month and got sick, so now isn't the right time to reveal her pregnancy. Curious, Mu-Han wonders how Mu Ling could fall into the river on such a cold day. Mu-Han's mother explains that Mu Ling and his friends offended the Jiang masters were beaten, and Ling Bao is now seriously ill. Mu-Han asks if the culprits were caught, but she shakes her head, saying the group lied and went to brothels, so there were no witnesses. She adds that the three were troublemakers, and Mu-Han wonders who beat them up. Meanwhile, Jing Chen walks in the hallway when someone calls him. Shao, carrying gifts, surprises him. The second prince asks if the gifts are from the empress, and Jing Shao confirms they are to congratulate Mu Han on his new title. Jing Shao grins, happy he foiled the Count of Yangchang's and the fourth prince's plans, and is sure the empress supports them too. They laugh as Jing Shao describes the looks on the empress's and the fourth prince's faces when he left. Jing Chen advises Jing Shao to lay low for now, since his recent victory has put him in the public eye, and Jing Shao agrees. Jing Shao says he met the Huainan king and became his ally. Stroking his chin, Jing Chen tells him that he never met the Huainan king after he was enthroned. Mu Han remarks that important matters should be handled carefully, and that he will ask his father to meet the Huainan king in Jiangmen. Jing Shao agreed. Jing Chen believes that they should be more cautious. Making a plan to visit the Huainan king, he tells Jing Shao that they should part ways for now and discuss the matter later. Meanwhile, Jing Shao looks pitiful, burdened by many things, and Jing Chen helps him out. Jing Shao happily thanks him. Later that day, Mu Han walks in the garden. In a flashback, Mu Han's father reflects on his actions, feeling sorry for Jing Shao. Mu Han grows worried when his father admitted that he lied about being ill to avoid court. His father knew that something big will happen at court involving Jing Shao. Suddenly, he bumps into a strong figure. Looking up, he sees his husband's teasing face. Mu Han surveys his husband's appearance and he looks fine. Pretending to pick up a fair maiden, his husband tries to butter him up and even attempts to use pickup lines on him. Mu Han pushes Jing Shao away, and Jing Shao tells him not to roll his eyes. He promises to divorce his concubines while swooping him up so they can exercise in bed. Shy at his husband's vulgar words, Mu Han chastises him and covers his mouth. Jing Shao licks his palm, making Mu Han shiver, and he enjoys the look on Mu Han's blushing face. Jing Shao sets him down. Mu Han asks why he looks so happy. Jing Shao hugs Mu Han from behind, laughing about making a marquis his wife. Mu Han wonders if Jing Shao knows that Mu Ling is ill. Mu Han recalls Jing Shao telling him that there are things he delegated to someone to do before the new year. He suspects that his husband did something bad. With worry etched on his face, Mu Han grabs Jing Shao. Mu Han drags the third prince along. Jing Shao complains like a little boy. Under the clear sky, Mu Han corners Jing Shao against a tree. Leading in, he confronts his husband, asking if he had something to do with what happened to the Mu family's heir. Jing Shao calmly reaches for Mu Han's face, and Mu Han asks again if he is responsible. Jing Shao answers that they have been together the whole time and that he did not know about it, but Mu Han does not believe him. Jing Shao casually reveals that he did it to teach the Mu family heir a lesson for what he did to Mu Han when they were young. Jing Shao is just so petty. He keeps scores and never forgets them. Realizing he has been caught, Jing Shao is met with a grin from Mu Han. Jing Shao grabs Mu Han's wrist and smiles, delighted that he can't hide his secret from him. He caresses Mu Han's face, then kisses him. They gaze into each other's eyes lovingly, and Jing Shao vows revenge on anyone who hurts Mu Han. Jing Shao assures Mu Han that Mu Ling won't die. Mu Han asks what he means by taking a marquis as a wife. Jing Shao grins mischievously as he rubs his face against Mu Han's. Mu Han, shy but not resisting, thinks that Jing Shao is getting good at cliffhangers. At Jing Shao's mansion, the imperial physician Jiang comes to visit but was told to wait. Jing Shao and Mu Han enter the main door. The imperial physician bowed and explains that he has come bearing gifts in time for the Lantern Festival. Mu Han notes that the imperial physician usually avoids politics, so his visit today means there is something he wants. Jing Shao invites the physician to sit, and Mu Han politely accepts the gift. The imperial physician admits that there is something he wants. He explains that his wife is ill. He wants his son, Jing Lang, to be transferred to the capital to look after her. Jing Shao agrees to arrange the transfer after the Lantern Festival, and the physician thanks him. Mu Han assures the physician that Jing Lang will have the third prince's protection after being transferred to the capital. The physician is shocked by Mu Han's kindness, and Mu Han even offers valuable herbs for his wife's health. The imperial physician, who has been avoiding the prince's war for the throne, now finds it hard to remain neutral. After all, his son works for the third prince. He bowed, thanking Mu Han for his kindness, and concludes that it is best to ally with the third prince and his wife. Jing Shao smiles, realizing that his wife has earned him another valuable ally. Mu Han frowns and asks the physician about the Mu heir's health. The physician tells him that the Mu family heir may not be able to produce children. I guess his balls froze and now he's impotent. Mu Han side-eyes Jing Shao. Jing Shao tries to convince him that he did not intend for the Mu heir to become impotent. The physician bowed and takes his leave. As Mu Han sits down, he understands now why his mother does not want to call on doctor. The beatings or the cold lake resulted to the Mu heir being unable to procure children. Shao does not feel guilty for what he did at all. He tells Mu Han not to worry and to rely on him. Blushing and drooling slightly, Shao mutters that it would be great if Mu Han earns another position. Uneasy, Mu Han asks what got him excited, and then sighs, calling Shao ruthless for crippling the Mu heir. As Mu Han sits on Shao's lap, Shao shrugs, saying it wasn't his fault, and lifts Mu Han onto his lap, making Mu Han blush. Shao smiles and remarks that Mu Ling deserves what he got. After all, the thugs find him in a brothel with his pants off. A commotion erupts outside, and a loud voice curses, demanding to see Shao. Shao realizes that it is Song Ling Xin, and Mu Han wonders if something happened. Song Ling Xin enters, crying and insisting that Ro Yi let her go while pleading for Shao's mercy. She claims that her father, Minister Song, was forced to humiliate Shao in court. Shao frowns, questioning her loyalty and saying she should have warned him. Kneeling and clinging to his clothes, Song Ling Xin insists she's innocent. Shao scoffs and throws a stack of papers on the floor. Shocked to see they are divorce letters, she asks if he's divorcing his concubines. Song Ling Xin clings to Shao, pleading that her father helped him in the past. Shao dismisses her. Knowing that her ties may keep her impossible, he does not want traitors in his house. He pulls away as Song Ling Xin screams, accusing him of betrayal, while Mu Han and Shao look down at her. Ro Yi slaps Song Ling Xin. She clutches her face in anger, furious that a mere servant has dared to strike her. Ro Yi declares that insulting and dishonoring the proper wife warrants 20 slaps. Mu Han calmly tells Ro Yi to prepare Consort Song's dowry and an extra 1,000 taels as alimony. Ro Yi complies. Song Ling Xin, hands behind her back and dark-faced, pulls a knife on Mu Han, ready to attack. Mu Han unsheathes his knife and swiftly disarms her. Shao kicks Song Ling Xin and grabs Mu Han's shoulder, asking if he is okay. Mu Han tells him he is fine. Furious, Shao orders punishment for Song Ling Xin for attempting to murder the official wife. Ro Yi restrains her, ready to send her to the authorities as she screams in protest. Shao carries Mu Han away as Song Ling Xin's protests echo. Later in their chambers, Mu Han and Shao lie on the bed talking. Mu Han wonders what will happen if they dismiss all the concubines, since they would have no heirs. He asks Shao what he would do if the emperor gifted him more concubines. Shao, disliking the idea, warns that if Mu Han keeps suggesting it, he'll leave him bedbound for days, daring him to repeat it. Mu Han blushes, averts his eyes, and tells Shao not to take any more concubines. Shao leans down, teasing him to say it louder. Mu Han looks him in the eyes as he tells him not to marry another concubine. Shao kisses Mu Han's forehead, promising that if he says it again, he will make his promise. Mu Han pushes him off, threatening that if he takes on another concubine, then he better forget sleeping with him again. Shao assures him that the emperor will not force him to take on another wife. Mu Han accuses him of telling the emperor that he could not get it up anymore, and that taking on a wife will cause rumors that will embarrass the royal family. Shao pins Mu Han's hands above his head, pressing him down beneath him. He holds Mu Han down with a smirk, and Mu Han will soon discover the truth for himself. Shao kisses Mu Han's neck, making him blush, and Mu Han warns him not to leave a mark, as he will be entertaining guests that afternoon. Mu Han blushes further, whispering Shao's name, and then they both kiss. Outside, a dog blushes and playfully nuzzles a cat, who blushes awkwardly. Shao smiles proudly while Mu Han blushes, and Shao asks him what he thinks about his abilities in bed. Surrounded by flowers, Shao jokes that Mu Han should have surrendered earlier to save him his energy. Mu Han angrily pushes Shao away like a child. Mu Han then turns, covering himself with a blanket in anger, and Shao pleads with him. Shao promises to stop teasing him, afraid he might be forced to sleep in the stable with his horse. Finally, he tells Mu Han that he was granted the title of Marquess at court that day. Mu Han sits up, shocked by the news of being given a Marquess title. Shao says that the new title will be more powerful than North Marquette, recognizing Mu Han's talent and future court eligibility. Mu Han thinks he will always be known as the third prince's wife. He never thought that he could have his own title. Shao lies down and tells Mu Han that if his father were gone, he could bring his mother into the house. He pauses, noticing that Mu Han hasn't responded, then gets up and calls out to him. Jing Shao notices that Mu Han's eyes are closed with a smile on his face and a blush on his cheeks. He smiles, thinking that Mu Han's potential was stunted when they married, but that fate has finally fulfilled his ambition. Jing Shao leans in, imagining that the sign outside their home will change to read Household of the Third Prince and Market, and Mu Han smiles, amused and in agreement. Jing Shao mentions that they should renovate the west courtyard, and Mu Han smiles, wondering if Jing Shao fears he might move out. Jing Shao leans in again, saying that there will be a banquet in honor of the new Marquis tomorrow. Mu Han chastises him, insisting that if there's a party tomorrow, they should sleep early to prepare. Later, Jing Shao hugs Mu Han, worried that his status might drop now that Mu Han is a Marquis, and Mu Han pouts as he tries to sleep. At the palace banquet, the emperor welcomes the guests, and everyone bowed in respect. The guest of honor, Jing Shao and Mu Han, finally arrive and greet the emperor and empress. The emperor instructs them to take their seats, and they happily oblige. They see Jing Chen, who invites them to sit, while the fourth prince looks at them with an annoyed expression. The empress forced the third prince to marry a male wife to cause a rift between him and Jing Chen. However, her plan backfired, and the two brothers became even closer. The emperor looks at the empress, knowing that she has been doing nefarious things behind the scenes. The emperor takes a drink and remembers his deceased wife, the former Empress Yuan. When the Lantern Festival was more relaxed and enjoyable, he recalls that the full siblings, the second and third princes, enjoyed the Tan Yuan the empress made for them. Young Jing Shao, with eyes sparkling, would ask the empress for more food, and she would playfully chastise him for being greedy, while the young Jing Chen happily shares his food with him. Back in the present, the emperor holds his drink, thinking that things have become boring. He stands up for a walk, and the empress offers to join him. While walking, the empress tells the emperor that she is worried about the third prince's lack of an heir. The emperor frowns at her and remarks that Jing Shao is not interested in women, which is why he is still childless. The empress laughs, saying that Jing Shao was young when he had concubines, and she notes that even after half a year of marriage, the fourth prince is also childless. The emperor raises his voice, telling her to stop, and she calls out to him in concern. The emperor says he knows and has his own views, and the empress begs for his forgiveness. The emperor notes that the empress is not happy that Jing Shao's wife was given the Marquis title, adding that if not for the empress's son causing trouble, Mu Han wouldn't have received a title. Surprised at being called out, the empress wonders if the emperor intends to protect Jing Shao and punish her son, the fourth prince, Jing Yu. The empress kneels and apologizes for her confusion, saying she only thought of the emperor and his children. She explains that she only wanted the siblings to get along and never expected Jing Yu's situation to affect the court. Tearfully, she adds that her brother, the Count of Yangshan, did not know that the emperor allowed Mu Han to join the war, and she asks the emperor to spare him. The emperor tells her to rise and not to instigate Jing Yu to go against his brothers again. The empress bowed, agreeing to be more cautious, although her face darkens with anger afterward. The next day, a carriage arrives at the Mu family's mansion. Jing Shao assists Mu Han with getting down from the carriage, and Mu Han runs to greet his mother. When she asks why he has come, Mu Han smiles and answers that he's here to get her examined. He assures her that it was the third prince who arranged everything, which surprises her. Jing Shao happily greets her, but she feels embarrassed that the third prince is paying her respect. Suddenly, Mu Han's mother feels dizzy, causing both Jing Shao and Mu Han to panic and quickly assist her. Jing Shao carries her and rushes to the bedroom where the imperial physician is waiting. The imperial physician checks her pulse and confirms that she is pregnant, prescribing rest and supplements. He reassures the couple that everything will be well before leaving. Later, as she sits on the bed, Mu Han rushes to her side and asks if she feels better. She smiles, saying she is fine but worries that she has inconvenienced the third prince. Mu Han reassures her that Jing Shao respects her, but his mother reminds him to be cautious with his words. Even in their own palace, she further warns him not to rely on Jing Shao's favor and to never forget the rules. Jing Shao calls his mother-in-law, and both she and Mu Han look at him. He promises her that he won't take another concubine, and he hugs Mu Han, declaring that he will always be the only one in his life. Mu Han's mother smiles, recalling her son's words about the third prince's kindness, while Mu Han feels embarrassed by his husband's forwardness. Soon after, a servant arrives with medicine. Mu Han takes the medicine and feeds it to his mother, while Jing Shao promises to make her unborn son the heir to the North Marquis title. She tells him that she only wants her baby to be born safely. Mu Han reassures his mother by promising to send her back and to speak with his father. Before leaving, Jing Shao grabs Mu Han's sleeves. Acting childlike, he insists on going too, but Mu Han explains that he needs to talk to his father alone and will be back for dinner. Mu Han blushes as Jing Shao touches his face, and Jing Shao says he will go to his brother's for a meal and return in the evening. Mu Han smiles, and finally, Mu Han's mother smiles, thinking that her son has found someone he can trust. At the second prince's mansion, all the food looks delicious. Jing Shao accepts a tall heap of rice, drooling while he laments that his wife is away. Jing Chen reminds him that it is improper to be out at night. He also mentions that the Countess of Yangcheng went to the Emperor's mother, crying. She wants Jing Shao to be punished for slapping the Count of Yangcheng. Jing Shao does not care. He declares that the Count of Yangcheng will get what he deserves, and Jing Chen agrees. Jing Chen adds that she complains the Count of Yangcheng, despite his past, only has a count title, while the third prince's wife is being made a marquis. In response, an angry Jing Shao states that they are jealous of Mu Han's marquis title. Jing Chen says he has an idea. He whispers that the North Marquis and the Duke of Mao Guai are enemies, and that the dupe was close to the Count of Yangcheng. Jing Shao is shocked when Jing Chen suggests that the North Marquis' help could change things, and he smiles, noting that Mu Han's title would also benefit the North Marquis. Eager to leave, Jing Shao is stopped by Jing Chen, who suggests that they visit the nephew first, realizing that his brother now only thinks about his wife. At the North Marquis mansion, Mu Han's father admits that he missed court on the fourth prince's orders and promises not to repeat it. The Mu Patriarch tells Mu Han that the horses are ready to be sent to the capital, and Mu Han nods in agreement. Mu Han asks his father about Big Brother's situation, acknowledging that he brought trouble upon himself. He asks how his father will preserve the North Marquis title, knowing the Emperor is already informed. His father looks worried and asks Mu Han for his opinion on what to do with the family. Mu Han suggests making his nephew the heir, since the boy is already 3 years old. With a worried expression, Mu Han's father asks about his concubine's condition. Mu Han reveals that his birth mother is pregnant, which shocks the Mu Patriarch. The Patriarch asks when it happened, and Mu Han requests his father's protection for his mother and her unborn child. The Mu Patriarch is shocked, asking if Mu Han does not want his little brother to inherit the title. Mu Han calmly smiles and says he only hopes the child will be healthy, regardless of gender. The Patriarch grows more worried, admitting that it is best for the child's safety and reflecting on his own failure. He recalls how few daughters survive and how Mu Hanzheng nearly died because of that woman. A servant informs the Emperor that the third prince is outside to pick up Mu Han. Mu Han and his father stand up, and his father offers to see Mu Han off. Jing Shao comes to pick up Mu Han on his horse. The Mu Patriarch promises to take care of his mother, and Mu Han trusts him. Jing Shao happily rides on the horse, calling for Mu Han to ride with him. He extends his hand to pull Mu Han up onto the horse. Mu Han blushes as Jing Shao tells him to sit still. Jing Shao tells the Mu Patriarch that the Countess of Yangcheng cried at Yangning Palace, opposing Mu Han's marquis title. The Mu Patriarch asks if it is true, and Jing Shao confirms, saying that the Countess compared his wife's contributions to those of the Count of Yangcheng's ancestors. Jing Shao highlights that Mu Han's ancestors have contributed more than the Count of Yangcheng and have an equally strong background. The Mu Patriarch smiles awkwardly, fearing the Countess's fuss would make the Emperor take back the title, and he watches as Jing Shao and Mu Han ride off on horseback. The Mu Patriarch asks the servant to call his main wife to the front room. The Mu Matriarch insists that her eldest grandson should inherit, but the Patriarch argues that the North Marquis title would be secure if the Emperor grants it to Mu Han. The Matriarch disagrees, declaring that Mu Han, a concubine's son, shouldn't be made a marquis and should be divorced to remove him from the imperial family. Mu Han's father shouts angrily while the Matriarch disagrees. The Mu Patriarch ignores her, stating that aligning with the third prince secures Hanzheng's title and protects their grandson's inheritance. The lady's eyes widen, shocked by the idea of establishing the next heir, and the Mu Patriarch tells her that the only thing left is to eliminate the Countess of Yangcheng. At the palace, Jing Shao asks Commander Xiao Chuan if there is any update on the matter he had asked him to look into. Commander Xiao Chuan confirms that the Mu Matriarch entered the palace early and mentions that the Countess of Yangcheng was nearly in tears, with the Mu Matriarch joining her in crying. The Mu Matriarch and the Countess of Yangcheng plead with the Empress Dowager, who, disappointed, covers her face. Jing Shao chuckles, thinking the North Marchioness's skill at twisting the truth is impressive. Commander Xiao Chuan laughs, saying that the quarrel caused a scene and that the Empress Dowager angrily kicked them out. He confirms that the Empress Dowager refuses to handle it further. Jing Shao takes out a golden tail from his sleeves and hands it to Commander Xiao Chuan, thanking him. Commander Xiao tells Jing Shao that Minister Su has sent a message. Urgent matters in the Ministry of War need Jing Shao's decision today. Jing Shao realizes that his brother plans to use an excuse to bring down Old Man Song, which appears to be Minister Su's message. Jing Shao agrees to go later and leaves, with Commander Xiao nodding. Jing Shao smiles, eager for Mu Han's fried vegetable balls, while Commander Xiao remains puzzled over his priorities. Jing Shao arrives at his mansion and sees Mu Han sitting at the table with food prepared, welcoming him. He hugs Mu Han, eager for the fried vegetable balls. His eyes gleam as he admires the breakfast Mu Han made for him. Jing Shao picks up the food with chopsticks, ready to eat, and praises the meatballs, while Mu Han modestly credits the cook. Jing Shao feeds Mu Han, praising the meal and insisting that he try it too. Mu Han takes a bite, smiling, and they share a loving moment. Jing Shao continues to smile as he watches Mu Han eat until Mu Han pauses just before taking another bite. Mu Han asks how Jing Shao can eat like that, and with his mouth full, Jing Shao replies that it tastes better. Jing Shao notices that Mu Han is keeping his left hand under the table today, wondering why, as he usually does not. Jing Shao pauses, realization dawning on him. He leans in while Mu Han looks on. Concerned and confused, Jing Shao grabs Mu Han's hand and sees the blisters. He blames himself for Mu Han's injury and reassures him that it will heal in 2 days. Jing Shao holds Mu Han's hand, telling him to rest and avoid the kitchen for 2 days to prevent scars. Mu Han smiles, thinking the blisters are worth it for the way Jing Shao cares. Someone outside shouts that an imperial edict has arrived. The eunuch reads the edict while Jing Shao and Mu Han kneel to receive it. The eunuch announces that Mu Hanjing is granted the title of Wen Yuan, appointed as a general and minister, with the marquess ceremony in 7 days. Mu Han raises his hand and bowed, accepting the decree. The eunuch smiles and congratulates Mu Han while Jing Shao helps him up. The eunuch bowed, shaking Jing Shao's hand, and expresses gratitude, acknowledging their shared fortune. After the eunuch leaves, Jing Shao wishes him well while Mu Han blushes at the title Wen Yuan. Mu Han smiles, thinking he never imagined he could earn a title, but now his dream has come true. Jing Shao leans in, teasing Mu Han and asking if he is happy to be Marquess Wen Yuan. Mu Han asks if Jing Shao needs to go to the Ministry of War, and Jing Shao replies that he will go later, wanting to stay for lunch first. Mu Han teases Jing Shao for getting lazy, thinking he is using him as an excuse. Jing Shao hugs Mu Han, saying that no one would dare gossip with a Marquess backing him. Mu Han smiles, thinking that Jing Shao's clinginess is like Xiao Huang's. Proudly, Jing Shao declares that he will change the sign at their house to reflect Mu Han's new title, and Mu Han smiles in agreement. At the second prince's mansion, Jing Shen says he plans to transfer Song An to the southwest after the ceremony. Jing Shao notes that they have gathered dirt on Song An, but they can't push too far given his past help. Jing Chen, still holding his drink, adds that Song An gave him something and only asked to take his daughter. Meanwhile, Mu Han reads a letter with evidence of officials' crimes that could bring many down if exposed. He says that Song An has no excuse regarding his daughter, and Jing Shao realizes that Mu Han is just thinking out loud. Jing Shao holds Mu Han's hand and says it is because she is spoiled, and Mu Han smiles and holds his hand, reassuring him that he is fine. Soon, the little tiger enters the room. Mu Han pets the little tiger as Jing Chen remarks on its strength. Mu Han smiles and encourages Jing Chen to pet the tiger. Jing Chen holds a jerky in his hand. The little tiger approaches, staring at the jerky. He gives the jerky to the little tiger, who eagerly accepts it and chews on it happily. Jing Shao gives a thumbs up, encouraging Jing Chen to pet the tiger. The Jing Chen stares at the tiger, which eagerly waits to be petted. He finally gives in, extending his hand towards the big cat, delighted by its soft fur. Mu Han thanks him. Jing Chen replies to take good care of him. Jing Chen asks Mu Han to watch over Jing Shao at court. Jing Shao pouts, feeling like a child. Mu Han comforts him while the tiger enjoys Jing Chen's attention. Mu Han mentions a lion in Pingjiang and suggests that Jing Chen visit it. Jing Chen agrees, seeing it as a chance to meet Huan and King at the waiting water courtyard, Jing Chen smiles while feeding the tiger. Jing Shao protests, claiming that the tiger is only pretending to be hungry. 7 days later, the Marquis title ceremony takes place as scheduled. In the main hall, the emperor places the Marquis crown on Mu Han's on. When the bell rings, officials congratulate Mu Han. Jing Shao looks at him proudly. Jing Shao sees Mu Han as his shining sword, no longer to be bullied. Meanwhile, Mu Han smiles, thanking the emperor. On the 7th day of the 2nd lunar month with the spring festival near, tea houses and restaurants in the capital are full of people attending the meeting. At Honiwai restaurant, customers joke that becoming a marquis is better than years of study, with one noting the importance of talent for marriage. The customers laugh and continue to gossip until a man angrily shouts, his frustration evident. Jing Shao is furious as he glares at the customers, thinking they deserve punishment for speaking ill of his wife. In his anger, he believes the customer deserves punishment, and the confused customer asks why he is cursing. Still furious, Jing Shao walks toward the customers at another table. Enraged, he shouts and punches the customer. The customer, shocked and holding his face, is outraged that someone would strike a candidate for the imperial civil exam. Jing Shao grabs the man's clothes, and the man, terrified with a black eye, trembles in fear. Jing Shao's anger flares as he tightens his grip and raises his fist, ready to strike again, but someone seizes his wrist, stopping his punch. Mu Han stands there, smiling as he grasps Jing Shao's wrist, his expression amused despite the tension. Still furious, Jing Shao stops but does not relax, muttering angrily, questioning who dared to offend Mu Han. Mu Han remains calm, dismissing the candidate's words as mere insecurity, while Jing Shao stands beside him, his face still tense with anger. The man with the black eye yells in anger as his companion, awkwardly smiling, pulls him back. Mu Han simply asks why they speak with such self-importance. One man insists that scholars should study and discuss national affairs as encouraged by the great ancestor. Mu Han questions the country's meaning, both land and people, with scholars loyal to the monarch and their welfare, and he criticizes scholars who ignore the people's welfare, calling them lesser than hardworking farmers. Both sides grow angry as one man claps proudly and praises Mu Han's remark. One man, surnamed Ma, even admits his admiration for Mu Han's wisdom. Jing Shao then grabs Mu Han's hand and suggests they eat elsewhere. Surnamed Ma turns to the shopkeeper and asks about the nobles who have just left. The shopkeeper replies that it is Marquis Wen Yuan, the one they have been discussing. The two men stand in shock, realizing they have been fighting Jing Shao. The shopkeeper confirms that the noble is Cheng Wang, Marquis Wen Yuan's husband. The man with the black eye faints as if his soul has left his body, while his companion catches him, still in shock. Ma and another customer realize they underestimated Marquis Wen Yuan's talent, while the shopkeeper warns against baseless assumptions and reminds everyone to pay 70 wen for the cup Cheng Wang broke, prompting shouts of disbelief. In the forest, Mu Han and Jing Shao ride on horseback. Jing Shao pouts in annoyance, and Mu Han glances at him with a chuckle, amused that Jing Shao is still upset even after half an hour. Jing Shao wants to go back and settle the matter, but Mu Han smiles, attributing their impatience to the upcoming test. Jing Shao leans against Mu Han's back and asks if he regrets marrying him. Mu Han blushes, turns to face him, and replies that he has no regrets about their marriage. Jing Shao tries to kiss Mu Han but is stopped when Mu Han asks about Zhang Lang's appointment as Jinji Colonel. They exchange looks as Jing Shao explains that he assigned Zhang Lang to the eastern gate for easier city access, hinting that Mu Han will understand later. As they ride, Mu Han recognizes the barren forest he gave to Jing Shao, and Jing Shao confirms it. Jing Shao tells Mu Han to hold him tightly and hide his hands in his sleeves to avoid scratches, and Mu Han blushes as he gazes at him. Jing Shao restrains himself from Mu Han's court duties but plans to indulge on their day off. He leans in and whispers that they should stay elsewhere for the night. Mu Han blushes and agrees. Excited by Mu Han's agreement, Jing Shao speeds up, but Mu Han tells him to slow down until the horse finally comes to a stop. Jing Shao wakes Mu Han, announcing that they have arrived at a barracks, where disciplined soldiers stand firm. Jing Shao helps Mu Han down from the horse. He pets the horse while noting the need to recruit outsiders. Mu Han connects this to his father's horses, and Jing Shao confirms they are his trump card. Jing Shao reflects that with such power in his past life, things would have ended differently, while Mu Han panics at the thought of being accused of treason in this private army. Jing Shao kisses Mu Han, assuring him that everything is arranged, and leads him to a courtyard to rest. Mu Han suggests discussing military affairs, but Jing Shao leaves that to Ren Feng, focusing instead on their own matters as the horse chews nearby. Later, in a hot spring, steam rises as the water ripples gently. Mu Han soaks his feet, worried about the nearby barren forest and the severe consequences of its discovery, knowing that maintaining a private army demands endless funds. Suddenly, a hand grasps his robe. Jing Shao smiles and grabs Mu Han's robe. Blushing, Mu Han protests, but Jing Shao explains that the hot spring is best for the daytime chill. Jing Shao stands in the hot spring with his robe loose, beckoning Mu Han to join him. Blushing, Mu Han shyly looks away and hesitates, insisting that Jing Shao soak first while he waits. Suddenly, Jing Shao grabs Mu Han's arm and hugs him from behind, noting his wet clothes and offering to remove them. Jing Shao kisses Mu Han's neck, drawing a soft, breathy moan from him. Mu Han tries to resist, but Jing Shao only smiles gently. He gently touches Mu Han's lips, making him blush and presses closer, capturing his lips in a kiss. Mu Han pushes Jing Shao away, saying he has business to discuss and warning about hiding the private soldiers. Jing Shao holds Mu Han's hand and suggests they handle their business first, and Mu Han blushes. At noon, Jing Shao gently coaxes Mu Han, explaining that he doesn't have to go to court the next day, so he's a bit presumptuous. Mu Han pouts while lying beside the little tiger. The tiger watches them indifferently as Jing Shao tries to get Mu Han to focus on how to hide the army. The tiger stands above the lying Mu Han, smiling and blocking him, clearly enjoying the moment. Jing Shao flicks the tiger's forehead, telling it to get out of the way. Mu Han gets up and laughs, commenting that the two of them never seem to stop. He carries the little tiger, still smiling, and lies down, rubbing the tiger's belly. He suggests disguising the army with farming tools and cattle while hiding the horses behind the forest. Jing Shao smiles, impressed with the idea, and agrees it is a good plan. Mu Han teases Jing Shao, making him sneeze with the tiger's tail and calls him too greedy. Blushing, Mu Han thinks about how Jing Shao becomes more eager during the holiday and warns that his stamina won't last forever. Jing Shao smiles and says it isn't his fault Mu Han is so attractive. Mu Han pinches his cheeks, tells him to speak properly, and asks about his intentions. Jing Shao says it is just a precaution, only to be used if needed, and Mu Han asks what for. Lying beside Mu Han, Jing Shao speaks of his many battles over the years. Serious, he declares that he has never lost a battle and has expanded De Chen's territory, and he asks what Mu Han would think if he were the emperor. Mu Han worries that as a prince, Jing Shao cannot avoid suspicion. Jing Shao explains that he needs military power in Jiangnan to help his brother become emperor and to ensure a backup plan for both of them. Mu Han reassures Jing Shao, but Jing Shao stops him with a finger on his lips, leaving Mu Han shocked and blushing. Mu Han looks at Jing Shao, worried. Being born into an emperor's family without his mother's protection leaves him no room to mediate with his father. Mu Han holds Jing Shao's face, his heart uneasy, and kisses Jing Shao's forehead, reassuring him with his support. Jing Shao blushes, surprised that Mu Han kissed him first. He leans in to kiss Mu Han, but accidentally kisses the little tiger when it jumps up. Jing Shao angrily threatens the little tiger, which growls back while cuddling Mu Han, who smiles. On February 13, the Qianlin banquet is held to announce the imperial exam's top scorers. The eunuch orders the scholars to greet the emperor, and the first, second, and third-ranked scholars approach. The top scorer, Qin Zhaoren, greets the emperor first. Mu Han recognizes him. They had once been classmates, and he never expects that years later, Zhaoren becomes a first-class scholar. The third-ranked scholar offers flowers to the emperor, but the emperor gestures for him to stop and suggests the flower be given to one of his sons, given the candidate's young age. Everyone understands the emperor's intention. The third-ranked scholar awkwardly smiles, realizing that dedicating the flower to the third prince would be seen as mocking him since he will not inherit the throne. Mu Han wonders if someone recently demanded to be crowned prince, making the emperor unhappy and using this incident to send a message. Both Jing Shao and Mu Han are shocked as the third-ranked scholar bowed and places the flower in front of Mu Han, offering it to him. The second prince thinks the third-ranked scholar is clever. Mu Han stands and accepts the flower. The emperor praises Mu Han and tells him to drink a toast for the third scholar. Mu Han nods as the maid brings the drink. As Mu Han drinks, Jing Shao believes the emperor's words have raised Mu Han's status, so everything should be fine. The first rank watches Mu Han's table while the third rank appears relieved and awkward. On another day, Hangji tells Mu Han that the crown prince selection is paused due to the disturbance caused by the third rank offering the flower. Bored, he remarks that only Jing Shao and Mu Han have time off, as the ministries are busy after spring. Smugly, Jing Shao claims they earned a rest after half a year of fighting, which makes Mu Han giggle. Hangji's husband enters with food and asks where the first-rank scholar went. Hangji explains that the fourth prince wanted him, but the scholar refused and chose a distant post instead, a move that pleases Jing Shao, as it prevents the fourth prince from gaining valuable allies. Mu Han thinks being an official outside the capital is better, as the scholar likely wants no part in the prince's battle, while Jing Shao is annoyed. Mentioning the fourth prince's rivalry, Mu Han replies that the title wasn't his choice. A messenger reports that the first-rank scholar visited the mansion. Jing Shao asks if it was Qin Zhaoran. The messenger confirms he visited but left when he learned the Marquis wasn't home. Jing Shao then asks if Mu Han knew Qin Zhaoran, and Mu Han replies they are old classmates who haven't seen each other in years. Relieved that the first rank isn't an ex-lover, Jing Shao smiles, thinking Mu Han's marriage helped his rise. Jing Shao suggests inviting the first rank to the mansion tomorrow, and the messenger agrees, though Mu Han doubts Qin Zhaoran will come. Jing Shao holds Mu Han's hand and says it will be up to Qin Zhaoran to decide. Hangji smiles, slightly annoyed, asking if their discussion is over since the dishes prepared by his husband are getting cold. Though miffed, Hangji's husband offers him shrimp, urging him to eat while it is still hot, and Hangji's eyes glimmer with delight as his husband praises him with a lighthearted comment. At Jing Shao's mansion, Mu Han sits alone with the little tiger's tail peeking out from under the table. Jing Shao enters with mulberries and places them on the table while noticing an item in Mu Han's hand. Mu Han shows him the graphite, surprised that Qin Zhaoran remembered his childhood curiosity. Mu Han smiles and Jing Shao pouts, feeling that his brother trusts Mu Han more than he does. Mu Han flicks Jing Shao's forehead, joking that his brother has long stopped expecting anything from him. Mu Han pets the tiger and asks why Ma Zhu seems like an old friend of his brother. Jing Shao explains that Ma Zhu is from the Zhu family, and his brother might have kept in touch. Mu Han feeds the tiger, though the little tiger clearly appears displeased with the food, as if it were about to collapse. Jing Shao teases the tiger about Ma's success, and the tiger looks ready to scratch him. Mu Han remarks that using a pseudonym in the exam must hide his secret, and Jing Shao opens his mouth, hoping Mu Han will feed him. Mu Han then feeds Jing Shao a mulberry, thinking of giving some to his mother. Someone calls for Wang Ye, which piques Mu Han's curiosity while Jing Shao appears annoyed. A servant informs Jing Shao that the second prince has returned, and Jing Shao stands, excited about his brother's return. At the second prince's mansion, a little girl serves tea to Prince Jing Shao and Marquis Mu Han, announcing that the second prince will see them soon. Soon, Qing Chen enters the room, greeting everyone with a smile. Jing Shao asks how the Jing Chen's trip to Jiangnan went and whether he met the king of Huainan. Jing Chen looks troubled, mentioning that the king of Huainan is very intelligent, and Jing Shao wonders if they did not get along. Jing Shao frowns in curiosity, while Mu Han holds his hand. Mu Han asks if Matanhua is an old acquaintance, and Jing Shao looks concerned. Jing Chen explains that Matanhua, once known as Zhu Yuni, was exiled and has only recently returned. Mu Han recalls that Mr. Zhu once praised the eldest son's intelligence, although he never met him. Jing Chen smiles and remarks that Ma Zhu is just a smooth talker who impressed their teacher. Worried, Jing Shao holds Mu Han's hand, insisting that Zhu Yuni was a cheater. Mu Han smiles awkwardly to appease him. Jing Chen mentions that the eldest prince wanted to return to court, but the request letter is still on its way. Jing Shao suggests that the Count of Yongchang go to the battlefield to earn the title he wants so much. After all, the eldest prince lacks military skill. Jing Chen sets his tea down, agreeing that it is a good idea. Jing Chen adds that the Count of Yongchang's departure will weaken Jing Yu, benefiting them. At the Golden Palace, a document is tossed onto the ground. The emperor is angry at the incompetence of the first prince and the fourth prince, Jing Yu. Reports that the first prince has fallen ill in Yunnan, Tibet. The fourth prince mentions that the hot weather in Yunnan, Tibet, along with pests, would harm the imperial brother's health. Bowing his head, Jing Yu advises the emperor that the first prince can no longer continue the campaign due to his poor health. Jing Chen thinks that the first prince wants to withdraw his vassals, while Jing Chen tells the emperor to take pity on the first prince and let him return to the capital. The fourth prince turns toward the Count of Yongcheng, and a silent agreement passes between them. The Count of Yongcheng points out that the rebellion continues and that someone must step up to lead the troops. Before he can suggest who is suitable, the North Marquis, Mu Han's father, announces that the Count of Yongcheng must lead the troops. The emperor turns to Jing Shao, asking for his opinion. Mu Han looks at Jing Shao with a worried expression, and Jing Shao feels that the southern barbarians aren't a big threat, suggesting that inexperienced leaders could gain practice. The emperor orders the eldest brother's return and instructs the Count of Yongcheng to lead troops in 3 days. Everyone bowed in agreement, while the fourth prince's face contorts in anger and the Count of Yongcheng appears worried. Jing Shao, Jing Chen, and Mu Han walk outside together. Jing Shao proudly asks if his response was fast enough, and Mu Han awkwardly nods. Jing Chen agrees to settle the matter and suggests they return after lunch. When Jing Shao asks to join General Ho's wife's meal, Jing Chen, annoyed, tells him to go. Holding Mu Han's hand, Jing Shao declares that they will visit General Hao today and Jing Chen tomorrow. At General Ho's house, Mrs. Hao rushes the staff to prepare for the arrival of Prince Jing Shao and Mu Han. Mu Han and Jing Shao smile, thinking that the lady truly cannot sit still. They pause as they recognize a familiar voice calling for the sister to take a break. As General Hao suggests his wife clean up before the guests arrive, Jing Shao enters the room. The king of Huainan smiles at them while holding a cup of tea, and Jing Shao walks in, clearly surprised by what he sees, as the king sits confidently in front of them. Mu Han greets Ho Dadeo's wife after a long time apart, and she happily returns his greeting. The king of Huainan greets Jing Shao and Mu Han, while Ha Dadeo's wife mentions that Brother Gu helped her when her mule got tired, so she offered him lodging. The king of Huainan introduces himself as Gu Qing, a mere magistrate from Jiangnan. He thanks the gullible General Hao, and the two politely bow to each other, while Jing Shao looks at them, thinking that the king is such a liar. Ha Dadeo's wife, now called Sister Hu, smiles, acting as a wonderful host. Mu Han thanks her. Sister Hu orders General Hu to help in the back. He panics but smiles and follows. Jing Shao turns to the Huainan king, demanding to know what brought him here. The king sighs, and, blushing, he fondly recalls someone unforgettable, feeling restless after just a day apart. Jing Shao, stern and annoyed, demands an explanation, while Mu Han thinks that the king must be kidding. The king appeals to Mu Han, asking if he doubts him, and Jing Shao looks both shocked and annoyed. Furious, Jing Shao swings at the Huainan king for touching his wife. The king just laughs and instead places a green object on Jing Shao's hand. He then asks for help returning it. It is revealed to be a jade ornament of noble design. The king wonders if it belonged to his brother and how he got it, while Jing Shao wonders if his brother dropped it somewhere. The king smiles and thanks them. Frustrated like a child, Jing Shao punches the Huainan king in the chest, and the king winces in response. Jing Shao and the Huainan king mess around until Sister Hu calls out that the food is ready. General Hao proudly announces he has 2 jars of fine wine as his wife carries in a plate of food, and the three sit down like good children at the arrival of the couple. Sister Hu notices that Gu Qing is clutching his heart and asks if he is all right. The Huainan king easily lies through his teeth, saying that he has had a heart ailment since he was young. In the back garden of the second prince's mansion, Jing Shao calls Jing Chen, who is sitting alone with tea and a book. He glances up and asks why they came. Acting like an excited kid, Jing Shao sits in front of his brother and whispers for him to come closer, then reveals that the Huainan king, Gu Weichin, is in the capital. Jing Chen looks surprised and can't believe that Gu Weichin would come to the capital when the situation is complicated. Jing Shao shrugs, unsure of the reason, and shows the jade that Gu Weichin had asked him to return. Jing Chen's face darkens as Jing Shao asks if the jade belongs to him. Quickly, Jing Chen grabs the jade pendant and insists that Gu Weichin should live, while Jing Shao assures him that the Huainan king will be watched by General Hao. Suddenly, someone calls for the prince's attention in a panic. A servant informs them that the North Marquis's secondary wife might be having a miscarriage. Mu Han jumps up in shock, demanding to know the situation. The imperial physician reports that the fetus is unstable but still alive. Mu Han turns to Ro Yi and asks what happened. Ro Yi explains that the Mu Ling, who is Mu Han's older brother, suddenly ran out and pushed the secondary madam before she could stop him. The Mu patriarch shouts in shock, asking if Lin Bao was the one who pushed her. Muhan tucks a blanket around his mother as she lies down with a tired smile. He asks his father to talk outside, and his father agrees, letting his mother rest. The Mu matriarch follows them as they step out, and Muhan's father spots Prince Jing Shao sipping tea in the living room. The Mu matriarch frowns, wary of the third prince's presence. Muhan's father bowed to the prince to assure him that the situation is not something the third prince should trouble himself with, but Jing Shao disagrees. The royal couple sits down while the rest gathers around. Muhan asks where Mu Ling is, and the Mu matriarch answers that he is ill and recovering. Muhan's father scoffs and orders Mu Ling to be brought in. The servant nods. Ling Bao arrives, looking unwell, and his eyes widen at the sight of Muhan. He charges at Muhan, accusing him of the river incident, leaving Muhan frozen in shock. Jing Shao grabs Ling Bao's hand and shouts at him to stop. He shoves Ling Bao to the ground as Ling Bao shouts in protest. Jing Shao grabs Muhan's hand, but Muhan smiles, unfazed. His expression shifts to seriousness as he looks at his elder brother, waiting for an explanation. Ling Bao is scolded by his mother for running away instead of helping the secondary wife. Jing Shao smirks and suggests that the heir should be checked, and Muhan agrees. There's no way his brother would push his mother, but Ling Bao must have a serious ailment to not see in broad daylight. Insulted, Ling Bao stomps his feet and shouts like a child, insisting he isn't sick. The physician suggests that the heir might have contracted the nightmare disease, and Muhan's father is shocked, fearing that the disease means his son has lost his sanity. Muhan points out that there are 2 pregnant women in the Mu household, and he hints that Mu Ling is unstable and could be a danger. Ling Bao insists he isn't ill as servants try to detain him, and the Mu patriarch orders them to stop. Ling Bao keeps shouting, making himself look crazy, while insisting that he is the one being harmed. His father clenches his fist, and the Mu patriarch orders the servants to imprison Ling Bao until after his second wife gives birth. His father assures Muhan that everything is under control and tells the couple to go home, promising that his mother will be safe. Muhan politely agrees. A few days later, at Chengnan Toeiwan, the king of Huainan raises an eyebrow, puzzled by the unusual invitation for a drink. Jing Shao hears from Hao Dadao about the person's odd hours and wonders what that person is really doing in the capital. The king of Huainan explains that it is a man in love, and Jing Shao frowns, clearly annoyed. Frustrated, Jing Shao acts like an upset child, and the king of Huainan calmly reminds him that he is still older and deserves respect. Jing Shao angrily accuses the king of Huainan of flirting with Muhan. Just then, Muhan arrives with little Tiger, returning with a smile and noticing the argument. The king of Huainan and Jing Shao quickly explain that it is just a joke. Muhan brings spice-stewed dishes from the south, and Jing Shao loves them, saying his elder brother should try them. The king of Huainan chuckles at Muhan's usual glibness, while Jing Shao, annoyed, snaps at his brother. The king of Huainan mentions that the orchard is nice but the peaches aren't ripe, as he hands food to little Tiger. Muhan and Jing Shao sit together, and as Jing Shao chews, he says that the orchard is his brother's and that they will be able to eat the peaches in about half a month. The king of Huainan's eyes widen in shock as he stands up, realizing that it is the second prince's garden, and he wonders if the second prince, Jing Chen, will be coming today. Jing Shao says his brother will be there soon. The king of Huainan tosses a piece of chicken to Xiao Huan with a smile. Jing Shao smiles as he pours tea from Muhan using a special ceramic cup he brought for him. The king of Huainan notices the rough bamboo cup he received and points out the difference in treatment. Jing Shao smirks, saying that Muhan got pricked by the bamboo cup last year. The king asks why Jing Shao did not worry about him getting pricked, and Jing Shao replies that the king's skin is too thick for a mere bamboo cup to hurt him. Muhan smiles and blushes as he looks at the delicate teacup. The tiger's ears twitch and it growls. Jing Shao frowns and warns the others that someone is coming. Outside, they hear voices. The fourth prince, Jing Yu, tells Jing Chen how elegant he looks and asks if he still wants to drink here. Jing Chen tells him to join him. Realizing the fourth prince is coming, the couple decides it would be best for the Huainan king to hide. Jing Shao throws a piece of chicken, and the tiger happily runs after it. Jing Yu thinks a flying peach is coming his way until the peach hits him squarely in the face. Jing Yu falls, looking both angry and confused. He looks up just as the little tiger charges at him, roaring in anger. Shocked and frightened, Jing Yu is about to draw his sword when Jing Chen stops him. Jing Yu sees the tiger happily holding the chicken in its mouth. Jing Shao apologizes for tossing the chicken wing, not knowing Jing Yu was in the way, and Mu Han explains that the tiger is mischievous and asks for forgiveness. Jing Shao smiles and pats his brother's back, offering help as he notices his gray body. Jing Yu, however, tries to stop him, coughing in refusal. Jing Yu initially thinks Jing Chen is meeting an official, but soon realizes it is just a get-together between brothers. Jing Shao pats the little tiger, thinking it is too wild for strangers, and decides to come back another day for a drink with the master. Realizing nothing unusual is happening, Jing Yu decides to leave, and Jing Shao smiles and suggests they go together. Jing Shao whispers to discuss it another day, and Jing Chen agrees. Mu Han and Jing Shao walk side by side while the tiger watches Jing Yu, making him flinch. Jing Chen freezes, then turns to the king of Huainan, remarking that it would be boring to drink alone. Gu Weichen greets Jing Chen, asking how he has been, while Jing Chen remarks inside that it has been wave after wave of trouble. Gu Weichen asks if Jing Chen got the jade buckle back, and Jing Chen sighs, warning that Gu Weichen will be caught soon if he stays longer. Blushing, Gu Weichen jokes that he came from Jiangnan to return the jade only to be sent away, and Jing Chen realizes that his thick skin hasn't changed. Gu Weichen grabs the bamboo cup from Jing Chen's hand, causing a surprised reaction, notices that it could prick Jing Chen's hand, and offers to have it replaced. Next, Gu Weichen pulls out a document and assures Jing Chen he'll leave in 2 days, but he has one last thing to give him. Jing Chen reaches for the document with concern, and as their hands touch, he reacts with annoyance. Gu Weichen explains that the document lists all available people for Jing Chen to take and adds that with the feudal vassal's withdrawal coming soon, their next meeting might not be as relaxed. He waves goodbye, and Jing Chen, holding the document, wonders what he was thinking. In Jing Yu's study, he angrily mutters that Jing Shao must have thrown the chicken wing at him to embarrass him. The servant announces Zhao Julin's arrival, and Jing Yu shouts for him to come in. Zhao Julin bowed and reports that he saw the Huainan king enter Jing Chen's peach orchard yesterday. The news shocks Jing Yu. At Jing Yu's mansion, Jing Yu angrily realizes that the chicken wings were meant to cover for the Huainan king. He asks where the Huainan king is, and the servant reports that he is at Zui Shenlou. Meeting with Jing Shao, Jing Yu smiles, thinking that Jing Shao colluding with the Huainan king is a big crime, and he tells the servant to report to the emperor, gather the troops, and follow him. At Zui Shenlou, tea is being poured into a glass. The Huainan king says he is leaving today, and Jing Shao asks what the king is up to, wandering the capital. The king jokes that he is ghost hunting. Jing Shao asks what he means when they hear someone outside shouting to surround Zui Shenlou. Jing Yu orders that no one can leave the building and that each room must be checked for criminals. Jing Shao and the Huainan king peek outside. Jing Shao wonders why Jing Yu is here, and the king mentions that the ghost has arrived. Gu Weichen smiles and remarks that the window leads to the next roof, guessing that Jing Yu has locked down the city. He flippantly asks an annoyed Jing Shao to help him, then pouts and promises that they can settle things later, guilt-tripping Jing Shao into helping. Jing Shao follows Gu Weichen through the window, telling him they will settle the account once they get out of the city. Meanwhile, Jing Yu orders the guards to search thoroughly, and they quickly begin checking every room upstairs. The servant later reports that no trace of the Huainan king is found, and Jing Yu shouts in disbelief. Gu Weichen asks why the Huainan king wasn't found, and the servant nervously explains that although he confirmed the king's presence, he does not know why they cannot find him. Jing Yu commands that the city gates be closed and orders the guards to find the Huainan king, even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Outside the city, Jing Shao sighs in relief, glad they were not caught, while Gu Weichen smiles awkwardly, assuring him he has done well and won't be in danger. Jing Shao asks if Gu Weichen purposely spread the news about their meeting that day. The king smiles, saying he needs to be sure that Jing Shao is a true ally. Jing Shao angrily thinks that Gu Weichen probably came to test his sincerity, finding it excessive despite the king's suspicions. Gu Weichen laughs and smacks Jing Shao's head, teasing him that he no longer doubts him. Gu Weichen pulls out a document, showing his connections in the capital with the unusable ones circled in red, and tells Jing Shao to pass the document to Jing Chen. He warns about Zhao Julin, who is now working for Jing Yu. Jing Shao is touched, which makes Gu Weichen laugh, and he tells Jing Shao that they will see each other again in Jiangnan. Gu Weichen hops on his horse and tells Jing Shao to bring his little tiger so that his lion can play with it. Jing Shao waves back, wishing him to be careful. At Cheng Wangfu, Jing Shao walks inside, wondering why the house is quiet. A worried servant runs toward him and tells him that the emperor is in the study. Jing Shao wonders if Jing Yu has exposed his meeting with the Huainan king. The servant whispers that Mu Han wanted Jing Shao to deny knowing the Huainan king and claim that the person he sent off was just a Jiang friend. Jing Shao walks toward the study as the servant leaves. On the table, tea is set as the emperor asks if trading with foreign countries is beneficial for Dachen. Mu Han agrees that Dachen should open its ports for trade and that silk, in particular, will sell well to foreigners. The emperor reminds Mu Han to refer to himself as his son-in-law now that he is married into the imperial family, and Mu Han acknowledges the correction. Jing Shao enters the room and greets the emperor. With a serious expression, the emperor asks where Jing Shao has been, and Jing Shao bowed and replies that he has gone to send a friend off. The emperor asks if Jing Shao knows about the Huainan king in the capital, and Jing Shao says he does not. The emperor, looking suspicious, repeats his question, and Jing Shao replies that he had sent off a Jiang friend from Jiangmen. The emperor slaps Jing Shao, explaining that the Huainan king came for leisure but rushed off after hearing of his mother's illness. Jing Shao was surprised, and Mu Han is startled, taken aback by what's happened. The emperor, frustrated, reveals that the person Jing Shao helped is Gu Weichen, the Huainan king, and Jing Shao looks genuinely shocked. The Best Actor award goes to Jing Shao. Jing Shao explains that he didn't know his true identity because he met Gu Qing by chance in Jiangmen, and the man had kept his identity hidden all along. Similarly, Mu Han states that he, too, met Gu Qing in Jiangmen. The emperor recalls that when Gu Qing arrived, Anzeng admitted he was a friend from Jiangmen. Observing both of them kneeling, the emperor believes they have been deceived and are unaware of the Huainan king's identity. Jing Shao points out that the emperor is not being fair, suggesting that while the emperor told Jing Yu about the king's identity, he failed to inform him. Angrily, the emperor scolds Jing Shao for talking back when he is in the wrong and grounds him to his palace. Mu Han tries to mediate between father and son, but Jing Shao continues to act like a petulant child. For Mu Han's sake, the emperor and Jing Shao eventually stop fighting. The emperor announces that it is late and leaves for the palace, instructing Mu Han to draft the trade proposal another day, to which Mu Han agrees. As the emperor waves to dismiss them, Mu Han bowed while Jing Shao remains kneeling with his back turned. After a while, Jing Shao stands up, feeling relieved that the ordeal is finally over. He thanks Mu Han for his support, and Mu Han, offering a cold handkerchief, explains that the emperor had to maintain balance. Jing Shao hugs Mu Han and tells him that since he is under house arrest, Mu Han should not go to court either, prompting Mu Han to ask why. Jing Shao suggests that they take advantage of the situation and stay in bed until noon, though Mu Han chides him for trying to play hooky. Shortly after, Mu Han instructs his servant to inform Jing Chen about Jing Shao's house arrest. Unable to go out, Jing Shao cries for his husband, feeling as though he has lost his job and now must rely on his wife to support the family. Meanwhile, Jing Chen is surprised that Gu Weichen has left the capital. Later, Jing Chen visits Jing Shao in his mansion. While Jing Shao plays with his tiger, he explains that Gu Weichen must now be in Jingmen. Jing Shao hands over a document, saying that Gu Weichen asked him to deliver it before leaving. He then reveals that Zhao Julin, a spy of the Ministry of Rights, has fled to Jing Yu, prompting Jing Chen to closely examine the document. Jing Shao smiles as he pats the tiger and explains that the list contains Gu Weichen's connections in the capital, now entrusted to him. Jing Chen, smiling childishly, mentions that he has already received a copy, which shocks Jing Shao. Enraged, Jing Shao shouts that Gu Weichen has deceived them both, even moving him with his kindness, while he holds the little tiger's head with both hands. Jing Chen notices that the list is different from his own because some unavailable people are not marked with a red pen. Jing Chen realizes that Gu Weichen has tested both their motives before deciding to help them, and Jing Shao thinks that the king was merely being cautious. At that moment, the little tiger slips away from Jing Shao, evading his grasp. Jing Chen quickly hides the document in his sleeve, remarking that Gu Weichen's cautiousness is to be expected. After all, there is much at risk. Looking at his teacup, Jing Shao sees Jing Yu reaching out to the Ministry of Rights and suggests bribing someone in the Ministry of Justice. Jing Chen reveals that the Minister of Justice is under his thumb, causing Jing Shao to choke on his tea. Jing Chen advises Jing Shao to ask Mu Han about court matters and promises to talk after the ban. He leaves, and Jing Shao wishes him well. Jing Shao sighs and smiles awkwardly, thinking about how much power his brother holds in court, even within the Ministry of Justice. He decides to wait for Mu Han at the door of their mansion. Soon, a carriage stops at the gate, and Mu Han steps out. Jing Shao greets him warmly, as if a wife were greeting her husband, asking how his day went, and Mu Han assures him that he is fine, though he thinks Jing Shao must have been bored all day. Playfully, Jing Shao offers to take the horse to the stable for the lady of the house, and Mu Han decides to let him. Outside, a man paces in front of the moon gate, and Mu Han recognizes him as Yunju. Jing Shao asks Yunju what makes him so worried, and Yunju bowed, saying that Shao Huang ran to the stable and he didn't know what to do. Alarmed, Jing Shao exclaims that he is worried the tiger might attack the finely bred horses at the stable. The three of them run inside. Inside, Yunju is shocked, his eyes turning white at the sight before him, and Jing Shao also cannot believe what he sees. Finally, the little tiger snuggles next to a black horse, an odd sight that feels strangely out of place. The black horse sees Jing Shao and Mu Han, his eyes sparkling at the opportunity to come out and play. The little tiger looks up at them in wonder and then runs toward Mu Han, while the horse watches with envy. Jing Shao learns from a servant that the tiger often plays with Shao He in the stables, and that Mu Han is just having fun with it. The servant adds that although the tiger usually plays with Shao He in the afternoon, today it came in the morning. And now the little tiger is moving toward the horse. The horse blows a puff of air from its nose into the little tiger's face, and Mu Han jokes that Jing Shao must have bullied the tiger into running to the stable. Jing Shao simply shrugs, saying just tease it a little. Mu Han mentions that he has presented the trade proposal to the imperial father and is now exempt from other duties, which makes Jing Shao happy as he grabs Mu Han's hand. However, Mu Han warns that it is best to keep a low profile at this time since the situation is escalating. Jing Shao drools at the thought of waking up next to Mu Han every morning, but Mu Han scolds him for spending all his time eating and sleeping. In response, Jing Shao gently lifts Mu Han's face and tells him that apart from eating and sleeping, he also wants to be with Mu Han every day. Mu Han blushes and slaps a hand of his husband's mouth, unable to believe he just uttered lewd words in broad daylight. Smiling, Jing Shao removes Mu Han's hand and says he only wants to play chess, enjoy flowers, and drink under the moon with him. Curious about his thoughts, Jing Shao looks at Mu Han, who steps back, clearly flustered. Following him, Jing Shao suggests they enjoy the flowers in the garden, but Mu Han, angry, shouts for him to go enjoy himself instead. The horse and a little tiger stare on with blank expressions. In mid-July, the emperor sets his vassals to Jiangmen. However, Gu Weichen does not allow them in his city. The king of Huainan flippantly tells the vassals that he cannot obey. And when soldiers aim their arrows at the emperor's messenger, the messenger flees. This act angers the emperor, who sends troops to conquer the kingdom of Huainan. At the North Marca's mansion, Consort 2 gives birth to a baby boy. The midwife hands the baby to the Mu patriarch, announcing the new young master, and the patriarch happily names his son Long Lin, following the family tradition of naming his sons after famous swords. Meanwhile, the situation at court is in chaos as ministers fight amongst themselves. The North Marquis thinks that Prince Jing Shao should subdue Huainan because he is very experienced, while another minister believes that the fourth prince, Jing Yu, could handle the situation well. Tired and disappointed, the emperor decides to postpone the discussion, which causes the two old men to react urgently. At Fengyi Palace, the empress convinces the emperor that Jing Yu should go since he has yet to make a name for himself, unlike his brothers, and that gaining experience will earn him a title. The emperor disagrees, pointing out that the first prince also has not earned his title, but the empress argues that Jing Yu is a legitimate son and should come before the illegitimate first prince. The emperor looks at her in anger until the empress suddenly remembers that the current emperor is an illegitimate son himself, and she quickly apologizes. She explains that she was worried the third prince might grow conceited after 2 successive wins and might go against the emperor. The emperor declares that if Jing Yu wants to go to war, then he should volunteer on his own, and the empress happily agrees. At Jing Shao's mansion, Mu Han mentions that the emperor instructed the fourth prince to see him before dawn. Jing Shao helps Mu Han get dressed while explaining that Jing Yu sees a great opportunity in attacking Huainan, but needs the emperor's consent. As they prepare, Mu Han can't help but stare at Jing Shao's exposed chest. Embarrassed, Mu Han quickly looks away and tells Jing Shao to put his clothes back on, to which Jing Shao smugly replies that Mu Han has seen it before. Annoyed, Mu Han thinks Jing Shao is too much. Jing Shao puts his arm around Mu Han's waist, and the two exchange a glance. Jing Shao remarks that Mu Han shouldn't go to court, but Mu Han, still embarrassed, insists it is impossible because an important court meeting is scheduled for today. Surprising Mu Han, Jing Shao stoops down and lifts him bridal style before throwing him on the bed and straddling him. With his chest exposed, Jing Shao tells Mu Han that he has been slacking off on his main duties since becoming a marquis. Mu Han tries to get up, pushing Jing Shao off of him because Jing Shao would make him late. In response, Jing Shao holds Mu Han's hands above his head and remarks that he can see that Mu Han had forgotten. As Jing Shao pulls at his robe, a flustered Mu Han mutters that they shouldn't, but Jing Shao reminds him that he will always be his wife first, so Mu Han must fulfill his wifely duties before anything else. Unable to resist, Mu Han gives in. Later, in the Imperial study room, the Emperor asks Jing Yu why he thinks he could do a better job than Jing Shao in leading the troops to Huainan. Jing Yu acknowledges that Jing Shao is better at military tactics, a point the Emperor does not refute, as he is glad that the fourth prince is aware of his shortcomings. Jing Yu argues that although he isn't as skilled as his third brother, he needs to do this to earn experience and achieve something, which angers the Emperor. The Emperor thinks that Jing Yu is naive, seeing the battlefield as a playground, and Jing Yu bowed to quell the Emperor's anger. He confesses that he suspects Jing Shao is colluding with the Huainan king. When the Emperor asks who told him, Jing Yu panics and denies it, explaining instead that he met Zhao Julin by chance, who told him that he saw the Huainan king at the peach orchard, coincidentally near Jing Shao's carriage. In response, the Emperor orders a eunuch to arrest Zhao Julin for interrogation. Soon after, the Emperor approves the fourth prince's request to lead the troops, and Jing Yu thanks him, vowing not to disappoint the Emperor, who remains silent. 3 days later, Jing Yu leaves for Huainan with his troops, and the Emperor sees him off at the city gate. The soldiers are all set and ready to go, while the Emperor stands with his gaze fixed downward, embodying an air of quiet authority. Soon, news from the palace comes in. The second prince's son, Shao, only 2 years old, has sadly passed away from illness. The Emperor's servant, looking worried, explains that Shao, who had a congenital condition, died this morning after a fever. Jing Shao, looking sad, can't believe how quickly things have changed and feels deep sympathy for his brother and sister-in-law, who must be crushed by the loss of their son. Mu Han, also looking worried, mentions that the fever had lasted for days, prompting Jing Shao to ask what he was trying to say. Mu Han explains that his mother mentioned the sister-in-law had been seeing a nun named Mo Bai and giving Shao unknown medicine. Mu Han suspects that Shao-Si's condition is tied to the nuns at Bian Nunnery, which worries Jing Shao. In response, Jing Shao orders the servant to bring Mo Bai from Bian Nunnery for questioning. Later that day, Mu Han is shocked to hear that the old nun has died. Jing Shao explains that when his men arrived, she had already hanged herself, exposing their secrets. Jing Shao hands papers to Mu Han, saying they are from the questioning of the little nun. Mu Han, looking worried, points out that the confession mostly lists Mo Bai's visits to Prince Ru's mansion and her actions, the frequent mentions of Jing Shao. Confused, Jing Shao wonders what this has to do with him, and Mu Han, noticing an envelope, grows curious about its contents. When Mu Han opens the envelope, he discovers a powder inside that appears to be incense ash. Jing Shao explains that the powder is the panache Mo Bai gave Shao, which the little nun stole, thinking it was special. Mu Han suggests that they shouldn't keep this from Jing Shao's brother, but Jing Shao, looking troubled, insists these are just guesses and that confronting him now would only make things worse. Mu Han reaches out to Jing Shao, feeling that the situation is more complex and that causing discord between the brothers is just part of it. Jing Shao's eyes widen in shock as he realizes that the situation isn't targeting Shao, but him. Mu Han closes the paper containing the powder. Deep in thought, he suggests that they hand over medicine and the nun to Jing Shao's brother, and Jing Shao agrees. Jing Shao recalls that in his past life, his relationship with his second brother grew estranged, and he needs to protect the good relationship they share in this life. Later that day, Mu Han lies outside in the courtyard, relaxing. His face frowns as he sweats from the heat. Suddenly, someone wipes his sweat, causing Mu Han to open his eyes. Jing Shao smiles as he wipes the sweat from Mu Han's forehead, and Mu Han smiles, thinking that Jing Shao clearly enjoys playing the role of his housewife. Jing Shao places the towel on the book. His brother sent a letter with clues about the Mobai case, and Mu Han asks for details. Jing Shao explains that the powder is not poisonous. However, the nun insists that the baby, Xiao Si, and Yi share the same life path, meaning that as long as Jing Shao exists, the baby will be weak. Jing Shao lies down and says that although his brother did not believe it, his sister-in-law trusted the nun. That is why she always avoided him and refused to let him hunt his nephew. Jing Shao carries Mu Han, and Mu Han says that if his brother believed Mo Bai, Xiao Si's death would cause a rift between the two brothers. Jing Shao promises that he will have his brother investigate the matter thoroughly. Jing Shao kisses and hugs Mu Han, telling him not to worry as Mu Han already has a lot of work to do. Mu Han pinches Jing Shao's cheeks and teases that since he knows how busy Mu Han is, he should have restrained himself the night before. Jing Shao retorts that it is all Mu Han's fault for being so seductive. Mu Han resists as Jing Shao teases him, unsure of what he is doing, and Jing Shao explains that he only wants to help him change his clothes. Mu Han replies that Jing Shao is getting too caught up with his role as the wife. Jing Shao's face darkens as he asks what Mu Han means. Panicking, Mu Han tells him that he did not mean anything by it. Jing Shao restrains Mu Han's hands above his head, but Mu Han tries to resist. Jing Shao grins, his gaze heavy with intent, as he needs to teach Mu Han a lesson on who is the husband between them. He playfully tickles Mu Han, and Mu Han squirms, giggling and trying to escape. Mu Han continues laughing, breathless from Jing Shao's teasing as a female servant approaches. The servant smiles at the sight, thinking that despite being married for so long, the couple is even more loving than when they were newlyweds. At the Golden Palace, Mu Han notes that despite the last dynasty's trade ban, merchants risked their lives for immense profits. Mu Han suggests that instead of banning trade, they should leverage it for their benefit. One minister agrees, saying that a maritime tax could help the struggling treasury, while another minister points out that a port might draw unwanted attention. The emperor turns to Jing Rong and Jing Chen, awaiting their opinions. The first prince, Jing Rong, doubts Marquis Wenyuan's ideas, calling them theoretical and impractical, while Jing Chen sees potential benefits but stresses the need for regulations. He suggests testing one port first, with the option to ban trade if needed. The emperor asks Mu Han for a suitable port location, and Mu Han suggests Jiangnan, pointing out its wealth and suggesting it for trade to keep foreign merchants from staying too long in Duchen. The emperor approves the plan and asks the other ministers if they have any objections. The first prince, Jing Rong, voices no objections, and Jing Chen notices that the eldest prince and others stay silent, making it clear they want Mu Han to go alone. Mu Han frowns, knowing that with Jing Shao still banned, they would be separated if he goes to Yanzhou. A sudden loud shout startles everyone, drawing their attention. A messenger rushes in, reporting an urgent matter from 800 li away. A servant bowed, reporting that the Huainan king has defeated the fourth prince's army, captured 2 cities, and is nearing Pingjiang. The emperor clenches his fists and strikes the armchair in evident fury. One minister warns that Jiangnan's fall threatens the capital, and officials murmur in agreement, urging the emperor to send Jing Shao to fight. The emperor frowns, silent with worry. At the Golden Palace, the furious emperor commands Jing Yu to retreat and hand over the troops to Jing Shao. Jing Shao leads his troops to Jiangnan in 3 days, stationing them outside Pingjiang as soldiers march and ride through the outskirts. He brings Mu Han to the house he bought in Pingjiang, where Mu Han absent-mindedly pets the little tiger's head. Jing Shao approaches with concern, and Mu Han looks up, asking about the battle. Jing Shao explains that the Huainan army has retreated for dinner and reassures him that his battle with Gu Weiqin was merely for show. He adds that Huainan's militia is indeed strong, and Jing Yu lost miserably, suffering heavy losses. General Lu even complains to Jing Shao about Jing Yu's incompetence. Mu Han notes that he could reach Luzhou in the morning and return by evening. Jing Shao hugs him and suggests they wait 2 days until he pushes Gu Weiqin back, while Mu Han warns that imperial officials in Luzhou might recognize him. Jing Shao suggests that he could disguise himself as a servant to inspect Luzhou before moving the work to Pingjiang. Teasing the little tiger, Jing Shao proposes using the empty front of the residence as Mu Han's government office. He mentions that the house is called Rushui Garden, a nod to gentle water and a soft vibe. Leaning in for a kiss, Jing Shao is met by Mu Han, who stands up and remarks that such a kiss embodies the meaning of eternal love. Jing Shao pouts and kisses the air instead. Blushing, Mu Han looks away and suggests that it is getting late and they should have dinner first. Startled, his eyes widen as Jing Shao hoists him onto his shoulders and remarks that it is late, hinting that Marquis Wenyuan should do his duty as his wife. Blushing, Mu Han asks to be put down, and when he demands it, Jing Shao answers that he will once they are on the bed, while the little tiger glares at them in confusion. Mu Han pats his waist and massages it, clearly feeling the strain. Later, at Rushui Garden's front hall, Mu Han reads a book, blushing and annoyed. He pats his back, thinking about Jing Shao's unrestrained behavior. A servant enters and announces that a visitor is outside, claiming to be the county magistrate of Luzhou. Mu Han invites the county magistrate in. From behind the servant, the top scorer from the recent ministry exam appears, and Mu Han greets him as Zhaoren. Mu Han stands up. Zhaoren greets Marquis Wenyuan, but a flustered Mu Han dismisses the formality and urges him to sit. Mu Han offers a handshake, remarking that they haven't met since the Qianlin banquet and expressing surprise that Zhaoren is now the county magistrate in Luzhou. Zhaoren sighs, noting that capital politics are too messy and he prefers to avoid them. Mu Han pours them tea, noting that the third prince respected Zhaoren's preference and did not force him to join their faction. Zhaoren recalls their plan to study together for 3 more years, only for Mu Han to get married unexpectedly, and Mu Han smiles as he reminisces. Mu Han asks Zhaoren how he found out that Mu Han is in Pingjing, but Zhaoren hesitates to answer. Mu Han tells the servant to leave, and Zhaoren waits for the door to close, ensuring their privacy. Once alone, Zhaoren warns against going to Luzhou, explaining that someone threatened him and wants him to arrest Mu Han. Mu Han's eyes widen in shock, and he clenches his fist as Zhaoren looks on, clearly worried. Zhaoren assures Mu Han that the threat is harmless, and that the guards would have stopped the person if he meant harm. Mu Han explains that years on the battlefield with the third prince have left him with old habits, and he asks brother Zhaoren for understanding. At that moment, Jing Shao opens the door and announces his return, with the right and left guards Ji and Zhuo tagging along behind him. The two greet Mu Han, referring to him as military advisor. Jing Shao frowns, wondering why a man is sitting too close to his wife. Approaching Mu Han with a frown, Jing Shao grabs his shoulder possessively and asks who their guest is. Zhaoren introduces himself, and Jing Shao recognizes the name Qin Zhaoren, shocked to realize that he is Mu Han's longtime friend and the most recent top scholar. Mu Han asks why Jing Shao has returned, and Jing Shao replies that he's back for dinner, though he didn't expect unexpected guests. Mu Han invites Zhaoren to stay for lunch, but Zhaoren, uncomfortable with crowds, bowed and says he'll visit another day. They say goodbye, and Jing Shao frowns, wondering why Qin Zhaoren and Mu Han are now so close, even though Mu Han cares little about Zhaoren's rise as top scholar. Nearby, she asks Zhu in a low voice if the third prince is jealous. Zhu covers Ji's mouth before excusing himself and taking Ji along. Ji husks like a child, complaining he hasn't eaten yet. Zhu replies that he'll go back and make something if needed. Jing Xiu fake coughs and inquires about the scholar's visit. Mu Han explains that the visitor came to tip him off. Someone had threatened his career and ordered Mu Han's arrest. Jing Xiao exclaims in shock while Mu Han looks thoughtful, noting that the tipster didn't name the culprit, though it must be someone powerful. Frowning, Jing Xiao realizes what Mu Han meant and decides to have Lu Zhanfeng investigate, telling Mu Han to stay home for now. Mu Han smiles and assures him not to worry. The next day, Jing Xiao, clad in armor, shouts for the soldiers to stay calm and wait as he goes to meet the Huainan king. Hu Weiqin playfully mocks him, and Jing Xiao declares that he does not have time to waste, proposing a bet. The Huainan king asks about the terms, and Jing Xiao challenges him to one bout. If he wins, the king will retreat 10 li, and they will fight again the next day. The Huainan king agrees, swinging his spear as Jing Xiao dodges. They exchange bouts, and one soldier wonders how the commanders ends up competing. The Huainan king looks bored as he dodges an attack, questioning why Jing Xiao is in such a hurry. Indifferently, Jing Xiao replies that he needs to hurry home for dinner. The Huainan king happily suggests that he join them for dinner, but Jing Xiao lazily leans back and tells him there's no food for him. Jing Xiao sighs, noting that Qin Zhaoren is bringing Luzhou's records and he must hurry back to review them. The Huainan king watches Jing Xiao, who appears absent-minded, and sighs deeply, remarking that since Jing Xiao seems eager to return to his wife, he wouldn't hold him back. The Huainan king dismounts his horse, leaving Jing Shao confused, and shouts for the fight to stop, declaring that they will continue tomorrow. The soldiers watching cannot comprehend the anticlimactic end, and Jing Shao whispers a quick thanks as the Huainan king smiles, watching his rival leave behind what should have been a historical moment to run to his wife. Later at Rushui Garden, while dining with Shaoran, Mu Han remarks that the ink stone sent earlier was very useful. Shaoran, blushing, notes that he never forgot his promise from long ago. Mu Han thinks that Master Lu has found out that the Jiangs have prefect threatened Qin Zhaoran to get rid of him. Mu Han pours a drink and notes how rare it is to reunite with old friends, deciding to have a few more drinks that day. Zhaoran looks serious and addresses Mu Han, still blushing, inquires about Mu Han's well-being over the past few years. Surprised, Mu Han replies that it has been ups and downs, remarking that Shaoran would have followed his life through court gossip. Shaoran frowns, angry at the Mu matriarch for marrying Mu Han off to the third prince, takes a swig of his drink, and slams it down, blushing from the alcohol or something else. Shaoran laments that instead of news of Mu Han becoming a top scorer, he only hears of his marriage. Mu Han chides that he expected Zhaoran to take the test first, but Shaoran laughs, admitting that he'd always clung to the hope that the Mu patriarch would never allow Mu Han to marry a woman. Mu Han stands up, chastising Zhaoran, and Zhaoran, clearly drunk, rests his head on the table. Mu Han calls his servant over to escort Mr. Qin to the guest room. Outside, Jing Shao overhears and realizes that Mu Han skipped the national exam at 18 because the 2-minute promise to be top scholars before marrying. Jing Shao reflects on the tragic love story of a scholar who waited years for his true love, only for him to marry someone else, and he wonders if he is the villain who broke them apart. Night falls when a servant reports that Shaoran is already in the guest room and asks the master of the house if he would like to eat first. Mu Han instructs the servant to wait for the third prince's return. Worried, Mu Han wonders why Jing Shao hasn't returned yet, but his concern turns to relief when the door opens and Jing Shao comes back. Happily, Mu Han asks where he has been, and Jing Shao picks him up. Worried, Mu Han asks what is wrong, but Jing Shao simply puts him down, leaving Mu Han confused. Jing Shao removes his robe and leans in to kiss Mu Han's neck. Mu Han asks if Jing Shao wants to eat first while Jing Shao, undressing him, muses that he once thought Jun Qing was either into women or too studious, until Qin Zhaoran appeared. Jing Shao reflects that they were childhood sweethearts, united by shared interests in poetry, music, and current events, but he also acknowledges that he was merely the prince forced by the North Marquess into marrying Mu Han. Grabbing Mu Han's arm, Jing Shao contemplates how his past resentments and initial resistance have become mere wishful thinking, while Mu Han, uncomfortable, begs him to stop. Jing Shao frowns and muses that if Mu Han had been given a choice, he might never have looked at him. Mu Han shoves Jing Shao, demanding that he stop, and trembles as Jing Shao regains his senses. Mu Han stands up and puts his robe back on with a dark look. When Jing Shao tries to explain, Mu Han swats his hands away, leaving Jing Shao to stare silently at his hands. Drunk, Jing Shao declares that no matter who Mu Han secretly loved, he will remain his Wang Fei forever, and he won't let him go. Mu Han looks back at him, questioning this odd behavior as Jing Shao demands to know about Qin Zhaoran and why he said he was waiting for Mu Han to become the top scholar. Jing Shao accuses Mu Han of having made an agreement with Zhaoran before marrying, that whoever becomes the top scholar first will take the other as his wife. It is then that Mu Han realizes his husband is jealous. Blushing, Mu Han calmly asks if there is anything he did not tell Jing Shao, and Jing Shao fears that Mu Han might admit that he would elope with Zhaoran. Furious, Jing Shao thinks that even if the two are the perfect match, he will tear them apart. No one will take Mu Han away. As he begins his tirade, Mu Han confesses that he loves Jing Shao. Jing Shao's eyes widen, and he calms down to ask what Mu Han said. Mu Han teases that he indeed heard it, causing Jing Shao's mouth to quiver. With tears of relief, Jing Shao hugs Mu Han and says that he has loved only him across 2 lifetimes. Mu Han explains that he and Qin Zhaoran are just friends and that without his top scholar title, he would have forgotten him. Jing Shao hugs him from behind, and Mu Han holds him close. Jing Shao remembers his earlier actions and, frantic, asks if he hurt Mu Han. Mu Han assures him that he is fine. Jing Shao murmurs that he must be gentle this time, and Mu Han blushes. Blushing and angry, Mu-Han pushes Jing Shao off the bed. Sporting a new bump, Jing Shao pleads for forgiveness and begs to be let in because the ground is too cold, but Mu-Han refuses to face him. Mu-Han asks what Jing Shao meant when he said that he had loved only him across 2 lifetimes. Jing Shao replies that this life is as it is and the next will be no different. Finally, Mu-Han questions the concubines from before their marriage, and Jing Shao replies that he did not touch any of them. Jing Shao insists that since his life is like this, then the next life should be the same. Mu-Han questions the concubines from before their marriage, and Jing Shao replies that he did not touch any of them. Mu-Han pouts while Jing Shao stares at him earnestly, and eventually, Mu-Han giggles. Mu-Han kisses Jing Shao's forehead, making him blush. Smiling, Mu-Han invites Jing Shao to come up onto the bed and sleep, and Jing Shao happily climbs up. Once there, Jing Shao kisses Mu-Han's cheek and admits that he had been too reckless earlier, promising to take it slow this time. However, Mu-Han, annoyed again, feels he shouldn't forgive Jing Shao so easily, and Jing Shao is kicked out of the room. Shao Huang looks at Jing Shao mockingly, and Jing Shao vows that one day he will teach his wife a lesson for kicking him out. Looking sad and worried, Jing Shao pleads for forgiveness, hoping to be let back in. The servants whisper about the 3rd prince being kicked out, but one of them tells the other to mind his own business. Mu-Han opens the door and scolds Jing Shao for howling in the middle of the night without shame. As Mu-Han tries to close the door, Jing Shao blocks it. With tears in his eyes, Jing Shao begs for forgiveness and pleads not to be driven out. Mu-Han sighs before letting him in. Happy now, Jing Shao declares that he knew Mu-Han couldn't bear to leave him out and praises his kindness. The next morning, a guard informs Zhao Ren that Mu-Han cannot accept visitors at this time per the order of the 3rd prince. Zhao Ren comes to visit after hearing that Mu-Han is sick. From inside, Mu-Han recognizes Zhao Ren's voice and allows him in. Zhao Ren enters and asks why Mu-Han has suddenly fallen ill. Mu-Han, with a visible hickey on his neck, reassures him that it is nothing unusual and not to worry, though Zhao Ren notices the hickey. Taking the chance, Mu-Han asks Zhao Ren if he knows about the local authorities' dealings with overseas merchants. Zhao Ren remains silent, looking sad and disappointed. It is a fine morning, and in Mu-Han's room, Zhao Ren admits that he did know about the local authorities' dealings with the merchants but never profited from it. Mu-Han tells Zhao Ren to stay out of upcoming events in Jiangzhou. Zhao Ren nods in understanding and tells him not to worry. Looking annoyed, Zhao Ren takes a deep breath and says that since Mu-Han is unwell, he will not disturb him further, then bowed and takes his leave. Mu-Han tells him to be careful. After the incident, Mu-Han begins gathering evidence of Jiangzhou officials profiting illegally from overseas trade. Later, he leads his soldiers to surround the governor's mansion. The Jiangzhou governor resists by using the eldest prince's troops to seize Mu-Han, and an elder, claiming to be the prince's uncle, dares anyone to stop him, which leaves Mu-Han looking annoyed. Jing Shao leaves the battle, storms the government office, and swiftly takes down the Jiangzhou prefect, questioning his supposed ties to the eldest prince. An old citizen panics and shouts, shocked to see the 3rd prince there instead of him being on the battlefield. Days later, evidence of the eldest prince's corruption is reported to the emperor. Jing Shao orders everyone involved to be captured alive, and the soldiers obey. The eldest prince pins the crime on the Jiangzhou governor and executes him, allowing maritime trade to proceed. At Rushui Garden, in bed, Mu-Han reads the report to Jing Shao. Jing Rong sacrificed his uncle, the Jiangzhou governor, to prove innocence, ensuring that no one would oppose the maritime trade. Mu-Han suggests building a government trade office in Luzhou for easier merchant access. Jing Shao notes that while Luzhou is close, daily travel would mean early departures and late returns, and his troops would be stationed even farther away. Mu-Han smiles as he caresses Jing Shao's face, assuring him that he will handle affairs for only half a day and return home by noon. Mu-Han thinks that Rushui Garden is a good office location, though ties to the Huainan king could cause trouble. Finally, Jing Shao holds Mu-Han's hands, staring intently and asking if he is still angry, and Mu-Han is startled by his question. Jing Shao gazes at Mu-Han intently, concerned if he is still upset, while Mu-Han wonders if there is something he should be angry about. Jing Shao insists that he doesn't doubt Mu-Han and is only worried about him overworking, though Mu-Han thinks the conversation has gone off track again. Mu-Han stands up and advises Jing Shao to sleep early and discuss it tomorrow. At the mention of going to bed, Jing Shao blushes his eyes filling with hearts as he cheerfully rushes forward, eager and excited. Jing Shao is speechless when he sees Mu Han already asleep with Xiao Huang nestled between them. Undeterred, Jing Shao climbs into bed, wondering why that stupid tiger insists on sleeping there every night, and lies quietly, watching Mu Han. After a while, Mu Han opens his eyes as Jing Shao informs him that he needs to drive Gu Weichen out of Pingjing City in the coming days and might return late. Mu Han feigns sleep, but Jing Shao suddenly sits up and, slumping over Xiao Huang, calls for him. Mu Han smacks Jing Shao's head, telling him to go to sleep. Jing Shao scowls, irked by the tiger snuggling against Mu Han, its contented purrs deepening his frustration. He opens a drawer and takes out a few pieces of jerky, waving them to draw the little tiger's attention. As the tiger's ears perk up, tempted to leave the bed, Jing Shao tosses a stick, and the little tiger eagerly chases after it, full of affection. Returning to bed, Jing Shao wraps his arms around Mu Han's back, snuggling close. He sighs, noting that the battlefield is far from Pingjing and that if Mu Han goes to Luzhou again, their time together will be even shorter. Jing Shao murmurs in pain as Mu Han gently touches his hand, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Mu Han sighs, deciding to have someone else clean up the front yard tomorrow and convert it into a government trade office. As the new year nears, Mu Han sets up a trade office in Rushui Garden to handle overseas commerce and maritime taxes. Mu Han and Jing Shao enjoy some laba congee. Jing Shao asks why they should set up shop outside of the city. Mu Han sighs, noting that there are refugees outside the city and they must be fed and sheltered. The king of Huainan joins them, remarking that he will have a bowl of congee tomorrow as well. Jing Shao tells him to pay first if he wants congee. The Huainan king asks Mu Han about his plans to open business at the port. The king of Huainan offers to invest. Mu Han, his eyes sparkling, happily agrees. Blushing, the king of Huainan sips his tea and asks if there is any news from Jing Chen. Mu Han pulls a document from his sleeve and says he received one that morning. Eagerly, the king of Huainan declares he wants to see it, but Jing Shao snatches the letter from him, making it clear that he intends to read it first. Annoyed, the king of Huainan clenches his knuckles and proposes a fight to settle their unfinished match. The winner will get to read the letter first. Jing Shao drops the letter as he and the king butt heads like quarreling children. Mu Han's gaze shifts to the fallen letter, his expression unreadable as he reads it aloud, stating that everything is fine in the capital. Jing Shao and the king immediately turn their attention to him. Mu Han reports that the emperor has punished the fourth prince by sending him to the ancestral temple and that his allies are also under investigation. Jing Shao frowns, sensing the emperor's actions are ruthless, and notes that Zhao Julin's involvement has sparked suspicion toward Jing Yu. Mu Han asks about Zhao Julin, and the Huainan king explains that Zhao Julin is from Jiangnan. He used to work for the Huainan king, but secretly worked for the fourth prince. Holding his drink, the Huainan king remarks that once suspicion arose, it became unstoppable. Jing Shao recalls how, in his past life, a minor mistake led to him being blamed for many unknown crimes, fueling a lingering suspicion. Mu Han mentions that a letter noted the old nun gave incense ash to Xiao Si and asks if any is left. The Huainan king stands reading the document while Jing Shao and Mu Han sit. Jing Shao looks worried, wondering why he inquired about that medicine and suspecting something might be wrong at Wang Ru's mansion. Mu Han replies that he does not know, recalling his elder brother's cautious words and suggesting the issue involves more than just Wang Ru's mansion. Mu Han instructs them to reply that they still have half a bottle left from that year, nothing more. Blushing, Jing Shao agrees, thinking it is always wise to listen to his wife. The Huainan king sneakily hides the letter inside his robe and runs off, claiming he could take a letter since Jing Shao gets one from his brother every 10 days. Furious, Jing Shao chases after him, demanding the letter back, but Mu Han stops him. The Huainan king sticks out his tongue playfully, teasing Jing Shao. Meanwhile, the letter they sent to the capital does not receive a reply. 10 days pass without another letter from Jing Chen. The Huainan king remarks that Jing Chen has not sent a letter this month. He has been eagerly waiting for the letters, while Jing Shao answers that not even a single reply has been received. Frowning, the Huainan king remarks that something must have happened in the capital since no news has come from his people. Angry, Jing Shao stands up, insisting he must check on the capital, while Mu Han cautions him. Suddenly, someone calls for them in a panic. A breathless servant reports that a group of men and horses has broken into Pingjing City from outside, bearing royal tokens. The gatekeepers are unable to turn them away. Furious, Shao kicks a chair and curses the guards for their incompetence in protecting the gates. He remarks that despite a large army in Pingjiang City, he is eager to see who would dare breach its defenses. Shao and two servants step outside, and he spots a man on horseback. Smiling, Shao recognizes the man as Jing Chen. However, Jing Chen, looking pale, manages a final remark before falling and fainting from his horse. Shao rushes toward Jing Chen, addressing him as his elder brother, but the Huaidan king catches Jing Chen before he falls to the ground. The Huaidan king carries the unconscious Jing Chen while Jing Shao and Mu Han rush toward them. A soldier announces that these are the Moyan 18, sent by the emperor to escort Jing Chen. Jing Shao recalls that they answer only to his imperial father, and he is shocked. The Huaidan king shouts that Jing Chen is hurt, and a worried Jing Shao shouts in disbelief. Mu Han urges everyone to quickly go inside. After a while, Jing Chen wakes up in bed. Jing Shao checks on his brother, who is feeling better but still tired from the trip. While Mu Han pours tea, the Huaidan king walks over to the bed, and they notice that Jing Chen's arm has several shallow knife marks from an ambush. Both the Huaidan king and Jing Shao look worried and sad. Mu Han urges his brother to drink some water first, then asks what happened in the capital. Jing Chen explains that someone in court tried to impeach Jing Yu for delaying the fight, and the imperial father has taken charge of the investigation. Jing Shao explains that after reclaiming 2 territories in 2 years, Ben Wang was seen as too slow and suggests that if Jing Yu performs better, he should be allowed to fight. Jing Chen explains that while he was told to just drink water, the imperial father actually tasked him with retrieving a bottle of medicinal powder. Mu Han wonders what the powder is for, and Jing Chen says that the imperial father ordered him to leave in a hurry, not allowing him to return to his palace, and sent him out with the Moyan 18. Jing Shao looks at Mu Han with worry, thinking that this isn't just a simple errand. It seems Jing Chen is being sent under escort. At Ru Shui Garden, Jing Chen admits that he still doesn't understand the full issue. He only knows that the woman involved is close to many noble wives in the capital, including Duchess Mao. Almost immediately, the playful energy shifts as the Huaidan king shoves Jing Shao, clearly eager to be the one serving Jing Chen. Jing Chen, holding his head in pain, recalls that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred until just a few days ago. A minor Mao concubine died in childbirth, taking both her and her son's life. Jing Shao's expression darkens as he remembers that some even compare this tragic situation to that of his mother, Empress Yuan. Jing Chen then explains that after hearing the news, the imperial father ordered an investigation into the mysterious powder. When the search in the capital yielded no answers, he was sent to retrieve it himself, a revelation that leaves Jing Shao's eyes widening in surprise at his mother's sudden involvement. The conversation takes a lighter turn as the Huaidan king pats Jing Shao's shoulder and suggests they postpone further discussion until the next day, noting that Jing Chen must be exhausted from his journey. With an awkward smile, Jing Shao signals that his brother should rest while they step out first. Yet the Huaidan king, as excited as a child, insists on staying with Jing Chen. An annoyed Jing Chen quickly counters this, insisting the king leave instead. Jing Shao grins and pulls the Huaidan king aside, urging him to hurry along. The king waves to Jing Chen, promising to return tomorrow, while Jing Chen remains cool and composed. With no imperial edict to hand and little free time, Jing Chen turns his attention to reviewing trade rules with Mu Han, suggesting a few amendments as they pore over the book. Meanwhile, Gu Weiqing abandons the battlefield to serve as Jing Chen's manservant and accompany him on strolls. The Huaidan king even pointed out a nearby corner wonton shop and offers to take him there. Tired of the endless battles, Jing Shao remains behind with Mu Han and Shao Huan. He notes that his elder brother, the appointed supervisor, hasn't yet begun to take over. As Mu Han reads a book, he observes that the Mo Yun 18 would kill anyone who dares attack Jing Chen, a measure taken by the imperial father. Just then, Mu Han suddenly realizes something and speculates that perhaps the imperial father arranged for Jing Shao to protect Jing Chen, a notion that leaves a wiping Jing Shao wondering how such a plan could be possible. The tension mounts when a servant rushes in with alarming news. People from the capital have arrived, bearing an imperial edict and even a prison car. Mu Han is visibly shocked at the mention of a prison car, wondering if their deal with the Huaidan king has been exposed. Jing Shao then asks where they are, and a servant replies that they have reached the gates and is met by Jing Chen. In response, Jing Shao orders Mu Han to summon the Moyan 18 for protection, Mu Han readily agrees. Matters escalate further as an eunuch announces that the emperor demands Jing Chen be taken back immediately, accusing him of plotting to poison his imperial father and seize the throne, and warns Jing Shao not to interfere. Jing Chen, bewildered, wonders if the imperial father's insistence on investigating the strange powder might be because he himself had taken it. Despite the dire accusations, Jing Chen agrees to return with them, only for the Huaidan king to step in and defend him, insisting that the charge is false. The atmosphere darkens when the eunuch, smiling evilly, declares Jing Chen an unforgivable sinner and warns that if Jing Shao obstructs justice, he will share the same fate. A soldier raises his sword as the eunuch, still smiling sinisterly, hints that if they cannot bring Jing Chen back alive, something else will suffice. In a swift, decisive moment, Jing Shao swings his sword and ends the eunuch's life. Without missing a beat, Jing Shao shouts that the Moyan 18 arrived and warns that anyone attempting to capture Jing Chen will be killed. He insists on keeping only one person alive for questioning. Soldiers stand guard with Mu Han by their side as Jing Shao orders a kill, and the soldiers shout their agreement. Amid the chaos, Jing Chen picks up the scroll from the slain eunuch and notes that although the decree isn't written by the emperor himself, the jade seal is genuine. Taking up his sword once more, Jing Shao declares that their enemies shall perish. He instructs that if questioned, it would claim the victims were ambushed by a Huaidan army and killed by the Huaidan king. The Huaidan king grumbles about his tarnished reputation, but Jing Shao, teasingly leaning on Mu Han, grins and replies that since the king is already a traitor, his reputation doesn't matter anymore. As the tension lingers, Mu Han wonders aloud what to do if the imperial edict turns out to be real, while Jing Chen remarks that there are only two options. Meanwhile, Jing Shao and the Huaidan king playfully tussle in the background. In the end, Jing Chen is left deeply worried. Either the imperial father truly intends to arrest him, or Jing Yu has already usurped his father's power. Mu Han speculates that the imperial father is testing everybody to pinpoint who poisoned him. Jing Chen, however, asserts that they will only learn the truth once they return to the capital. Meanwhile, Jing Shao resolves to lead 50,000 soldiers back and declares that, if necessary, they will force their way into the imperial palace. Mu Han notes that they have no choice but to fight to survive. In a reassuring gesture, Jing Shao holds Mu Han's hand and assures him that he will be there for him. As a military commander, Jing Shao is determined to protect both his brother and Mu Han. Jing Chen thinks it is better to retreat, insisting that death is preferable to dishonor. Jing Shao leads 50,000 soldiers and horses toward the capital, facing ambushes by weaker foes along the way. Yet his strength seems as fragile as broken bamboo. When news reaches the capital, Duke Mao quickly leads his troops to stop Jing Shao's army. The fourth prince shouts angrily, grating his teeth as he condemns Jing Shao's audacity. Inside the carriage, Mu Han wonders about the strength of Duke Mao's army and remembers that the left guard reported that the enemy's number is fewer than 10,000. Jing Chen expresses disbelief, and Mu Han asks his brother what he thinks. Jing Chen notes that if Imperial Father dispatches the army, its numbers would reach at least 80,000. Mu Han observes that these ambushes are not Imperial Father's orders and that the decree isn't his. Jing Chen reassures him that with Mu Han by Jing Shao's side, he feels secure. Even a capable fighter like Jing Shao relies on Mu Han for daily guidance. Mu Han smiles and promises Jing Chen that he won't bully Jing Shao. Suddenly, the sound of a neigh startles Mu Han, and he looks outside to see Jing Shao on horseback, his expression puzzled as he questions Duke Mao's remark. Duke Mao, smiling evilly, condemns Jing Shao's audacity for returning to the capital. In response, Jing Shao explains that he has heard of a rebellion and has decided to return to eliminate traitors in the imperial father's name. Duke Mao sneers at the brothers, accusing them of plotting to usurp the throne. He instructs them to drop their weapons and surrender, hinting that the emperor might show mercy. Jing Chen dismounts, noting that once the army reaches the capital, the imperial father will be informed. He adds that if Duke Mao can produce imperial father's handwritten edict, they will willingly surrender. Suddenly, Mu Han notices an arrow flying towards them. He shoves Jing Chen, warning him to be careful, but in doing so, he falls to the ground and blood appears on his hand. Jing Shao looks back and calls for Mu Han, his voice filled with worry. At that moment, soldiers on horseback charge, determined to eliminate all the rebels, while Duke Mao raises his sword in front of Jing Shao and Mu Han. Jing Shao blocks Duke Mao's sword with his spear. Duke Mao asks whether Jing Shao truly considers himself Da Chen's top general. In response, Jing Shao swings his spear and snatches the pouch from Duke Mao's belt, smiling confidently as he proves that he is more than enough to handle Duke Mao. Duke Mao falls, unable to beat Jing Shao. With his defeat, Jing Shao secures the victory. He declares Duke Mao dead and orders everyone to disarm, warning that failing to comply is treason. Unsurprisingly, Duke Mao's soldiers panic as they become surrounded. Jing Shao rushes to Mu Han's side and asks if his hand hurts. Mu Han replies that it's nothing, just a scratch, but he also warns Jing Shao that Duke Mao intends to kill his elder brother. Jing Shao remarks that the wound will need medicine. Off to the side, Jing Chen sighs, noting that a younger brother, regardless of his marital status, should not forget his brother. Poor Jing Chen. Jing Chen then hears something approaching from behind. A messenger on horseback soon arrives, a eunuch named Sun Shangshu. Jing Shao asks what is happening, and Sun Shangshu explains that the emperor hasn't been in court for days. All news remains sealed, and the fourth prince has made himself supervisor. He hands Jing Chen a scroll, saying that the emperor asked him to deliver his edict to both Jing Chen and Jing Shao. Jing Chen reads the scroll and notes that it is in the imperial emperor's handwriting. The edict orders the brothers to station soldiers in a camp 50 miles away and to enter the palace alone. Jing Shao then tells a sad-faced Mu Han to take his guards to the forest and lead the troops into the palace on his signal. Mu Han cautions him, but Jing Shao smiles gently. Shortly after, Jing Chen orders a return to the palace, with Jing Shao trailing behind. Mu Han watches them board the carriage, unsure if the situation is good or bad, but hoping all will be well. Upon reaching the palace, a eunuch informs them that the emperor is resting in the hall and asks them to wait. Jing Chen hands the eunuch a bottle, saying it is the poisonous powder that the imperial father asked him to retrieve. Suddenly, Jing Chen is startled as the eunuch goes inside and the guards block the entrance, while Jing Shao looks angry. A guard instructs them to remove their swords and proceed to the hall. Annoyed, Jing Shao asks if they suspect that they would harm the imperial father, but Jing Chen stops him. Together, they remove their swords and throw them to the ground. The guards then make way and the brothers enter. Inside, they see the imperial physician handing medicine to the emperor, who lies in bed. The emperor, frowning angrily, orders them to come closer. Jing Shao and Jing Chen kneel and bow to imperial father, and then the emperor tells them to stand. The imperial physician explains that the medicine is folk medicine, and he is unsure of its effectiveness. A small dose stops the fever, but too much is poisonous. Kneeling and bowing, the physician apologized for his incompetence. The emperor, looking sad with dark circles under his eyes, reveals that the former empress was poisoned long ago and that he now faces the same fate. Jing Shao looks shocked. Jing Shao rushes toward his father, his concern unmistakable. The emperor takes Jing Shao's hand and praises his long service to the royal family, noting that in all of Da Chen, none can match him. Finally, the emperor declares his intention to pass the throne to Jing Shao and asks if he is willing. Jing Shao hesitates at the emperor's offer, recalling how in his past life he was branded a traitor. He reflects on how unfair life is back then. He earnestly wanted the throne and became a traitor. In this life, he cheated and manipulated his way forward, yet now the throne is being offered to him. Feeling that his life is a joke, he declines the offer. The emperor asks why, and Jing Shao explains that he is merely a general who knows nothing about ruling and only cares about Mu Han. Handing over the kingdom to him would lead to disaster. The emperor orders the eunuch to read his edict. Jing Shao is shocked when the emperor sentences him to life in the heavenly prison for treason, even as Jing Chen protests. The emperor raises a hand to placate him, and then the eunuch takes out another scroll. The eunuch reads that Jing Shao is brave and will control the guards and army until the new emperor ascends. He continues by stating that on the new emperor's ascension day, the hereditary prince of Zhongguo will be awarded to Jing Shao. The emperor smiles, and Jing Shao is stunned, realizing the decrees are contradictory. One promises eternal glory for loyalty, while the other condemns greed with endless punishment. The emperor holds Jing Shao's head as he nearly cries, recalling that Jing Shao's name was meant to bless Da Chen and feeling joy watching him grow into a strong prince. He admits his own limits and hopes the brothers will protect each other and honor their mother's sacrifice, leaving Jing Shao teary-eyed. The emperor adds that a lack of compassion ultimately comes down to greed. The emperor notes that he has been groggy lately because he knows he is dying. Then he hands Jing Chen a document, stating it is Tai Zu's note and that Qiwanan must follow Tai Zu's final wish without force. Jing Chen nods, promising to remember. Next, the emperor holds Jing Chen's head, saying that he will give him the country and reminds him of Tai Zu's teachings. Jing Chen looks sadly at his father as the emperor smiles gently and reminds him that Jing Shao is his younger brother. Jing Chen must remember their bond, even if Jing Shao makes mistakes. With tears in his eyes, Jing Shao acknowledges his imperial father, while Jing Chen affirms his obedience. The emperor advises them to honor their ancestral legacy so that their parents would be proud and orders them to reflect on themselves. Finally, the emperor closes his eyes. Devastated and in tears, Jing Shao shouts to imperial father, while Jing Chen, with a dark, sad look, bids farewell. The eunuch offers his condolences, yet reminds them that there is still much to do. Can't you let them mourn just a bit? Angrily, Jing Shao demands to know who poisoned the emperor. The eunuch bowed and explains he does not know, promising that the truth will emerge later. Jing Chen grabs Jing Shao's shoulder and urges him to dispatch the imperial army immediately. Jing Shao agrees soon. A soldier shouts that the fourth prince and the imperial army have surrounded the main hall, while another soldier declares that they intend to force entry into the palace. Jing Shao then announces that, by imperial father's order, the palace guards and forest army are now under his command, and he orders the palace gate secured against intruders. The fourth prince, smiling evilly, shouts that Jing Chen and Jing Shao aim to usurp the throne and that anyone who kills them will be rewarded. He orders their execution. The fourth prince's soldiers launch their attack, and Jing Shao immediately orders his men to protect Jing Chen, the new emperor, while his own forces counterattack. Amid the chaos of sword strikes and flying arrows, Jing Shao defends skillfully, and he and Jing Chen stand back to back, catching their breath as enemy soldiers surround them. The fourth prince laughs loudly and boldly announces that next year, on this day, will mark the death anniversary of the royal brothers. As a cry for a kill rings out, the fourth prince, shocked, angry, and confused, demands to know who is responsible. In the distance, horsemen appear, and the fourth prince, worried and fearful, wonders how invading armies can show up when the imperial city is under his control. Startled, Jing Shao recognizes one of the riders, Mu Han, riding a black horse. Shouting Jing Shao's name, Mu Han shoves aside the fourth prince's soldiers before dismounting, approaching Jing Shao and taking his hands. Holding Jing Shao's face, Mu Han asks if he and his brother are okay, and with a blush and a smile, they exchange a tender look. Soon after, a soldier bowed and reports that the rebels have been captured. The fourth prince, now pushed down to his knees by two guards, angrily demands his release. In response, Jing Shao proclaims that those who kill their family and lose their conscience deserve death. The fourth prince, kneeling with an evil laugh, mocks this tyrannical action, suggesting that today's fratricide may lead to more killings. As Jing Shao, his face dark with fury, raises his sword ready to strike, Jing Chen intervenes, warning that any move could trigger a calamity remembered for 100 years. With a smug expression, the fourth prince hesitates, and then Jing Chen volunteers to take action instead. The fourth prince's face darkens in fear as he stammers in disbelief, and a piercing scream suddenly echoes through the area, freezing everyone in its wake. At Fangyi Palace, the empress sits quietly in the center of the room. Jing Shao tells her that the enthronement ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow and wonders if the empress has made her choice. She smiles arrogantly, asserting that she knows where she stands. Mu Han speaks up, declaring that the empress poisoned the emperor and does not deserve her title, adding that the fourth prince is to be executed and only the clan may enter the mausoleum. In anger, the empress shouts, condemning their viciousness for discarding Jing Yu's corpse in the wilderness, and reminds them that he is the prince. Jing Shao dismisses her, saying he won't put up with nonsense and that they need to head home for dinner, leaving the empress to look on blankly. The empress then picks up a cloth and declares that she must at least die with dignity. Smirking evilly, she mocks the way the former empress died. In response, Jing Shao bends down and gracefully picks up the white cloth. The empress, holding the other end, looks confused and is shocked when the white cloth wraps around her neck. Jing Shao, smiling evenly, declares that Jing Chen ordered the execution of the Count of Yongchang's entire family for planning a rebellion. He pulls the white cloth tighter, ending her life, and then looks down at her body, proclaiming that even 10 of her would be nothing compared to his mother. Mu Han and Jing Shao exchange a glance before they embrace, with tears streaming down his face. Jing Shao declares that he has avenged his mother's death. Mu Han consoles him, assuring him that their mother's spirit in heaven is relieved to see him living well. Jing Shao weeps that she never saw her brother crowned or met her son-in-law, but Mu Han reminds him that if he and his imperial brother thrive, her wish is fulfilled. They hug tightly, and when Jing Shao asks Mu Han why he is so kind, Mu Han replies that Jing Shao is good too. In Hong Zheng's 16th year, the emperor dies and the nation mourns. The new emperor, Jing Chen, ascends the throne and pardons the world. On the day of his ascension, Jing Chen appoints his wife, Cao Shi, as empress and declares Jing Shao the hereditary prince, prompting the people to erupt in joyous celebration. In Jing Chen's second year as emperor, his wife falls gravely ill. In the palace back garden, Princess Jing Meng points and accuses someone of first killing Shao Si and now the empress. A servant warns the princess not to say such things, fearing the emperor's reaction. The princess shouts for the person perched on a tree branch to come down immediately. It turns out that the boy in the tree is the young third prince, Jing Cheng. The panicked servant calls for the third prince to come down quickly and be careful, but the third prince mischievously throws a small fruit at the princess's forehead, leaving her momentarily shocked. A worried maid attends to the crying princess while an onlooker remarks from afar that the third prince is really interesting. Jing Chen remarks that his empress kept Jing Cheng by her side, likely indulging him as if he were a second child. Jing Shao adds that the child has a natural temperament reminiscent of his own youth. Jing Shao leaps onto the tree, startling the third prince, who is shocked by his sudden appearance. Smiling and teasing, Jing Shao invites the third prince to join him at Jing Shao Mansion for lessons. The young third prince, though annoyed, asks him to keep his promise. After Jing Shao jumps down, Jing Chen remarks that the kid is naughty and always up to mischief. Holding the third prince in his arms, Jing Shao declares his satisfaction as the child's eyes sparkle. Jing Chen sighs and explains that the North Marcus Mansion has received a decree for his grandson, so Mu Han's younger brother can join and eventually inherit the title of Marcus Wenyuan. Jing Shao waves goodbye, promising to take his brother's son back to the palace for proper training, and the third prince hugs him happily. In Jing Chen's second year as emperor, Jing Shao adopts Jing Cheng and takes in Mu Han's younger brother, declaring that they are now family, a thought that brings a smile to Mu Han's face. Jing Shao introduces the children, explaining that Mu Longlin, due to his seniority, should be called Little Uncle. The third prince smiles and greets his little uncle while Mu Longlin bowed shyly in return. In Jing Chen's third year as emperor, his wife dies. The Huaidan king arrives with Tai Zu's legacy, causing the emperor a headache. Jing Shao pours a drink and asks the king of Huainan about the great ancestor's final instructions. The king explains that every Huaidan king is named Hu Huaiqing and must not marry a princess before the age of 25, a rule Jing Shao admits he does not understand. He then recalls Tai Zu's words on the Huai River, promising safety for those who remain in Huainan, and adds that, according to Tai Zu's legacy, Huainan's fiefdom is permanent. If the emperor wishes to take over Huainan, he must marry the Huainan king and make him his empress, a notion that shocks Jing Shao. The king teases Jing Shao for shock is evident on his face. Jing Shao frowns as the Huaidan king tells him to take it in slowly. The Huaidan king leaves him behind with plans to return home and rest before facing the emperor and the palace with renewed energy. Jing Shao finally understands why Tai Zu granted the rich Jiangmen to Huainan Wang's ancestors as a fief. Suddenly, Jing Shao hears laughter nearby. As he turns, his eyes go white and he looks furious when he sees the two kids, Prince Jing Cheng and Mu Longlin, happily playing with a large tiger. Seething with anger, Jing Shao shouts that Mu Han will be angry if he sees them getting dirty again. Jing Cheng mocks him, asking if he's afraid that Mu Han will send him to the doghouse, while patting the dirt off Mu Longlin. Just then, Mu Han arrives calling the kids, and the tiger looks at him adoringly. Jing Shao smiles awkwardly as the kids hide behind him, acting cute so that Mu Han won't scold them. Jing Shao asks if it's lunchtime and tells the kids to wash up and eat. Jing Cheng agrees enthusiastically. Holding Mu Longlin's hand, Jing Cheng happily leads him to dinner, with the little tiger following. Meanwhile, Mu Han elbows Jing Shao in the stomach, unnoticed by the kids, and remarks that spoiling them would eventually lead to chaos. Jing Shao smiles and says that children are naturally mischievous, so it's best not to fuss over them. He then hugs the pouting Mu Han from behind and kisses him on the cheek, making Mu Han blush. Later, Jing Shao reflects that although the past is behind him, he sometimes wonders if his whole life is just a dream entrusted to him by Tai Zhu. In the present, he indicates it's time to eat, and the two exchange a knowing look as Mu Han blushes and looks away. Jing Shao thinks that he must not follow his ancestors' path, gaining the world but losing the one he loves most. He recalls how peach blossoms and the spring breeze remind him of a promise of eternal love under an acacia tree. As they walk, he holds Mu Han close and smiles, cherishing that tender moment. Exhausted, Mu Han begs to be let down, saying that two on one horse can't go far. Determined, Jing Shao vows never to abandon him, even if they must die together. With blood in his mouth, Mu Han reminisces that Jing Shao is capable and could have been an emperor if he had not married Mu Han. Jing Shao hugs the unconscious Mu Han, tears streaming down his face as he vows to make amends in this life and beyond. Carrying Mu Han in his arms, Jing Shao leaps off a cliff. Jing Shao soon wakes up, puzzled by how much his surroundings resemble his childhood bedroom. At Fengyi Palace's side hall, he finds that he has become a child and wonders if he has really just been on the cliff with Mu Han. Then, a realization dawns on him. Standing up in shock and staring at his tiny hands, he hears someone calling his name from outside. The late emperor calls out, chiding Jing Shao for sleeping too long and reminding him of his mother's advice to avoid excessive naps. Shocked to see his imperial father looking so young, Jing Shao wonders if he has time traveled into his childhood. The emperor pats little Jing Shao's head, remarking on his sleepiness and extra politeness. Noticing the child's playful eagerness, he mentions that he plans to visit the Marquis mansion today and invites Jing Shao to join him. Amazed and excited, little Jing Shao realizes they are headed to Mu Han's home. With sparkling eyes, he hugs his father happily, eager for the visit. The emperor smiles and tells Jing Shao to change his clothes, prompting a cheerful and eager response from the young boy. At the Marquis mansion, the black horse neighs and halts. A servant bowed before the emperor, announcing their arrival, while another helps the emperor exit the carriage as Jing Shao peeks out. The emperor calls for little Jing Shao, smiling happily. As the emperor prepares to help him down, the child suddenly jumps, startling both the emperor and the servant. The emperor sighs and smiles, wondering where Jing Shao learned such reckless moves. Little Jing Shao looks around, delighted to see where Mu Han grew up. In awe, he realizes he has returned to a place he never thought he'd see again, recalling that this year marks the start of the Hongjing era. He also notices that the emperor has just ascended and that the queen mother is still alive. Feeling there's still time, he runs toward the emperor. Nearby, a man kneels and bowed, offering his respects to both the emperor and the third prince, with a child kneeling beside him. The emperor helps the man up with a smile, dismissing the formalities by saying he's there to play chess. The man thanks him respectfully. The man then introduces the child as Mu Ling, offering him as a companion for the third prince. Shyly, the child greets both the emperor and the third prince. Little Jing Shao recalls hearing that Mu Ling bullies Mu Han and feels unlucky to see him before Mu Han. In the backyard, Mu Han sits and reads quietly while a maid notes that the emperor has brought a handsome little prince. An older servant confirms that he is the beloved third prince and adds that knowing him young could secure their connection to a future crown prince. A maid suggests that Mu Han play with the prince, but the old servant dismisses the idea, stating that a concubine's son is not worthy of the prince's presence, a comment that embarrassed Mu Han. Curious, little Mu Han wonders if the third prince has the golden dragon's aura and decides to sneak a peek without his aunt noticing. As he walks, he hears someone crying nearby. Peeking behind the rocks, he sees little Jing Shao laughing and teasing Mu Ling, who holds a bump on his head and calls him a crybaby. Jing Shao playfully places a flower on Mu Ling, joking that it would make him look attractive. Mu Ling continues to cry. Bored of his crying, Jing Shao declares Mu Ling a loser and demands that he be his horse, threatening to call his second brother if he refuses. Hidden nearby, little Mu Han is scared. He does not want to be a horse for the third prince. Noticing someone hiding, little Jing Shao turns to see who it is. Hidden behind the rocks, the young Mu Han freezes, realizing he's been discovered. Quickly, Mu Han bowed, apologizing for intruding and hoping for the prince's forgiveness. Jing Shao's face lights up with excitement and a slight blush as he realizes it is little Mu Han. Mu Han hopes that the prince would forgive him. Meanwhile, Jing Shao can't hold in his excitement at the sight of Mu Han. Eagerly, Jing Shao walks toward him and stares intently, recognizing his delicate features and picturesque brows, certain that he is his Mu Han. Still worried, little Mu Han wonders if little Jing Shao will try to make him his horse, too. To his surprise, Jing Shao bluntly blurts out that little Mu Han is beautiful. Mu Ling frowns and shouts, demanding to know why Mu Han is there. In response, Jing Shao glares at Mu Ling with anger. Mu Ling shoves little Mu Han, yelling for him to leave. As little Mu Han stumbles, Jing Shao shouts in alarm, warning him to be careful. Quick to act, Jing Shao grabs Mu Han's hand and pulls him closer to safety, checking on him to ensure he is okay while glaring at Mu Ling in clear annoyance. Panicking, Mu Ling hastily explains that he only gave a light push and that little Mu Han lost his balance on his own. Then, a voice calls out from a distance, addressing Mu Ling with a familiar nickname and questioning his actions. Gently, Jing Shao takes Mu Han's little hand and reassures him as he leads him away, running while calling out for his imperial father. Excitedly, little Jing Shao points at little Mu Han, telling his imperial father that he looks very handsome and declaring that he wants him as his companion, leaving little Mu Han in shock. The emperor smiles, amused, and asks if Jing Shao even knows the boy before choosing him as a companion, while the man beside him looks worried. The Marquis bowed and informs the emperor that the boy is his second son, Mu Hanzang. Noticing Mu Han's good looks, the emperor acknowledges them but thinks to himself that it is unfortunate Mu Han is only a second son. Little Jing Shao frowns as Mu Han looks confused. Throwing a tantrum, Jing Shao stubbornly insists that he wants only Mu Han. The emperor, annoyed, sighs at his son's stubbornness and, irritated, orders them to leave for the palace. Little Jing Shao, crying, looks back at little Mu Han as they depart, and the Marquis bowed, sending them off. Later, Mu Ling glances at Mu Han, clearly annoyed. He points at Mu Han, mocking him for thinking that the third prince's attention will make him a companion. The Marquis, indifferent, simply orders everyone to go home. Little Mu Han remains speechless as Mu Ling intentionally bumps his shoulder. The Marquis and Mu Ling walk ahead, leaving little Mu Han behind. 5 days later, at the Marquis mansion, a eunuch announces the imperial decree. Mu Han, the Marquis' second son, must enter the palace immediately to study with the third prince. The eunuch asks if there are any issues. The Marquis, Mu Ling, and little Mu Han kneel and bow in response. In disbelief, Mu Ling questions the eunuch, wondering why the emperor chooses a second son to accompany the third prince. The eunuch dismisses the doubt, stating that misreading an imperial decree means execution. Panicked, Mu Ling quickly clarifies that he doesn't mean it that way. The Marquis then hits Mu Ling and scolds him for speaking nonsense before bowing with an awkward smile, assuring the eunuch not to take Mu Ling's words to heart, a comment the eunuch dismisses as nothing. The eunuch tells little Mu Han to prepare, as someone from the palace will come to pick him up the next day. He gives Mu Han the scroll, stating that he will live in the palace and return home every 10 days. Mu Han thanks him. After the eunuch bowed and states he will return to the palace, the Marquis bowed in return, politely seeing him off. The Marquis smiles and reminds Mu Han that this is a great honor, urging him not to disappoint his father. Placing a firm hand on little Mu Han's shoulder, the Marquis reminds him to stay focused in the palace and to encourage the third prince to study diligently. Little Mu Han happily responds that he will remember, blushing. He thinks that this is the first time his father has spoken to him kindly. Determined, he vows to win the favor of the third prince upon entering the palace. You don't even need to lift a finger to win him over. You got it in the bag, Mu Han. His father finally showed him favor and spoke to him kindly. Little Mu Han is overjoyed. Mu Han vows to be the best companion ever. At Fengyi Palace's side hall, a servant gently reminds the third prince to wake up, cautioning him not to miss morning class. Surprised, the servant asks why little Jing Shao gets up so early. Jing Shao can't decide which outfit to wear. Noticing the servant's dazed state, Jing Shao orders him to help get dressed. The servant quickly moves to fulfill his request. Feeling proud and excited, Jing Shao thinks that his little Mu Han is entering the palace today, and that is why he must wake up early. When the servant shows an outfit, Jing Shao finds it too plain and asks for a different one. The servant hurries to arrange the clothes, and little Jing Shao smiles, thinking he needs the finest clothes to meet his future wife. At the royal study room, from afar, little kids whisper to each other, wondering if he is the third prince's companion. One child nods, mentioning that he comes from the Mu family. Little Mu Han hears someone calling his name, and it turns out to be Prince Jing Shao, running toward him and waving his hand. Mu Han bowed respectfully to Jing Shao, addressing him formally. Gently, Jing Shao takes Mu Han's hand and reassures him with a smile. Excitedly, he remarks that he has been thinking about Mu Han and wants to take a good look at him, circling around as Mu Han smiles shyly and awkwardly. Then, Jing Shao asks if Mu Han has eaten breakfast while grabbing his school bag. A startled Mu Han replies that he has. Jing Shao leads him away while carrying his bag, saying that there is food waiting for Mu Han. As they enter the room, Jing Shao turns to Mu Han. Holding his shoulder, he reassures Mu Han that from that moment on, little Mu Han will be by his side as his companion. Realizing a mistake, Jing Shao awkwardly smiles and corrects himself, explaining that there is no food during morning class, though the imperial dining room brings food after reading. Little Mu Han blushes and thanks him. Soon, the fourth prince sees Jing Shao and Mu Han. Noticing them, he playfully remarks about where the third prince found such a little beauty. Meanwhile, Jing Chen stands beside him. Proudly, Jing Shao introduces Mu Han as his companion, calling him a little beauty while protectively blocking him from view. Speaking cautiously, little Jing Chen mentions that Brother Huang said the child is the son of Marquis Beiwei. The fourth prince realizes that Mu Han is from the Mu family. Moments later, little Jing Chen enters the room with a smile, informing everyone not to sit yet as the master will arrive soon. Jing Shao, looking worried, acknowledges his brother's words. In the study room, the teacher recites a poem about those who hold positions and responsibilities. He turns to ask the young prince what the next sentence is. However, Jing Chen is not paying attention. His eyes are glued to Mu Han. Mu Han notices that Jing Shao is daydreaming and reminds him of the teacher's question. Though Jing Shao does not seem to care, the teacher clears his throat to get their attention. An annoyed Jing Shao thinks the teacher's words are useless and are scaring Mu Han. The little thing even hides behind his book in fear. Jing Shao considers that without official duties, simply advancing and retreating might be enough. Jing Shao answers correctly, worried that if he can't answer, Mu Han will be punished. Stroking his beard, the teacher nods approvingly and calls on Mu Han to recite the next sentence. Little Mu Han stands up and with confidence answers the question, emphasizing the importance of equality and not enjoying privileges above others. The teacher smiles and asks if little Mu Han understands the poem. Mu Han answers that a ruler can be happy but should not be greedy. Finally, the teacher asks if it is appropriate for the emperor to go on a tour, a question that Jing Shao believes is inappropriate. Mu Han was able to answer the teacher's questions so far. Testing Mu Han further, the teacher asks him more questions, and the young child was able to answer correctly. The teacher then asks if it is appropriate for the emperor to go on a tour. This question startles Jing Shao. He recalls that there has been debate about whether his imperial father should tour Jiangnan, but he feels that the question is far too advanced for Mu Han's age. Standing up, little Jing Shao tells the teacher not to make things difficult for Mu Han, as he couldn't possibly know the answer. The teacher panics for a moment, thinking it is just an impromptu question, and reassures himself that it is fine for a child to say something wrong. Soon, little Jing Chen stands up and tells the teacher that his brother is just being annoying. Little Mu Han humbly admits that he has limited knowledge but believes the emperor's tour will bring joy to the people and stability to the world. Both little Jing Shao and little Jing Chen stare at him, left speechless. With wonder and courage in his eyes, little Mu Han adds that if the world is calm, there is little to do. But when the wind and rain are turbulent, one must be cautious. Impressed by the 7-year-old's insight, the teacher smiles and understands why the third prince wants him as a companion. He praises little Mu Han and tells him to sit down, and both little Jing Shao and little Mu Han bow and thank him. Feeling proud, Jing Shao thinks to himself that his Mu Han was smart even as a child, while Jing Chen wonders whether it is just luck or if Jing Shao truly recognizes how extraordinary the child is. In Fangyi Palace's side room, a servant informs Mu Han that the third prince sent him many gifts. Little Mu Han stands looking both amazed and confused. The eunuch assures him that the empress has allocated a monthly allowance for his needs so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Shocked and happily blushing, Mu Han asks if he also has a monthly allowance. Jing Shao smiles and explains that it is natural for little Mu Han to have one, as he wouldn't expect him to pay for meals while they studied together. The eunuch bowed respectfully to Prince Jing Shao, and as Mu Han is about to bow in return, Jing Shao waves him off. Considering their growing bond, Jing Shao decides that Mu Han can call him third brother in private as they become playmates. Mu Han smiles happily, noting that he is 1 year older than Jing Shao. Excitedly, Jing Shao suggests that Mu Han call him Shao Shao. Mu-Han, looking away, mutters that it is outrageous. Puzzled, Jing Shao frowns, wondering why it is outrageous, and notes that the princess from Uncle San Huang's family calls him that. Startled and blushing, Jing Shao sees Mu-Han turn red and become speechless. Awkwardly blushing, Jing Shao then suggests that Mu-Han sleep with him since it is his first day. Panicked and defensive, he quickly shouts that he isn't suggesting anything. Meanwhile, Mu-Han blushes in shock and the eunuch stands speechless. Mu-Han politely declines, saying he is used to sleeping alone and cannot trouble Prince Jing Shao. Jing Shao awkwardly smiles, agreeing that he won't disturb Mu-Han's rest, then, flustered, quickly runs off, leaving Mu-Han behind. The eunuch and two servants bow and announce that they are leaving as well. Mu-Han, bowing respectfully, tells the eunuch to be careful. He smiles as he stares at his hand, while Jing Shao, feeling down, thinks that it is only the first day yet they are already getting along so poorly. Looking worried and downcast, Jing Shao then thinks that now that Mu-Han is in the palace, he can protect him and ensure he is never bullied again. He also reflects that, for now, there is something more important to do. He recalls that in his previous life, his mother and his imperial sister were pregnant that summer, but both died due to complications. Now in this life, he resolves that no matter what, he cannot let his mother get pregnant again. In Jing Shao's bedroom, Jing Shao feels frustrated that imperial father's visits on key Lunar New Year days disrupt his mother's plans. He hopes that once summer ends, things will finally settle. Suddenly, Jing Chen hits Jing Shao with a stick. Jing Shao cries, clutching the bump on his head, while Jing Chen frowns and expresses his wish to play at the summer palace. I never thought that Jing Chen would ever be a naughty kid. Lost in thought, little Jing Shao rests his head on the table, demanding that he wants to visit the summer palace to play. He stares at Jing Chen with sparkling, excited eyes. Jing Chen sighs and explains that palace visits depend on whether imperial father goes. Determined, Jing Shao vows to persuade his father the next day, confident that he will gain approval. Jing Shao also thinks that with the court so unstable, if imperial father does visit the palace, the empress will surely request to stay there for a safe summer. Little Jing Chen smiles and sighs, remarking on how playful little Jing Shao still is. Jing Chen stands up and announces that imperial father has a meeting in the imperial study at noon, reminding Jing Shao to practice his calligraphy diligently. Jing Shao waves goodbye and asks his brother to greet imperial father for him. Jing Chen steps outside and notices little Mu-Han. Mu-Han bowed respectfully to greet the second prince. Jing Chen instructs him to keep an eye on Jing Shao. Meanwhile, Jing Shao excitedly calls for Mu-Han. Greeting him eagerly, Jing Shao asks what made him late. He also asks if he has eaten, and even offers more food, all while ignoring Jing Chen. Jing Chen leaves, annoyed. He thinks that having Lu jumping around was more fun as they would climb trees, looking for birds' nests. Jing Shao and Mu-Han run hand in hand into the room. Jing Shao mentions that he is practicing calligraphy and promises to show his work later if it turns out well. Once seated, Mu-Han inquires about any good news, but Jing Shao simply replies that there are none. Mu-Han smiles and gestures to his forehead, noting that the tension between Jing Shao's brows has eased. Mu-Han is surprised when Jing Shao rests his head in his lap. Jing Shao realizes that a mystery he once couldn't solve is now clear. When Mu-Han asks what troubles him, Jing Shao replies that he will reveal it when Mu-Han earns a title at 15. At this point, Jing Shao is hinting that he will make Mu-Han his crown princess at age 15. Curious, Lil Mu-Han asks if Jing Shao expects him to earn meritorious title by 15. He recalls that only those with such service are crowned early and wonders what it means. In response, Jing Shao remarks that while nurturing may be challenging, true talent remains steady. Lil Mu-Han smiles and says he will take His Highness's good words to heart. Jing Shao then reflects that if he marries Mu-Han, Mu-Han will not be able to take the imperial examinations or join the court as an official. Yet he thinks that if Mu-Han's greatest wish is to pass the imperial exam to honor his ancestors, he will be content with simply being Mu-Han's brother, and silently, he vows to protect him. 8 years later, Mu-Han kneels in front of his father. Now 15 years old, Mu-Han's father announces that he will grant him the name Jun Qing, wishing him to be an honest and upright gentleman. Kneeling, Mu-Han bowed and promises to remember his father's words. His father then urges him to go see his mother, sure that she will be delighted, and although Mu-Han replies with a sad expression, everyone greets and congratulates him. Mu-Han's eyes widen, and he blushes happily when he sees Jing Shao. 14-year-old Jing Shao smiles, noting he is late and hasn't yet congratulated him on passing the exam. Mu Han then invites Jing Shao to join the banquet in the front hall, and Jing Shao agrees. Before parting, Jing Shao announces that he has to say goodbye, as his father will lead an attack against the Xiaomu in 3 days, meaning they might not meet again for years. Hearing this, Mu Han looks worried and asks if Jing Shao is really leaving. Jing Shao states that he is not sure when he will be returning to Beijing and hopes to see Mu Han before departing. Mu Han, with a sad look, questions the abruptness of the situation. Jing Shao reflects that keeping Mu Han close would mean that his beloved would not be able to achieve his dream. He is willing to step back and let Mu Han succeed. Jing Shao also observes that even though he has already achieved the Juren title, he worries that without making a name for himself, he might be left behind. Jing Shao waves and smiles as he announces his departure. Mu Han tries to speak but hesitates. Jing Shao, unaware, silently bids farewell to him with a sad expression. Mu Han addresses him respectfully, urging him to take care. 3 years later, in Hongjing's 13th year, third Prince Jing Shao returns victorious over the Huns, and the emperor names him Prince Jing Shao. A eunuch praises him, awarding him a treasure book and the title. Jing Shao realizes that he was able to avoid past mistakes. Jing Shao kneels in acceptance. Smiling, he raises his hands, confirming that he accepts the decree. A servant then tells him that after 3 years away, the emperor recognizes his hardships and grants him 1 night in the palace before a meeting the next day. Jing Shao surveys his surroundings with a perfunctory air. At the Imperial Academy, a servant explains that Hanlin Garden now houses the new department's champion, who begins working there after the Spring Festival. Jing Shao dismisses the top scholar's significance, remarking that he dislikes scholars the most, which makes the servant hesitate. His eyes widen when he hears a voice that he has not heard in 3 years. It is Mu Han. Mu Han notes that the prince's temper remains unchanged. Jing Shao addresses him as the champion. Mu Han bowed to him in respect and introduced himself as North Marquis Mu Han. Leaning forward, Jing Shao grasps Mu Han's shoulder and looks intently at him, prompting Mu Han to ask what's going on. Jing Shao looks worried. He hasn't seen Mu Han in 3 years. Mu Han achieved his dreams as he was not held back by Jing Shao in this life. His worry deepens as he blushes, his thoughts conflicted. Pulling Mu Han aside, Jing Shao invites him for a drink. The worried servant points out that Jing Shao hasn't yet paid his respects to the Empress. Later, in the side hall, Mu Han and Jing Shao dine. Jing Shao remarks that he hasn't seen Mu Han in 3 years. He expresses surprise that Mu Han has become the top scholar and asks about his well-being. Mu Han smiles and replies that Jing Chen is fine, thanks to His Highness. Nervous and blushing as he looks away, Jing Shao adds that Mu Han does not need to be formal with him. Due to the alcohol or something else, Mu Han blushes. He smiles, noting that in the past 3 years, Jing Shao has sent only 1 letter, yet he always cares about his well-being. He felt relieved at Jing Shao's triumphant return. Mu Han touches his forehead, feeling the effects of the alcohol. He notes that they have been together since childhood, but they have now become strangers. This made Jing Shao sad. Before Jing Shao could answer, Mu Han closes his eyes, clearly intoxicated. Worried, Jing Shao stands up and pats Mu Han, repeatedly calling his name. With worry evident on his face, Jing Shao carries the drunk, unconscious Mu Han. As he carries him to the bed, Jing Shao silently reflects that Mu Han still isn't good at drinking. Jing Shao, angry and annoyed, asks if the king of Huainan truly intends to be his enemy. The king of Huainan answers yes. Jing Shao looks annoyed, while the king of Huainan threatens him. Both behave childishly. Jing Shao claims he isn't to blame, and the king of Huainan argues that New Year's dinner isn't vegetarian and Jing Chen needs a hearty meal. They bicker like children, one insisting on vegetarian stuffing while the other wants meat. Meanwhile, Zhu chops up the ingredients, seemingly ignoring their dispute. Jing Shao insists that since it's his kitchen, his will should preside. However, the king of Huainan claims that since he is older, he has authority. Their bickering continues, much to the annoyance of Zhuo. Zhuo lays out 2 plates of dumplings, one vegetarian and the other with meat stuffing. The two stop fighting and turn their attention to Zhuo and the food. Soon, both Jing Shao and the king of Huainan agree, their faces filled with amazement as they focus childishly on filling dumplings while Zhu whistles and fans the fire. Night falls, and the dishes are ready. The dumplings were boiled by Jing Shao and the king of Huainan, and are oddly shaped. Jing Shao happily invites everyone to try the dumplings after a busy day, while the king of Huainan insists that Jing Chen try them too. Jing Chen, Mu Han, and Ji look at the dumplings with worry. Mu Han smiles kindly and remarks that they are tasty, while Jing Chen comments that the dumplings are merely passable. The left guard, Ji, vomits but still manages an awkward smile, saying they are good. Looking ill, Ji leans toward Zhu and suggests using less salt next time. Jing Shao glares at the Huainan king and reminds him that 3 teaspoons of salt are sufficient, though 2 extra can be added. The king of Huainan retorts by suggesting Jing Shao try it first. Both continue their childish behavior, leaving Jing Chen and Mu Han speechless, while Ji drinks more water in an attempt to save his life. An empty wine bottle lies on the floor, and a drunken, cheerful Jing Shao calls for a refill, insisting he can still drink, while an equally drunk Mu Han mimics his words. Blushing and pouting, Jing Shao hugs Mu Han, swearing that he will always listen and be good. Mu Han smiles and calls him a fool. The king of Huainan pats Jing Chen with pity and asks if he needs help. Jing Chen declines, which made the king of Huainan look away in sadness. His eyes widen as he notices Jing Chen's head resting on his shoulder. Blushing, he looks at Jing Chen, who claims that he is dizzy. The king of Huainan assures Jing Chen that he can rely on him forever, kissing Jing Chen's forehead and promising to always stand by him as he pulls him closer. Meanwhile, Ji, extremely drunk and drooling, sleeps on the table with snot bubbling on his nose. Zhu looks at the red-ribbon man as he moves to touch his face. Zhu sighs and smiles. Suddenly, she holds his hand. Rubbing his eyes and waking like a child, she asks if they are going home. Zhu is shocked and stares at him, then smiles and blushes as he assures Ji that he will take him home. Ji just yawns. With his New Year's wish fulfilled, Zhu takes Ji home with him. Jing Shao looks serious as he barges through the door, a surprised Mu blushing. Jing Shao explains that he begged his father for the decree, which is issued today while negotiations continue, but he hasn't yet asked Mu Han about his intentions. Mu Han, also blushing, remarks that it was Jing Shao's own request. Jing Shao then takes Mu Han's hands. Holding them, he looks serious and, still blushing, confesses his affection. He admits that he has loved Mu Han since he was 15 but felt that being with him would ruin his career, so he went to war out of guilt. Mu Han, blushing, simply stares at him. Still blushing, Jing Shao admits he misses Mu Han and asks if he is willing to join the Mu family tree, pending his father's approval. Mu Han silently holds his hand, blushing, as Jing Shao calls his name worriedly. Mu Han admits that Jing Shao makes him think, and then, pushing Jing Shao outside, he insists that Jing Shao will go back first, a request that prompts Jing Shao to protest. Puzzled, Jing Shao stares at Mu Han's door outside. In the morning at the royal study room, Mu Han steps out and Jing Shao follows behind. Suddenly, Jing Shao grabs Mu Han's hand, leaving him shocked. Clearly startled, Mu Han addresses Jing Shao with his princely title. Jing Shao, looking worried, notes that he still hasn't received an answer and explains that he has come to ask Mu Han something. Mu Han responds awkwardly, and Jing Shao's eyes fill with sadness. Jing Shao states that if Mu Han refuses, he will ask his father to revoke his order. Even though it is already too late, Mu Han looks away, blushing, and remarks that the clothes are ready and it would be a pity not to wear them. Jing Shao frowns, questioning the value of the clothes, while Mu Han, still blushing, looks away. Suddenly, Jing Shao's eyes widen in realization. Happily, he smiles, grabs Mu Han, and asks if he is willing to be his princess. Mu Han replies that since it is the emperor's order, there is no reason to go against his parents' words. Then, Mu Han suddenly runs off, remarking that it isn't appropriate to meet now since the prince hasn't visited in days. Jing Shao shouts that he will welcome Mu Han with 8 lifts of the sit-in chair and in splendid fashion. Mu Han smiles, blushes, and calls him a fool. 5 days later, at Jing Shao mansion, Jing Shao looks worried and nervous as he asks if his clothes are wrinkled. The servant smiles and assures him that everything is fine. Soon, the bridal sit-in chair arrives. A maid smiles and announces that the prince is welcoming the princess, urging everyone to disembark promptly so as not to miss the auspicious moment. Jing Shao glances into the carriage, his cheeks flush as he addresses Mu Han. Mu Han, blushing and smiling, addresses him by his title. Jing Shao carries Mu Han, who is shocked and blushing and notes that the act defies the rules. Mu Han remarks that between them, rules are unnecessary, revealing that he has looked forward to this day since he first opened his eyes. Shao declares that in every moment, only Mu Han matters, leaving Mu Han speechless and blushing. Mu Han smiles and agrees. Finally, Shao orders that his beloved Mu Han be carried out the door, and both depart with happy smiles. Everyone congratulates the couple on their wedding, celebrating their everlasting union. Gu Huiqing first meets Jing Chen at a bustling restaurant in Pingjing City. Not long after, a hurried servant chases after the king of Huainan, reminding him of his palace duties and inquiring about his stay in the city. With a nonchalant air, the king fans himself and responds without any hint of urgency. He casually mentions receiving a letter from Shao, which foretold the imminent arrival of Prince Ru. Clearly, he's in town to welcome this esteemed guest. As the day unfolds, the servant, growing frustrated, points out that Huaitang is taking care of everything, implying that there's no need to rush back. Caught off guard and a bit embarrassed, the king of Huainan covers his face, feeling the sting of appearing lazy. Taking advantage of a rare sunny day, he decides to relax with a drink and sends the servant away. The servant's calls go unanswered. Soon, as the king makes his way into the restaurant, a staff member recognizes him and waves him over. Entering the venue, the king's eyes fall on a richly robed man sitting at a table off in the distance. However, the king's routine is disrupted when he finds his usual seat already taken. A nervous waiter explains that the seat was chosen by the guest officer, who assumed the king wouldn't show up. In response, the king tosses a silver coin to the waiter, instructing him to clear the table. The waiter, clearly troubled by the sight of the coin and the presence of the well-dressed guest, someone who might cause trouble if offended, hesitates for a moment before resolutely deciding to do his duty, reasoning that people die for money. With a heavy heart, the waiter approaches Jing Chen with an awkward bow and a forced smile, politely explaining that the seat is reserved for another guest and asking him to move to the next table. Jing Chen's servants begin to protest, but he simply waves them off with calm authority. In a fleeting moment, Jing Chen glances toward the window and notices the king of Huainan waiting outside. The king, in turn, watches him with unease. Studying Jing Chen closely, the king is struck by a resemblance to Jing Shao, and a flash of suspicion crosses his mind. Trying to appear innocent, he hides behind his fan while the waiter, caught off guard by the unfolding tension, fumbles for words. Frustrated, the waiter clenches his fist before forcing a smile and backing away. Claiming responsibility for the awkward encounter, the king of Huainan offers a brief nod of apology to Jing Chen, who sips his drink with a calm, almost indifferent demeanor, responding with a casual nod of his own. Despite noticing the similarity between Jing Chen and Jing Shao, the king realizes that Jing Chen's demeanor sets him apart. He likely hasn't recognized him. Seizing the moment, the king takes his seat across from Jing Chen and smiles, declaring their meeting to be fate. The conversation takes a slightly awkward turn when the king leans in, his eyes fixated on Jing Chen's waist. Startled, Jing Chen casts a suspicious glance back. Noticing the absence of a saber, a tool the king usually used as a conversational icebreaker, he shifts tactics and, with a touch of nervousness, points to a jade clasp instead, asking to take a closer look. This unusual request marks the start of an ill-fated encounter between the two. The scene then shifts to the royal study room, where Jing Chen is absorbed in a document. Most entries are mere minor thoughts penned by Taizu, yet the Huainan fiefdom stands out, mentioned repeatedly. Jing Chen muses quietly, almost to himself, that perhaps Taizu and the Huainan ancestor were ill-fated lovers. The memory of Taizu's bold decision to legalize marriage between men, motivated by his bond with the Huainan king's ancestor, stirs further thoughts, even as officials around him bow deeply, collectively voicing strong opposition to the new law. Amid these reflections, the prince appears pensive, noting with a touch of melancholy that, despite Taizu's progressive efforts, the first king of Huainan never married him. It is a surprising realization for someone later revered as a god, and the prince can't help but feel troubled at the prospect of appointing the king of Huainan as queen should the fief be withdrawn. The calm is interrupted when a servant enters to announce Jing Chen's arrival. With a simple nod, Jing Chen lets the servant in, who quickly steps aside with a respectful gesture to invite Jing Shao into the room. Jing Shao enters with a warm smile, bowed respectfully, and offers his formal greetings to the emperor. Jing Chen responds with an awkward smile, casually brushing off the formality. In a playful twist, Jing Shao leans in like a curious child, eager to catch a glimpse of the Taizu handbook. Before Jing Shao can get any closer, Jing Chen quickly pulls the handbook away, his gesture laden with nervousness, and asks why Jing Shao has come. With casual ease, Jing Shao explains that Gu Fuiqing insists on staying at his residence after arriving in the capital. Jing Chen then turns to him, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as if wondering whether he had said something he shouldn't have. Finally, Jing Shao clarifies that he has come to report that King Junan has arrived bearing Tai Zu's legacy, and he respectfully requests an audience with Jing Chen. At Ru Shui Garden, the king of Huainan stands before Emperor Jing Chen, holding a scroll to formally present Tai Zu's legacy for review. Jing Chen gives a brief nod, signaling for the scroll to be handed over, while eunuchs glance at him, whispering in uncertainty about the contents. One eunuch murmurs that it is a life-saving talisman from Tai Zu, the very one that once brought the first Huainan king to tears, and soon after, his death. In that moment, Jing Chen freezes, realizing the scroll's grave significance. Tai Zu must have desperately wanted the first king of Huainan and him to get married, so he enforced that their future descendants should one day marry Tild. The king of Huainan then declares that Tai Zu's message clearly stipulates that the Huainan fief must never be withdrawn, and if any future emperor attempts otherwise, the king of Huainan must be made queen. This declaration shocks a nearby eunuch, who cries out in disbelief at the notion. Looking tired, Emperor Jing Chen hands the scroll to a eunuch and agrees to honor Tai Zu's will, maintaining the status quo with taxes and tribute unchanged. Oh no, he just rejected the king of Huainan. Unsurprised, the king of Huainan smiles and bowed respectfully, pledging his loyalty to defend the southern regions for the emperor. After presenting Tai Zu's wish, the king of Huainan returns home to Jiangnan. However, a month later, he begins invading Jiangzhou. So he has some tricks up his sleeves. Tild. In the royal study, Jing Chen sits intently reading a document while Jing Shao quietly occupies a nearby table lost in thought. A Goki minister reports that Huainan is stirring trouble in the south, warning that at only 800 miles away, the region is susceptible to attack. A bearded minister adds that the treasury is low after years of war and urges caution against further conflict, a sentiment echoed by a younger minister. Jing Chen realizes that this situation cannot continue indefinitely. Off to the side, Jing Shao continues eating his dim sum, casually musing about bringing some back from Wuhan. I think Jing Shao knows that the king of Huainan is not being serious. Jing Chen glares at Jing Shao, blaming both him and the king of Huainan. Sensing the tension, Jing Shao briefly appears nervous. Later, when the two partners in crime meet up, the king of Huainan asks Jing Shao why Jing Chen has not acted even after invading two cities. So the war is just a ploy to force Jing Chen to marry him. Jing Shao replies that choosing a queen is a big deal and that Jing Chen needs time to think. The two conniving kids strike again. The so-called treasury deficit now conveniently serves to delay action amid the rising tensions. Eventually, Jing Shao confesses that there is no real deficit, surrendering the funds to his emperor brother and swearing he did not touch the money. Jing Chen sighs, aware that if the money goes to the treasury, it could incriminate Jing Shao. To protect his brother, he decides to hide the money and maintain the pretense of a low treasury, which in turn means they cannot fund a war against the Huainan king. At court, a minister with an awkward smile suggests that since the former queen has passed, the emperor should simply accept the Huainan king as empress. Seeking further counsel, Jing Chen asks another minister, who agrees it is reasonable to marry the Huainan king but notes that the matter requires more thought. Jing Chen ends the discussion by dismissing the ministers, who promptly bow and leave. As the meeting winds down, Jing Shao cheerfully excuses himself before he can slip away. However, Jing Chen grabs him by the collar and shouts for him to stop. Jing Shao freezes mid-step, clearly caught off guard. Jing Chen then drags him out, scolding him and forcing him to play chess. After all the headaches you gave your brother, playing chess with him is the least you could do. Later, at the Imperial Garden, the two settle down to play Weiqi, a traditional Chinese board game. Jing Shao sits frowning at the board, visibly conflicted as he hesitates between moves, his thoughts unsettled. Jing Chen watches with a smile, amused by Jing Shao's struggle and recalling that despite its claim of learning from Hua Tang, Jing Shao's progress remains minimal. Jing Shao pouts, his cheeks slightly red as he thinks of how Wuhan once coaxed him into playing, albeit without ever taking it seriously. In a thoughtful moment, Jing Chen asks if, had Wuhan not earned the title of Marquis, Jing Shao might have considered letting him go. Startled by the question, Jing Shao instinctively shakes his head. Jing Chen grows serious as he points out that if Wuhan becomes a concubine, He'll be confined to the inner quarters, and he asks Jing Shao if he could bear the thought of Mu Han's unhappiness. Reflecting on the past few days, Jing Shao recognizes how deeply troubled his brother has been over matters concerning the king of Huainan. Shocked, he finally understands his brother's true feelings. He had always thought Jing Chen harbored no feelings for the Huainan king, but now he sees that his brother feels guilty about what will happen to the Huainan king when they marry. Jing Shao admits that he would feel bad for Mu Han. However, he knows that he can never love anyone else and doubting true happiness without him. He smiles softly, determined to give Mu Han everything he desires and to ensure that he never suffers injustice. Jing Chen listens in silence, his face unreadable, which worries Jing Shao enough that he softly calls out to his elder brother. Breaking the silence, Jing Chen suggests they end their game for the day and teases Jing Shao about his careless stone placements, advising him to have Mu Han teach him properly at home. With a playful grin, Jing Shao waves goodbye, promising another proper match with his brother soon. Gazing up at the sky, Jing Chen appears deep in thought, reflecting on the waste of confining such a remarkable person to the harem. His mind drifts back to the time when the Huainan king had invited him to his residence. Curious, Jing Chen had once asked the Huainan king for his childhood name. In reply, the king of Huainan playfully declared that he would reveal it if Jing Chen handed over the jade buckle first. Unfazed, Jing Chen simply sipped his drink and coolly remarked that he didn't really need to know. Amused by this response, the Huainan king suddenly stood, swiftly grabbing the jade ornament from Jing Chen's belt. Holding the ornament, he smiled and finally revealed his childhood name, Fang Shi. Surprised, Jing Chen's eyes widened and a faint blush spread across his cheeks, and in the present, he quietly whispered Gu Huiqing's name, uncertain whether his feelings were just a passing desire or something deeper. Time passed, and 5 years after the empress's passing, the court ministers petitioned the emperor to appoint a new empress. A bearded minister stepped forward solemnly, reminding Jing Chen that the nation could not go on without an empress. Nodding firmly, Jing Chen acknowledged the necessity and, in March, issued an imperial decree to honor Taizer's legacy. He decreed that the king of Huainan, Gu Huiqing, would become his queen and formally withdrew the Huainan fiefdom. At the same time, Jing Chen promoted Jing Shao's friend, Wei Shang, to prime minister. On the emperor's wedding night, Gu Huiqing sat on the bed in his red wedding robes, a soft smile on his lips as he gently called out to Jing Chen. Clad in red as well, Jing Chen stepped forward holding 2 cups of wine, his expression calm yet filled with emotion. Slowly, he walked toward the king of Huainan, the soft rustle of his robe accompanying each step. Quietly, Jing Chen asked if it was worth it. Gu Huiqing, appearing slightly displeased, took the cup from Jing Chen's hand without a word, his expression remaining unreadable. Then, unexpectedly, Gu Huiqing smiled and reached out to pull Jing Chen into his arms, his earlier displeasure melting away. Still smiling, Gu Huiqing teased as he held Jing Chen close, curious about why the emperor seemed so lost in thought on their wedding night despite the surrounding affection. After a brief moment, Gu Huiqing sipped his wine while Jing Chen watched quietly, his eyes brimming with emotion, and the 2 cups were gently set on the table, their warmth lingering in the quiet air. Sitting beside Gu Huiqing, Jing Chen gently placed his hands on his face, his touch soft and lingering. Gu Huiqing looked at him, realizing that Jing Chen had sacrificed everything for him. In a silent moment, Jing Chen wondered if it was truly worth it to love someone who might never give his whole heart. Breaking the quiet, Gu Huiqing poked Jing Chen's cheek playfully, noticing his quiet sigh, and smiled softly as he reminded the emperor not to waste the fleeting moments of a spring night. Blushing, Jing Chen vowed sincerely not to let Gu Huiqing down now that he had chosen to marry him. Gu Huiqing then gently placed his hands on Jing Chen, who lay on the bed, their touch tender and full of affection. Jing Chen reached up and held Gu Huiqing's hand, trying gently to stop him, his face a mix of hesitation and emotion. Slowly, Gu Huiqing withdrew his hand and leaned over Jing Chen, meeting his gaze with a steady, intense look filled with longing and quiet certainty. Drawing closer, Gu Huiqing softly told the emperor that it was time to rest, his gaze never wavering. With a playful tone and eyes full of warmth and teasing affection, he added that he had come to serve, ending the night with a light-hearted promise that belied the complexity of their intertwined fates. Jing Chen suddenly reaches out and grabs Gu Huiqing by the shoulder, an unexpected gesture that leaves Gu Huiqing visibly surprised. Slowly, Jing Chen sits up, his expression unreadable as the mood in the room shifts. In a swift motion, Hu Weiqing pushes Jing Chen onto the bed. Jing Chen looks up, caught between surprise and emotion. With heartful emotion, Hu Weiqing confesses that his longing for Jing Chen day and night has become unbearable, prompting a blush on Jing Chen's face at the sincerity of the admission. In a soft, slightly wounded tone, Hu Weiqing then remarks that hearing Jing Chen call him by his full name just moments earlier saddens him deeply. Gently, he touches Jing Chen's lips, reminding him of his childhood name, causing another blush to spread across Jing Chen's face. Moved, Jing Chen softly calls him by his childhood name, Feng Shi. Hu Weiqing's eyes widen in surprise as a blush rises on his cheeks, and as he leans in, the two share a tender kiss filled with quiet affection and unspoken emotion. In the wake of their wedding, Jing Chen's absence from court for 3 days sparked rumors that the empress was deeply favored and trusted in court affairs. Soon after, the bed curtains closed and a red robe lay quietly on the floor, a silent testament to the intimacy that had unfolded. Yet, as if returning to routine, life resumed its normal pace following the emperor's wedding. One morning, Mu Han handed a stack of books to Jing Chen, who sat quietly reviewing documents as the light streamed in. Mu Han began to report the day's affairs, glancing at Jing Chen only to notice his distant, awkward avoidance of eye contact. Meanwhile, Jing Shao sat in the corner with a puzzled look, holding a drink and glancing around uncertainly, his confusion over the empress's absence evident. Calmly, Jing Chen explained that the empress was simply a bit tired and resting in Fengyi Palace. In response, Jing Shao gave a knowing smile and a playful thumbs up, though Jing Chen, clearly embarrassed, looked away to dodge the awkward moment. Jing Shao then added with a smile that they would visit her another day since she was unwell, leaving Jing Chen shy and silent. As the day went on, Jing Shao cheerfully called out to Mu Han, promising to cook pork elbows at home, a comment that earned a sidelong glance from Mu Han, who thought the remark a bit ridiculous. While walking together, Jing Shao proudly remarked that his brother clearly loved his wife, having never taken another consort. Mu Han chuckled, noting that it seemed more like the empress loved the emperor deeply, a point that left Jing Shao blinking in confusion as he asked if there really was any difference. Mu Han easily guessed who's pitching between the royal couple. Smiling, Mu Han replied that it all simply meant deep affection, and then reminded Jing Shao to stew the elbows at home. Jing Shao, excited and full of joy, replied that he couldn't let his Mu Han go hungry. Later, Hu Weiqing approached Jing Chen with a soft smile and stepped closer, gently asking if he might lean on him because he was tired from sitting. Offering to help Jing Chen relax after the tiring night, Hu Weiqing received only a simple sigh in response. Undeterred, he wrapped an arm around Jing Chen's waist, pulling him gently closer. Flustered, Jing Chen warned in a stern tone that if Hu Weiqing kept acting this way, he would send him to the cold palace. Hu Weiqing merely smiled, clearly unbothered by the threat and his expression filled with amusement. In a teasing manner, he hugged Jing Chen and remarked that being sent to the cold palace might even harm their child, leaving Jing Chen momentarily unsure how to respond. Annoyed, Jing Chen chastised him, saying it was inappropriate for the queen of a country to speak such nonsense. In a dramatic shift, wide-eyed and looking like a hurt child, Hu Weiqing loudly declared that the emperor suspected his concubine, a claim that only further irritated Jing Chen. Softening his tone, Hu Weiqing then slid his fingers gently along Jing Chen's chin, the touch both teasing and intimate. Leaning close once more, he smiled as Jing Chen's face flushed, playfully promising to prove his innocence to the emperor. With a teasing tone, Hu Weiqing reminded Jing Chen that he had called him Feng Shi the previous night but was now denying it. Exasperated, Jing Chen shouted for him to leave, marking the end of yet another charged exchange between them. Mu Han and Jing Shao lie asleep in bed, wrapped in each other's arms, while a tiger nearby gently nudges them awake. The tiger has gotten so big now. Mu Han turns his head and notices Xiao Huang. Wondering why the tiger is up so early, the tiger, clearly pleased to see its master awake and looking good, offers a smile in return. Jing Shao, however, shouts at the tiger, angrily warning it not to spit on Mu Han's hair again. In response, both Jing Shao and the tiger glare at each other, their frustration evident, until Jing Shao grabs the tiger firmly in an effort to regain control of the situation. Without much delay, Jing Shao throws the tiger outside, shouting for someone to take it to the West Garden animal pen so it can play with the lions. The tiger growls angrily as it is sent away. Yet inside, it fumes while thinking of itself as a majestic creature that does not deserve such treatment. Proud of its name, Shao Huang, the tiger soon decides to let the matter go and goes off to play with its younger brother. By 6 in the morning, the tiger makes its way to the West Garden, intent on joining its brother. In the West Garden's animal pen, a lion sleeps peacefully, a sight that surprises the tiger, which can hardly believe all the lion does is sleep. Staring at the lion, the tiger muses that, despite the lion's short fur and lack of stripes, only a kind-hearted tiger like itself would choose to play with him. The tiger then lies closer to the lion, its expression full of pride as it silently expects the lion to show respect. The lion, meanwhile, breathes gently on the tiger's face, prompting the tiger to smile and think that even if the lion seems a little bored, his little brother is indeed quite loyal. As the lion rests his head in the tiger's paws, the tiger, feeling possessive, thinks that the paws should always be on top. Suddenly, the tiger is startled by a voice calling for Shao Huang, signaling that it is time for a bath. Excited, the tiger wags its tail and lets out a joyful sound, then glances at the lion and sticks its tongue out playfully, already planning to teach the lion a lesson next time they meet. By 1 p.m., the tiger, now feeling clean and refreshed after its bath, happily contemplates making a room for itself. In a mischievous moment, the tiger playfully smacks the backside of a black horse, who reacts with clear irritation. Noticing the horse's reaction, the tiger rests its head on the horse's shoulder, admiring its beauty. Even though the horse simply frowns, the tiger repeats its tender admiration, thinking the horse must be delicious despite its owner's foolishness. Both the black horse and the tiger then turn their attention as they hear someone calling, prompting them to move. The tiger, annoyed, internally grumbles that these two little ones are here again to disturb its peaceful rest. Not far off, Mu Longlin warns Chenger not to visit the barn, explaining that their father will scold them. The child in the black robe shrugs, remarking that their father will sleep for a long time anyway. Curiously, Mu Longlin asks why their father sleeps so long, and the taller child explains that he always plays the horse-riding game with them, leaving him exhausted. Intrigued, Mu Longlin excitedly suggests to Chenger that they ride a horse too, but the older child, with a mischievous grin, instead proposes riding a tiger and even tries to climb onto it. The tiger, nonchalantly, shrugs as the older brother falls and winces in pain. Mu Longlin quickly rushes over to check on him, concerned about any injuries, but the older brother gives a thumbs up with an awkward smile, assuring everyone that it doesn't hurt. Before long, a maid rushes over, warning the children to be careful with the tiger and mentioning that Master Hao has woken up and is heading to the study. Alarmed, the older brother shouts for Mu Longlin to run quickly and make sure their father doesn't find out they're missing from the study. The tiger watches the two kids hurry away, a calm settling over it as the world grows quiet once more. At 11 p.m., the tiger enters a room, noting the humid air and the likelihood of rain. Despite the weather, it eagerly jumps into its master's soft, comfortable bed. Behind the closed curtains, the tiger watches with concern as it notices a figure on its master, seemingly biting his neck. Puzzled by the sight, it fears something may be wrong. In the midst of this, Jing Shao smiles with sweat on his brow and calls out to Mu Han. Startled, Jing Shao's expression shifts with surprise when he realizes it is the tiger tugging at his clothes and pulling them away from Mu Han. Furious, Jing Shao pushes the tiger outside, his frustration evident as he deals with the interruption. Outside the door, the tiger sits, crying softly, its thoughts filled with longing for its master and a wish to be close once more. Eavesdropping from outside, it wonders why its master's voice sounds so strange, pausing uncertainly before deciding to listen again. Ultimately, the tiger gives up, thinking that the person isn't trying to harm its master, but is merely fighting, and so it decides to leave him be. As the rain begins to fall, the tiger, feeling the loneliness of a big bed in the quiet storm, tries to sleep, its thoughts echoing the silent fall of snow. In an alternative timeline, Jing Shao is impeached and imprisoned, with only the imperial concubine Mu Han remaining by his side. Rats scurry in the dirty prison, and one even bites his finger, causing sharp pain and a quick reaction. Jing Shao quickly walks up and grabs the rat, stopping it from causing any more harm. Soon, Mu Han wakes up, rubbing his eyes in confusion as he notices that Jing Shao isn't sleeping. Jing Shao proudly shows the rat to Mu Han, announcing that they now have meat to eat. Mu Han, shocked, stares at the gray mouse in disbelief. Noticing Jing Shao's restlessness, Mu Han suggests with a slight cough that if he can't sleep, he might as well talk to Jing Chen. Seeing Mu Han's discomfort, Jing Shao looks at him with concern and offers his warmth in silence. Mu Han smiles to reassure him, though his smile soon fades as he looks down, feeling sad and blaming himself for the difficult situation they endure together. He frowns as he watches Jing Shao go from frantic energy to complete dejection, realizing that the resentment he had built up over the years has lessened, for Jing Shao is, too, an unfortunate soul. Mu Han then points upward, drawing Jing Shao's attention to something above. Jing Shao looks up and sees the full moon shining brightly in the sky. He remarks on how beautiful the night sky is, comparing it to the one he saw in the desert. Curious and amazed, Mu Han asks what the desert is like. Jing Shao describes it as endless and empty, recalling how he chased the Xiongnu leader all night with 3,000 cavalry, with nothing but the sound of horses' hooves. Mu Han notes that Jing Shao must have been fearless back then, and Jing Shao agrees, remembering how he wasn't afraid even in the face of 50,000 Xiongnu troops. For a moment, Jing Shao looks confused and asks if Mu Han is trying to say something. Mu Han replies that while Wang Yi was fearless in his youth, now he has nothing left to worry about. Jing Shao smiles to himself, thinking that this is the first time he can speak with Mu Han so calmly. Yet, he also reflects sadly on how, over the years, he has felt ashamed of Mu Han's scholarly arrogance, as steadfast as flexible bamboo, while he has fought on the battlefield. Their conversation is interrupted when Mu Han begins coughing heavily, causing Jing Shao to worry and quickly ask if he is okay. Jing Shao gently pulls Mu Han closer, offering to warm him up, and notices how thin Mu Han has become, his hands looking particularly frail. Nearby, the fire crackles softly, its warmth filling the room as the flames dance and flicker. Suddenly, Jing Shao whispers, alerting Mu Han that someone is coming. They both lie on the stack of hay, pretending to sleep, and Jing Shao signals for silence. The guard standing in front of their cell announces that 2 officials from the Ministry of Punishment have arrived to ask questions. Mu Han whispers, warning Jing Shao about the interrogation rules, but Jing Shao reassures him not to worry. Frustrated and exhausted, Jing Shao decides to ignore the situation for now, choosing to sleep and deal with it tomorrow. Then, the guard speaks arrogantly, stating that it is not up to Jing Shao as he refuses to plead guilty, and suggests that they interrogate Mu Han instead. In response, Jing Shao shouts, demanding to see who dares to take such a step. Jing Shao shouts angrily, demanding to see who dares act without an imperial decree and insisting that any investigation into him or his wife requires the emperor's approval. A man grins while holding a key and remarks that the decision to investigate isn't up to Jing Shao. Without hesitation, both men pull knives from their sleeves, their dark expressions signaling that conflict is imminent. Jing Shao's eyes widen and his body tenses as he becomes fully alert to the threat. He swiftly dodges the attack, shouting a warning to Mu Han to be careful, then quickly grabs the knife from the man's hand with a firm grip. Shoving the man forcefully, Jing Shao sends him stumbling to the ground. As one man continues his assault, another rushes toward Jing Shao, brandishing a knife. Mu Han shouts, warning him to be careful, and steps in front of Jing Shao to block the attack, but is stabbed, taking the blow meant for him. Jing Shao quickly holds Mu Han, his face filled with urgency, and turns and swiftly kills the attacking man. Holding Mu Han close, Jing Shao questions how Mu Han can still care for him after all these years of neglect. Worried, Jing Shao expresses regret for causing trouble, while Mu Han, bleeding in his arms, smiles faintly despite the pain. Soon, Mu Han faints in Jing Shao's arms, his eyes widening in panic as he urgently seeks help, and Jing Shao, with tears flowing, realizes he has nothing left but him. That night, Jing Shao sleeps fitfully, tears still wet on his face and his body trembling, until he suddenly cries out in his sleep, only to wake up and realize it was all a dream. Mu Han is jolted awake by Jing Shao's shout and quickly looks at him in concern. Sensing something is wrong, still worried, Mu Han gently asks Jing Shao what is wrong. Noticing his distress, shaken, Jing Shao looks at Mu Han, his mind lingering on what happened to the Mu Han in his dream, and Mu Han waits for an explanation with uncertainty on his face. Gently, Mu Han caresses Jing Shao's face and softly asks what troubled him in the dream and why he seems so scared. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jing Shao hugs Mu Han tightly, seeking comfort and reassurance. Mu Han smiles softly and with a gentle blush, thinks that even after nearly 10 years of marriage, Jing Shao still acts like a child. As Mu Han hugs Jing Shao, Jing Shao mentions that he just had a strange dream. Mu-Han smiles, recalling a dream where they were in prison and Jing Shao caught a mouse, a recollection that shocks Jing Shao, widening his eyes. Jing Shao grabs Mu-Han's shoulder, calling his name repeatedly, and Mu-Han, startled, asks what is wrong. Overcome with emotion, Jing Shao kisses Mu-Han, his actions speaking louder than words. Still shaken, Jing Shao reflects that the dream felt too real, the pain of losing everything overwhelming him, making it hard to breathe. He holds Mu-Han's hand, thinking he can only confirm things step by step as he reflects on taking good care of Mu-Han and cherishing their happy life together. Jing Shao frowns, his thoughts filled with worry and uncertainty, while tears well in his eyes. Sensing his distress, Mu-Han gently reassures him with his presence, smiling softly and offering quiet comfort. Finally, Jing Shao and Mu-Han lie in bed, happily and peacefully embracing each other. The past now feels like a fleeting dream, and there is no use regretting what has already happened. In this world, how many chances are there to start over? Only when you lose the person before you do you realize that wealth and glory are fleeting, and regret weighs heavily.